Chapter 1. In the Eastern Sea, year 1512 of the ocean calendar. A modest warship glided across the vast expanse of the sea. On the deck stood a young man clad in a black kimono and a white haori, his silvery hair cascading down, while his deep, obsidian eyes exuded an aura of aloofness that discouraged approach. At that moment, a naval soldier jogged over, coming to a halt in salute. "Major Sean, we should reach the kingdom of Goya in approximately half a day." "Understood. Please fetch me a glass of cola." "Thank you." "Certainly," the soldier replied, his expression one of astonishment as he hurried off to fulfill the request. Sean reclined on a beach chair, gazing out at the seemingly endless ocean, a melancholic expression gracing his features as he sipped the freshly poured ice-cold cola. It was only through this simple pleasure that he could find solace for his troubled heart. In a world rife with peril, cola was a bittersweet reminder of better times past. Why is it that life aboard a ship in the real world is so dreadfully dull? Indeed, I am Sean, 20 years of age, a traveler from another realm. Like many others who have transcended worlds, I possess a rather ordinary system as my unique advantage. Before my journey, I participated in club activities, dressing as a second-generation Mizukage, dyeing my hair white in the dormitory. However, during a wash, a faulty water heater delivered a shocking jolt, transporting me to the world of pirates, where I was abandoned as an infant in Frostmoon Village and subsequently adopted by the Kong family. The mechanism of my transference eludes my comprehension. My hair color remains unchanged post-transport, and I did not find myself in the realm of Naruto. Thus, familiar with the unfolding narrative, I became a disciple of Kong Shiro, aspiring to become a pirate. Initially, I was filled with exhilaration, but as I gradually came to understand the harsh realities of piracy in this world, my enthusiasm waned, replaced by trepidation. While One Piece may be a tale of fervent adventure, it is undeniably a chaotic world. Although some pure-hearted adventurers may become pirates, the grim norm is one of pillage and slaughter, extinguishing my aspirations of piracy. A child raised under a red flag cannot engage in such acts. Consequently, apart from training diligently under Kong Shiro's tutelage, I resorted to self-hypnosis, determined to become a naval king, hoping to wield Conqueror's Haki. After all, this ability represents one's spirit, a manifestation of inner strength, and the heavens favor those who are resolute. At the age of 8, during a morning jog, I narrowly escaped a dog bite. It was in that moment of folly that my Conqueror's Haki awakened. My talent for swordsmanship began to surface thereafter. Kong Shiro and his wife treated me like their own son, and their commitment to my education intensified. By the age of 13, I achieved the realm of steel cutting, becoming a swordmaster, and by 15, I mastered the dual-color Haki. At 17, I further refined my use of armament Haki in my slashes, evolving into a grand swordmaster. I had initially intended to set sail, but upon recalling that my junior sister might meet a tragic end at 11, I chose to wait a year. After all, Kuina had always been my little shadow, and our bond was strong. I resolved not to alter the original narrative, aiming instead to change her fate. The pivotal moment arrived when I saved Kuina, and the system's voice echoed in my mind. The system, dubbed the auxiliary system, was designed to enable me to alter the destinies of characters within this world, granting me narrative points in return. In addition to the substantial narrative points gained at the moment of alteration, I would subsequently accrue a modest sum daily. These narrative points could be utilized to purchase skills or enter lotteries. However, according to the system, abilities surpassing the will of this dimension could not be acquired. The remaining offerings were all auxiliary abilities. Incapable of directly enhancing my strength, I could only rely on other functions of the system to aid my training. Thus, I found the system somewhat lacking in a couple of years. I could become one of the strongest individuals myself. The system also provided a novice package containing the modified gravity fruit, the son of the star skill wish, and an A-class genetic serum. The modified gravity fruit eliminated side effects, which consumed stamina to heal others, even enabling the regeneration of severed limbs, and the A-class genetic serum could alter one's constitution, transforming it into the current pinnacle of this world's capabilities. For instance, the Yonko Big Mom is known as the Iron Balloon, and every ability hinges on stamina. Consequently, I declare that I had consumed a devil fruit and, after assisting my master's wife, Ryman, with her lingering injuries, I set sail to become a Marine. Thus, I lived joyfully with the Kong family in Frostmoon Village, and before embarking, Ryman gifted me her sword. Yet, I accrued a significant number of narrative points, which remained unutilized, as I had already elevated the dual-color Haki to its zenith. My swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of the world, only my conqueror's Haki remained stagnated at a mid-level stage of directional release. At all times, I exerted gravitational forces upon myself, relentlessly honing my physique. I reported to the 16th Division, subsequently exposing some misconduct, resulting in the apprehension of Major Mouse and my uncle, Colonel Squirrel. As a result, I was promoted to second lieutenant. Over the course of 2 years, I relentlessly captured petty pirates, ultimately ascending to the rank of major. I had initially contemplated waiting for the dragon, but suddenly considered that perhaps I could aim for something far grander. Thus, I resolved to journey to the kingdom of Goya in search of Ace. Of course, publicly, I would claim to be pursuing pirates, as it was Cap's homeland. While I plotted in my mind how to deceive Ace, I spotted an island gradually approaching in the distance. At that moment, a Marine soldier hurried over. "Major Sean, we're about to make landfall. Please devise a capture plan." After a brief moment of contemplation, Sean replied, "They have not disembarked here. You should land on the opposite side of the island and search the nearby villages." "Understood." After saluting, the soldier departed to relay the orders, as he held great respect for his commanding officer. Thus, Sean donned his coat of justice, grasping the naval cap as he disembarked. He inquired of the local residents along the way, ultimately discovering the direction of Galber Mountain. Galber Mountain was the residence of the Dayton family, but alas, Sabo had already been taken away. Otherwise, I could have orchestrated a different outcome. Upon entering the forest, Sean activated his observation Haki, enveloping the entire woodland, sensing 2 figures leaping between the trees. "I've found you." He continued to observe from the shadows, waiting for Ace to separate from the others. After all, Luffy had already been deceived by Shanks. Persuading him again would prove challenging. By midnight, he sensed Luffy asleep in the treehouse, while Ace sat by the campfire beneath a tree, seemingly lost in thought. Sean stored away his coat of justice and the blade, gifted by his master's wife, within the system space. He leisurely approached the direction where Ace was situated. Initially deep in contemplation, Ace suddenly caught sight of a shadow looming not far away, a figure nearly 2 meters tall, causing him to immediately spring into alertness. "Who's there?" "Oh dear, young one, I seem to have lost my way and wandered here. What brings you to this place?" Ace remained vigilant, scrutinizing the newcomer, whose silver hair and black kimono adorned with a white haori exuded an imposing demeanor. With an air of arrogance, the man appeared formidable, prompting Ace to silently grip the water pipe at his side, contemplating how to ensure Luffy's escape if the stranger harbored ill intentions. "Oh, please do not be overly anxious. I am not a villain, merely an unremarkable Marine who has lost his way." Sean endeavored to present a sophisticated and amiable facade. However, to Ace, the man appeared to wear a mocking expression, embodying the archetype of a grand antagonist, which heightened his apprehension, as his instincts warned him of the man's strength. "What do you want?" "I find it hard to believe that a Marine would venture here to capture pirates." Sean sighed, realizing the predicament of his appearance in his previous life. He had been a magnet for beauty, yet here, even approaching civilians proved challenging. Reluctantly, he explained, "I truly am a Marine. I simply heard that Vice Admiral Garp's homeland was here and wished to see the birthplace of a naval hero." Ace continued to regard him with suspicion. "So what are you intending to do now?" Observing the meat beside Ace, Sean remarked, "Could you prepare something to eat for me? I've been hungry all day, and upon seeing the fire, I was drawn here. Rest assured, I am a good person." As he spoke, Sean suddenly appeared beside Ace, leisurely sitting down, adding, "See, you have no means of resisting my intentions. Quickly do it." In that instant, Ace felt an overwhelming pressure, his hair standing on end as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, akin to standing before Garp himself. Ace surmised that such a powerful individual would likely not trouble him, a mere child. He silently commenced roasting the meat, hoping to expedite the departure of this enigmatic powerhouse. Before long, the aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, and Sean produced several bottles of chilled beer from the system. Gazing at the awestruck Ace, he inquired, "Would you care for some beer?" Grilled meat and beer. The more you consume, the better it becomes. Ace, taken aback, accepted a bottle of beer, utterly bewildered as to where this man had procured it. As Sean indulged in his meal, he remarked, "By the way, my name is Sean. What do they call you?" "Ace," Ace replied, regaining his composure, taking a sip of beer while looking at Sean. "You are indeed powerful, aren't you?" "Well, it's just average, third in the world." After saying this, he continued to gnaw on the bone. At that moment, Ace realized that the man before him, despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, harbored no ill intentions, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey kid, you're quite strong. Ever thought about joining the Navy?" Sean asked abruptly. "Whoa." Ace was startled and spat out his drink, stammering, just want to live a good life." After all, he was not like Luffy, who, with a lack of awareness, proclaimed his ambition to become the pirate king. To anyone he met, the man before him was a bona fide Navy officer. Sean sighed and said, "Is that so? What a pity. How about this? I'm on vacation for a few days, so they'll teach you some training. Should I wake up the one sleeping in the tree?" Ace jumped in surprise. How did he know? What if Luffy blurted out his dream of being the pirate king and got caught? He replied, "No need for that. My brother and I are doing just fine here. Don't worry about it." Sean patted Ace on the head. "Consider it a reward for the barbecue you're making me. Meet me by the lake at 7 in the morning." With that, he vanished from Ace's sight before he could respond. This left Ace in a state of distress. He had to ensure that Sean did not meet Luffy. Determined, Ace spent the night waking Luffy up and dragging him toward Dodon's place. "Ace, what are you doing? It's the middle of the night." Luffy mumbled, still half asleep. "Luffy, you need to stay at Dodon's for a few days. He'll come to pick you up later." "What? Ace, are you hiding something fun from me?" Ace turned to Luffy with a serious expression. "This time, please listen. The Navy is in the mountains, and if you keep shouting about wanting to be the Pirate King, aren't you afraid of being captured?" "But Ace, don't you want to become the Pirate King too? Aren't you scared?" Ace sighed in exasperation. "But I don't go around telling everyone I want to be the Pirate King. Just wait a bit. Once that person leaves, everything will be fine." "All right then." Reluctantly, Luffy allowed himself to be taken away by Ace. The following morning, by the lake, Sean leisurely sat on the grass, leaning against a tree, patiently awaiting Ace's arrival. As for whether Ace would show up, ridiculous, he already knew their secret hideout. All he needed to do was teach a few lessons, share a few heartfelt moments, and then stage an accident, perhaps a broken leg, a hat, or something of the sort. After all, Ace was merely a somewhat anxious and confused youth at this point. However, breaking a leg seemed rather complicated. After some thought, he decided against it. Not only would it be painful, but what if the injury couldn't heal? Plus, self-harm seemed rather foolish. Instead, he would emulate those faux beggars from his past life, bending his calf and stacking on his thigh to create the illusion of a broken leg. Success would be ideal, but if it failed, there was always a backup plan. Before long, Ace arrived, looking exceedingly reluctant. "Huh, where's your brother? Didn't he come?" "Actually, I don't need training. I can manage on my own," Ace mumbled. Sean could tell what Ace was thinking by his demeanor. He was likely worried about Sean's Navy affiliation. "All right then, let's get started." Thus, Sean began to instruct Ace on enhancing his physical prowess. For instance, he had Ace run laps around the lake while doing handstands, with goals of 30 laps before noon and 40 with weights in the afternoon. As the sun began to set, Sean provided him with some healing, which left Ace exclaiming in amazement. Ace merely wished to hastily dismiss the inexplicable individual before him, enduring the moment with gritted teeth. However, the following day during their practical exercise, Ace brandished a dagger and lunged at Sean to his astonishment. Sean effortlessly caught the blade with his bare hand, enveloped in a dark, viscous substance, leaving Ace momentarily stunned. Stammering, he inquired, "What is this? Why are your hands unharmed?" Sean thought to himself, "This is precisely what I was waiting for." All this fuss was merely to pique Ace's interest. He replied, "This is Haki, a latent energy that resides within every individual, only manifesting in those with a robust physique." "What is Haki, and can I learn it?" Ace inquired, curiosity igniting within him. Of course, but your current physicality leaves much to be desired. Ha ha ha, Sean continued. There are 3 forms of Haki: armament Haki, observation Haki, and the rare conqueror's Haki, which is possessed by only 1 in a million. If you wish to learn Haki, you must first strengthen your body. Moreover, Haki serves as an excellent countermeasure against devil fruit users. Ace pondered this, recalling how when he battled Luffy, his attack seemed ineffective. Yet his grandfather's single punch had left Luffy in tears for an extended period. Could this be the essence of Haki? Observing the spark of realization in Ace's eyes, Sean nodded in satisfaction, pleased to have ignited his interest, intending to gradually cultivate a deeper connection. Ultimately, he hoped to persuade Ace to join the Navy, believing it would yield greater narrative opportunities. Please guide me in my training. I appreciate your assistance, Ace exclaimed loudly, bowing deeply. Sean nodded approvingly, stating, to train in Haki, one must first comprehend it. Armament Haki consists of several stages: hardening, wrapping, external release, and internal destruction. Watch my arm. As he spoke, Sean extended his arm, cloaked in a layer of black armament Haki, and sliced the dagger against it, producing a series of creaking sounds. Ace was rendered speechless. Could it truly be done this way? Sean continued, this is hardening. Applying armament Haki to enhance physical durability, offensive power, and defensive capability. Next comes wrapping and external release. He then enveloped his arm in a pink-hued energy aura and, without any overt action, caused a nearby rock to explode with a thunderous blast. See, Haki can be wrapped around bullets or weapons, or it can be unleashed as a shockwave attack, he explained. And then there is internal destruction, the highest level of application. Stunned, Ace exclaimed, wow, are there many who can do this? Sean pondered for a moment before responding, many can achieve basic hardening, but in the East Blue, few have mastered it. In the New World, however, most possess this skill. He continued, now, observe closely as I permeate this stone with energy. With Haki coiled around his arm, Sean gently caressed a rock, which emitted a loud crack before shattering into countless pieces. Ace gazed in awe. So you are the pinnacle of strength, Sean replied, in a one-on-one duel on the sea. There may be those who could defeat me, however, none could kill me outright. He felt a sense of pride, recognizing that this power had gradually emerged even before he had a system in place. And he was not mistaken. Aside from the enigmatic him, no one could truly pose a threat to him. Sean elaborated further to Ace, observation Haki is a manifestation of mental prowess. It sharpens your senses, allowing you to detect living beings' presence, emotional shifts, and Haki itself, enabling you to anticipate and evade danger. This is why you could sense my brother sleeping beneath the tree. Ace's expression shifted to one of understanding. Sean nodded, exactly. That is the most fundamental application. Each individual's development diverges. It begins with basic perception, evolving into a myriad of abilities, including X-ray vision, emotional perception, and even fleeting glimpses of the future. I have clumsily reached the level of briefly seeing the future. As Sean spoke, a joyful expression adorned his face, his lips curling into a smile. After all, the laboring class is the most honorable. Ace regarded him with exasperation, realizing that beneath this seemingly aloof exterior lay a man who was quite familiar and self-satisfied, yet downplayed his own accomplishments. After a moment of hesitation, Ace mustered the courage to ask, who is stronger, you or the Pirate King? Sean's expression sobered as he pondered this question, finally responding, perhaps I still fall short, particularly when it comes to Conqueror's Haki, and my physicality is not yet formidable enough. He explained that Conqueror's Haki awakens in only 1 in a million individuals, noting that while he knew many with the ability, only he and Admiral Sengoku in the Navy possessed it, and even that did not guarantee them the title of ultimate powerhouse. Nevertheless, Conqueror's Haki is undoubtedly the key to shattering the glass ceiling. With anticipation, Ace asked, do I possess Conqueror's Haki? Sean thought to himself, you are the son of the Pirate King, of course you do, but refrained from voicing it. Instead, he said, that depends on your innate talent. It cannot be discerned at this moment. However, I believe it is possible, provided you persistently affirm your desire to become the king of the Navy. Ace's expression gradually stiffened, internally lamenting, what is this nonsense about being the king of the Navy? Ignoring Ace's inner turmoil, Sean continued his explanation. The initial level of Conqueror's Haki is an unconscious release of pressure, intimidating opponents. The intermediate level allows for conscious control of the intensity and range of this pressure. Currently, I have reached this level. Most possessors of Conqueror's Haki on the sea are at this stage. The advanced level is characterized by the true embodiment of a conqueror, where one can amplify their presence to the extent that it becomes a tangible force, capable of damaging walls and ground, overwhelming even the most seasoned warriors. Ace listened, utterly captivated, feeling as if he had opened the door to a new world, and he silently vowed never to consume a devil fruit, aspiring to reach Roger's level. However, his enthusiasm was swiftly dampened as he asked, "Why must I only aspire to be the king of the Navy? Can I not aim to be the pirate king?" Sean deftly maneuvered the conversation. "You can certainly pursue that path, but is that truly your desire? I see potential for greatness in you." For a fleeting moment, Ace wavered, but he quickly regained his resolve. Observing Ace's conflicted expression, Sean sighed inwardly, recognizing that in this world, one's convictions often outweigh their very life. You may choose the goal of becoming the pirate king, but is that truly the life you seek? You may believe yourself resolute, yet you remain lost. Young one. Ace fell silent, and Sean continued to speak. "No one is born evil, even Pirate King Roger was not, while his actions may have been deemed right. His methods, in my view, were misguided." Ace's head snapped up in shock as he exclaimed, You. Sean waved dismissively. "Enough with the you. Aren't you Roger's son? What is there to be so concerned about?" As I said, no one is innately malevolent. There are countless things in this world that are not as they seem. You need not devalue your own life. Perhaps you are merely grappling with the purpose of your existence in this world. Although Ace felt a surge of fear at Sean's insight into his background, he retorted, "Don't you want to kill me? After all, I am of a cursed lineage," having heard countless people express disdain for his father. Ace had long struggled to understand whether his birth was a blessing or a curse, and what significance it held. Sean struck Ace lightly on the head, causing him to wince in pain. "Why so miserable, young man? Your confusion is trivial. Perhaps the answer is already within you. Consider your brother, your friends, the bonds you share. It was then that Ace realized he, too, had connections. The Dayton family, Grandpa Garp, Luffy, and the late Sabo. Yet, he still frowned, saying, "But aside from Grandpa, no one knows my true identity." As Sean looked at Ace, who was clutching his head with tears glistening in his eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "You are who you are, with your own beliefs and convictions. Perhaps the actions of your father were steeped in bloodshed. Yet, regardless of the outcome, do you not wish to witness it with your own eyes?" Ace, incredulous, replied, "You must not be an ordinary Navy officer. You must know something to speak in such a manner." Sean nodded, teasingly retorting, "Indeed, I have my suspicions, but there is no need to elaborate. Rest assured, I am not here to harm you. I merely stumbled upon some information." Ace, however, was not easily swayed, regarding Sean with a skeptical expression and remaining silent. Sean, seeing this, sighed and confessed, "I once chanced upon some files regarding Roger's child, and overheard a conversation involving Admiral Garp. I pieced it all together. Understanding dawned on Ace, for it was indeed something Garp would do, and thus fell into another silence. After a moment, he fixed his gaze on Sean and asked, "So, do I truly have the right to live? Furthermore, what exactly did he do?" Sean chuckled. "What he did is of little importance. What matters is, do you not wish to witness your father's deeds firsthand, to see whether the results are good or ill? You might even have the power to alter them." Grabbing Ace by the collar, he playfully ruffled his hair and continued, "Moreover, the concept of qualification is something one must bestow upon oneself. The sea is vast and forgiving. Everyone has the right to strive for survival, despite the myriad of evils that lurk within." Ace pondered, "I need to think this over. Whether I become a pirate or not is inconsequential. But I promised my deceased brothers and my younger sibling that I would set sail at 17. Observing Ace's mature demeanor, Sean sighed, "They are not dead. Your brothers still live. As long as you sail in the future, you shall have the chance to meet them." Seeing Ace's disbelief and his desire to inquire further, Sean quickly interjected, "Do not ask anything now. The ocean is both mysterious and perilous. When you are strong enough, you will uncover all that you seek to know. Think it over." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Ace in a state of bewilderment, along with the words, "See you at 5 tomorrow." Thus, from the following day onwards, Ace refrained from posing any questions to Sean. He silently persevered through the rigorous training, blindfolded with a cloth, striking with a wooden stick, hoping to awaken the power of Haki. Yet, it was clear he was overestimating his capabilities. Not everyone is as exceptional as he was, awakening the ability merely by enduring blows while training observation Haki. After several days of training together, the departure day was nearing, yet Ace's resolve to become a pirate showed no signs of wavering, which made Sean somewhat anxious. It appeared that a certain plan would need to be set in motion. That evening, as Ace and Sean sat by the campfire, feasting on grilled meat, Sean discreetly formed a fist towards the sky, a white, tornado-shaped aura flashing momentarily. He had already replaced his lost limb with a prosthetic, crafted from the flesh and bones of sea kings, molded through gravitational compression, and secured it to his thigh. Thus, he feigned ignorance while enjoying the roasted meat. As for Ace discovering his devil fruit ability in the future, he was not overly concerned. After all, few could provoke Ace into revealing his powers at this stage, and it had not been exposed thus far. Regarding his lost leg, he could always claim it had healed. For his healing abilities could even regenerate severed limbs. Before long, Sean remained calm as he savored the meat. While Ace dropped the morsels from his mouth, he pointed towards the sky, panic evident on his face, exclaiming, "Look, a meteor is hurtling towards us. We won't make it in time." Sean leisurely turned to gaze at the falling meteor, feigning terror. Suddenly, he seized Ace by the collar and tossed him forward with force. With a whoosh, Ace was hurled far away. As he struggled to turn back, he saw that the place where they had been dining was now only a massive meteorite, surrounded by a web of cracks. "Sean!" Ace cried out, his voice filled with anguish. He hastily scrambled to his feet and ran towards the meteorite. Moments later, Sean was leaning against a tree beside the meteorite when he spotted Ace stumbling towards him. He quickly retrieved some flour from his spatial pocket, evenly applying it to his face to create a facade of nonchalance. "Hey, Ace, I'm so glad you're all right." After a moment, Sean feigned ease as he waved to Ace, who was approaching. Upon seeing Sean seemingly unscathed, Ace felt a sense of relief, only to notice Sean's pale visage, as if he had smeared flour on himself. Most alarming was the absence of one of Sean's legs, leaving his lower thigh empty. Tears welled in Ace's eyes as he pouted, on the verge of sobbing. "Why did you save me? You could have escaped on your own." Sean ruffled Ace's hair and replied, "Even if you may one day become a pirate, you are merely a child now. The Navy's duty is to protect those civilians who have not yet chosen a side, but your leg is gone. Is it worth it for someone as wicked as me?" Ace exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his tears and threw himself at Sean, wrapping his arms around his neck and weeping uncontrollably. "It is all right." Sean gently patted Ace's back, whispering, "As long as you do not harm civilians when you become a pirate, then it is worth it. Promise me, will you?" Ace clung tighter, choking back his sobs as he declared, "Yes, I want to become a pirate. I want to be a Navy king. Just like you. I wish to see with my own eyes how that man's era will ultimately conclude." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 plot points. 1,000,1,000. Wow. Incredible. This is more than the time with Kuina. Her family only granted me 2,000. Now, Ace gives me so much in one go, and he shows no signs of stopping. If Ace were not present, Sean would have leapt for joy. The system may be lackluster, but some skills were undeniably valuable. Suppressing his excitement, he steadied his trembling hands on Ace's shoulders and said, then it settled. Ace, unaware of the changes, merely thought it was due to excitement and firmly nodded in agreement. All right. After a night of restless tossing, Ace had suggested taking Sean to Dayton's home, but Sean declined, citing a reluctance to confront mountain bandits. He also summoned his subordinates via a transponder snail to meet him at the port, mentioning that the ship's doctor was exceptional. Ace understood that Sean was departing. Though reluctant, he recognized that he needed to return for treatment due to his leg. Thus, they agreed that Ace would set sail at 17 to join the Navy, and Sean promised to have Garp mentor him when they next met. Of course, Sean readily agreed. Garp, without the need for Conqueror's Haki, would be perfect to guide Ace. He would no longer have to worry about Ace falling victim to a Kainu or Blackbeard, though it felt somewhat underhanded to deceive a young boy. However, it was a matter of survival. After all, a grown Ace would be gentle, and it would be a pity for him to perish as a pirate. Thus, the two leaned against a tree to rest, awaiting the arrival of the Navy at dawn. As dawn approached, the transponder snail in Sean's arms rang out, waking Ace. "This is Sean. Have you arrived at the Windmill Village port?" "All right. I'll be right there." After hanging up, he turned to Ace, who wore a forlorn expression, and said, "Shall we go? Lead me to the Windmill Village port. I'm unfamiliar with the way." "Sure." And so, Sean played his part impeccably, finding a stick to use as a makeshift cane, following Ace step by step. Ace attempted to assist him, but Sean refused, insisting that he needed to adjust to life with a missing leg. In truth, he was worried about being discovered with his lower leg bound to his thigh. Thus, he portrayed the image of a determined Navy officer, which deeply moved Ace and solidified his resolve to become a Navy officer. As for Luffy, he could always choose to let him off lightly in the future. Before long, they arrived at Windmill Village, where the villagers were already up and about. Upon seeing Ace leading a man towards the dock, the village chief was taken aback and hurried to find Makino. After all, Ace was the grandson of Garp, and there were still those who recognized him. However, Ace had previously possessed a rather unpleasant demeanor, shunning human interaction. Now, he had improved somewhat. even seeking guidance on etiquette from Machina. Inquiring about the most favorable circumstances, all the while worried that Ace might fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals. Before long, they finally caught sight of the small warship docked by the pier, with the village chief arriving alongside Machina. Noticing that they seemed to have something to discuss, Sean greeted Ace and gradually made his way toward the ship. Machina crouched down, wearing a gentle smile, and looked at Ace, saying, "Ace, what brings you to the dock? Was that person your friend?" After a moment of contemplation, Ace replied, "He is a Navy officer, a sailor who got lost while pursuing pirates." At that moment, the village chief and the others noticed Sean's left leg was conspicuously empty, with a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Observing their expressions, Ace continued, "An incident occurred in the mountains last night. A meteor fell from the sky." He then proceeded to explain the events of the past few days, omitting only the details of his own lineage. After all, there was nothing shameful about what had transpired, and thus the village chief and the others were informed. A lost Navy officer had encountered a young boy, fostering a bond over the course of several days. However, an unforeseen accident had occurred at their parting, resulting in the officer losing his leg while attempting to save the boy. Yet, his indomitable spirit had propelled him step by step to this very place. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the village chief's eyes glistened with tears. "Ace, I too wish to bid farewell to such a noble Navy officer. Let us go." Machina felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though she couldn't quite pinpoint the source. Ultimately, she decided to dismiss the feeling and followed in the village chief's footsteps. At the dock, Sean approached with the aid of a wooden stick, his subordinates hurriedly descending to assist upon seeing their commander with a broken leg. "Stay aboard, no questions asked, and do not come down," he barked, before leaning on the stick and waiting for Ace. The sailors were deeply moved to see their commander, despite his injury, refusing to let them worry. He was remarkably resilient. Yet, they were left wondering whom he awaited, hesitant to inquire due to his intimidating demeanor. Soon, Ace appeared within the sight of the sailors, and Sean approached him, noticing the redness around Ace's eyes. Bending down, he said, "A man's farewell need not be accompanied by tears, for this parting is but a prelude to a brighter reunion in the future." As he spoke, he retrieved a white cowboy hat emblazoned with the Navy insignia, placing it atop Ace's head, obscuring half of his face. "This hat has always held great significance for me. I now entrust it to you. When you become a great admiral, return it to me. I have faith that you will achieve this." Sean's expression was one of both reluctance and nonchalance. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Ace leaped forward and embraced Sean, exclaiming, I will find you. Wait for me. I shall become the king of the Navy." Machina, standing nearby, finally understood what felt amiss. This was strikingly similar to the words Shanks had spoken to Luffy 2 years prior. One with a severed hand, the other with a broken leg, a straw hat and a cowboy hat, one aspiring to be the pirate king, the other the king of the Navy. Was there even a king in the Navy? Wasn't the highest rank that of admiral? As this realization struck her, Machina felt a wave of unease wash over her, suspecting that Ace had been deceived. However, looking at Sean's empty leg, she acknowledged that he had indeed saved Ace. Perhaps her worries were unfounded. After all, Ace had not made any promises beyond becoming a Navy officer. He should be fine. After all, his grandfather was Garp, she reassured herself. Thus, Sean boarded the ship, waving farewell to Ace before disappearing into the cabin. "Set sail." With those words, the ship began to glide slowly toward the open sea. Ace stood there, gazing at the vessel growing ever smaller in his sight, and ultimately made a resolute decision, with utmost seriousness. He turned to the village chief and said, "Grandpa, I would like to ask for your assistance in contacting my grandfather. Please tell him I wish to become a Navy officer and request his guidance in mastering Haki." The village chief's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. "Wonderful, Ace. You have finally come to your senses. We shall soon be rid of one more villain. I will contact your grandfather at once." With that, he dashed back toward the village, his legs moving so swiftly that they left after images, as if fearing Ace might change his mind, leaving Ace utterly dumbfounded. Machina observed Ace's bewildered expression and, stifling a laugh, asked, "Say, Ace, what will happen to Luffy if you become a Navy officer?" "It's all right. Our positions won't alter the fact that we are brothers." Ace waved his hand dismissively. "Besides, if I encounter him on the sea, I will quietly let him go. Hee." With that, he dashed off in the direction the village chief had taken. Machina watched him depart, reflecting on Luffy, and then smiled widely, murmuring, "Indeed, Ace is such a gentle older brother. Do not disturb me. I can tend to my own leg." Once aboard, Sean hastily locked himself in the cabin, leaving behind a bewildered ship's doctor and a group of sailors exchanging puzzled glances. He quickly sat on the bed, removing the binding ropes from his leg. Ouch! As he lowered his leg, a surge of tingling sensations flooded in, causing him to gasp, contributing to the warming of this world. How on earth did those beggars endure such discomfort? Were they not afraid of muscle necrosis? Cursing under his breath, Sean began to massage his leg, acknowledging that this was the result of his own pretentiousness. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but chuckle at the multitude of plot points, eagerly summoning the system panel with his mind. Before him appeared a semi-transparent blue panel divided into 4 sections: shopping, lottery, character, and training. He first opened the character section to check his plot points. Host: Sean. Gender: male. Age: 20. Combat power: 10100. Ordinary soldier: 11499. Below colonel. Elite soldier: 5004000. Elite colonel: 40017000. Major general: 700199999. Admiral candidate: 10,000. Above Admiral: Yonko, unlimited. This is a comprehensive evaluation based on combat prowess and abilities, resulting in a lower score than pure combat power. Abilities: Heavy Fruit Modification Armament Haki Max, Observation Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate Skills. Wish. Swordsmanship Storage: Mikazuki Munikika, a box of beer, change of clothes. Plot points: 30239. Gazing at his splendid panel, Sean nodded in satisfaction. With a bit more effort, he could enhance his physique and Conqueror's Haki. And then he could truly revel in life. Lottery. Ding. Spent 10,000 plot points. He then turned his attention to the lottery module, muttering a silent phrase. A circular roulette appeared before him, filled with question marks. Tantalizingly elusive, the pointer began to spin slowly, soon coming to a stop on a segment, which erupted in a blue glow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Purification. Sean quickly clicked to view the details. Purification consumes stamina to remove all negative effects, including peculiar abilities. Upon reading this, Sean was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Had it not been for the myriad of bizarre abilities lurking in this world, he would have dashed out long ago instead of remaining cooped up in the East Blue. With a surge of excitement, he activated the skill, and a faint blue light enveloped his body. The fatigue of the night and the tingling in his leg dissipated, leaving him feeling as if he had just awakened from a refreshing slumber. This system seemed to hold some merit after all. It was worth the time he had spent accumulating those plot points. In the marketplace, this skill was valued at 200,000. He had struck gold. Let us go for it. Win or lose. Lottery. As Sean reveled in his moment of triumph, the roulette will begin to spin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a box of expired milk from Naruto Uzumaki. In that fleeting moment, Sean's heart raced with excitement, and his trembling hands stiffened. However, he soon dismissed it, recognizing that obtaining a purification was already a remarkable achievement, and he didn't wish to ask for too much. Glancing at the remaining 10,000 worship points, Sean resolved to save them for training upon his return to the naval fortress. The system's training mechanism essentially transported one's consciousness into a separate space, allowing one to create environments, adversaries, and pressures, even to manipulate the flow of time, albeit at a hefty cost of 1,000 plot points per hour. Nevertheless, the results were astonishing. After just one use, Sean found his development of abilities had neared the conceptual level. Although he could only harness forces like repulsion, attraction, and gravity, he had already begun to apply these powers to himself. Soaring through the air akin to the fly fruit. It appeared simple, yet the interplay of various forces was complex enough to send shivers down his spine. He had achieved a proficiency comparable to that of the fly fruit. Regaining his focus, Sean exited the cabin. As he stepped onto the deck, he was met with the stunned expressions of the sailors, and he reclined in a beach chair, indifferent to their hushed whispers. Look, Major Sean has grown legs. Yes, indeed. How did he manage that? Could it be the legendary devil fruit ability? Stop guessing. In any case, the Major is impressive. Yet Sean was not asleep. He was deep in thought. Soon, the Arlong pirates would descend upon Cocoa Village to wreak havoc on the villagers. A thorough plan was imperative, starting with ensuring the Navy had a presence there. Once Arlong arrived, he could use his snail phone to call himself. And given his speed, he could reach there swiftly. Then there was Nami, racking her brain for a way to deceive them. Oh well, the ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. He would deal with it later. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the Navy's East Blue Division 16 Fortress. As soon as he disembarked, Sean donned his justice coat and made his way to the office. The commander of this base, Bardono, was a towering figure, nearly 4 meters tall, sporting a rather comical bald head. Prior to reporting Mouse and his nephew, Bardono had been a lieutenant colonel and had looked down upon their collusion. The plan to ambush Bardono under the protection of pirates had nearly cost him his life, and it was Sean who had saved him. Thus, the two reported the incident and subsequently received promotions. Big Baldy sent a squad of sailors to Cocoa Village. His voice preceded him, startling Bardono, who was sipping milk tea in his office, causing him to spill some on his trousers. Upon entering, Sean saw Bardono awkwardly dabbing at his wet pants. His face flushed with embarrassment. Did I interrupt you? Bardono, noticing Sean's peculiar gaze and his own inappropriate actions, realized he had been misunderstood and, with a crimson face, bellowed, "You idiot. Can't you knock before barging in? This is milk tea." "Milk tea? You startled me, and now it's all over my pants." Sean offered a sheepish smile. "How was I to know what you were doing? Let's get down to business. Have you seen the news? The Fishman pirates have been released. Those lackeys are likely heading to the East Blue." Bardono, reliable when it came to serious matters, focused intently. Although Sean could sometimes be flippant, his strength was undeniable, and Bardono had always taken his words seriously. "What are they coming to the East Blue for? How do you know they'll head to Cocoa Village?" "Just in case." Sean waved his hand dismissively. "In our jurisdiction, Cocoa Village is the most challenging to monitor. If anything happens, I want to be the first to respond. By the way, I've consumed a devil fruit, which significantly enhances my mobility." Bardono's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just say? Weren't you supposed to be chasing pirates? How did you end up eating a devil fruit? It's not some bizarre ability, is it?" Seeing Bardono's worried expression, Sean couldn't help but appreciate the big man, true to form. His first concern was for Sean's well-being after consuming a peculiar devil fruit. After some contemplation, Sean decided to disclose his ability. After all, in 2 years, the dynamics of the new world would stabilize, leading to the rise of the 4 emperors, and the world government would implement measures to balance the 7 warlords. The return of Arlong and his crew was contingent upon Jinbe's acceptance of their offer. These 2 years were the final moments of leisure before a series of significant events would unfold. To partake in those events, one needed a sufficiently high rank for adequate freedom. Sean had toyed with the idea of becoming a pirate but soon cast it aside, as he could not bear the thought of sailing the seas every day. It would be utterly tedious. Now, he aimed to capture the attention of the headquarters. Returning to the matter at hand, he addressed Bardono. "It's the string fruit, a splendid ability that complements my swordsmanship, and I can even fly." "Then why would you consume a devil fruit when you're already so strong? What if it's a strange ability?" Sean waved his hand dismissively. "Don't focus on such trivial details, just report it. And remember to station some soldiers in Cocoa Village." Bardono stared at Sean. Exasperated. You're planning to venture into the Grand Line. Though it was inappropriate for a naval officer to express such sentiments, as a friend, he felt compelled to warn him. "The Grand Line is incredibly perilous." "Relax, I know your concerns, but I'm truly formidable," Sean replied. At this point, a thought struck him, and he added, "By the way, could you also contact Vice Admiral Garp for me?" Bardono raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Huh, why contact him? Didn't you previously avoid meeting Vice Admiral Garp?" Bardono was referring to the time when Garp escorted Mouse and Squirrel, and Sean, not yet meeting the strength criteria, had chosen to dodge the encounter due to potential trouble. After all, among strong individuals, one could gauge their strength just through observation. When did I ever say I didn't want to meet him? I was injured back then. Noticing Bardono's intent to speak further, Sean quickly interjected, "Just tell him I'm in the Goya Kingdom, having rescued a young boy, and I wish to speak with him." Bardono scrutinized Sean for a moment before sighing in resignation. Although he always found Sean mysterious and powerful, he couldn't quite pinpoint the source of that mystery. After all, Sean had been born in Frostmoon Village, and anyone could easily look him up. Yet he knew one thing: Sean was a good person and his friend. And that was enough. Let us leave it at that. Sean stood up, making his way to the door, only to turn back and remind Bardono, "Don't forget to send someone to Cocoa Village." Bardono waved him off impatiently. "Get lost. All you do is order me around." Sean turned and left, heading deep into the island's forest for physical training. After all, no matter how excellent one's abilities, without effort, they amounted to nothing. On a small island in the Grand Line, a diverse group of sea creatures seemed to be regrouping. "Captain Arlong, are we really heading to the East Blue?" Arlong glared at the octopus, Xiaba, with a menacing expression. "Indeed, it is known as the weakest sea. With our strength, we can do as we please there, making those feeble humans experience the suffering we endured." Yet for some reason, Xiaoba felt an unsettling premonition, having always possessed a knack for sensing fortune and misfortune. He had escaped numerous perilous situations thanks to his intuition, and thus he trusted it wholeheartedly. "But I suddenly feel rather uneasy." Arlong scoffed dismissively. "Think of Captain Tiger. He was betrayed by those despicable humans. Don't you want revenge? The other sea creatures chimed in, exactly. How can you, a cadre, be so cowardly? It's our turn to dominate them. We must make those humans aware of our noble nature. Satisfied with their response, Arlong nodded approvingly. Xiaoba sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that if things went awry, he could simply flee. Let us go, everyone. The voyage is about to commence. To our splendid future. Roar. Long live Captain Aolong and the Seafood Inn. Thus, the evil dragon pirate crew embarked on the path of seeking superiority. At the Navy headquarters, in the office of Sengoku, a loud crash echoed as the door swung open, startling Sengoku, who nearly leapt from his seat. He turned to see the source of the disturbance, none other than the infuriating rascal Garp, who never failed to vex him. With an exasperated tone, Sengoku demanded, "What do you want?" noticing Garp's disregard, as he rummaged about. Sengoku's temples throbbed with irritation, and he bellowed, "You needn't search. You won't find anything." Eventually, Garp unearthed some senbei from a cabinet beside the lamb Sengoku had been nurturing. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, you simply cannot compete. I have found it. Garp exclaimed, delighting in Sengoku's fury while munching and pouring himself tea. Sengoku wearily gestured for him to speak. Just say what you need. I assume you didn't come to share tea with me. Ah, I wish to take a vacation, to return and teach my grandson. He has finally come to his senses and desires to join the Navy, Garp said, a genuine smile illuminating his face, as he had long feared that Ace would follow in his father's footsteps and become a pirate. After all, he had promised Roger to take good care of Ace, preferring his grandson to be a Navy officer rather than a pirate. Regrettably, that little rascal was determined to be a pirate. Much like Luffy, which left Garp feeling utterly exhausted. When the village chief informed him that Ace wished to join the Navy and hoped Garp could spare some time to mentor him, Garp readily agreed. The chief then explained that a silver-haired Navy officer had saved Ace, altering his convictions, which prompted Ace's newfound aspiration to serve in the Navy, an astonishing turn of events. Garp dispatched his aide to investigate the identity of this officer. Though Garp appeared simple-minded, he was not foolish. He sensed that this matter was far from straightforward. However, the investigation had only just begun. Garp resolved that if the newcomer bore ill intentions, they would undoubtedly face the consequences. Sengoku regarded Garp with skepticism. Your grandson. Isn't he the one constantly clamoring to be a pirate? Upon hearing this, Garp's face turned a shade of green, lamenting, how could my illustrious legacy produce such offspring? He glared at Sengoku. It's another grandson, not this one. I might as well return to instruct him and let him experience the might of my beloved fist. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You have another grandson? Has Dragon returned? At this, Garp faltered, stammering, not that rascal. It's a child I once took in, 2 years older than Luffy. Sengoku, ever the strategist, quickly pieced together the implications. He is Roger's child, isn't he? Without waiting for Garp's confirmation, Sengoku continued, no wonder you were so unusually proactive during the hunt. After all, you wouldn't dare lay hands on Roger's child. You were merely putting on a show, having hidden him away long ago. Sengoku fixed Garp with a hawk-like gaze. So, can you explain why he is just 2 years older than Luffy? Garp sighed, fully aware of Sengoku's temperament. Rather than letting Sengoku investigate, he opted for honesty. Confident that his old comrade would stand by him, he recounted the tale of Ace's mother, a remarkable woman who endured a grueling 20-month pregnancy. It was a year and 3 months after Roger's death that she finally bore Ace, entrusting him to Garp, who then placed him with the mountain bandit Dayton, as he was simply too busy. Thus, both Ace and Luffy grew up in a rather unorthodox manner, now that Ace had decided to join the Navy. Garp felt compelled to return and guide him. Upon hearing the story, Sengoku clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. Oh, why did you keep this from me? And you left 2 children with a bandit? It is no wonder they want to join the Navy, Garp, taken aback, protested. Can't they be raised by a bandit? They're good people. Don't play the fool with me. Now we must discuss the child's future. Sengoku insisted. Garp, suddenly serious, replied, I promised to raise him. Although I struggle with discipline, hasn't he decided to join the Navy? He is just a child. Why pursue him so relentlessly? Sengoku, feeling the weight of the situation, understood his partner's character all too well. Had Ace chosen the path of a pirate, Garp might have remained silent. Yet now that the boy wished to enlist, the stakes were raised, particularly considering the complexities of the world government. Just as they reached an impasse, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Walked Garp's aide, Bogart. Upon entering, Bogart saluted the 2 men and announced, Vice Admiral Garp, a major from the East Blue's 16th Division wishes to speak with you. 16th Division? I don't believe I know anyone from there. Did he mention anything? Garp asked nonchalantly. He did. He claims to have rescued a young boy in the Goa Kingdom. This Both Garp and Sengoku's expressions shifted dramatically. As they inquired in unison, who was he? Though curious about their reaction, Bogart continued, he was one of the two who reported Colonel Squirrel 2 years ago. However, he is still a rookie and was said to have fallen ill. Which is why Vice Admiral Garp never met him. Bring me the transponder snail. I must speak with him now, Garp demanded. Yes, replied Bogart, turning to leave. Garp, what do you think his intentions are? It seems he knows Ace's identity. Sengoku remarked gravely. Garp, shedding his usual playful demeanor, replied seriously, no matter who it is, anyone daring to harm my grandson before he has chosen his allegiance will face my wrath. Before long, Bogart returned with the transponder snail, connecting them directly to the base commander of the 16th Division. Inside the 16th Division, Bardino, upon discovering it was a call from Garp, hurriedly instructed his soldiers to locate Sean. Moments later, Sean arrived, bald and unperturbed. What's going on? You wanted to speak with me, Vice Admiral Garp. Yes, it's Garp. What do you wish to discuss? What do you know? Are you threatening me? Calm down. My allegiance has always been to justice. I imagine you're quite troubled right now, unsure how to bring Ace into the Navy. Sengoku felt a chill. This individual had seemingly grasped the Navy's situation despite being merely an East Blue officer. Moreover, his words confirmed that he was indeed aware of Ace's identity. He quickly signaled to Garp, whispering, I will have someone investigate his background thoroughly. You need to keep him calm and ascertain his intentions. Garp understood and pressed on. So, what is your purpose? Spare me the riddles. I'm rather busy. Sean's voice continued through the transponder snail. I have no ulterior motive. My background is clean. Rest assured. I simply do not wish for a bright young boy to fall into darkness. If I must articulate my motivation, perhaps I am merely a hero driven by curiosity. We cannot rush Ace's joining the Navy. Let us discuss it when you come to the East Blue. With that, Sean ended the call, leaving Garp and Sengoku to exchange glances in the office. Sengoku, I request a leave of absence. I must go to the East Blue. Sengoku pondered for a moment before responding. Be cautious. His tone suggests he is confident in his knowledge. Either he is quite self-assured in his abilities or he possesses leverage over you. Do not act recklessly until we ascertain his true nature. Garp turned and strode toward the door, waving his hand dismissively. I am Garp, the Navy hero. As he disappeared from Sengoku's view, Sengoku stared at the door in a daze, murmuring to himself, I hope he is not an enemy. Returning to Sean's side, he walked towards his dormitory after hanging up the phone. Choosing such a provocative manner to tease Garp was also a means to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Having endured enough, he intended to confront Garp when he arrived, to assess his current limits. Only by showcasing his strength could he avoid unnecessary troubles. Sean found it perplexing how some protagonists in novels, despite their formidable power, feigned weakness and allowed themselves to be bullied daily. Regardless, he would not succumb to such behavior. At most, he would exhibit a slight degree of restraint, but in the face of sufficient strength, he would certainly indulge. It was likely that Garp would take some time to arrive, during which he could utilize the remaining 10,000 plot points for training. He aimed to elevate his combat prowess before Garp's arrival. Engaging in a fight was out of the question, considering Garp was on par with Roger. Moreover, under the settings established by the great Oda Eiichiro, the strength of the elderly does not diminish with age. Perhaps their stamina might wane, but their power remains largely intact. Upon returning to his dormitory, Sean wasted no time. He sat cross-legged on his bed and accessed the training arena. Instantly, he felt his body being pulled, as if he were being drawn into a vortex. A small black dot appeared before him, gradually engulfing his entire form. Before long, only a speck of dust remained on the bed. Indeed, the training arena was designed to provide any form of training for the body, ensuring no injuries or fatalities occurred within its confines. Upon opening his eyes, Sean found himself amidst a starry expanse. After navigating the control panel, he soon materialized on a vast continent. Before him, a series of luminous orbs emerged, which, after a brief moment, dissipated to reveal several figures: Whitebeard, Big Mom, red-haired Shanks, Roger, Rayleigh, Sengoku, and Kaido. Sean's chosen method of training involved summoning those with Conqueror's Haki, restricting himself to combat solely with their power. These individuals were at the pinnacle of their strength, though the consumption of plot points had been swift, as he had altered the flow of time. Currently, his plot points would suffice for a month here, but that was of little concern. Injuries were impossible. Yet he could still feel the pressure. Elevating his Conqueror's Haki to an advanced level was exceptionally challenging. Perhaps attaining the intermediate level would allow him to grasp the elusive technique of wrapping. However, that was inadequate. Only by reaching the true level of a conqueror, embodying mind, technique, and body, Could he be deemed an absolute powerhouse? At present, aside from Roger, only Shanks among the vast seas had achieved such a status. No disputes. If you wish to argue, take it up with Oda. That is simply how he has said it. Sean exhaled slowly and chose to begin. Buzz. All present witnessed their eyes flash with a crimson glow. As an almost tangible pressure erupted from within, sweeping towards Sean. Boom. Sean unleashed a terrifying aura, clashing with the 7 streams of Conqueror's Haki opposing him. Together, the 8 figures shimmered with arcs of black and red electricity. In an instant, the sky was rent asunder, and soon the clouds were entirely dissipated. Before long, Sean could no longer withstand the onslaught. These 7 individuals were at least his equals, if not stronger. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. And the ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web. Subsequently, a wave of cherry blossom-colored energy surged through his arm, signifying the flow of armament Haki. The fists of the 7 opponents were similarly adorned with hues of red, orange, and cherry blossom. Boom! Sean propelled himself forward with a kick of his right leg, rushing towards Roger with a fist enveloped in Haki aimed directly at his face. Roger countered with a punch, and black-red energy surged forth from his body. Their fists collided, yet a slight gap remained, causing a momentary lapse in concentration. In that fleeting moment, the other 6 assailants followed suit. Crash! Sean was sent flying thousands of meters away, leaving a wide trench in his wake. Struggling, he gradually rose to his feet, a flash of white light appearing, revealing no injuries on his body. Yet, as he glanced towards the position of the 7 opponents, an immense pressure bore down upon him. Sean murmured, "How powerful!" Having endured that punch, he finally understood the terror of Conqueror's Haki. Rapping. It was a force surpassing armament Haki, possessing greater penetrative power as if it reached into the very soul. Without sufficient strength, one couldn't even stand, let alone retaliate. Although his inflated ego had been somewhat tempered, an indescribable thrill surged within him. Bring it on! Sean's fighting spirit ignited as he dashed towards Whitebeard, appearing almost childlike in comparison to the giant's stature. Upon reaching Whitebeard, he executed a whip kick, and the elder bent his leg in response, utilizing Conqueror's Haki but leaving some openings. Yet, it was not as potent as Roger's, allowing Sean to react when the others launched their attacks. Boom! Just before the others could strike, Sean used the momentum to leap backward, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the pressure, creating a large pit. The 6 opponents launched their attacks at the airborne Sean, but after only 2 exchanges, he was once again sent flying. Another familiar flash of white light enveloped him, and Sean grinned excitedly at his adversaries. Though still overwhelmed, he distinctly felt his Conqueror's Haki growing increasingly formidable. In the vast ocean, no one could employ such a training method. Not only was it impossible to gather so many top-tier strongmen, but even a single hit would typically result in severe injury. Here, however, it was entirely different, and his physique had been greatly enhanced. Keep going, keep going. Sean continued the cycle of charging in, getting knocked back, and charging again. Time seemed to stand still in the realm of training. Sean had been immersed in the training arena for nearly a month. His entire essence exhibited a profound transformation, radiating immense energy even without consciously restraining it. The ground was laced with tiny fissures, a hallmark of becoming a true conqueror. He exuded a powerful aura at all times, reaching the intensity of others who needed to deliberately unleash their Conqueror's Haki. Looking towards the 7 figures before him, only Roger and Shanks' Haki could compare to his own. This was understandable, as the others were all devil fruit users. The stage was set for an impending clash. As both sides unleashed their Conqueror's Haki, Sean still found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, the embarrassment of his earlier state had vanished. In a blink, he appeared before Roger, his fist wrapped not only in flowing cherry blossom Haki but also in Conqueror's Haki. Their fists collided, and black-red lightning erupted from the impact, scattering in all directions. The remaining 6 followed with their attacks, yet this time, Sean did not get blown away. Rather, he braced himself against their onslaught. Enveloped in flowing cherry blossom Haki, after pushing Roger back, Sean leaped away, escaping the range of their strikes. Breathing heavily, he assessed his injuries. Not too severe. As it turned out, it was time to exit. Sean flexed his wrist and muttered to himself. During this time, he had learned to envelop his entire body in flowing cherry blossom Haki, akin to Yuta. Though this technique was quite draining on his Haki, it posed no significant issue for him and became his go-to choice when under siege. His Conqueror's Haki had reached the same level as Roger and Shanks. A flash of white light enveloped him, restoring his injuries. Checking the time, he realized nearly 3 days had passed in the outside world. While he had previously informed Bardino, his sudden disappearance might still evoke concern, so he promptly exited the training arena. A whirlpool appeared, drawing Sean back in. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in his room. A soldier outside, hearing the commotion, pushed the door open with a look of surprise. Though curious about why he had entered through the window, he addressed Sean. "Major Sean, Colonel Bardino has been looking for you all day. It seems urgent. I understand. I'll head there right away." Sean donned his justice coat and stepped outside. Bang! He forcefully pushed open the door to Bardino's office. "What's the matter, baldhead? I've been training these past few days." Bardino gazed at Sean with a look of sheer disbelief. "Am I not your superior? Where is the courtesy of knocking before entering? Were it not for your formidable strength, you would have been severely punished. Do you understand?" Though he muttered a few words of disdain internally, he still managed to maintain a cordial smile. "Reports have emerged that a group of fishmen has indeed arrived in the East Sea. Your foresight is truly remarkable. However, their intended destination remains unknown for the moment." Sean's heart raced. "Damn it, they have arrived so quickly. Have they encroached upon our jurisdiction?" Just as Bardino was about to respond, the sound of the telephone bug interrupted him, prompting him to answer swiftly. "This is Colonel Bardino of the Navy's 16th Division in the East Sea." Sean leaned in attentively, anxious not to miss any news regarding the dragon pirates. He had been waiting for 2 years to deal with them. If he were unable to save the people of Kokoyashi village in time, it would render those 2 years utterly futile. At that moment, he regretted his decision to train. He had anticipated at least a week's time before their arrival, not realizing they had swum directly here. "Colonel Bardino, this is the garrison team stationed in Kokoyashi village. A group of fishmen has landed on the island. Their first destination is Kokoyashi village, requesting reinforcements." Upon hearing this, Sean could no longer contain himself and let out an angry growl. "Damn those bastards." Creaks and cracks echoed through the walls and floor of the office, leaving Bardino feeling cold and clammy. Even if it was not an expression of conqueror's haki, the sheer pressure was beyond what a mere colonel could endure. Bardino, nearly fainting, was about to utter something when suddenly, a large hole appeared in the ceiling. A glance at the spot where Sean had been standing revealed it to be completely empty. The voice of the telephone bug snapped Bardino back to reality. And he quickly stated, "Lieutenant Sean has already gone to provide support. You need not worry." After hanging up, he surveyed the wreckage of his office. Amidst his irritation, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Just how powerful had Sean become? Meanwhile, as Sean rushed to provide aid, the dragon pirates landed, with their first target being the nearby village. Upon entering the village, Arlong ordered his subordinates to wreak havoc, instructing them to avoid killing whenever possible. This was not out of mercy. Rather, these villagers were obligated to pay him a monthly protection fee of 50,000 berries. To him, they were merely a source of income. Subduing them was sufficient. Those who could not pay would be eliminated, as they held no value. There would always be impoverished villagers unable to meet the fee. Eliminating them would establish his authority and facilitate his upcoming reign. Unfortunately for Arlong, while his subordinates were busy causing destruction, he was wandering around with several officers, surveying his territory. They arrived at an orange grove, owned by a woman and her 2 young daughters. When he revealed his intentions, the woman attempted to resist but was easily overpowered, left with numerous injuries. Upon learning that they had only 100,000 berries, which was insufficient for the 3 of them, Arlong felt a thrill of excitement. His sadistic desire for dominance compelled him to witness which child the adult woman would forsake, or whether she would abandon both. He intended to force her to live a life of tormenting choices. As he turned to leave, Nojiko noticed that Belmare was leaning against the door, clutching her wounds in silence. Believing that Belmare was deliberating whom to choose between her and Nami, she said with a pained expression, "I understand now. I will leave the village, and then Nami and Belmare will be saved. Wait a moment." At that moment, Belmare called out to Arlong and his men, "Who said that 100,000 berries belong to me? That amount is for my 2 daughters. Mine is insufficient." As she spoke, a slight smile appeared on Belmare's lips, her expression resolute. Nearby, Arjane, Nami, and Nojiko stared at Belmare in disbelief. "Belmare, you..." "I'm sorry, Mr. Arjane. I cannot say that I have no family. Even if it means my demise. Although we may not share blood ties, we are still a family. Even if it is merely verbal, I wish to be their mother. They are my children, are they not?" Little Nami, who had been beside the village chief, and Nojiko, who had just taken a few steps, turned and rushed towards Belmare. Belmare knelt down, embracing the 2 little ones with her uninjured arm. Gradually, tears filled her eyes as she said, "I wanted to buy you more books and clothes. I'm sorry for not doing what a mother should." Nojiko pushed her away, choking back sobs. "That's not true," Nami chimed in. "I don't want anything. Please don't die. Stay with us forever. You haven't seen the world map I drew yet." Belmare gazed at Nami, trembling as she lifted her injured arm to gently stroke Nami's hair. "The map? Yes, you must pursue your dreams. You must live." She then embraced Nojiko tenderly, saying, "Do not yield to anyone. Even as girls, you must be strong. It doesn't matter if no one praises you. Do not resent the era into which you were born. Never forget to maintain a strong smile. With that, she shouted, Mr. Arjane, pull them away. Belmare. Arjane approached with a pained expression, lifting the squirming little ones. Arlong, seeing her choose to sacrifice herself, was somewhat surprised but ultimately indifferent. He relished the thought of those two children suffering. He approached Belmare with a sinister grin. It seems you have made your choice, you lowly beings. Belmare looked at Arlong with indifference. Kill me, but spare my two daughters. Ha ha ha, humble humans deserve to be ruled by the noble fishmen. With that, he raised his gun, ready to end this woman's life. Nahiko, Nami. At that moment, Belmare turned her head, a gentle smile gracing her face as she looked at the two sobbing girls. Whispering, I love you. Bang. Arlong pulled the trigger, and the bullet struck Belmare's chest. With a smile on her face, she slowly fell to the ground. The two little ones ceased their cries, breaking free from Arjane's hold and rushing toward Belmare. Collapsing beside her and crying out, Belmare. Ah ha ha ha, your expressions are priceless. Remember to prepare the protection fee in advance for next month. Just as Arlong and his crew erupted in laughter, a thunderous boom resonated from the ground beside them. Accompanied by a billow of smoke, Arlong and his men exchanged bewildered glances at the source of the sound. Nami and the others were equally startled by the sudden turn of events. As the smoke gradually cleared, a young man with silvery white hair, clad in a black training outfit and white wings, draped in a coat of justice, emerged slowly. Am I late? As the crowd listened to his murmurs. They watched as he swiftly approached Belmare's side, crouching down beside her. Arlong finally snapped back to reality, recognizing him as a Navy officer, though he was unsure how this individual had appeared so suddenly. He was adamant that no one would challenge his authority. Kid, have you thought about how the noble fishmen will dispose of you? When Sean arrived and saw Belmare lying on the ground, he initially assumed she was dead and harbored a deep-seated hatred for these scum. However, after sensing her faint breath through observation Haki, his desire for vengeance against Arlong diminished, and he focused solely on saving her. Now, this filthy seafood dared to confront him. Inciting Sean's wrath. He released a slight aura and glared at the group of fishmen, uttering a single word, get lost. In an instant, the code of justice billowed without wind, exuding an almost tangible aura that bore down upon them, leaving them frozen in place, their faces drenched in cold sweat. Although he could have easily rendered them unconscious with sheer intimidation, Sean wished for them to experience fear in the insurmountable gap between them, which compelled him to allow them to barely remain conscious. Disregarding them, Sean turned to the astonished Nami and others, gently saying, there is hope. Could you please make some room for me? With that, he lifted the collars of the two small ones and set them aside. Then, he softly murmured, wish. A faint yellow glow emanated from Belmare, adorned with twinkling stars, as her wounds visibly began to heal at an accelerated pace. Belmare slightly opened her eyes, struggling to rise and assess her surroundings. But upon exerting herself, she coughed up blood and collapsed once more. Sean quickly interjected, you still have a bullet lodged inside you. Please do not move. I was merely concerned that you might not withstand the pain of extraction, which is why I treated you first. Now, we can remove the bullet. Just endure it. Before Belmare could respond, Sean's hand formed a loose grip, directing gravity towards the freshly created bullet hole. Puff! A bloody bullet fell into Sean's hand, and Belmare's complexion turned visibly pale. He immediately raised his hand again, invoking another wish. Nami and Nojiko watched as their mother's color gradually returned, rushing to her side. Belmare gazed at her two daughters, bewildered. She remembered being shot dead. What was happening now? She quickly inquired, what is going on? Nami emerged from Belmare's embrace, raising her small hand and declared, I know, it was that naval big brother who saved you. It was then that Belmare realized that her savior was indeed a naval officer. Are you here to capture them? She asked, pointing at the seemingly immobilized fishmen. My apologies, I almost arrived too late. Before Belmare could speak further, Nojiko exclaimed loudly, not at all. You arrived just in time. Nami nodded in agreement, exactly. Sean shrugged, the justice may be delayed, it never truly fails to appear. While that sentiment is commendable, in this world, it seems that justice need not be tardy. Having said that, he instructed, all right, you all stay here while I handle these seafood. Just as he stood up, he heard urgent calls nearby. Be careful. It was Arlong, having witnessed Sean's abilities, who surmised that they might be in trouble. Their only chance was to launch a surprise attack while he was off guard. Thus, he bit down on his own tongue, using the pain to numb his fear. Seeing Sean rise, he brandished the serrated knife in his hand and swung it with force. Sean, seemingly oblivious, raised a single finger, effortlessly blocking the blade. Tilting his head, he inquired, with your level of skill, Who granted you the audacity to swing a blade at me? The surrounding onlookers were left in stunned silence at the sight of this young naval officer. While the fishmen were nearly terrified to the point of soiling themselves, Arlong, witnessing his full-force attack being so easily thwarted, shouted in embarrassment, "Iron Tooth technique." His other hand opened, revealing a row of sharp teeth aimed at Sean. Sean's hand formed a loose grip and pressed downwards, causing Arlong to feel as though he was bearing the weight of a mountain. Boom! The fishmen looked on in shock as their leader was so pitifully pinned to the ground, creating a large crater beneath him. Arlong struggled to lift his head, gazing up at Sean from below, declaring, "Humans resisting fishmen is akin to defying the laws of nature." Sean scoffed derisively. "You are merely a group of slaves bored by the celestial dragons. What nobility can you possibly discuss?" The fishmen gazed at Sean in horror. "What do you know? If you were liberated and held reverence for life, like your leader, Tiger, perhaps I would still respect you. Every life deserves fair treatment. That is your leader's philosophy. Yet, in your current state, you are more repugnant than the celestial dragons who act on a whim. You. I truly do not wish to laugh. You only seek superiority by preying on the weak. It's like being bullied and then retaliating against a child, thinking you've achieved greatness. Tell me, where lies your nobility?" Arlong, driven to madness, shouted, "You lie. Fishmen are the noblest race." Nami observed the once mighty Arlong pirates now reduced to such a pitiful state and thought to herself how admirable the Navy seemed. Wasn't Belmare also part of the Navy? Sean regarded Arlong with a playful smirk. "Do not attempt to bluff. It only serves to highlight your weakness." With that, he ignored Arlong and descended upon a rising stone slab. Lifting himself into the air, Sean expanded his observation Haki throughout the village, ascertaining that fortunately no lives had been lost. It could be considered a timely arrival. He then clenched his fingers and pressed downwards. Boom, boom, boom. The village reverberated with rumbling sounds, leaving the onlookers perplexed. Upon landing, Sean directly addressed the village chief. Mr. Village Chief, it appears that I am currently the only one here to provide assistance. Resources are quite limited, and I hope to enlist your aid." Before the chief could respond, Sean continued, "The pirates causing chaos in the village have lost their capacity for resistance, and I would like your help in bringing them over. Oh, and there is also a group of injured Navy personnel. Please assist in bringing the wounded villagers and Navy here, so I can treat them." Just as the chief was momentarily lost in thought, Aegean sprinted towards the village, shouting, "A powerful Navy officer has come to help us. Everyone, hurry and assist in capturing the pirates." Before long, with the help of the villagers, a group of fierce fishmen and naval officers were brought forth. The reconnaissance teams, upon seeing Sean, struggled to rise. "Enough. We will discuss treatment later," Sean stated, invoking wish. A soft yellow light enveloped the injured villagers and Navy, surrounded by glimmering starlight, creating a breathtaking sight. The villagers, witnessing this, were filled with awe. "Is this the naval officer who is helping us? He seems so powerful, yet he doesn't appear as strong as those pirates. What a young naval officer. He looks so cool." They marveled at how someone who seemed unapproachable possessed such gentle abilities. Hearing their whispers, Sean felt a wave of embarrassment. Only he knew that he was actually quite a warm and talkative person. It was just that his appearance did not lend itself to that. Soon, the healed naval squad stood tall, saluting Sean. "Major Sean, we apologize for our arrogance. We are merely a reconnaissance team yet attempted to capture pirates. Their expressions turned somber, realizing how easily they had been overwhelmed. Sean waved his hand. "Do not be disheartened. No matter the squad. First and foremost, you must understand that you are Navy, and you all performed admirably, displaying the demeanor of strong warriors. Those scum of the sea only prey on the weak. You dared to confront Arlong with your blades. Thus, you were stronger than he. Only those who possess a protective belief are entitled to be called strong, regardless of what they protect. Keep up the good work." The naval squad, with tears in their eyes, shouted, "We will strive to improve." Sean nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Nami. Nestled in Belmare's embrace, he felt somewhat troubled. While he had saved Belmare, he could not use that as leverage to ask Nami to join the Navy, especially considering her young age. To join the Navy and start as a mere soldier. It is estimated that one will soon become cannon fodder. After all, by the time Ace joins the Navy, he will already possess sufficient strength to ensure his own safety. Although Ace may have exaggerated his capabilities, it was ultimately to save him. He may not be a virtuous person, but he is certainly not purely malevolent. While Sean was lost in thought, the village chief stepped forward and addressed the villagers. "Friends, why don't we hold a banquet to celebrate? It would also be a fitting way to express our gratitude to the Navy." Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into excited chatter. "Oh, how splendid. It has been ages since we last held a banquet. The resilient figures of those Navy officers who stood defiantly before me were truly moving. Indeed, their commanding officer is also remarkably formidable. Amidst the bustling preparations for the banquet, Sean's mouth slightly parted, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately, no words escaped his lips. Observing this, Nelmare lit a cigarette and approached him. Do not be concerned. They are merely using the occasion of the banquet to vent their recent anxieties, and they genuinely wish to express their gratitude to you, without your assistance. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the days ahead would be under the reign of these pirates. Sean nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. He turned to instruct the Navy personnel to securely bind the half-dead pirates, awaiting the arrival of the Navy's warship. As for why he did not execute them, it would be far too merciful. It is better to let them suffer a fate worse than death with an impel down. The so-called banquet was rather simple. Each household contributed their provisions. Those confident in their culinary skills set up pots outside their doors and cooked with great enthusiasm. It resembled a competition, quite delightful indeed. Due to his physical constitution, Sean consumed an extraordinary amount of food. Sitting cross-legged in a corner, he munched away while observing the interaction between the Navy squad and the villagers. A smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. The Navy brothers look so charming when they smile, he thought. Just as Sean was lost in his reverie, a voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts, Nami's voice, causing him to jump slightly. Turning to look, he saw two little heads peering through a window. Upon being discovered, Nami no longer concealed herself, pulling along Noki Gao as she approached Sean, with a familiar demeanor. She exclaimed, Navy brother, have you ever been to the Grand Line? With that, she blinked her bright, sparkling eyes at Sean, who internally marveled at her cuteness. Seeing Sean's silence, Noki Gao assumed Nami had offended him and quickly apologized. I am sorry, Navy sir, my sister doesn't quite understand. Yet Nami continued to playfully charm him. Sean could only clear his throat, his cheeks slightly flushed, and replied, Ahem, my name is Sean, feel free to call me that. Nami's eyes lit up, convinced that Sean was unable to resist her adorable antics. So, Sean, have you been to the Grand Line? What is it like? Noticing Sean's bashful demeanor instead of irritation, Noki Gao felt that the Navy officer was not as aloof as he appeared, finding him rather amusing. Thus, he refrained from interrupting Nami. After a moment of contemplation, Sean replied, I have not been there, but I have some knowledge about it. For instance, there are regions with no winds at all, where only Navy ships and a few pirates equipped with propulsion systems can navigate. The weather is also capricious. On clear days, one might suddenly encounter countless waterspouts, and a careless moment could lead to capsizing. In the latter half of the Grand Line, the islands exhibit even more bizarre weather patterns, some divided into distinct seasons or perpetually flashing with lightning. There are all sorts of strange creatures as well. I've heard that your dream is to create a chart of the world's seas. Nami nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to draw my own perfect sea chart. Sean ruffled Nami's hair gently. Then you must work hard. Alongside mastering navigation, you should also strengthen your body. Otherwise, the unpredictable weather and peculiar creatures of those islands could pose a danger to you. Nami looked troubled. But how do I train? I don't know how. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she leaped into Sean's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hey, why don't you teach me how to train? I'll pay you. Sean instinctively pushed Nami away and blurted out. Pay you how? Nami's lively eyes twinkled mischievously. By returning the favor with my body. Or you could include my sister too. Nami, Noki Gao exclaimed, quickly covering Nami's mouth, fearing she might utter something scandalous. Sean felt several veins throb on his forehead as he lightly tapped Nami's head with his fist. Nami whimpered, cradling her head in her hands, her eyes brimming with tears, looking at Sean with a pitiful expression as if to say that without an explanation, she might just cry. Sean sighed, do not act so childishly. Besides, I have no interest in children. But seeing Noki Gao's anxious expression and her fidgeting hands softened my tone as I said, girls can be playful. But such crude words should not be uttered. A girl's body should only be seen by her husband. Promise me you will correct this habit, and I will agree to teach you how to train before the Navy warship arrives. Upon hearing this, Nami's expression transformed from sorrow to joy. Okay, I promise. Days later, on a bright morning, Sean reclined on a beach chair by the shore, a small table beside him laden with cola and fruits, with his legs crossed. He observed little Nami in the distance. She was diligently engaged in frog jumps, sweat pouring down her face. Yet, she did not give up, for Sean had told her that even a navigator must be strong to survive in these vast seas. Although according to the original storyline, Nami would encounter no danger, Sean still hoped for her to grow stronger, especially now that the Arlong pirates had been vanquished. He was uncertain if she would join Luffy's crew in the future. In his heart, he adhered to a principle: it is better to do good than to forsake it. Only by becoming strong could he avoid being a burden to others. Helping others was far preferable to being helped. Thus, he resolved to train Nami diligently. Those like Belmare and Noki Gao, who occasionally came to watch, felt a pang of heartache but understood that this was for Nami's dream and chose to look away. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps approached. Sean turned to see Noki Gao bringing a Navy soldier along. "Major Sean, this is a Din Din Mushi from the Navy headquarters." The soldier saluted before handing over a Din Din Mushi and quickly departing. Fearing that his presence might lead to overhearing something confidential, "Thank you," Sean said, not paying it much mind as he picked up the Din Din Mushi. "Moshi Moshi, Major Sean, it is Sengoku. Garp is on his way to find you." Sean adjusted his ears, unconcerned. That was already decided, right? You wouldn't be so bored as to tell me this." After a brief pause, the voice on the other end replied, "Regarding the pirates you captured. You may need to release them, but the Navy will compensate you." Sean's demeanor turned serious, and Noki Gao gasped in shock, covering his mouth. "Why release them? They nearly destroyed our hometown." At this moment, Nami, sensing the tense atmosphere, quietly crept closer to eavesdrop. Sean could no longer contain his frustration, veins protruding on his forehead as he struggled to suppress his anger. "So, can you provide me with a reasonable explanation?" The Din Din Mushi responded. "I cannot provide specifics, but the situation in the New World is gradually becoming clearer. This is a joint maneuver by the world government and the Navy, so during this sensitive period, you cannot detain them." Upon hearing this, Sean experienced an epiphany. The underlying reason was Jinbei. In 2 years, the 4 emperors would carve up the New World, and the world government would likely predict this. Thus, they had begun their search for candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea well in advance. And Jinbei was among the first to accept their invitation. Consequently, the former members of the Sun Pirates were released, while Arlong and his crew were apprehended upon their arrival. It seemed they valued their reputation more than anything else, which led to their release. But was Sean a person of mild temperament? Gritting his teeth, Sean retorted, "What if I choose not to release them? Not only will I refuse, but I shall also hunt them down later." "What will you do then?" The figure across from him, Sengoku, admonished. "Do you wish to face a military tribunal? You are defying a superior order. Moreover, Carp is nearing." Filled with rage yet unable to contain a laugh, Sean declared, "An order? If you cannot allow me to execute my sense of justice, then why should I heed your commands? I will grant you one more chance. I would prefer to imprison them for life. Should you disregard my demands, I will immediately slay a few of those lowly fish and then proceed to eliminate Jinbei in the Grand Line. As for Carp, I cannot guarantee I will be able to kill him. But no one on this sea can capture me. Doubt me if you wish." After a brief silence, the transponder snail erupted with a furious voice. "Are you threatening me? I am still the Fleet Admiral." Sean shouted back, "This is indeed a threat. Either allow me to serve as a proper Navy officer, executing justice, or I will rain down hundreds of meteors upon your headquarters daily. Do not doubt my abilities. I now give you 5 minutes to contemplate this. Either I serve as a Navy officer, or I will kill that bunch of seafood and become a pirate in the New World." Shattering the impending balance, what followed was a profound silence. Sengoku, uncertain of Sean's current strength, listened to his audacious tone, which suggested he might be speaking the truth. If that were the case, it could lead to grave complications. One poor decision could result in the emergence of another emperor-level pirate. Sean was also acutely aware of Sengoku's predicaments. After all, the Navy was merely a subordinate organization of the world government. But why should that concern him? Do they wish to evade responsibility for their mistakes? Fat chance. Even with his immense strength, he was still a well-behaved major. Growing up under the red flag instilled within him a deep-seated aversion to such injustices. Why could they not coexist amicably? His audacity to challenge Sengoku stemmed from his newfound confidence. After rescuing Belmare yesterday, he had acquired a plot point. Unable to restrain himself, Sean opened the lottery and received a skill that allowed him to indulge freely. Host, Sean gender, male age, 20 combat power, 160-8010 ordinary soldiers, 11499 below lieutenant colonels, 5004000 elite colonels, 4001700 rear admirals, 700199999 vice admiral candidates, 10,000 above admirals and 4 emperors, no upper limit. This is based on a comprehensive evaluation of combat prowess and abilities, resulting in a lower overall score than pure combat power. Ability, modified gravity fruit, armament Haki max, observation Haki max, conqueror's Haki max skills, wish, swordsmanship, purification, teleportation, modified, storage, Mikazuki Munikika, a case of beer, change of clothes. Plot points, 239 indeed, it was that teleportation skill. Teleportation, modified, allows the user to leave a mark beneath any structure, enabling instant teleportation to that mark, with greater distance resulting in increased stamina consumption. As for the last statement, Although he felt something was amiss, he chose to overlook it. This was the leverage that permitted Sean to stand up to Sengoku. Apart from the oblivious emu, no other threat loomed over him on the seas. As long as he could evade a fatal blow, he could teleport away at a moment's notice, and with his healing abilities, even if he encountered a bug-like ability user, he would remain unperturbed. Purification? Anyone? Just because he was cautious did not mean he was afraid. How could he allow such wretched pirates to go free when it would betray his sense of justice? In poverty, cultivate oneself. In prosperity, benefit the world. This was a saying from a bygone era. When lacking in capability, I would endure. When empowered, I would revel across the globe. As Sean exuded a low-pressure aura, the two small figures trembled slightly. Nami thought to herself, Sean is incredible. He dares to threaten the Fleet Admiral. He seems to only hold the rank of Major. Just as the time was nearing its end, and Sean prepared to hang up the transponder snail. A hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Puahaha. Turning to look, he recognized an elderly Navy officer clad in a white suit, draped in a coat of justice, wearing a dog-headed hat. Instantly, Sean identified him and turned to the two small figures. Instructing, you two head back. Inform the villagers to remain inside, regardless of what commotion they hear. The two, sensing Sean's seriousness, hurriedly returned to the village to alert the adults. It turned out that Sengoku had discreetly informed Carp, sending him to assess Sean's strength. The two, one old and one young, exchanged glances. A great battle was perhaps imminent. Kid, Sengoku sent me to test your strength. So, do you truly possess it? Carp regarded the languid youth before him with an air of ease. He had little reverence for the world government, and thus supported Sean's firm stance on dealing with the pirates, though his position within the Navy made certain actions inconvenient. Moreover, the factions within the Navy and the world government were intricately entangled. And as an old-timer, he found it challenging to navigate. Just then, Sengoku's voice roared through the transponder snail. Carp, you rascal, didn't I tell you not to disclose that I sent you? Sean lazily rose to his feet, tossing the transponder snail to Bogart, who had been following Carp. You'd best keep your distance. After all, few can maintain their composure when I am not suppressing my power. Carp waved dismissively. Do not underestimate him. He is quite formidable. Come on, let me see what you're capable of. Upon hearing this, Sean's demeanor shifted from languid to serious, as he ceased to restrain his aura. With a creaking sound, Sean's spirit surged dramatically, causing the ground around him to crack in a web-like pattern. Hey, are you kidding me? Bogart finally comprehended the meaning behind Sean's earlier words. Gradually trembling, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as he retreated. Sensing that a cataclysmic battle was about to unfold, Carp felt a familiar pressure, reminiscent of his encounters with Roger. Kid, it seems you are a true conqueror. Why would someone like you join the Navy? What are your plans regarding Ace? Let us fight. I do not wish to be underestimated. After the battle, I will tell you. Sean declared, raising his hand towards Carp and pressing down lightly. Hell's journey. Boom. Suddenly, a massive pit with a 10-meter diameter appeared where Carp had been standing. However, Carp had sensed Sean's movement and leaped away in advance, charging at Sean with a clenched fist, bellowing, Iron Fist. Sean, undeterred, met the assault with his arm, enveloped in cherry blossom-colored Haki. Boom. The ground beneath them cracked with each impact. And soon, a deafening roar echoed as the earth sank several meters. Sean quietly lamented that he had overestimated himself, as he was slowly being forced down by Carp's punch. Then, no longer hiding his strength, red and black arcs of electricity enveloped him. With a swift kick, Sean aimed at Carp, who blocked with his left hand shrouded in orange Haki. Boom. Another thunderous crash resounded, sending shockwaves that cracked the earth for hundreds of meters around them. Lifting debris into the air. Carp's eyes lit up as he braced himself against the kick. Wow, kid, your Conqueror's Haki is impressive. Aren't you supposed to be a devil fruit user? On the sea, top-tier powerhouses shared a consensus. Those who wielded Conqueror's Haki might be capable of utilizing the technique of wrapping. However, once one consumed a devil fruit, achieving the dual mastery of heart and body techniques became exceedingly rare. As of the original work, only Shanks has reached this level. Most crucially, it is about the heart, believing in oneself, and not relying on external sources. Combined with a robust physique and skill, could lead to the state of a conqueror. The wrapping of the Conqueror's Haki is tenfold stronger than others. Returning to the battle, Sean casually replied, let us talk after we finish. With a swift motion, Sean propelled himself forward, and under the influence of repulsive force, his explosive power surged dramatically. So rapid was his movement that even Carp barely had time to react before he received a punishing kick to the face, sending him flying nearly a kilometer away. Before long, Carp returned, his Haki more potent than ever, delivering a punch that sent Sean reeling. Undeterred, Sean charged back in, enveloped in Haki, engaging Karp in a fierce exchange. After all, he too had been injected with genetic serums and, after extensive training, had developed an extraordinarily robust physique. Yet, Karp was no ordinary opponent. He was a peer of Roger, possessing formidable strength. His armament Haki was not only hard, but seemed to possess a sharpness that cut through the air. Sean found himself at a disadvantage, and both combatants understood that this was merely a friendly spar, thus refraining from employing their full strength. However, it was evident from their exchanges that they had gleaned a fair understanding of each other's capabilities. Sean had initially refrained from fully utilizing his powers because they were simply too overwhelming. Should he draw his blade and unleash his abilities without restraint, the island itself would be obliterated. Thus, they resorted to a battle of fists and feet. This melee persisted for an entire day and night, both combatants exercising restraint within their designated area, although the thunderous sounds of their clashes echoed. The villagers were initially concerned. It was only after Bogart explained that the young Navy officer was sparring with the hero of the Navy, Karp, that their worries subsided, as they recognized the strength of the two figures. After all, it was not unusual for powerful Navy personnel to end up in such a state. Eventually, during a clash, both fighters were knocked back by each other's strikes. Karp took a moment to catch his breath. Although his strength remained intact, his stamina had waned with age. Sean, equally winded, burst into laughter. "Ah ha ha, old man, you're slowing down, aren't you? I haven't even drawn my sword." Karp, instead of taking offense, chuckled in response. "Indeed, age has caught up with me. My stamina isn't what it used to be." Observing this, Sean inwardly chastised himself for his lack of understanding regarding the elder's lineage. But he recognized Karp as a hero who had dedicated his life to the Navy, a humble warrior who shunned high status. Such an admirable figure was not one to be mocked, and in comparison, Sean felt rather petty. Taking a deep breath, he slightly bowed. "I apologize. I did not intend to mock you. It was merely the demands of Sengoku that provoked my ire." "Ha ha ha." Karp laughed heartily, placing a hand on Sean's shoulder. "In this setting, we can hardly showcase our true strengths. A light sparring session suffices. There is no need to determine a victor between us." "You are a fine young man. I'll speak to Sengoku about you." Recognizing that the matter had been resolved, Sean replied, "Let us go eat. I've been hungry all day, and the food here is quite delightful." Thus, they left Bogart, who had been dozing nearby, and made their way toward the village. As they entered the village during the twilight hours, the villagers were taken aback by the sight of the pair. Their tattered clothing resembling that of someone who had been mauled by a dog. However, they refrained from questioning. Knowing both were formidable Navy officers. It was quite normal for them to emerge looking the way they did after a brawl. They quickly approached to greet the duo. Ultimately, they purchased a copious amount of food and headed to Belmere's orange grove. Upon setting the food down, the two began to feast heartily, leaving Nami and the others watching in astonishment at their voracious appetites. Rumors abound on the seas that while not all who can eat are strong, all strong individuals can indeed eat plentifully. After a considerable time indulging in their meal, Karp turned to Sean and said, "Now, let us discuss the matter we spoke of earlier." He glanced at Nami and Nojiko, who were still munching away. Sean waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I haven't done anything shameful." The two girls, initially prepared to leave, perked up their ears, intrigued by the conversation. "So, why would a man like you join the Navy, and why only as a mere major in the East Blue? And what of Ace?" Before Karp could finish, Sean interrupted. "Hold on, let us take it one question at a time. First of all, don't regard me as some grand figure. I'm just an ordinary person. I disdain those who disregard life and flout order. Furthermore, I detest the scum of the seas who indiscriminately slay innocents and oppress civilians. Perhaps there are pure adventurers in these waters, but I know they are as rare as those who wield conqueror's Haki. I joined the Navy not for any grand purpose, but simply out of frustration. As for my late emergence, it was due to my fear of death. I felt inadequate in strength, so I laid low until I felt confident enough to reveal myself. I can assure you, no one on these seas can capture me, not even with sea prism stones. Does that satisfy you?" The response left both girls and Karp utterly speechless. Was it not expected that strength was forged in adversity? And why could this man so openly admit to his fear of death? They had anticipated a noble reason, perhaps a quest to cleanse the East Blue. Sensing their thoughts, Sean inquired, "Why do you think fearing death is a bad thing?" Karp hesitated, saying, "Shouldn't a wielder of conqueror's Haki possess a certain audacity?" Sean scoffed, "And what do you think that means? Should one be consumed with thoughts of conquest and dominion, those who disregard life and lack reverence for it? Do you truly believe they can reach the pinnacle? Don't be absurd. Just considering my own Haki, there are few on these seas who can compare, with Shanks being the only one. Do you think he is solely focused on becoming the pirate king? Nonsense. He merely inherits the will of his captain and pursues what he desires. Much like Roger. I fear death, but I do not fear conflict. Therefore, in these past 2 years, whenever I encountered scum, I did not hesitate to act. I am simply more rational, understanding that my strength is insufficient for the new world, wishing to live a little longer. Had I set sail earlier and faced misfortune, consider the fate of this village under the tyranny of the dragon pirates. The best outcome would merely be that they suffer for years until another pirate defeats them. At that point, would anyone here still trust the Navy? He turned to Nami, who shook her head in response. Then looked back at Carp. You see, do you still believe fearing death is a bad thing? I have a profound respect for life. Carp's mind was already reeling from Sean's mention of Shanks and Roger. Once Sean paused his discourse, Carp quickly asked, Do you know Roger's true intentions? Sean noncommittally extended his hand, pointing towards the sky. As the two girls looked on in confusion, Carp's expression shifted dramatically. So, joining the Navy is your method? Sean chuckled lightly. I'm not that noble. I simply wish to do what I can, perhaps marry one day and have a couple of children, but that requires the strength to protect myself. Nothing more. After a moment of contemplation, Carp continued, Then let us put that aside for now. What about Ace? What is your intention concerning him? Sean recognized that this was the crux of Carp's concern. Rubbing his chin, he replied, Believe it or not, I only learned of Ace by chance. You need not worry. I harbor no ill will towards him. I merely wish for him to join the Navy. Sighing, he added, You truly do not understand the inner world of a rebellious youth. He is reclusive and lost. I only aim to provide him with a sense of direction. Carp considered this, realizing that Sean simply wanted Ace to become a Navy officer. And Ace had even asked him to mentor the boy. Puzzled, Carp asked, Then why is it that a strong man like you was rumored to have lost a leg, yet you appear perfectly fine now? Sean chuckled, knowing he could not reveal that he had merely been pretending. After all, Carp was bluntly honest, and if Ace discovered that he had been deceived, he would likely resent Sean for all the tears he had shed. Therefore, Sean responded earnestly, I later awakened a healing ability, that is all. With that, he raised a hand and waved it toward Carp, a faint yellow light erupting from within him, accompanied by shimmering stars. In an instant, the minor injuries Carp sustained during their earlier battle were healed. Carp was left dumbfounded. Was this young man not a user of the heavy fruit? How can it still be treated? Noticing Carp's predicament, Sean quickly remarked, Don't look at me. I have no idea. Perhaps it is an innate ability of mine, akin to how a fishman can manipulate water. Carp could clearly sense that Sean was spinning tales. Yet there was nothing he could do. After all, the young lad was extraordinarily strong. So you deliberately orchestrated an accident. Sean waved his hand dismissively. Oh, you're overthinking it. I merely wished to see Roger's descendants. The accident was genuine. I simply wagered my leg on the new era, much like Shanks did. With Shanks losing an arm, losing a leg hardly seems excessive, does it? You, a dignified vice admiral, allowing your grandson to aspire to be a pirate. How much better it would have been if you had lost an arm early on. Oh, what a pity. Later, feeling that a missing leg might diminish his combat prowess, Sean consumed a devil fruit, subsequently awakening a healing ability. Upon hearing this, Carp's face turned pale. What do you mean it would have been better to lose an arm early? So you intended to copy Shanks? He began to understand why this young rascal possessed such extensive knowledge. He then inquired about Sean's awareness of Shanks. Sean looked at Carp as if he were a fool and, until Carp felt uncomfortable, he finally said, I learned about your grandson from the villagers. As for Shanks, after a brief hesitation, he continued, Don't be deceived by his current status as a relatively powerful pirate. Within 2 years, he will ascend to a position akin to those 3 monsters of the New World, reigning over it in a quadrilateral standoff. His crew may be few, yet they embody the elite spirit of Roger's era. Carp, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation, pondering the intentions of the man who would guide Luffy on the path of piracy. Although Carp was not one to overthink, he was certainly no fool. If Shanks inherited Roger's will, perhaps his intentions mirrored those of Roger. Yet, Luffy is merely a clueless child with no discernible potential at present. He then directed his questions towards Sean. Sean could only reply, Rest assured, Shanks is one of the few great men on the seas. He reveres and respects life. Otherwise, when provoked by the mountain bandits for the first time, they could have perished. He would not harm your grandson. Luffy's carefree spirit is perfectly suited for awakening similar abilities, much like Roger. Perhaps that is why Shanks wagered his arm. Intrigued, Carp asked, What ability? Sean slowly replied, The ability to hear the voices of all things. Carp quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Even Roger never knew the triggering conditions of that ability. Who knows? Sean shrugged and continued. Otherwise, why would Shanks be gambling? I'm tired. I must rest. Remember to report to Sengoku that I'll be leaving the fishmen behind. He then turned to Nami and said, You should hurry to bed as well. Tomorrow we'll see a significant increase in training intensity. After all, you took a day off yesterday. Nami, with a long face, could only respond, got it. Nojiko, witnessing this, covered her mouth and giggled. This sister of hers had always been quirky, and finally, someone could manage her, watching Sean depart. The two girls hurriedly followed. They were certainly unwilling to leave him alone with this seemingly dim-witted old man, for they understood that some Navy personnel wished for Sean to release them. Sean refused, resulting in a scuffle. Thus, in their minds, Sean stood out as someone truly unique. Sighing, Carp pulled out a transponder snail and called Sangoku. As soon as the line connected, Sangoku's voice came through. Carp, have you reached a conclusion? I have sparred with him all day. This young rascal is quite mysterious and powerful, yet he seems to harbor a fondness for the Navy, provided we do not push him towards the pirate camp. Sangoku pondered for a moment before responding. So what he said is true. This is truly troublesome. The seas have been exceedingly turbulent these past 2 years. Very well, send those fishmen to impel down. I'll discuss it with Jinbei when I return. No problem, but once I finish, I intend to return home. Ace is still waiting. On the other end, Sangoku rubbed his forehead and said, do as you wish. But do not linger too long. Before the new order is established, we need you to maintain a show of strength. Once those monsters finish their business, I'll grant you an extended leave. Subsequently, Sangoku and Carp engaged in further discussion about Sean's allegiance. Carp advocated for a laissez-faire approach, while Sangoku believed such powerful capabilities should not remain in the East Blue but ought to be stationed at headquarters. Neither could persuade the other, so they resolved to inquire directly with Sean the following day. The next morning, Carp sought out Sean, decisively selling out Sangoku. He relayed that Sangoku wanted him at headquarters but was hesitant to press too hard, hence Carp's mission to gauge Sean's intentions. Upon hearing this, Sean chuckled, reflecting on the burdens of high office. He readily agreed, realizing that, lacking the power to transcend all, the choice of alliance was crucial. Carp, needing to escort the members of the Dragon Pirates to impel down and then take a break to train Ace, arranged to return for Sean after he finished teaching Ace, during which Sean would instruct Nami. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Carp returned to Cocoa Village once more. Sean bid farewell to Bardno, as he had been using his vacation here. During this time, he also visited Frost Moon Village, where Kuina and Zaro had grown a bit stronger, after saying goodbye to all his friends and family. Sean dedicated the next 2 months to teaching Nami, with Nojiko joining in. According to her, Nami would undoubtedly set sail to realize her dreams in the future, and she intended to protect this village. On the day of their farewell, Sean, unusually, did not wake the two girls but instead left a note along with a bundle of navigation books brought by Carp, as well as a bit of belly. Although he didn't manage to convince Nami to join the Navy as he had with Ace, he still thought it was crucial to respect her choice. He concluded that the auxiliary system was ultimately just that, auxiliary. If he were to force a well-behaved girl into the Navy purely for the sake of narrative points, he would not be utilizing the system but rather becoming its puppet. Besides, while he hadn't gained many narrative points this time, he still had something to show for it, didn't he? Thus, he quietly boarded Carp's warship. Shortly after Sean's departure, Belmare, returning from the Orange Grove, saw what Sean had left behind and hurriedly woke the two girls. Nami, groggy, climbed out of bed and, upon seeing the items in the living room but not finding Sean, immediately grew anxious. Belmare, where's Sean? He has gone, Belmare replied, lighting a cigarette slowly. I thought he would take you to the Navy. Which is why he taught you. It seems he wanted to leave the choice up to you. Though Nojiko felt somewhat sad, she added, he probably thinks Nami wouldn't join the Navy, considering how rebellious she is. Seeing Nami pout with misty eyes, on the verge of tears, Belmare quickly handed her the note Sean had left. Every encounter on life's journey does not necessarily culminate in an ending. Yet, each holds its significance. Parting is not forever. Every farewell paves the way for a better reunion. While you read, make sure to train well, pursue what you wish to do, and I look forward to seeing your growth on the seas in the future. Remember what I taught you. Don't wear revealing clothing as you grow up. After reading this, Nami burst into tears, throwing herself into Belmare's arms and weeping loudly. After a long while, with Nojiko and Belmare's comfort, Nami gradually calmed down, sniffling as she said, Sean is so annoying. Why does he think I want to join the Navy? I've made up my mind. Once I grow up, I will join the Navy. Belmare, witnessing this, smiled with satisfaction but still tried to maintain a serious demeanor, saying, oh, little Nami wants to be in the Navy. That won't be easy. You'll need to work hard. Indeed, Noki Gal, let us embark on our exercise. Meanwhile, Sean, who was napping on the deck alongside Carp, was abruptly awakened by a voice resounding in his mind. Startled by the cacophony, Sean opened the panel. Host, Sean gender, male age, 20 combat power, 160, 8010 ordinary soldier, 11499 below colonel elite soldier, 5004000 elite colonel, 4001700 major general, 700199999 general candidate. Above 10,000 general 4 emperors, no upper limit. This is calculated based on a combination of Dao power and abilities, resulting in a value lower than pure Dao power. Abilities: Range Fruit Modification, Armament Haki Max, Observation Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max Skills, Wish, Swordsmanship, Teleportation Modification Warehouse, Mikazuki Munikika, a box of beer, change of clothes, plot points. 70428 Upon witnessing such an abundance of plot points, Sean was taken aback. What on earth? Why did so many plot points suddenly appear, and there were even a few more incrementally added in his mind? Reflecting on the means of acquisition, he realized that Zaro had not altered anything himself. Nor did he know how to. Ace had already undergone changes, receiving a modest daily influx, perhaps only due to his growth and experiences. Clearly, these new points were not provided by Ace. The answer was evident: Nami. The thought brought Sean such delight that he nearly leaped in joy. He hadn't anticipated that after his departure, Nami would still choose to alter the original course of events, although he was uncertain of her intentions. It was undoubtedly not to become a pirate. He would have to visit her next time he returned to the East Blue. Then, he contemplated that perhaps it was due to the protagonist group, which might explain the abundance of plot points. Suddenly feeling a tinge of regret for his junior, who had no tragic fate, he wondered how to intervene. A miscalculation. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at the Navy headquarters. Marineford. Despite the over 70,000 plot points, Sean decided to wait until he had 100,000 before utilizing them. After all, 10 consecutive draws come with a guarantee, and this is a common understanding. When Sean finally laid eyes on Marineford, he was genuinely astounded. What appeared as a modest building in the anime was, in reality, an imposing fortress, its colossal walls resembling a shield. The inner bay and docks were lined with an endless array of warships. It was absurd that Akainu, who was capable of freezing such an expansive area, could not defeat Aokiji.as. Carp escorted him to Sengoku's office. They observed numerous hurried Navy personnel along the way. Sean remarked, "These fellows are far more industrious than those back home." "Not bad, I suppose," Carp replied, turning his head seriously. "Try not to clash with Sengoku. He has his own challenges." Sean waved his hand dismissively. Before long, they arrived at Sengoku's office and entered. Inside were 4 individuals: Sengoku, Tsuru, Akainu, and Akiji. Upon entering, all 4 turned their gazes toward Sean, and to his surprise, Akainu offered him a smile. Sean understood the situation. Although Akainu was not particularly likable in the anime, here he was the embodiment of a true iron-blooded soldier. Reality was not the same as animation, and Sean found it difficult to harbor disdain for such a person. Chris.it was Carp who broke the brief silence by producing Sengoku's rice crackers. Observing Sengoku's slightly grim expression, Carp chuckled. "Sengoku, don't be so petty. This white-haired brat is far more formidable than Jinbei." Sengoku remained stern-faced. "I know, but he shows me little respect." At this moment, Tsuru stepped forward, asserting that even strong individuals possess their own temperaments, especially given their ideologies of justice. After that, she glanced at Akiji and Akainu, who pretended not to notice. Sean realized that the rivalry between these two factions was already brewing. "Hey, kid, which admiral do you wish to serve under? I believe you are familiar with the current admirals." Except for Borsellino, who went to the New World to support G1. Let me think. The others refrained from interrupting him, simply watching in silence. Sean had already prepared himself. If he desired greater freedom, joining Borsellino's faction was undoubtedly the best choice, as his ambiguous justice aligned perfectly with his own ideals. The factions led by Akiji and Akainu were fraught with internal strife, a clash of ideologies regarding justice. Though not a significant concern, he preferred to avoid complications. After a long contemplation, he declared, "I wish to join Admiral Borsellino's faction." The statement elicited surprise from those present, as they had expected Sean would be inclined to punish pirates, or at least align with Akainu. Or perhaps Akiji, who was known for his amicable relations with civilians. Choosing Borsellino was entirely unexpected. "Kid, care to elaborate?" Sengoku inquired. Sean responded slowly, "There's no special reason. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. My mobility is quite good, so that's that." "Humph." Akainu, with a cigar in his mouth, scowled and retorted, "That guy is far too lazy. You just want to slack off with him. With your abilities, you should be out there hunting pirates with me." Unfazed by the revelation of his thoughts, Sean countered, "That is your assumption, but being with Borsellino grants me my freedom." "Humph." I'm not Sengoku. You should show some respect when addressing your superior. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach disobedient Navy personnel a lesson." The remaining individuals watched the exchange with keen interest, seemingly unconcerned about a potential escalation. Sean recognized the situation. They likely wanted to gauge his strength. However, he could not allow himself to be bullied without reason. "I, Sean, am exceedingly formidable. What's the matter? Should I take a black and white photo of you to occasionally admire as a sign of respect for my superior?" Veins bulged on Akainu's forehead, and the temperature in the room rose. "Kid, I'll give you one chance to apologize." Sean shed his languid demeanor, allowing his own formidable presence to radiate. The walls and furniture of the office buckled under the oppressive force, displaying irregular cracks. "What? Can't handle it. I stand firm in this. None here can capture me, so do not engage in such trivial antics. If you wish to fight, then let it be known. I am but a mere major. Yet I find it absurd that so many would attempt to obstruct me." Everyone present was stunned. The aura he exuded was unmistakably that of the highest level of Conqueror's Haki, comparable to that of Roger. Akiji, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, remarked, Hey, are you joking?" Seeing this, Akainu could no longer contain himself. "Kid, you are far too arrogant." No sooner had he spoken than his fist, engulfed in magma, surged towards Sean. Yet, Sean did not flinch. Instead, he smiled slightly and waved at Akainu, saying, "Sayonara." In an instant, a blue light enveloped him, and he vanished. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, eventually turning their attention to Carp, biting into a rice cracker. Remarked, "Don't look at me. I have no idea. All I know is that he possesses healing talents. It seems he truly cannot be caught." Sengoku's brow furrowed with concern. This is indeed troublesome. A powerful individual who cannot be captured poses a significant threat if he stands against the Navy. Carp interjected, "Rest assured, that kid is not a villain. I can vouch for that. We shouldn't be suspicious simply because someone is powerful." Kizaru added, "Moreover, how many problem children are there within the Navy? Each of the three admirals has their peculiar traits." The two mentioned problem children, Akainu and Akiji, exchanged peculiar glances. Just then, a flash of blue light reappeared where Sean had just stood. He materialized, holding a bag and munching on a donut. Observing Carp's astonished expression, he preemptively spoke, "Indeed, just as you imagined. I snagged this from your warship." "What? You dare to steal my donut?" Carp exclaimed, attempting to charge forward, but was halted by Kizaru. "Don't you also have Sengoku's rice crackers in hand?" Carp's face flushed with embarrassment, but after a moment, he retorted with indignation, "He is the Fleet Admiral. I'm merely a vice admiral. What's wrong with taking a cracker from him?" Sengoku quickly interrupted Carp's defense. "All right, let us get back to business. So, did you just come from Carp's warship?" Sean had once again donned an air of nonchalance as he sauntered over to a nearby seat beside Sakazuki. Casually, he plucked a cigar from Sakazuki's chest pocket and extracted a lighter from his spatial pocket to ignite it, all the while disregarding Sakazuki's palpable low spirits. "Humph, serves you right for being so fierce." He then turned his gaze towards Sengoku. "As I've said, no one can capture me. Forget about Seastone. That's out of the question. I can venture to any place I've been to at any time. Stop testing me. I merely wish to be an ordinary naval officer. You may proceed as you wish. I, too, stand for justice. Perhaps our ideals differ, yet are we not all advocates of justice? Let it be as it is. We can discuss further upon Admiral Paulusolino's return." With that, he made his way to the door, opened it, and addressed a soldier. "Take me to the dormitory. I am weary." The soldier glanced at Sengoku, who nodded, and promptly escorted Sean away. Sean's audacity stemmed not only from his confidence in his own strength but also from his desire to remain uninvolved in the ideological conflicts among factions. He was acutely aware that Akiji and Akainu would inevitably clash in the future, and for now, all was well, given Sengoku's presence to maintain their balance. Both sought to realize their own visions of justice. And should he align himself with either side, their confrontation would be hastened. Without an early conflict, Sean's faction would only continue to grow stronger. However, understanding the nature of their ideological struggle, Sean refrained from disrupting their equilibrium. What if one of them withdrew from the Navy after a skirmish? That would be a loss for the Navy. As the sailor led Sean to the dormitory, they passed a training ground where approximately 50 recruits were running laps. Their instructor was an elderly gentleman with purple hair and spectacles, exuding an air of gentility and resembling a scholar. Sean smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling the identity of this man, the Marine with no kill record. Zephyr was a legendary figure steeped in tragedy. Promoted to admiral in his 30s, he had never taken a single enemy's life. In his 40s, he faced retribution from pirates who slaughtered his family. Though he initially harbored hatred for pirates, he could not vanquish them and remained a hopeful soul. Eventually, he turned his focus to education, nurturing countless talents for the Navy. The current 3 admirals, along with the majority of present vice admirals, were his pupils. Tragically, during a training voyage with new recruits, he was ambushed by the pirate Weibel and Miss Bakken. Only 2 of his beloved students survived, and he lost an arm in the process. Yet, despite his sorrow, he maintained faith that the Navy would apprehend the pirates who harmed his students. 5 years later, aided by scientists, he created a mechanical arm, the Crusher, imbued with sea stone. Shortly thereafter, he formed the pirate guerrilla squad to capture pirates, thus making one final contribution to the Navy. However, a turning point arrived a few years later when Zephyr, now in his 70s, learned that the pirate responsible for his students' deaths and his lost arm had been invited by the world government to join the warlords of the sea. This became the final straw for him. From that moment on, Zephyr was engulfed in profound doubt and distrust towards the Navy, ultimately resigning to establish the Enel Navy with the intent to eradicate all pirates, even seizing Dwayne Rock. The outcome was thwarted by Luffy. And even in his final moments, as he was attacked, Zephyr never forgot to impart wisdom to his vice admirals and admiral students. Reflecting on this, Sean sighed. Was it foolish not to kill pirates? Perhaps only Zephyr could truly answer that question. In this world of pirates, conviction was a treasure more precious than life itself. Once belief crumbled, the consequences could be dire, and Zephyr was a testament to this truth. The higher-ups in the world government systematically shattered the convictions of this kindly elder. Upon spotting Ein and Benz, Sean realized he was among this year's recruits. He resolved firmly within himself that regardless of the absence of narrative rewards, he would alter the original trajectory of this elder's fate. Having grown under the red flag, he could not bear to witness such a benevolent and warm-hearted old sailor descend into darkness. As Sean contemplated how to engage in this event, he caught Zephyr's attention. Zephyr, sensing a powerful presence in the young man, recognized that he was no weaker than himself, yet he observed with a look of pity. The sailor escorting Sean immediately stepped forward to salute and then nudged Sean. "Major Sean, this is our headquarters chief instructor, former Admiral Zephyr." Sean snapped back to reality. "Mr. Zephyr, my apologies. I was momentarily lost in thought upon seeing you." "Ah, an amusing young lad. What, with your strength, do you find our training worthy of your attention? Don't jest. Who doesn't know that your students are scattered throughout the Navy's upper echelons? Your training methods must surely possess merits worth emulating." Sean sensed an opportunity and continued, "I've heard that each cohort of recruits embarks on a training voyage. Thus, I have a rather bold request. Might you allow me to accompany them on their next outing?" "I wish to observe." Zephyr raised an eyebrow. "It's merely a group of youngsters capturing small-time pirates. What is there to observe?" "Ah, but that is not quite right. As a recent addition to the Navy, I'm still unfamiliar with some of its capabilities, and I merely wish to gain insight. Is that permissible?" After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr replied, "Very well, you may join us. If you're free of duties at that time. We shall set sail in about a week. Be sure to request leave from your superior." Zephyr's acquiescence bore his own intentions. He recognized Sean as a formidable newcomer capable of holding his own against Garp. He was also aware of the ideological conflicts between Sean and other high-ranking naval officers. By including him, Zephyr could better understand Sean. With his abilities, Sean would undoubtedly rise through the ranks swiftly upon joining the headquarters. If he proved to be a commendable individual, Zephyr might even recommend a few students to serve under him. "Yes, that seems feasible, strong yet grounded." Sean's face lit up with joy at Zephyr's words. "Thank you, Mr. Zephyr. I shall take my leave for now. Having just arrived at headquarters, I have yet to locate my dormitory. I will return first thing tomorrow morning." "Very well, off you go." Thus, Sean concluded his inaugural conversation with Zephyr in haste. Upon returning to his dormitory, he immediately collapsed onto his bed, for there was no comfort in sleeping at sea compared to solid ground. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, the atmosphere was somewhat tense, with several high-ranking officials wearing grim expressions. They had just been in contact with Palusalino. Sakazuki had assumed that Palusalino would not take much interest in Sean and would not allow him to join his ranks. After all, Palusalino's eccentric nature was well known. While he appeared lethargic, he executed every task flawlessly. Conversely, when he was motivated, he preferred to accompany his subordinates on missions as a bodyguard for Vegapunk. Thus, it was difficult to fathom Palusalino's intentions, though Sean was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of the Navy. He was also among its elite forces. Given his strength, upon arriving in the Grand Line, he would surely ascend through the ranks swiftly, a fact even Sakazuki had to concede. Over the years, the conflicts between Sakazuki and Akiji had escalated, and Sengoku was growing older. If Sean were to join Sakazuki's faction, the competition for the position of admiral would become significantly easier. Akiji shared a similar sentiment. while Sengoku pondered Palusolino's unusual decision to embrace this troublemaker. Thus, the three men, each with their own agendas, contemplated the situation, for Sean's potential was immense. He had become remarkably powerful even in the East Blue, considering Luffy's crew. It was evident that their initial combat abilities were shockingly inadequate compared to the strength they would later attain through battles against formidable foes. This underscored their heightened regard for Sean, who, despite having only spent time in the East Blue, possessed extraordinary strength and peculiar abilities. Garp and Tsuru observed the trio from the side, after a lengthy silence. It was Tsuru who finally broke the stillness. I believe it is best to let things unfold naturally. He is still a young man. Let's not rush him. From the information I have gathered, he appears to be quite a laid-back individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lingered in the East Blue for so long. As for Palusolino, he likely perceives Sean as a kindred spirit. Let this matter rest here. Upon hearing the words, Sengoku could not afford to dwell on them too much and let out a sigh. Although he held the position of Fleet Admiral, it was indeed inappropriate for him to intervene in such matters. Initially, he had intended to persuade Sean to join Kazan's faction. However, with the current circumstances, plans were rendered unnecessary. Sean had no intention of engaging in factional disputes. This situation already involved the three admirals along with Sean. For top-tier combatants, which indeed warranted caution. It was only upon reflecting on this that Sengoku grasped the meaning of Crane's advice to let things unfold naturally. Despite their differing philosophies, Akainu and Aokiji remained colleagues. The addition of Sean to either side would undoubtedly disrupt the delicate balance between them. Having come to this realization, Sengoku promptly declared, "Very well then, Sakazuki, you shall retrieve Borisolino from the New World." The following morning, Sean awoke feeling quite pleased after a restful slumber. After inquiring about the location of the cafeteria, he made his way there. Upon arriving, he encountered two acquaintances. One was a woman dressed in a deep crimson suit with pink hair. Though strikingly beautiful, Sean merely glanced at her before looking away. The other was a man clad in an open vest, sporting white hair and a cigar, exuding an air reminiscent of a street rogue. It was none other than Blackleg Namian White Hunter Smoker. The two sensed Sean's presence and glanced his way, yet made no move to approach, as they were all still strangers to one another. The cafeteria was bustling with activity that morning. And after collecting his meal, Sean found himself at a loss for a place to sit. "You can come here. There is still room," a voice called out. Turning around, he saw Smoker's table and without hesitation, he moved to sit beside Nami. Although Sean appeared somewhat aloof and unapproachable, he was, in fact, a good-natured youth of the new era, who would willingly cling to a rogue like that. After taking a seat and exchanging names, Sean, unsure of what else to say, buried himself in his meal. Midway through his breakfast, Smoker spoke up from across the table. "You're the Sean from the East Blue, aren't you? I've heard you're quite strong. Would you care for a spar?" Nami tilted her head, looking at Sean. "I've also heard from Granny Crane that you have a rather difficult temperament. Is that true?" At her words, Sean shot Nami a dark look. "Don't listen to her nonsense. They provoked me. Otherwise, my temperament is quite agreeable." Nami, curious to see how formidable he truly was, insisted, "Come on, let us have a match." Sean replied dismissively, "Forget it. You two are far too weak. In my normal state, you wouldn't even be able to stand." This statement was mere boasting, for Sean was currently deliberately suppressing his aura. In a relaxed state, his natural presence radiated overwhelming power at all times. Upon hearing this, Smoker grew agitated. "How can you say that? I am also a user of a Logia-type power. You think I can't stand? You must be joking." He stood up, raising his voice. "Enough with the jesting. We all hold the rank of Major. You are merely a few years younger than us. Don't look down on us." Nami, too, felt a flicker of anger. Although her brother might be strong, she was no slouch either. With that, she also stood up. Sean, however, remained silent, continuing to eat his breakfast in tranquility. The cafeteria fell silent, as everyone was aware they were witnessing the emergence of supernovas within the Navy. Thus, their exchange had drawn attention. Only the sound of Sean chewing could be heard, and just as Smoker was about to erupt, Sean set down his plate. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he announced, "Let us go. I'm heading to see Mr. Zephyr." With that, he turned and walked towards the exit, prompting Nami and Smoker to exchange glances before hastily following. The remaining sailors were left in stunned silence before erupting into a clamor. "Did you hear that? That silver-haired Major is so arrogant. Indeed, I heard him say that Major Smoker and Major Nami wouldn't even be able to stand before him. They seem to be heading to the new recruits' training grounds. Anyone want to check it out? Let us go together. We have no tasks at the moment." Thus, a throng of soldiers from the Navy headquarters followed behind, making their way to the new recruits' training grounds. Upon arriving, Sean observed that the recruits were still engaged in physical training, with Zephyr observing nearby. Approaching, he greeted Zephyr, who turned to the individuals trailing behind Sean and asked, "What is going on here?" Before Sean could respond, Smoker, with his notorious temper, interjected, "Mr. Zephyr, he said Nami and I are too weak to even stand before him." "That's right. Nami is furious. There is no way the gap could be that significant." Zephyr, catching on, realized these two had likely heard of Sean's reputation from somewhere. The proud duo wished to test each other's strength, considering themselves the cream of the crop within the Navy. Albeit below the rank of Rear Admiral, during their time at the new recruits camp, both had garnered recognition thanks to their devil fruit abilities. They probably assumed Sean relied on the same. Amused, Zephyr looked at Sean and advised, "Take it easy on them. There are so many colleagues around. If it's too easy, they'll be mocked." Hearing his teacher's words, the street rogue Smoker retorted angrily, "Don't hold back. Use your full strength against me." Nami regarded Smoker with a look of disbelief. Given what Zephyr had stated, Sean's strength was indisputable. She had only come along out of annoyance at Sean's earlier comments about their weakness. Sean stroked his chin thoughtfully. "All right then. It won't take much time. Be prepared. If you can't stand, it'll be quite embarrassing." As his words concluded, Sean ceased suppressing his aura, and an immediate shift in his presence was palpable. In an instant, he transformed from a seemingly difficult individual into a cold-blooded sovereign, capable of devouring all in his path, except for those closest to him. The new recruits and the onlookers suddenly felt as though an immense weight had settled upon their chests, rendering them breathless. Those less affected merely rolled their eyes back in faintness, while others collapsed as if harvested like wheat. Those who were slightly affected merely fainted with wide eyes, while the more severely affected began foaming at the mouth. Save for Sean, only Zephyr remained upright. Nami and Smoker, although conscious, found themselves slumped on the ground, trembling as they struggled to rise. Smoker was even emitting smoke from his entire body, yet utterly powerless, seeing the crowd succumb to unconsciousness. Sean felt a tinge of embarrassment. "My apologies. I merely intended to intimidate the onlookers, and didn't realize the recruits would be affected." Zephyr chuckled heartily. "No harm done. These youngsters ought to experience the overwhelming might of Conqueror's Haki to understand the chasm between themselves and the strong. Though I am formidable as well, the price of them witnessing my strength would be too steep. Your Conqueror's Haki is far more effective. Oh, wait, that should only be your aura. You haven't even unleashed your Conqueror's Haki yet. Have you?" Sean understood. He sought to illustrate the disparity. Either they could find an island to demolish, or be thoroughly beaten by Zephyr's full force. None of these recruits could survive with merely a hint of his aura. They would grasp the immensity of the gap. Observing Smoker and Nami's dazed expressions, Zephyr seized the moment to remark, "See, this is the difference. Let us see if you'll still feel smug about your devil fruit abilities." Sean regarded Zephyr, who was grinning with delight, with a mixture of helplessness and admiration for his mindset, thus reinforcing his resolve to eliminate that ambushing pick. Such a hero should not face a dismal twilight. The two on the ground were blushing with embarrassment. In prior training sessions, though they had deemed their teacher strong, they lacked a concrete understanding of just how strong. They had always believed that through the development of their own abilities, they would one day reach a level comparable to the three admirals, honing their devil fruit powers to their zenith, without falling short of those who trained in Haki. Yet now they realized, in the presence of such formidable individuals, they couldn't even stand. Although Zephyr lacked Conqueror's Haki, he was a powerhouse of the same era as Garp and Sengoku. Satisfied, Sean nodded, "I didn't deceive you. Although I'm not sure why you were training under Mr. Zephyr and don't even possess Haki, you must understand one thing. It's personal strength that empowers devil fruit abilities. Smoker, that sea prism stone you carry, forgive my candor, but it's only a toy in your hands." After speaking, he crouched down and casually lifted it up, unperturbed by the Conqueror's Haki. Although Sean himself was unaffected by the sea prism stone and could still wield his powers, he could not truly display them like the formidable beings of the New World. These powerful individuals, even when ensnared by the sea prism stone, could still break free with sheer brute strength. Sean clenched his fist, and with a resounding snap, the 10 appendages of Smoker shattered, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. "See, I am also a devil fruit user, a person of significant physical prowess, completely unfazed by your trinket. When you can crush the sea prism stone with your bare hands, then come challenge me." Zifa observed the contemplative expressions of his two students with a sense of satisfaction. "Hurry and assist the other soldiers in managing this situation. Tell the new recruits to take a day's rest. I shall go enjoy some drinks and conversation with Sean." Thus, Jinai and Smoker watched as Zifa led Sean away, indifferent to their trembling legs. Jinai resolved to train diligently to cultivate her haki and confront that insufferable Sean once more. Smoker hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts that seeking out Sean would only result in a beating. Just moments ago, he had been so astute. How had he devolved into this? Yet, Smoker recognized the crux of his issue. Perhaps for those lacking strength or haki, his Logia powers were invincible. But against those who wielded haki and possessed true strength, his abilities felt like a target. Thus, he too resolved to diligently cultivate his Haki. In this manner, as time passed, Sean requested a 2-week leave from Sengoku. The yellow monkey needed nearly 2 weeks for the job handover with the red dog. Consequently, Sengoku approved Sean's leave. Although Sean yearned to immerse himself in the training grounds of the system, he quelled his impulse that he wanted to 10 consecutive draws. Yet, even if he could not engage in that, Sean did not neglect his training. Each day after breakfast, he would visit the new recruit training camp to chat and spar with Zifa. However, he would apply gravity to himself during their bouts, ensuring that the noise generated was minimal as they were merely exchanging punches. Meanwhile, Sean's name swept through the entire Navy headquarters like a tempest. Both the higher-ups and the recruits became aware of the presence of a true monster within the headquarters. At just 20 years old, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess. Some wished to greet him, but upon seeing his aloof demeanor, they halted in their tracks. This left Sean feeling somewhat helpless. He too enjoyed making friends. However, others perceived him as a stern officer, which deterred them from approaching. Aside from Jinai and Smoker, who were also on leave, they would seek out Sean at the break of dawn, requesting him to intensify their gravity training. Zifa, noticing his students' eagerness to improve during their break, felt a sense of pride. Before long, a week had nearly elapsed, and it was time for this batch of recruits to embark on their practical training. Early in the morning, having completed his morning routine, Sean arrived at the training ship. He observed Zifa instructing the new recruits on numerous matters and chose not to interrupt, instead relocating a beach chair onto the deck to bask in the sun. This time, Sean had brought his sword, for he knew Weevil's strength was undeniably formidable. Even with the factors of an ambush and Zifa's protective instincts for his students, Zifa had still been defeated. Therefore, Weevil's power should not be underestimated. Despite his reckless demeanor, caution was warranted. Before long, Zifa concluded his instructions and approached Sean. Aren't you here to observe the recruits? Why are you slacking off? Sean lifted his eyelids slightly. All right, I admit it. I am merely seeking a bit of relaxation. Zifa chuckled, brushing it off. Thus, under Zifa's guidance, the training ship navigated the vast ocean in search of their target, a pirate crew. During this journey, although many recruits sustained injuries, they successfully met their assessment criteria. Sean also aided them in recovering from their wounds. Witnessing Sean's abilities, Zifa was profoundly astonished. Though he had already learned from Sengoku that this young man's healing skills were akin to a natural gift, the sheer magnitude of his capabilities was still staggering. Having never encountered such a powerful healing ability, the higher-ups could only choose to believe Sean's explanations. What else could they do? Force him to divulge secrets? That was preposterous. Sean, though puzzled as to why that pig had not yet appeared, remained vigilant, activating his observation haki. Just then, a small sailboat gradually approached. Sean squinted at the small vessel. It appeared to be an unremarkable merchant ship. Turning to Zifa, he noticed his relaxed demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. Damn it. How can one be a former Marine Admiral and not be vigilant? If not you, then who? Sean hastily approached and whispered, there's a formidable individual on that ship, along with an elderly woman. Before he could finish, a dark slash hurtled towards them. Sean swiftly drew his sword and unleashed a similarly crimson-black strike in response. The clash was thunderous, creating a massive crater in the ocean, with seawater cascading into it. Unable to fill the void for quite some time, this exchange made clear the terrifying power of both sides. Only those who could integrate Haki into their slashes could be deemed great swordsmen. This spectacle left Zifa and the recruits momentarily stunned, each contemplating that had it not been for Sean, the ship would likely have been cleaved in two. Regaining their composure, everyone swiftly assumed defensive postures. Given that the adversary dared to attack a Navy vessel, they were undoubtedly not weak. Zifa, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, reflected that without Sean's presence, they would surely have faced dire consequences. Judging by the strike from the opposing side, it was evident that they were not weaklings, especially considering the number of recruits he had been safeguarding. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine, prompting him to step forward and join Sean. I was careless earlier and failed to inform you in time. This time, I owe you one. Sean continued to gaze at the merchant ship, stating, Mr. Zifa, we should have the recruits evacuate the ship on smaller boats. If there aren't enough, they can swim. This training vessel likely won't hold up. Zepha's expression grew grave, as he too sensed the formidable presence of the two individuals on the opposing vessel, one tall and imposing, the other petite yet exuding a sense of power. He turned to Ein and ordered, Ein, as a devil fruit user, take those lacking swimming abilities onto the small boat and leave. The rest must swim to safety. The strength of our adversaries is considerable. You cannot engage. Notify headquarters to dispatch a warship for reinforcement. Swim in one direction and carry out the orders. Understood, Zepha-sensei. Ein quickly grasped the situation and began issuing orders. The Navy's operational efficiency was remarkable. Soon, they organized themselves and began to distance themselves from the impending danger. However, they did not stray too far, instead halting at a relatively safe distance to observe. Prepared to provide support at a moment's notice. After all, they were the Navy. Before long, Sean and Zepha spotted a towering figure, nearly 7 meters tall, with golden hair and a neck and face adorned with grotesque stitched scars. Wielding a crude sword that emanated an oppressive aura, beside him stood a diminutive elderly woman, leaning on a cane, dressed in ostentatious attire reminiscent of a nouveau riche. This was Weevil and Miss Bakken. At that moment, Miss Bakken let out a shrill laugh. My good son, seize that ship for me. Mother wishes to go gamble. Weevil, his expression slightly blank, responded, understood, Mama, may I kill them? Of course, you are Mother-'s good son. After all, as Sean listened to their brazen banter, he prepared to step forward and engage, only to be halted by Zepha. Allow me to take the lead first and assess their capabilities. You remain at the side to guard against any ambush from that elderly woman. For she possesses some strength. All right, you go ahead, but be cautious. I sense his power is truly formidable. Enough. I've faced countless storms. This is nothing. Sean was certainly aware of Zephyr's intentions. His only concern lay in the possibility of encountering some bizarre abilities from the opposing side. Anyone who had honed their physical prowess to such an extraordinary level, should they consume a devil fruit, would wield a power that should never be underestimated. Thus, Zephyr resolved to engage directly. Preferring to face the threat alone rather than risk both of them falling simultaneously, a mindset characteristic of seasoned veterans. However, Sean knew well that Weevil was indeed a powerhouse, having been described by the Yellow Monkey as possessing strength akin to that of Whitebeard in his youth. One could only imagine the extent of Weevil's might. Though the assessment was made 7 years later, Weevil was presently at the pinnacle of his strength, in the prime of his life at 27 or 28. His vitality was at its peak. Yet Sean remained unfazed by the prospect of Weevil overwhelming Zephyr. In this world, duels among top-tier combatants rarely resulted in death, unless it devolved into a prolonged 2-on-1 struggle, even if Zephyr were to sustain injuries. Sean was confident in his ability to support him. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, with Miss Bakken standing on the deck of a small merchant ship. Suddenly, Weevil leaped toward the training vessel. Brandishing his juvenile blade aloft, its surface shimmering with flowing Haki. Zephyr's right arm swelled with muscle as he countered with his own armament Haki. Sean retreated a short distance. And then a thunderous crash resounded as the entire training ship was rocked by the shockwaves of their clash. Zephyr took a slight step back, and Weevil seized the opportunity to charge forward. Although Zephyr was somewhat prepared, he still found himself at a disadvantage in strength. After all, this was a naval encounter. And Zephyr could not afford to unleash his full potential, especially as his Haki was depleting rapidly. In stark contrast, Weevil fought with an instinctual ferocity reminiscent of a beast. At that moment, Zephyr executed a moonwalk. Leaping into the air, hoping to deliver a decisive blow to Weevil as he descended. Unfazed, Weevil swung his juvenile blade upward. Another explosive sound rang out, and the already battered training ship disintegrated into a flurry of wooden splinters. Floating upon the ocean's surface, once more, Zephyr was sent flying. Yet, he was no ordinary soldier. He was a former admiral and the chief instructor of the Navy. While his stamina may have waned, his technique was unparalleled. And before Weevil could send him sprawling with brute force, Zephyr would always attempt to counter with a change of tactics, whether through a whip-like kick or a hook from another arm. As their fierce battle raged on, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Miss Bakken had assumed this was merely an ordinary attack on a naval vessel, unaware that Zephyr was aboard. Nonetheless, she paid little mind to it. Confident in her son's strength and her own prowess. However, she soon noticed a young man nearby, calmly observing their duel, which instilled a sense of unease within her. Her instincts warned her that this young Navy officer was not to be underestimated. Though she had once sailed alongside Whitebeard, her greed, selfishness, and ruthlessness remained intact. Yet, as a pirate driven solely by wealth, caution was paramount. Thus, she resolved to eliminate one of her foes at the opportune moment. Upon seeing Zephyr being repelled, she drew her cane, which was, in fact, a concealed blade. Wreathed in Haki and propelled by astonishing speed, she swiftly approached Zephyr from behind, aiming for his vulnerable back. Zephyr, a battle-hardened veteran, instinctively twisted his body, raising his arm to block the strike, determined to withstand the blow. However, Sean understood that this carefully prepared attack could not be thwarted by Zephyr's last-minute maneuver. Sean had kept a vigilant eye on Miss Bakken from the outset. She aimed to ambush Zephyr, and he too harbored intentions to ambush the old woman. He could not believe that someone who had once sailed with Whitebeard could now be so weak, especially given the ferocity with which she had trained Weevil. As she raised her blade to strike Zephyr, Sean sprang into action. She sought a lethal strike, and Sean knew he had to act first. Otherwise, he could not predict what further tricks this old crone might have up her sleeve. Utilizing a surge of force, he propelled himself forward, appearing instantaneously behind Miss Bakken. With a swift motion, he drew his blade, aiming for her neck, startling her into a terrified shriek. "Son, save your mother, you scoundrel!" Caught in the transitional phase of exertion, she found herself unable to evade, and at best could only manage to inflict a superficial wound upon Zephyr. With a swift and precise cut, Sean's blade whispered through the air, silencing Miss Bakken's piercing cries. A subtle, nearly imperceptible crimson black slash traversed her neck, sailing away into the distance. The horizon of the sea appeared as if stained in shades of red and black. She could only emit faint gasps, gradually yielding to the flow of blood seeping from the delicate wound at her throat. "Mother!" Weevil charged forward like a maddened lion, and Sean grasped Zephyr, retreating swiftly. He took the opportunity to cast a wish upon Zephyr, healing his wounds and erasing the remnants of past injuries. This miraculous act left Zephyr astounded, and as he opened his mouth to inquire, Sean hastily interrupted. "We must deal with this situation first. We need to retreat." He's about to go berserk. As Weevil rushed to embrace Miss Bakken, the subtle tremors caused her head to roll away like a deflated balloon. Staring blankly at the severed head at his feet, Weevil's eyes brimmed with rage. He murmured, "I want you all to die. I want you all to perish." By the end of his declaration, his voice escalated into a furious shout as he lifted his gaze toward Zephyr and Sean. Zephyr, sensing the imminent threat, regarded the now even more formidable Weevil with trepidation. Though he recognized that his opponent had become significantly more challenging, he would not naively consider Sean's act of killing Miss Bakken a misstep. Zephyr refrained from taking lives due to the influences of his childhood, yet he was still a true Navy officer. "Sean, let us strike together." He should have exhausted his other capabilities. It's merely brute strength now. "Indeed, that suits me perfectly. I was just waiting for that old hag to make her move," Sean replied with conviction, refusing to feel any shame for his counter-ambush. When it came to scum of the sea, any measure of violence was justified. Over the years, he had witnessed countless innocents suffering at the hands of pirates, their homes laid to waste. He was no hero, merely an ordinary man reborn, carrying the traditional mindset of cherishing family. Perhaps unable to save everyone. Yet, he would certainly address any injustices within his reach. Moreover, such a ruthless duo deserved to be vanquished 1,000 times over. Weevil, unable to contain the raging fury within him upon witnessing their whispered exchange, bellowed, "I will kill you both." With a mighty stomp, he charged at them, causing the wooden plank beneath him to splinter and sink into the sea. Sean's blade shimmered with cherry blossom-colored Haki, followed by arcs of crimson electricity dancing along its edge. With a surge of gravity, he swung his blade in defense. A tremendous explosion erupted where their blades collided, releasing a burst of red energy and crackling lightning. "You think you're strong? I'm stronger," Sean declared, applying even more force, sending Weevil hurtling toward Zephyr. From this initial skirmish, Sean had gleaned a rough understanding of their relative strengths, while he still fell short of the power Whitebeard had in his youth. Sean's physical prowess was formidable, rivaling that of a steel balloon. Observing the unfolding scene, Zephyr too enveloped his fist in Haki, executing a sword to appear before Weevil. He delivered a crushing blow that sent Weevil careening toward Sean. Yet, Weevil was not one to remain passive. Like a wild beast, he instinctively swung his juvenile blade horizontally against the ocean's surface, stirring up a flurry of waves. But while he halted, Sean did not. He abided by his belief that one should act rather than merely talk. The wooden plank beneath him propelled him skyward. "Mr. Zephyr, fall back, retreat far," he shouted, and as his words fell, Sean unleashed a rotating blue slash toward the heavens, followed by a massive strike aimed directly at Weevil. The force of his gravity blade, Azure Tempest, surged forth. As the strike cleaved through the air, it split into two distinct paths. One darted straight ahead, while the other surged towards Weevil. Unfazed, Weevil swung his juvenile blade with force. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself lifted into the sky. Just as Weevil relished this unexpected ascent, The previously split strike materialized before him. It appeared as if he had collided with it himself, prompting him to hastily swing his juvenile blade to disperse it. The ensuing shockwave assailed him relentlessly. This was a tactic devised by Sean to combat those who were unable to fly. When one had no ground to push against, being struck by the gravitationally charged first half of the strike would compel them to ascend. The remaining force, imbued with gravity, would propel them downward, thus preventing the enemy from leveraging their strength against him. In this manner, Sean denied Weibel the chance to descend or engage him directly, opting instead to persistently harass him. Before long, a meteor approximately 1,000 meters in diameter, ablaze with flames, hurtled towards Weibel. Observing this, Sean promptly shouted for Zephyr, recalling their prior agreement to subdue this foe at minimal cost. Upon hearing Sean's call, Zephyr swiftly leaped into the air, employing Moonwalk to approach Weibel. As the meteor bore down upon him, Weibel exhibited no fear, gripping his juvenile blade tightly and swinging forcefully. With a resounding crash, his strike cleaved the meteor in two, yet Sean remained indifferent, for this was merely a feint. Seizing the moment while Weibel was still recuperating, Zephyr arrived, his right arm bulging with muscular sinew, veins coursing with intensity, and he struck fiercely at Weibel's back. Consequently, Weibel soared upwards at an alarming speed, while Sean suddenly appeared before him, arms raised high with his blade charged, then swung down with great force. Unwilling to concede, Weibel enveloped himself in a pitch-black coating of armament. Gravity blade, Black Lantern, he declared, and a crimson-black strike descended upon him, momentarily halting Weibel's advance. A thunderous roar erupted from the ocean, reminiscent of a tempest. The sea seemed to part, revealing an unfathomable chasm, a vast abyss that instilled awe. The waters on either side began to surge inward, unable to regain their equilibrium for the time being. Gradually, Weibel descended towards the ocean's surface, and in the process, his body split in two. Meanwhile, the onlooking recruits were left aghast. Was this the pinnacle of combat prowess? It was truly terrifying. How remarkable, Major Sean, whom I often saw looking fatigued, possessed such immense strength. Indeed, that ominous abyss was a sight to behold, despite their similar ages. His prowess was unparalleled. Should we not venture closer to observe? Listening to the chatter around him, the temporary leader, Ein, interjected, later, hold on tight to the ship. A massive wave will soon arrive. Before anyone could inquire further, they understood the situation at hand. Sean swiftly soared towards Zephyr, guiding him toward the small merchant vessel. After depositing Zephyr, he lifted the entire ship into the air, heading towards the recruits still submerged in the water. The recently cleaved chasm was rapidly filled with the incoming sea, yet the force of the influx rendered the surface increasingly turbulent. Amidst the collisions, towering waves, hundreds of meters high, formed and surged outward. Just as they neared the recruits, Zephyr bellowed, "Grab hold of the ship." Thus, the recruits floundering in the water clung to the edges of the small boat, with some even clutching their comrades' legs in desperation. In this manner, as Sean arrived to lift them into the sky, the scene below resembled a comical display of skewered candied hawthorns. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. Their stamina was more than sufficient. After traversing a distance, they landed upon the tranquil sea. Though the small merchant vessel was modest in size, it was more than adequate for the fewer than 100 individuals aboard. Zephyr organized the recruits onto the ship, while Sean, undistracted, ventured into the cabin to seek treasures. After all, Miss Pekin was known for her avarice, and one could expect treasures within. Zephyr paid little mind to him, for spoils of war were at stake. Although the Navy's regulations mandated a portion be surrendered, such rules often felt negligible. While the Navy's salaries were substantial, they could not afford to dampen the spirits of those risking their lives. As long as the actions were not excessively egregious or intentionally allowing pirates to pillage, few would raise objections. Thus, Sean explored the ship's interior, opening room after room. Eventually, he discovered the treasure chamber hidden in the innermost compartment. After a cursory examination, he was momentarily stunned upon discovering a devil fruit. It was white, resembling a pineapple, adorned with cloud-like patterns. He hastily utilized the system to investigate further. Cloud fruit, a natural-type fruit. It could become a calamity-grade fruit if one possessed sufficient meteorological knowledge. Otherwise, it would merely be a soft, fluffy cloud. Remarkable, he mused, though lamenting that it was unsuitable for Ka. Nevertheless, he promptly stored it in the system space for later consideration, planning to seek out a suitable fruit for Kuina in the future. Indeed, Sean had promised Kuina that he would find a devil fruit to enhance her physique after they set sail, preferably one of the mythical beast variety. He hoped she would not lose heart and would trust in her swordsmanship. Kuina had followed closely behind him since childhood, calling him senpai, which fostered a deep bond between them. Sean was also immensely grateful to the Yasuhiro couple for their guidance and nurturing. Thus, he was inclined to comply with Kuina's requests, though Yasuhiro's words had wounded Kuina's spirit, suggesting that a girl could never become the greatest swordsman. She had turned to Sean for solace. It was then that Sean had informed her of the existence of devil fruits. In truth, the devil fruit was merely a secondary option. His primary desire was to acquire an A-grade gene serum capable of elevating her physique to a steel balloon level. Lost in thought, Sean snapped back to reality and stepped outside. The recruits on the deck gazed at him with admiration, yet his aloof demeanor deterred anyone from approaching. Sean, we are truly fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger alongside these youngsters. That pirate possesses remarkable potential. What are you saying? Sean waved his hand dismissively. I am but a member of the Navy. Combating crime is our duty. Ha ha ha. Well said. Upon our return to headquarters, I shall recommend you for a promotion. Sean merely smiled in silence, for he understood that the Navy would not squander such combat potential. Thus, the group of sailors embarked on their journey back to headquarters aboard the small merchant vessel. The originally requested naval support was no longer necessary, and it was uncertain when they would arrive. That night, after dinner, Sean lay on the deck gazing at the stars. He then opened his system panel to check his storyline points. Storyline points. 113508. Sean suppressed his anxious heart, trembling hands, and gritted his teeth as he clicked the button for a tenfold draw. His nervousness was understandable, as even a purification, a wish, or a teleportation could grant him the means to ride the waves. Thus, he remained eagerly anticipating the forthcoming prizes. A rather unremarkable lottery panel materialized, adorned with 99 options, each marked with a question mark. The pointer commenced its slow rotation, and soon, one by one, notifications began to emerge. Congratulations, host. You have acquired A-Class Gene Potion 2, which, upon usage, can be transformed into a physique as robust as an iron balloon through rigorous training. At last, he obtained what he had long yearned to present to the junior girl. And in fact, he received 2 of them. Congratulations, host. You have received the Pure Gold Upgrade 10, an enhanced version of Pure Gold from the world of pirates. The original version, when worn, would stifle physical growth while simultaneously hindering one's strength from advancing. The upgraded version, however, would suppress the aging genes once the wearer achieves a perfect physique, posing no hindrance to strength, and is impervious to damage, with no force in the current realm capable of destroying it. What the heck? This item had been on Sean's mind since his arrival in this world. It represented an alternative form of immortality, significantly prolonging the aging process, although the exact duration remained unknown. Yet, from the films he had seen, the little girl within lived for 200 years without any signs of growth. The effects were evident, undoubtedly exceeding 100-fold, especially considering this was the upgraded version. This only heightened his anticipation for the subsequent items. Congratulations, host. You have received a photo album of Nami. Congratulations, host. You have received a photo album of Robin. Congratulations, host. You have received a photo album of Hinata. Congratulations, host. You have received a charm pill. Congratulations, host. You have received an eternal bullet, inexhaustible and ceaseless, a human perpetual motion machine, essential for a sea king. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of cola. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of paraquat. Sean felt that the dramatic fluctuations of the night were somewhat exaggerated. Initially, he was quite satisfied with the items drawn, but as time progressed, his expression grew increasingly grim. Did he really need to enhance his charm? Did he require the eternal bullet? Did he aspire to become a sea king? With a sullen face, Sean took out 2 candies and began to crunch on them. He couldn't shake the feeling that the system was playing tricks on him. It had been the same with the teleportation skill, which came with its own annotations. Yet, with no romantic inclinations, Sean, the sword-wielding natural, would never entertain such thoughts. With a darkened expression, Sean inquired, System, what about the guaranteed draw for the 10 consecutive pulls? And why was there not a single skill this time? Host, too much greed can lead to indigestion. This system is the mightiest auxiliary system. You must either spend narrative points to purchase or at least fully unlock your current potential to draw items. The guarantee mechanism for 10 consecutive pulls does not imply an additional chance to draw, but rather a reward of special items. Is pure gold not sufficient? Even in higher realms, it remains a coveted prize. Fiercely contested by various factions, the upgraded version is an item that breaks the rules. What must I do to fully unlock my potential? I have already mastered all my skills. Once you elevate your combat power to 19,999, the system will upgrade to version 2.0, unveiling new features. Please look forward to it and strive diligently. TSK. And what about those sea kings, the photo albums, and these items? Host. This system is merely an aid, not a caretaker. It will only assist you in the direction you wish to pursue. Sean fell silent. He had never perceived himself as a lecherous individual, and so he could only retreat to his room in silence, hoping to counter the system's antics with his quietude. Upon returning to his room, he immediately donned a silver-black ring crafted from pure gold shaped like crocodile's heart, secure in its place. Alas, insomnia struck. He decided to check how many narrative points he possessed. Host. Sean gender. Male age. 20 combat power. 1,675,410 ordinary soldier. 11. For 99 below colonel elite soldiers. 500. For 1,000 elite colonel at least. 400. 17,000 vice admiral level. 700. 19999 admiral candidates. 10. 000. And above admiral 4 emperors. No upper limit. This is calculated based on a combination of combat power and abilities, resulting in a lower total than pure combat power. Abilities: Heavy Hit Fruit Modified Armament Haki Max, Observation Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max Skills, Wish, Swordsmanship, Teleportation Modified Warehouse, Mitsuki Muninori, Change of Clothes, Pure Gold Upgrade 9, Various Photo Albums, A-Class Gene Potion. Narrative Points. 13,508. He then pointed at the photo albums. Oh dear. How did they fall out? Truly, this system is utterly inept. This bug needs urgent fixing. I merely brushed against it. Yes, indeed. Thus, Sean proceeded to slowly pick up the photo albums, rapidly flipping through them. And so, Sean and his companion swiftly returned to Marineford. With Zephyr's recommendation, Sean was promoted. Now, Sean had ascended 2 ranks. Although anticipated, he had not expected it to be so cursory. After merely defeating a pirate, he was promoted to colonel. According to Zephyr, he had initially intended to grant him the rank of brigadier general and send him to oversee a base in the 4 seas for a time. However, being promoted 3 ranks seemed excessive, so it was scaled down accordingly. As the promotion ceremony concluded, a Navy soldier approached Sean, informing him that his superior had returned and was seeking him. Guided by the soldier, he soon arrived at Kizaru's office, entering without knocking. Sean, just as arrogant as the rumors suggest, he observed. Witnessing the yellow monkey clip his nails, his expression as lewd as ever. Having developed the habit of not knocking while in the 16th Division, Sean had forgotten to do so, considering his familiarity with Bardno. However, upon hearing Kizaru's playful jibe, his lips twitched, internally raging. You, clipping your nails, are the epitome of arrogance. Well, I'm accustomed to it. Don't mind such trivialities. Now, what arrangements have you made for me? Well, I don't have much to arrange for you. Just take the warship and set out on patrol. I'll contact you via Din Mushi if there are any tasks. I am unsure why Kizaru and Akaina refer to themselves as old man. Perhaps it's a trend over there, considering they're only in their 40s. Sean was taken aback. This was not what he had envisioned. In his mind, Kizaru would at least test his strength in battle. Noticing Sean's expression, Kizaru explained, I'm getting old and prefer not to move about. As for you, who doesn't he know we've acquired a super monster in our navy? Sean felt a wave of frustration. Is this how dismissively the headquarters treats me? Not quite. This is the protocol before being promoted to a general. You need to make your name resound across the seas. Instilling fear in pirates. At this point, Sean understood. He had indeed risen through the ranks from the ground up. As a direct member of the Navy, he was different from those who were recruited or parachuted in. Those individuals typically already possess significant reputations at sea, but this came with its drawbacks. Senior officers would hardly heed their commands, forcing them to cultivate their own subordinates. Reflecting on this, Sean asked, what about my subordinates? You expect me to combat pirates without at least a vice officer, or the like? Kizaru removed his glasses, his lips curling. Well, you can select them yourself. I believe many recruits would be eager. Sean felt overwhelmed. This was part of the reason he had wished to join the Navy. He simply had no understanding of managing affairs. Being a soldier was quite sufficient for him. Suddenly, Sean recalled a certain individual. Croc, the one who had smashed the jaw of the axeman. According to Oda, he was a present second only to Ben Beckman in terms of intellect. Goodness, he almost forgot about this fellow, after all. He merely desired a peaceful life in the end. Perhaps he should pay him a visit and see this legendary man whose intellect rivaled Beckman's. Thus, Sean inquired, I wish to recruit a pirate into the Navy. His bounty should be relatively low. After all, when I was in the East Blue, it was only over 2 million. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, his demeanor becoming even more lewd. That's not impossible, but it requires a military court ruling first. Still, a mere pirate could inspire such a thought of recruitment in you. Sean explained, It is said that his intellect is exceptionally high. Nicknamed Master of Schemes Croc, you must be aware that the New World is becoming increasingly turbulent, and a new order will soon stabilize. You 3 admirals will need to be stationed at Mariehua, the headquarters, in the New World, and I suspect I will be dispatched there as well, once my rank ascends. I cannot continue to drift aimlessly. That base commander position is as good as assured. Without a tool to assist me in handling affairs, I would not be able to continue. Kizaru was somewhat taken aback, pondering how astutely this subordinate perceived the situation. Indeed, it was precisely as arranged by the department to position Sean as a formidable line of defense in the New World in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Kizaru conceded, "Very well, I shall put in a good word for you. Since you are merely seeking to establish your reputation through your patrol, you may proceed to the East Blue." Sean broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "That is absolutely splendid." His gaze then drifted towards the array of tea leaves, fragrant cigarettes, and cigars nearby, stirring a sense of temptation within him. Kizaru, understanding his unspoken desire, mused silently, "Do you wish for these? They are exclusive provisions for admirals. Everything aside from the tea leaves is yours." Sean squinted, suddenly recalling how, in the anime he watched, those naval dignitaries were always seen puffing on cigars during their meetings. Wouldn't it appear rather foolish if he could not smoke? Yet, his aloof demeanor made the idea of smoking a cigar seem somewhat incongruous. Conversely, resorting to ordinary cigarettes felt inadequate for the image he wished to project. The path of maintaining an imposing facade was indeed fraught with difficulty. Noticing the myriad expressions crossing Sean's face, Kizaru inquired, "What troubles you?" To Kizaru's surprise, Sean, in his bewilderment, actually articulated his concerns regarding his image. Kizaru's expression turned somewhat peculiar, for according to the naval assessments from the Grand Advisor Crane's faction, Sean was characterized as a cold, difficult individual, brimming with arrogance and a volatile temperament. His initial impression of Sean, who had entered unannounced, had aligned with this assessment. Yet, Kizaru now recognized his error. They had misjudged him. Beneath that exterior lay a rather youthful spirit, grappling with trivial dilemmas, seeking assistance for his tasks and contemplating which cigarette would bolster his image. As Sean perceived Kizaru's expression, he quickly regained his composure, his face adopting a stern demeanor. "This character is crumbling," he thought in dismay, berating himself for posing such a foolish question. Observing Sean's agitation, Kizaru remarked, "In truth, your appearance is already quite imposing. Smoking a cigar is not out of place. While it may seem somewhat tempestuous, it is certainly preferable to facing junior soldiers with a stoic countenance. Therefore, take my cigars. I shall ensure you are well stocked with them in the future." Kizaru chuckled. It seems our young Sean has quite an amusing side. Upon hearing that laughter, Sean felt a surge of indignation. "Come out and duel me," he declared, his voice echoing with authority as he unleashed a powerful aura that rattled the very walls and furniture of the office. Kizaru immediately raised his hands, saying, Now, no need for such excitement. I apologize for my laughter. I assure you this matter will remain confidential." Gazing at Kizaru's mischievous grin, Sean felt a tightness in his chest, an overwhelming discomfort akin to social embarrassment. He wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. With a disdainful huff, he turned and seized several boxes of cigars before making his exit. Kizaru, observing the aftermath of the encounter, chuckled to himself. What an intriguing subordinate. Such overwhelming presence. Who would have thought such a formidable individual would be troubled by the choice of his smoking implements? Thus, Sean commenced his journey back to the East Blue, accompanied by 100 or so new recruits, with the intention of revisiting Frost Moon Village. Although he had been there before, his stay had been brief, this time, with the assistance of the department's intelligence agency. He was confident that locating Kuro would be effortless. Sean contemplated whether to bring Kuina along, seeking Zifa's assistance for her training, as her aspirations could not be fulfilled under Yagu's tutelage. Under Sean's influence, he had managed to heal his mentor's wife, Lehman, restoring her to health, which in turn would ensure Kana received the care and support she needed. However, discussions with them were necessary, and he intended to visit Lode Town to check if the weapon shop owner had received the cursed blade. After all, Zaro was his junior, and he had once admired him greatly while watching the anime. Had he encountered Moria, he would have certainly brought the autumn water for Zaro. For the changes Sean had wrought had inadvertently deprived Zaro of the Daiichi Manji. Sean recalled having once persuaded Zaro to join the Navy, but perhaps due to the world's inherent corrective nature, Zaro was adamantly opposed to setting sail, choosing instead to hone his swordsmanship in Frost Moon Village. Aiming to challenge the world's greatest swordsman once his skills were sufficient. Yes, under Kuina's influence, his ambition was also to become the world's strongest. Yet, even with Kuina's encouragement, Zaro remained steadfast in his refusal to join the Navy. Intent solely on becoming a swordsman, he was resolute in his desire to venture forth only after mastering his art, with the first order of business being to confront the world's greatest swordsman. This reminded Sean of Zaro's notorious lack of direction. He worried that a momentary lapse could lead to Zaro becoming irretrievably lost. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at Logetown. Sean found himself aboard a medium-sized warship. Equipped with a propulsion system, a privilege typically reserved for high-ranking officers, the stop was necessary for resupplying, especially since Sean had come in search of blades, after instructing his new recruits to gather supplies. He leisurely strolled down the streets, hoping to locate a shop that sold cursed swords for another blade. He felt its necessity was debatable, while renowned swords were often celebrated for their fame. Many formidable weapons remained unrecognized. The sword he possessed, a gift from Lehman, was a significant piece of craftsmanship, and as long as its wielder was powerful, its notoriety would naturally follow, the famed black swords. On the other hand, were nurtured with Haki over time, becoming black blades. Sean preferred to retain the original appearance of his sword, as its beauty captivated him, and he found black swords to be excessively heavy. Though the weight was negligible, nevertheless, it was less than ideal for Sean's Aido technique. Before long, Sean spotted a girl of about 13 years, clutching a bundle wrapped in cloth as she dashed past. Upon closer inspection, he realized she bore an uncanny resemblance to Kuina. It was none other than Tashiji. Thus, Sean trailed her at a leisurely pace, eager to witness the childhood of Tashiji. Before long, they arrived at a modest residence. "I'm home," the girl exclaimed, prompting Sean to activate his observation Haki to sense the individuals within. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he hurriedly pushed the door open. Young Tashiji, upon seeing a stranger invade her home, also appeared taken aback. "Who are you? Why are you in my house? Leave at once, or I will call the Navy," she declared, brandishing the wrapped object, a sword, Shiryuki, drawn from its sheath. Confronting Sean defiantly. On the bed lay a middle-aged woman, her breath faint, seemingly on the brink of death. Hearing the commotion, she struggled to open her eyes, and upon witnessing her daughter facing off against a stranger, a wave of maternal instinct surged within her. "Tashiji, what is happening? Come behind me," she urged. At that moment, Sean recognized the woman's features. She was a dead ringer for his mentor, Lehman, albeit appearing more gaunt and pallid. Tashiji, momentarily stunned by the unexpected sight of her mother's recovery, was abruptly interrupted by Sean's voice. "Do not jest. I can scarcely sense your life force. Sit down. I shall tend to you." Upon observing the vigilant expressions of the two individuals, Sean was taken aback, realizing they must have mistaken him for a nefarious character. Since he had not donned his naval attire upon landing on the island, it was likely that the pair had misinterpreted his intentions. He hastily continued, "I am a Navy officer, and I harbor no ill will. I merely sense the dwindling life force within you through my observation abilities, which is why I entered. These words, the middle-aged woman nearly exhaled in relief, only to feel a sudden dizziness. Collapsing onto the bed, Tasiki's heart sank at the sight of her mother's face turning ashen, prompting her to rush over. Sean, without time to offer further explanations, swiftly moved to lift Tasiki, employing his healing skill. Wishing that in Tasiki's astonished gaze, a faint yellowish light enveloped her mother, transforming into twinkling starlight that gradually merged into her being. In Sean's perception, wishing merely sustained her life signs temporarily, indicating she was indeed gravely ill. However, he remained unperturbed, for he possessed purification to eradicate any negative effects. Tasiki, witnessing the individual lifting her by the collar, waved his hand, causing blue light to cascade around her mother, encircling her before entering her body. At that moment, the woman opened her eyes, spotting her daughter being hoisted. She hurriedly descended from the bed and rushed to reclaim her daughter, glaring at Sean with a protective demeanor. If there's any confrontations, let it be with me. Do not harm my daughter." Tasiki, enveloped in her mother's long-awaited embrace, felt a surge of emotion, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Mom, you're all right now. This big brother saved you. Oh, how wonderful it is that you're fine." Overcome with joy, she could no longer contain herself and wept uncontrollably while clinging to her mother. The middle-aged woman, stirred by her daughter's words, instinctively reacted to protect her, neglecting to assess her own condition. Upon reflection, aside from a faint sense of hunger and weakness, she felt no discomfort at all. The prolonged suffering from her illness had nearly made her forget the essence of health. It was evident that the young man before her had indeed saved her, had he not just claimed to be a Navy officer. She felt a wave of shame wash over her as she lowered her head and murmured, "I apologize. I was merely concerned for my daughter. In response, Sean waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "It is quite all right. After all, maternal love is a magnificent force." Pausing for a moment, he ventured to voice his foremost curiosity. "Do you have any sisters or relatives?" The woman gently caressed Dasiki's back, pondering before replying. "Yes, I had a younger sister when we were children, but she was taken by human traffickers during an outing. I failed to protect her." A shadow of sorrow crossed her face as she concluded her tale. Yet, suddenly, a flicker of hope and disbelief ignited within her, prompting her to inquire, "How do you know this?" Sean hesitated momentarily before responding, "Well, it is as you suspect. I happen to know someone who bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Her name is Lyman, and she is my mentor. Lyman has a daughter named Guena. I recently returned from the headquarters to the East Sea for supplies, and while wandering, I noticed your daughter, who strikingly resembles my junior. Out of curiosity, I followed her, only to find your life signs nearly extinguished at your doorstep, which compelled me to intervene." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's composure shattered as she embraced Guena, weeping uncontrollably. No one could fathom the depth of her guilt over her sister's fate. She often endured nightmares of losing her, awakening to find her pillow soaked with tears. Now, hearing the young Navy officer profess his acquaintance with her sister, she could not help but be overwhelmed with emotion, observing the poignant reunion between mother and daughter. Sean chose to remain unobtrusive, quietly taking a seat nearby. He contemplated the implications of this revelation, understanding why the Revolutionary Army recognized Juncture and why Lyman possessed a famed sword. It seemed plausible that she had escaped from human traffickers or had been rescued, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards them, particularly since many traffickers served the nobility. Thus, her likelihood of joining the Revolutionary Army was considerably high. With these thoughts in mind, Sean addressed the mother and daughter. "Would you like to accompany me to meet my mentor? I believe she would be overjoyed." His words halted their tears. The middle-aged woman appeared flustered, hesitating as she spoke. "Will she forgive me, after all? I failed to protect her. I assure you, she will not hold it against you. My mentor is a gentle soul, and this is not your fault. You were both so young then. If she knew she still had family, she would undoubtedly be delighted." Guena, with her sparkling eyes, listened intently to the conversation between the Navy officer and her mother, her heart fluttering at the thought of having a relative, especially one who resembled her. After discussing for a while, Sean learned that the lady's name was List. He assisted them in gathering their belongings for the journey. Before long, they were ready, boarding the naval vessel where the logistics personnel had gathered the necessary supplies. Thus, they set sail towards Frost Moon Village. During the voyage, Sean engaged Liz in conversation, learning about her life experiences over the years. After Lyman had been abducted, their parents were devastated. Tragically, when they witnessed pirates abducting children, they bravely intervened, only to be killed by the very pirates they sought to confront. As Liz matured, she married a Navy officer, a major from Rogue Town, who was a swordsman. Following the birth of Guena, their family enjoyed a blissful life until misfortune struck. During a mission, her husband fought against pirates. Although victorious, he sustained grave injuries and succumbed shortly after returning home, leaving Guena with a sword, a trophy claimed from the very pirates who had taken so much from them. The compensation they received was sufficient for mother and daughter to live on, but the relentless loss of family members took a toll on Liz, leading her to illness and despair. By the time she mustered the strength to recover, her health had deteriorated, until Sean arrived to offer his healing. Upon hearing this, Sean experienced a moment of clarity, understanding why Dasiki aspired to join the Navy and reclaim the treasured sword. It became evident that their family had been ravaged by pirates. Days later, they finally reached Frost Moon Village. As the military ship approached the harbor, a crowd of villagers gathered to witness the arrival. After all, this village had seen Juncture quietly dispatch pirates, and the Navy was a rare sight for most. Observing this, Sean instructed his subordinates to avoid disturbing the villagers while allowing them some freedom to roam. He escorted Liz and Guena ashore, heading towards the Isen Dojo. As soon as they disembarked, the villagers recognized him. Isn't that Sean, the little rascal? What, he's back. Seems he has made quite a name for himself in the Navy. I always said he was clever, destined for greatness. Look, he even has his own warship now. Thus, as they walked, Sean engaged in conversation with the villagers, reminiscing about his upbringing in their midst. The community was warm-hearted, and everyone knew he was an orphan. Having received kindness from many families, he answered their questions without hesitation, and they assumed that Dasiki and her mother were Guena and her family, paying them little mind. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Isen Dojo. Turning to face the villagers, Sean announced, "All right, I've arrived. I must go in to see my mentor. If anyone has sick or injured family members, feel free to bring them tomorrow morning. I will assist them." "Understood. Go ahead and find your teacher." Thus, the villagers dispersed in small groups. Sean, accompanied by the somewhat anxious duo, ventured directly inside. The front yard was an expansive open space, typically utilized for physical training, and beyond it lay a few scattered buildings. These structures comprised training halls, dormitories, and storage rooms. As they passed the training hall, Sean noticed Gung Silang inside, conducting a lecture. His vibrant green hair immediately catching Sean's attention. He then instructed Dashiki and her daughter to wait outside for a moment. Removed his shoes and stepped inside. The students, hearing the commotion behind them, turned around in excitement. "Wow, look, it's Senior Sean. His cloak is so cool. I want one," exclaimed one. "If that's the Navy's justice coat, but it truly looks magnificent. When I get home, I shall ask my mother to make me one." Listening to the whispers of these junior students, Sean greeted them warmly with a smile. Suddenly, a figure darted toward him like a fledgling returning to its nest, and Sean quickly extended his hand to catch her. Without a doubt, it was his little shadow, Guena. "Sean, I've missed you so much," she exclaimed, burying her face in his embrace. Sean gently patted Guena's little head. Now, you're a big girl. Aren't you shy with so many people watching?" Guena simply shook her head in silence. Hanging on to Sean, who found himself at a loss with her antics, he turned to Zoro and remarked, "Wow, you've bulked up quite a bit. Did you get lost again today?" Zoro, initially excited to see his admired senior, was immediately put off by the remark that he pouted, refusing to acknowledge Sean. Sean was well aware of Zoro's notorious sense of direction. Recalling an incident from Zoro's younger days, once, while leading the junior students on a physical exercise in the wilderness, they discovered Zoro was missing. Upon reaching their destination, the entire group spent the day searching for him, only to find him on the other side of the village. It was no trivial matter. Zoro had been training by himself, and, upon seeing a large group approach, preemptively took action, complaining they had arrived too late as the sun was setting. This infuriated Sean, who promptly gave Zoro a good thump on the head and chastised him for not informing the group of his poor sense of direction, rather than making excuses. Zoro's face turned beet red, as he had always managed to deceive his friends about his lack of navigational skills. From that day on, the entire Frost Moon village became aware of Zoro's reputation as a monumental, directionally challenged individual. Zoro sulked for quite a while afterward, but eventually forgave Sean for revealing his secret, especially since Sean had included him in special training sessions with Guena. Noticing Zoro's indifference, Sean contemplated presenting Zoro with a knife he had procured, only to suddenly slap his forehead. Recalling he had forgotten to visit the weapon shop, he shook off the thought, deciding there was no rush as he was only 11. With a playful grin, he ruffled Zoro's hair and teased, "So, I hit the nail on the head, huh?" Zoro protested, "That's not true. Stop messing with my head." Feeling his head being tousled even more vigorously, Zoro reluctantly conceded. After all, in his eyes, this senior had the potential to become the world's greatest swordsman. Even their teacher had remarked on his aptitude. Alas, having consumed a devil fruit, he was no longer a pure swordsman. Gung Siling watched the playful banter with a squinted gaze, and after a short while, Sean lifted Guena down and whispered a few words in Gung Siling's ear. Immediately, Gung Siling's expression shifted as he inquired, "Where are they?" Sean gestured towards the entrance and replied, "Is the mistress in the backyard?" Gung Siling nodded and addressed the students. "All right, that's enough for today." He quickly pulled Sean along, and upon seeing this, Guena hurriedly followed suit. The other students donned their shoes and left in small groups, leaving Zoro still training inside the hall. After a while, Gung Siling and Guena stood before Lays and Dashiki, both looking rather perplexed. Dashiki and her daughter felt similarly, as they had anticipated this moment but were nonetheless bewildered upon seeing Guena. In the midst of this awkward silence, Sean cleared his throat and said, "Teacher, shall we go find the mistress?" Gung Silang snapped back to reality and replied, "Yes, let's locate Lyman first." Thus, under Gung Silang's guidance, they arrived at a house in the backyard. Before they even entered, Layman's voice resonated. "Why is class ending so early today?" Upon seeing the group enter, her gaze fell upon a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her, causing her eyes to well up with tears. "Sister," upon seeing Lyman, Lays rushed forward and embraced her, sobbing uncontrollably. The others observed the heartfelt reunion of the sisters, allowing them their moment of emotional reprieve. Soon after they separated, Lyman turned to Sean and asked, "Where did you find my sister?" Sean recounted the tale of encountering Dashiki during a supply run in Rogue Town. He then learned of her sister's experiences over the years and how Lays had been burdened by guilt all this time. The two sisters reconciled, with Lyman expressing no blame towards anyone, attributing her predicament to her own mischief that led to her capture. She had managed to escape by stealing a small boat while aboard the ship. With the sisters reunited, they introduced each other to their respective companions. Initially, both felt a bit shy, as it is nerve-wracking to stand beside someone who looks exactly like oneself, aside from Dashiki's multiple pairs of glasses. They appeared nearly identical. Guena, being a month older than Dashiki, naturally assumed the role of the elder sister, and soon enough, the two young girls found common ground, being fellow swordsmen, one aspiring to collect renowned blades and the other longing to become the world's greatest swordsman. They quickly discovered shared interests as the two girls frolicked together. The remaining adults sipped tea and engaged in conversation. Sensing the right moment, Sean spoke up. "Teacher, mistress, I wish to take Guena to the Navy for training." Although Gung Sailang and Guena had candid discussions, they remained skeptical about Guena's potential achievements in swordsmanship. Over the past 2 years, her sparring sessions with Zaro had increasingly revealed her limitations, prompting Gung Sailang to furrow his brow and ask, "But is it truly necessary?" Sean understood the underlying question, which was whether it was essential to continue nurturing Guena's dreams. With a serious expression, he replied, "Teacher, regardless of her being a girl, I will ensure she fulfills her aspirations. The next couple of years will likely be tumultuous, so I intend to keep her at headquarters for physical training. Once the situation stabilizes on the seas, I will take her under my wing." At this point, Lyman interjected, "But even so, we can train her ourselves." Lyman was reluctant to part with her cherished daughter. Sean shook his head. "You wouldn't have the heart to push her as needed. Just look at me. Had I not subjected myself to nearly self-destructive training, you wouldn't have imparted such advanced skills to me so quickly." Indeed, from a young age, the couple had treated Sean as their own, wishing to shield him from hardship. Consequently, they had only guided him through gentle exercises akin to elder morning routines. Sean had pleaded for more challenging training but had been met with steadfast refusal, forcing him to practice haphazardly, resulting in injuries. Eventually, the couple could no longer resist and decided to provide him with purposeful training. After all, receiving their guidance was far more beneficial than his aimless attempts. As their regimen would not hinder his development, Sean's desire to take Guena to the Navy stemmed from the necessity of developing her physique to fully utilize the A-grade gene serum. In other words, it would enhance a person's potential, rendering her current training a waste. Guena could never endure the rigorous physical training required. Lays, having grasped the situation, realized that this young man aimed to bring Guena into the Navy for training, which was something her parents were reluctant to accept. Thus, Lays ventured to ask, "Could you also take Dashiki with you? I know it's a bit much to ask, but I must plead," just as Sean was contemplating how to convince them. He was taken aback by Lays' request, entrusting her 13-year-old daughter to someone he had only recently met. Upon seeing Sean's expression, Lays seemed to intuit his thoughts. She then spoke, "You were raised by my sister and her companions. I trust my sister's judgment as well as my own. You are a person of responsibility, and thus I have faith in you." Meanwhile, Layman grew uneasy, pondering whether it was too soon, for they were merely 13 years old. "Not too young," Lays replied, shaking her head. "Dashiki has long aspired to master the way of the sword, yet there are few masters in our vicinity, and I cannot teach her. Sister, children inevitably grow up, and we cannot protect them for a lifetime." They all understood this truth, yet the reluctance lingered, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy silence. At that moment, Gung Sailang regained his composure, contemplating the situation. His disciple would not simply take Guena away without reason. His steadfastness must stem from a deeper consideration, and suddenly he recalled the agreement between Sean and Guena. He was also aware of Sean's promise to Guena, which was merely to seek a method for her to break free from her constraints. Realizing this, Gung Sailang was taken aback and turned to Sean, asking, "Have you fulfilled your agreement with Guena?" Sean nodded, "Yes. But she must first undergo naval training. I have arranged for the Naval High Command to reserve a phantom beast fruit for me. Once I accumulate enough military merit over the next 2 years, I will exchange it. The former Vice Admiral, Mr. Zifa, will serve as the chief instructor. Initially, she can train under him. Besides, neither of you are capable users, so your assistance would be limited. What Guena truly needs is a breakthrough." Sean wished to confide in them the truth about his gene serum, yet he understood that no parent would readily allow their children to use such substances, especially given his inability to disclose its origins. Even if he claimed it was a naval development yet to be revealed, as a mere colonel, he lacked the authority to exchange such a significant item. Thus, it was better to wait until Gue Na grew stronger before explaining. The silence returned once more. I want to go to the Navy with Sean. If possible, please take me along. A sudden voice shattered the moment's stillness. Everyone turned to see Gue Na and Dasiki, who had just returned. Layman hesitated momentarily before asking, "Have you truly made up your mind? The training there will be significantly more rigorous and harsh than here. Moreover, Sean mentioned that your foundational training will be conducted by naval instructors for the next 2 years. Gue Na's expression was resolute, no matter how arduous or exhausting it may be. I will persevere. This way, I can be closer to Sean. Of course, she dared not voice the latter's sentiment, fearing repercussions. With that, Gue Na approached and playfully clung to Layman's arm, saying, "Please let me go, Mom. I've grown up." Lays, beaming with affection, gently ruffled Dasiki's hair, who displayed a look of contentment, the unspoken bond between mother and daughter palpable in the AIR.AT. This juncture, Gung Sailang spoke. "Is this truly the path you desire in swordsmanship? Will you truly not feel lost in the future? Are you genuinely prepared to commit to this journey?" Gue Na found herself momentarily bewildered by his questions. Regaining her composure, she firmly declared, "I have always had one goal: to become the best in the world. Even if I cannot achieve it in the future, I will be satisfied, for I will have endeavored. I relish the feeling of growing stronger. Father, trust me, I will ensure my name echoes back to my hometown." Gung Sailang opened his eyes wide and approached Sean, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "I entrust my daughter to you. Oh yeah, you're the best, Dad." Upon hearing this, Gue Na jumped for joy, clinging to Sean like a sloth. Wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to let go, Layman, witnessing Gue Na's words, shot a jealous glance at Gung Sailang's beaming face. With a heavy huff, Gue Na instantly grasped her mother's meaning, releasing Sean and returning to her mother's side, adding, "Of course, it's because of you, Mom, that I have become this wonderful." Layman resumed her smile, gently stroking Gue Na's head. "When you go, do not act recklessly, and try not to be a burden. If possible, come back to visit your mother. I will always be here waiting for you. I love you." Gue Na's eyes glistened with tears, a gentle mist forming, as though she might cry at any moment. "Mom." Just then, an untimely voice interrupted the tender moment between mother and daughter. "Mistress, do you not remember how I returned last time? Well, I can also bring people along, though it does take a toll on my strength. However, it's not a significant issue. I have rest days every week, so yes, I can bring them back." Upon hearing this, Gung Sailang's parents were instantly amused, realizing it resembled a school setup, merely with boarding at the institution. Observing his sister's bewildered expression, Layman explained that Sean possessed the ability to teleport, allowing travel between marked locations. Thus, their daughters would be able to return home weekly. Lays wore a mixture of relief and happiness on her face. Relieved that her daughter would have a good teacher and pleased that their separation would not be prolonged, as she feared losing any more loved ones. Consequently, both families unanimously decided to allow the two young girls to accompany Sean in the Navy. As for whether they could enter the new recruit training camp, that was a joke. They were people of standing, at least a colonel, right? Well, it was really just that Sean had a good relationship with Zifa, so it would not be an issue. That night, the two girls nestled in their mother's arms, whispering late-night conversations. Though their separation would not be lengthy, they each felt a sense of reluctance. Meanwhile, Sean basked in the moonlight in the courtyard. Not long after, he approached, drenched in sweat, clearly having worked diligently. Without a hint of disdain for Sean's perspiration, Zoro skillfully extended his hand and ruffled his hair. Zoro immediately bristled, exclaiming, "Let go of me! What kind of adult bullies a child? Just wait until I grow up." Despite his words, Zoro was not genuinely angry. It was merely their way of interacting. He had always regarded Sean as an older brother, albeit with a subtlety that made expressing such feelings difficult. "Not bad." Sean nodded in approval before continuing, "Although you do not wish to join the Navy, I would like to propose a pact. Is that acceptable?" Zoro looked at Sean's serious expression and instinctively nodded, though he quickly turned his head away, feigning indifference. However, his perked ears indicated that he was attentively listening to the forthcoming agreement. Sean offered Zoro what he considered a warm and gentle smile. "I know you will set sail one day, and I am aware that you are not the type to bully the weak. Therefore, I ask you to promise me that, regardless of your stance in the future, you will refrain from harming civilians. While this may sound trivial, my main point is that if you see someone in need of assistance and you are able to help, do so without questioning the outcome. Finally, no matter what the future holds, I will always be your senior. If you encounter troubles, you can seek me out. When you are older, I will provide you with a communication device. Sean had always viewed Zoro as a younger brother. Initially, he merely approached him with the mindset of an anime fan. As they spent time together, Zoro revealed himself to be a pure-hearted and diligent child, somewhat prideful, yet undeniably endearing. Even though the system constantly tempted Sean to alter Zoro, he refrained from doing so, for the original Zoro was remarkable, a person of great integrity. Moreover, he considered Zoro as a brother. Sean feared that, due to his own butterfly effect, Zoro might diverge from his destined path as he matured. Hence this conversation. Upon hearing Sean's words, Zoro turned back to face him, gazing into Sean's earnest eyes and, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "All right, I promise." Sean smiled, for Zoro was a person who held commitments in high regard. Once he made a promise, he would never waver. The following morning, amidst the farewells from the villagers of Frostmoon, Ka and Dashiki embarked on their own journey. The two little girls were filled with curiosity about the warship, and Sean indulged their inquisitiveness. As for the Navy personnel aboard the ship, they were all rookies, akin to trainees. Their curiosity, however, was fleeting. Within half a day, they had grown weary of exploring the warship. They approached Sean, who was basking in the sun on the deck, and, with a playful tug on his arm, Dashiki asked, "Hey, Sean, what kind of devil fruit did you find that can help me break through my own limitations?" Upon hearing this, Sean lifted his eyelids slightly to glance at the two girls, and replied, "Yes, I found it. You'll know the specifics soon enough." Although Dashiki remained silent, Sean could discern envy in her gaze, albeit her demeanor was more reserved compared to Kuna. Kuna, sensing Dashiki's emotions, directly inquired, "Sean, how many pirates do I need to catch to earn the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit you mentioned? After all, I am the elder sister." Even though Kuina was merely a month older than Dashiki, she held herself in high esteem. While she could be somewhat headstrong, she was not oblivious. She understood that such a devil fruit must be exceedingly precious. She felt no burden in accepting Sean's goodwill, as she considered him family, and family should not be overly calculating. In other words, whatever Sean needed, Kuina would willingly provide. In the minds of children, kindness begets kindness. Yet they often feel too shy to express gratitude openly. Nonetheless, Kuina would never demand anything from Sean, for her mother had taught her from a young age not to take the kindness of others for granted. The goodwill extended by others is genuine, while demanding it could turn it into malice. Thus, although Kuina wished to assist her dear friend, she did not want to trouble Sean. Dashiki shook her head vigorously, saying, "No, that's unnecessary. I won't give up. I will train hard." "Thank you, Kuina." Kuina giggled, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Sean, and said, "Hey Sean, can I set a small goal for myself? You love setting small goals, right?" Sean felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Previously, his small goals had revolved around cutting down mountains or severing deserted islands. However, seeing her adorable demeanor made him hesitate. He had no means of acquiring a devil fruit, so he turned his gaze to Dashiki beside him. He noticed her fidgeting, gently tugging at Kuina's hand, signaling her to remain silent. Although Sean indeed possessed two potions that could significantly enhance their potential, he intended to keep one for himself to cultivate a subordinate. After all, in this world, physical prowess determined one's limits. Big Mom, at just 5 years old, could decimate a giant village merely out of hunger, demonstrating the extraordinary gifts of Charlotte Lin. But it was evident that this potion could transform a diligent individual into a formidable figure in a short time. Yet, observing Dashiki's timid countenance and recalling her portrayal in the anime as a kind-hearted girl, he felt a moment of wavering. However, he quickly regained his resolve. A woman should not be seen as merely a subordinate. Even if she were destined to be beautiful and benevolent in the future, while Sean was not an evil person, he lived by the creed of being a benevolent villain. Therefore, Dashiki's goodness was of little consequence to him. Having accepted this thought, Sean smiled apologetically at Dashiki before pulling Kao aside. "I have a secret to share with you, but you must promise me that no one, not even the teachers, can know. The time is not right. I will reveal it to them in the future." Kuna regarded Sean with utmost trust and nodded, saying, "Of course, I trust you completely, so you must trust me too. I will keep our little secret safe." Upon saying this, a faint blush graced Kuna's cheeks. Sean wanted to exclaim, "Why are you blushing over such a serious matter?" But instead, he uttered something entirely different. "Actually, what I found for you isn't a devil fruit, or rather, it comprises two distinct things. The devil fruit is merely a means, what I intend to give you is the foundation of all means, which is physical prowess. In this vast sea, be it abilities, swordsmanship, or Haki, all development hinges on a robust physique. What I am about to give you is one of only 3 in the entire world. It can elevate a person's physical attributes to their pinnacle, enabling anyone to possess the qualifications of a top-tier fighter. Since you aspire to be a pure swordsman, I would advise against using the devil fruit. One portion is already consumed by me, and the other is for you. However, I wish to reserve the last portion for the cultivation of a trusted subordinate. After all, the waters of this world run deep. With that, Sean tilted his head back, gazing at the sky, eagerly awaiting Kina's expression of admiration. After all, the potency of this potion was truly immense. However, after a long wait, he received no adulation or excited squeals. Leaving him perplexed as he looked down at Kina, to his surprise, she stared at him as if he were a fool, prompting Sean to feel a wave of discomfort wash over him. With a slightly unnatural complexion, he stammered, Is something wrong? Kina rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, Sean, are you really that dense? If you need a trusted subordinate, Dashiki is perfect. She is a trustworthy companion, and you've been nurturing her since childhood. She will never betray you. You said that anyone can possess the qualifications of a top-tier fighter, so why can't it be her? Moreover, even if you can't train with us these years, I will always be on your side. Her words. Sean slapped his forehead in realization. Of course. Even if he gave it to a pig, it would grow stronger. Rather than gamble on an unproven subordinate, it would be far wiser to bestow the potion upon Dashiki, for she was undeniably kind-hearted. Furthermore, with Kina by his side, she represented a trustworthy ally. It seemed that he had allowed the original narrative to cloud his judgment. Perhaps he could even gain a narrative advantage from this decision. He then regarded Kina with a look of mentorship, filled with the promise of potential. All right, call her over. Let us head to my cabin together. With those words, Sean made his way toward the ship's cabin. Kina excitedly dashed over to Dashiki, seizing her hand and pulling her along without a care, racing toward Sean's room. Hey, Kina, slow down. Where are you taking me? Dashiki asked. To Sean's room. Kina turned to Dashiki, saying, I have something wonderful to share with you. It's my achievement. Otherwise, Sean wouldn't have even thought of you. Thus, Kina hurriedly led the bewildered Dashiki into Sean's room. Sean first activated his observation Haki to ensure no one was around before theatrically retrieving 2 glass vials from his pocket. The vials contained a shimmering blue liquid, flowing with a beauty reminiscent of stars in the night sky. Imbued with an air of mystery, Sean explained the effects of the potion to Dashiki, who immediately displayed a look of astonishment, marveling at the wonders of this world. Before she could speak, Sean continued. This potion is something I stumbled upon by chance. There are only these 2 in existence. Initially, I intended to use the second one to cultivate a trusted subordinate, but after Kina's persuasion, I decided to give it to you. I hope you won't let Kina's trust in you go to waste. Upon hearing this, Dashiki's eyes brimmed with tears, glancing at Kina, unsure of what to say. Her lips parted slightly, but all that emerged were 2 simple words. Thank you. Although young, she understood that such a treasure was not something she deserved. It was all due to Kina, her newly formed sister. She would never consider herself particularly gifted. Kina beamed with delight, saying, I'm your sister now. And we'll always be together. I've always wished for a little sister. Dashiki responded with a radiant smile. Yes, sister. Dashiki silently resolved within herself that no matter what transpired in the future, she would face it alongside her sister without hesitation. Sean, bemused by their interaction, swiftly interjected, saying, You 2 should drink up quickly. Remember, none of this must be disclosed to anyone, absolutely anyone. Understood? Both girls acknowledged the gravity of the situation with fervent nods. And without a moment's hesitation, they lifted the test tubes to their lips and drank. Glug, glug. Before long, the glass test tubes shattered unexpectedly, disintegrating into a cloud of fine dust that vanished before it could reach the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the duo became even more convinced of the extraordinary nature of the potion. Gwenna assessed her body and, feeling no immediate change, voiced her confusion. Sean, looking equally perplexed, replied, This substance isn't intended to grant you immediate power. Rather, it enhances your physique and talent. The effects are to be realized through diligent training. Remember, a strong individual is strong because of their own capabilities, not because of auxiliary items. His words settled. Dasiki suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, my nearsightedness is gone." With that, she removed her glasses, rendering the two indistinguishable from one another. Sean recalled the image of Dasiki as a bespectacled, elegant figure and shook his head to dispel unwholesome thoughts. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "Actually, you looked quite lovely in glasses, Dada." Dasiki was taken aback. "Why would I need glasses if I'm no longer nearsighted?" Sean hastily clarified, "This way, at least we can tell you apart. Besides, your serene demeanor suits glasses exceptionally well. You could remove the lenses and wear them as an accessory. It would look splendid." At this moment, Goena interjected, her tone sulky. "Humph, are you implying I don't look good in glasses?" Sean quickly reassured her, "Not at all. Each of you has your unique qualities." While they conversed, none noticed Dasiki's peculiar expression. Her mind felt muddled. The phrase "looks splendid" echoing incessantly in her ears. After a brief exchange, Sean instructed them to depart. He then retrieved a cigar. Indulging in its smoke within the confines of the room, a nagging feeling crept over him, as though he had forgotten something important. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, realizing he had nearly overlooked contacting his subordinate. Without further hesitation, he dialed the snail phone to summon Kizaru for coordinates. However, after a lengthy wait with no response, Sean muttered in frustration before hanging up. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Kizaru, strolling across the training grounds, heard his snail phone ring. "Moshi Moshi, is this Watarumaru?" He answered. A Navy soldier trailing behind him interjected, "Admiral Palusalino." "That's a listening snail phone." That explains why I've never heard anything," Kizaru replied, finally understanding that he rummaged through his belongings, finally pulling out a regular snail phone. But just as he did, it clicked off with a ka-cha. Scratching his head, he mused, "Who could have been trying to reach me? I feel as though I've forgotten something." Ultimately, he dismissed the thought, reassured by the notion that as long as there were no urgent matters, all was well. Observing Kizaru's nonchalant demeanor, the Navy soldiers behind him silently criticized his indifference. "Whether you find it or not, something is bound to happen. After all, you're an admiral, the highest combat power in the headquarters. Surely, locating you should be a trivial matter." Yet, they only dared to vent their frustrations internally. Hastily keeping pace with Kizaru, Sean's ship had traversed the sea for a day, during which Goena and Dasiki engaged in intensive physical training. In Sean's words, "If it doesn't kill you, push harder. With me around, even the gravest injuries are of no concern." Within just one night, both girls felt an evident enhancement in their strength. Though subtle, it filled them with exhilaration, for they understood that becoming stronger was never an instantaneous affair. Around noon, after finishing lunch and resting on the deck, Sean noticed a medium-sized merchant vessel appear on the horizon. Initially indifferent, he glanced at it before redirecting his gaze, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a man with slicked-back hair. Dressed in black, adjusting his glasses, intrigued, Sean turned to scrutinize the man, who appeared to be conversing with someone nearby. However, Sean discerned that the man's gaze was fixed upon him, clenching his fist and slapping his palm. Sean realized that the tool he sought had presented itself. This could only be Crocodile. Just when he had nearly given up on contacting Kizaru, fate had aligned, and he was now on a return route. Contemplating the future, he plotted to capture Crocodile when he ventured to Usopp's homeland, marveling at the intricate webs of destiny. Turning to a nearby soldier, he commanded, "Steer the ship closer." "Understood." The soldier saluted. Promptly relaying instructions to the helmsman, Sean pondered, how curious. Even if he isn't renowned, he is still a wanted criminal, yet his ship isn't crewed by pirates. What could he possibly be doing? At that moment, Goena, drenched in sweat from her gravity training, rose and inquired, "What is going on?" Sean, unreserved, explained his purpose for returning to the East Blue. Sharing his earlier perplexity, Goena appeared equally puzzled, while Dasiki suddenly remarked, "If he's the mastermind Crocodile, then he must be quite cunning, right?" Sean smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, his treachery signifies a scheme at play. With that, he heightened his observation Haki to its maximum. Soon spotting a vessel approximately 10 kilometers away, a grin forming on his face. The sister duo, noticing Sean's mischievous smile, flushed slightly, yet Goena still inquired, "Hey, Sean, what's the matter? I've spotted a ship in the distance." "It's likely his accomplices," Sean replied. Dasiki chimed in, "So he intends to have his companions come to steal, allowing him to extricate himself." Sean affectionately tousled Dasiki's hair, praising, "You're quite astute. You must grow well." One day, I shall have you as my subordinate. Desiki's cheeks turned crimson, nearly steaming as she replied, Yes, I'll do my best. Goena, feeling miffed, puffed up her cheeks like a bun, casting a resentful glance at Sean. Uncomfortably aware of her gaze, Sean instinctively reached out to pat Goena's head, saying, You should also strive hard. Goena, enjoying the attention, nuzzled against Sean's hand like a contented cat. After a while, they finally approached the merchant vessel. Calling out for the crew to assemble on deck, the crew appeared calm, including Crocodile, who donned the guise of an ordinary merchant, seemingly unfazed by the inspection, a performance that left Sean intrigued in these waters. It was not uncommon for pirates to masquerade as merchant ships to approach others for plunder. Thus, the crew cooperated, knowing that the Navy was merely seeking to apprehend pirates, and they harbored no guilt. Allowing them to remain composed, Sean, flanked by the two girls, leaned against the ship's railing to observe Crocodile's act. While Crocodile feigned compliance, internally, he held a deep disdain for the situation. Were it not for the fear of escalating his bounty and attracting more attention, he would have easily dispatched the Navy personnel. Before long, the soldiers completed their checks and reported back to Sean. Crocodile, relieved to have evaded detection, breathed a sigh of relief, wishing to avoid the incessant troubles of being wanted. Just then, a comment sent his heart racing. You lot didn't notice a pirate lurking among you? Sean chastised his subordinates, exuding exasperation. The soldiers grew confused, while the merchants aboard began to stir uneasily. Panic creeping in, as they realized they were in the presence of the Navy. A bolder merchant stepped forward, stuttering, Excuse me, Admiral, could you clarify? His trepidation was understandable. In these waters, receiving an unfamiliar snail phone call was fraught with peril, as over 50% of the time, such calls were orchestrated by pirates. Falling for such a trap could yield disastrous consequences, especially with a pirate hidden among them, had it not been for the presence of these naval officers. The chilling thought of being betrayed from within and without would have been utterly terrifying. Sean glanced at the flustered figure of the slick-haired man following the crowd and felt an urge to chuckle. Without further ado, he spoke directly. Chloe, although your bounty appears somewhat modest, I certainly shall not underestimate you, for you are, after all, a man of intellect. Yet, despite his words, Sean's expression, laced with playful amusement, conveyed that he held Chloe in little regard. For in the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and machinations would crumble to dust. Realizing Sean's demeanor, Chloe understood that this man was toying with him, treating him as a mere jester. At that moment, the crew aboard the ship exchanged apprehensive glances, eager to discern Chloe's true identity. A burly man with a bushy beard, feigning concern, pulled Chloe aside and said, Thank goodness we encountered the Navy. Otherwise, we would have been utterly lost. Do not fear. I shall protect you. Chloe was exasperated, thinking, Why are you hiding behind me for protection? After all, I am the pirate you speak of. The crude man's words made Chloe's skin crawl. However, a sudden cold smile crept across Chloe's face. It seems this officer possesses quite the discerning eye. Having recognized me, the words left his mouth. 10 sharp blades emerged from the gloves he wore. Resembling claws, his weapon, the 10 blades of claw, the crew stared in disbelief at the once affable gentleman, whose warm demeanor had vanished, replaced by a menacing scowl. The burly man behind him screamed and fainted in terror. How could this happen? Who brought him aboard? I have no idea. I thought he was one of your men. We were just drinking together. After conversing with him for so long, we failed to realize a pirate had infiltrated our midst. Indeed, he appeared so self-assured. He must be quite formidable. This is disastrous. May the Navy be able to deal with him. Listening to the cacophony around him, Chloe felt a sense of satisfaction. It was time for this Navy officer, who had mocked him, to pay the price. Chloe adjusted his glasses and said, Did you hear that? We were getting along splendidly. My plan was for them to yield to my robbery without any bloodshed. Alas, you have angered me, and now an innocent life shall pay the price for your folly. Sean regarded Chloe with an expression of incredulity. Is this truly a man whose intellect rivals that of Beckman? Can he not perceive my absolute strength? This fool, even during his first encounter with Garp, had not exuded such arrogance in the presence of a powerhouse. Chloe felt deeply insulted by Sean's gaze. Inciting a cold laugh, You will pay for your arrogance. Here in the East Blue, no one stands a chance against me. Indeed, he was a man confined to his own limited perspective. Sean, with an expression of condescending pity, replied, Come now, let me see just how formidable you truly are, and what price you intend for me to pay. With that, he reached into his pocket and produced a cigar, pilfered from Kizaru's office, now safely stored in his system space. After all, in the unpredictable vastness of the sea, anything could happen, and it was wise to keep valuables secure. Chloe watched as Sean nonchalantly bit into the cigar, prompting a nearby naval officer to hurriedly produce a lighter to ignite it. That instant, Chloe's fury reached its zenith. Silent step. Dust swirled around Chloe as he seemingly vanished from sight, sending the crew into a frenzy. This was Chloe's assassination technique. Although he had disappeared in the eyes of others, Sean could see him clearly. Chloe was determined to eliminate this naval officer who had looked down upon him, and as a pirate, he felt justified in striking first. He drew closer, poised to sever Sean's throat. A cold smile spread across Chloe's face as he envisioned Sean's imminent demise at his claws. However, ideals are often beautiful, while reality can be brutally harsh. Sean, without even glancing at Chloe, swatted him aside as one might swat a fly. The sound of a resounding slap reverberated through the air, sending Chloe crashing backward, leaving a human-shaped hole in the ship's hull. Everyone swallowed hard, stunned by the display of strength. Chloe, having been flung away, quickly reached for his transponder snail to summon his subordinates. It was a desperate measure, but he knew that a backup plan was necessary to ensure his survival. Before long, the hole Chloe had created began to emit rustling noises. The once elegant gentleman now bore the marks of defeat. His slick-back hair dusted with debris, his left cheek swollen, and his glasses cracked. Chloe, striving to maintain his composure, said in a measured tone, "My subordinates are on their way. Let us see how many you can protect." Yet, given his current appearance, he only seemed ridiculous. Having learned from the previous encounter, Chloe acknowledged that he was no match for Sean, and thus reluctantly called for his men to come to their aid. Once chaos ensued, he would seize the opportunity to escape. Sean chuckled softly. "Are you referring to the pirate ship that has been tailing this merchant vessel?" Upon hearing Sean's words, the merchants grew increasingly agitated. Chloe, though surprised that Sean had deduced this, couldn't help but wear a smirk as he observed the rising unease among the crowd. However, the pain from his injuries made it challenging to maintain his facade of sophistication. "I told you that you would pay a price, and indeed, you shall." Sean, weary of Chloe's arrogance, disregarded him and leaned closer to Goina and Deshiji, saying, "Watch closely. I am about to draw my sword," employing the purest form of swordsmanship. Goina, having witnessed Sean's rigorous training, was enamored by his prowess. Deshiji, brimming with anticipation, had longed to see the sword at Sean's waist. She turned to Goina and asked, "Is Sean's sword also a renowned blade?" Having seen Goina's Wado Ikamanji, she was curious about the weapon Sean wielded. "Yes, that was a gift from his mother. That I believe it is called Mitsuzuki Munenori. It is a strikingly beautiful sword," Goina replied, biting her finger. "What? It is the Mitsuzuki Munenori, renowned as the most beautiful sword?" Deshiji exclaimed as she hastily retrieved her notebook chronicling famous blades, reading aloud, "Mitsuzuki Munenori ranks among the 21 great swords, with a blade renowned for its exquisite design." Turning her gaze toward the blue scabbard at Sean's waist, she watched him closely, eager for a glimpse of his weapon. Sean smiled and said, "Later, but look ahead. That black is the pirate ship. Prepare to witness the might of a swordsman." Chloe, feeling increasingly overlooked, simmered with frustration but dared not act out. As Sean spoke, Chloe peered into the distance, where a black appeared on the horizon. Without a doubt, it was his crew arriving. Soon, he would escape. All he needed to do was incite chaos. The sinister smile crept across his face as he plotted his next move. Sean contemplated the upcoming strike. Though it was a simple slash, it deserved a name, and he quickly settled on one he would borrow from Zoro. With his left hand gripping the scabbard tightly, he gently pushed the hilt, revealing a gleam of the blade. Deshiji's eyes sparkled at the sight of the beautiful edge on the ship. Except for Goena, none knew Sean's intentions but remained fixated on him, understanding well that neither the Navy nor the merchants could contend with the silent step. Chloe, feeling a surge of unease as he watched Sean draw his sword, shouted, "Hurry up and do what you must. Stop dragging your feet." It seems that only by shouting loudly can he find a semblance of security within himself. Sean, with his aloof demeanor, flashed a grin at Chloe before turning to Daski, urging her to pay close attention, as this would prove beneficial for their future. "Let's begin with a preliminary understanding of the slash." They echoed in unison. In that moment, Sean's expression turned grave, and an aura unique to a master swordsman began to rise around him. Even the sword, devoid of any domineering presence, was drawn by Sean, who then gently swung it toward the direction of the pirate ship. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Sean intended to attack the pirate vessel from such a distance. Moreover, he was wielding a sword. Was he merely slashing at thin air? Yet before their doubts could fully form, they witnessed Sean sheath his sword and softly utter a few words. Iato, suck, fierce in that fleeting moment. A colossal blue energy orb, measuring 100 meters wide and 1 meter in height, materialized out of thin air and hurtled toward the horizon. The spot where the slash traversed the sea appeared as if it had been cleaved by a sea god, revealing an unfathomable abyss beneath in the blink of an eye. The slash sliced through the distant black, which then vanished beyond the horizon. That moment, the crowd stared at the gaping wound upon the sea, their faces etched with sheer astonishment. For the merchants, a profound sense of security washed over them. After all, with such a formidable navy, who would fear pirates? Conversely, the new recruits were filled with deep respect. While Kuina and Dasky gazed at Sean with admiration, aspiring to one day unleash a slash that could part mountains and seas, among them, it was undoubtedly Captain Clo who appeared most bewildered. He watched in disbelief as the blue light shot forth, obliterating the distant black, rendering his elaborate plans utterly futile under such overwhelming might. Before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed the chasm created by Sean's strike as the seawater began to surge back in. The force generated by the incoming tide gradually caused the merchant ship and the warship to sway precariously. The impact intensified, and soon, monstrous waves began to rise in the distance, leaving everyone trembling with fear. What's happening? Oh my! This wave is going to crush us. What should we do? Wah! I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old daughter. I cannot perish. The crowd found themselves engulfed in despair, reluctant to blame Sean, for his intentions were to protect them. After all, what if they angered him and met their demise right here? Although they faced a near-death experience, being slain on the spot seemed far worse. Sean glanced at the 2 little girls beside him, noticing their pale faces, their small hands clutching his sleeve tightly, yet they remained silent, gritting their teeth. He couldn't help but admire their potential. They possessed the makings of great commanders. In the future, they could boast of having faced the fiercest tempests. Meanwhile, Clo was filled with regret, lamenting his decision to summon that useless crew. Not only did they fail to assist, but they also endangered his life. He began to grasp his own insignificance, realizing just how narrow-minded he had been. The stunning suck, fears had left an indelible mark on his psyche. His crew, although distant, still had a chance of survival. While he, sighing at the thought, he too succumbed to the atmosphere of despair. Sean, dismissing any further chatter, leaped into the air as the colossal wave drew closer, drawing his sword. His arm gradually darkened, entwined with a sakura-hued aura of Haki that spiraled from the hilt to the blade's tip. With another powerful slash infused with flowing cherry blossom Haki, he cleaved through the waves that a series of thunderous detonations echoed as the waves seemed to explode from within. The nearest wave, towering nearly 300 meters, transformed into a torrential downpour, drenching everyone like a shower of rain. Everyone except Sean and the 2 little girls, as he had expertly shielded them from the force. The crowd, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, erupted into cheers, their exhilaration spilling forth as if to dispel the darkness from their hearts. Clo observed Sean's effortless parting of the sea and the casual dismantling of the impending disaster. His emotions a tangled web of relief and sorrow. After all, being confined for life in a division was a light punishment compared to the fate that awaited him. Not every criminal had the privilege of being incarcerated and impelled down. Many like him faced execution or imprisonment in lesser facilities. Reflecting on his tumultuous journey, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Once, he was merely a young man relishing the pretense of a gentleman before the villagers, blessed with some talent and intellect. Yet, he too had personal interests, relishing the nods and greetings from passers-by. However, one fateful day, after dispatching a pirate and seizing his treasure, he unwittingly embarked on the path of piracy, leading a band of inept followers to form a crew that he had thought, let it be. If I become a pirate, so be it, as long as I carefully scheme to amass wealth. I could wash my hands of this life when I tire of it. Thus, he devised a plan to infiltrate a merchant vessel, envisioning a flawless heist where 100 pirates would charge forth to pillage. However, Before he could even set his plan into motion, he encountered a naval force of unparalleled strength, who humiliated him. They feigned ignorance while observing his performance, making him feel like a clown in a circus. When he finally attempted to assert his strength, he was brutally slapped back into reality. Forced to confront his own frailty, thinking to continue scheming, he was met with a slash that sank his pirate ship. Resigned, he considered living out his days in prison, only for fate to mock him further with monstrous waves threatening to engulf him. Just as he was on the brink of panic, that man swung his sword yet again, saving everyone present in that moment. He finally comprehended the power of this silver-haired Navy officer, capable of both destruction and salvation. He felt like a mere jester, caught in a struggle between capture and death, his anger mounting, leading him to quietly sob. Sean, undeterred by Chloe's emotional turmoil, turned to the civilians on the merchant ship, advising them to be vigilant about their vessel's security and not to allow pirates to exploit their vulnerabilities. You were fortunate this time. Don't let appearances fool you. Despite his seemingly modest strength, he could easily annihilate all of you. Yes, Sean was well aware of Chloe's ultimate move, the spoon, akin to the Navy's six styles through, yet a lesser version, mindless and reckless. This was enough to reveal Chloe's cunning. After bidding farewell to the merchants, Sean escorted Chloe aboard the warship. Once on deck, Sean commended the two little girls for their bravery in the face of danger before initiating an interrogation of Chloe. Sean harbored a certain admiration for him. Despite being crafty, he had developed a technique similar to Soru in the East Blue. However, Sean wondered if Chloe could devise more dangerous techniques, as those who wielded them often met grim fates. Gazing down at Chloe, who was bound and seated on the deck, Sean inquired, "You had a contingency plan, didn't you? Your silent steps aren't your fastest. You could go even quicker. Am I right?" Chloe's face registered shock. How could the Navy know this? Indeed, he possessed another secret move, the spoon, but its execution risked indiscriminate harm. He had contemplated using it, but feared immediate death should he do so, for facing Sean was a daunting prospect. After a moment of hesitation, he finally admitted, "I felt that even if I unleashed it, it would be futile. To avoid worsening my crimes, I refrained from acting." Sean nodded in approval. "You are astute. Now, share your experiences from your years as a pirate." Thus, Chloe hastily recounted everything in detail. The moniker 100 strategies had yet to be established. It was merely Sean who had mentioned it to others that in any case, this first venture had gone awry, and Chloe merely hoped for leniency. Sean pondered for a moment. He could not simply allow him to join the Navy without testing his mindset. After all, what if Chloe turned against him in the future? He then inquired, "Do you wish to become a Navy officer?" Chloe was taken aback, as were the surrounding sailors, with the exception of two young ladies who were in on the secret. Every one of them was astonished by the commanding officer's line of questioning. Had he apprehended Chloe only to ask if he desired to join the Navy? Despite their astonishment, the prospect of redemption was too enticing to ignore. However, Chloe feigned reluctance, shaking his head with a pained expression, asserting, "I merely wish for a tranquil life. The constraints of naval life do not suit me." Sean nodded in satisfaction and pointed to a sailor. "You, bring me a rag." He then took the rag and stuffed it into Chloe's mouth. What followed was a merciless beating, as Sean berated him, shouting, "So you wish to be a pirate, do you? Bang, bang, bang. A tranquil life, is it? Clang, clang, clang. Constraints, huh? Thud, thud, thud." Chloe, battered and bruised, could only emit muffled sounds of despair, tears of regret streaming from his eyes, while others might seek respect, at the very least. A modicum of courtesy should be observed. Yet this white-haired captain struck without hesitation, stuffing a rag into his mouth and binding him with rope, as if fearing he might struggle. Chloe's insides felt twisted with anguish as the blows rained down upon him. Just as he felt himself nearing unconsciousness, the surrounding sailors began urging Sean, "Sir, stop. If you continue, he may very well perish. Indeed, sir, perhaps we should take him to the nearest outpost for confinement." Listening to the pleas from those around him, Sean gazed at the nearly lifeless Chloe and mused, They have a point. If I continue, he will die." Upon hearing this, Chloe's eyes sparkled with hope, thinking he had finally endured the worst. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard words that chilled him to the bone. Sean said languidly, "Then we shall heal him and continue the beating. All of you, join in. If he doesn't die, just hit him harder." As these words left his lips, A faint yellow glow enveloped Kluo, and shimmering stars appeared, contrasting beautifully with his tattered black suit, resembling a starry night sky. Upon closer inspection, Kluo's injuries began to heal at a visible rate, had his clothes not been in tatters. One might have thought the nearly lifeless figure was merely an illusion. The sailors had heard rumors of their commander's formidable healing abilities. Now, witnessing this firsthand, they felt fortunate to serve under Sean, as his presence meant they had little to fear from injury. With this thought, they gazed at Sean with admiration. Sean, uninterested in their thoughts, pointed directly at Kluo. Hit him! As his command echoed, his subordinates charged forward. Eager to impress their commander, exerting all their strength, Kluo was once again brought to the brink of unconsciousness, and Sean did not hesitate to heal him. After enduring 5 rounds of punishment, Kluo suddenly cried out, "I want to be a Navy officer. I want to be a Navy officer. Please, stop hitting me. I truly regret it. I despise pirates. The Navy is where I belong. I crave the constraints." It turned out that during the second beating, Kluo had been devising a way to free himself from the rag binding his mouth. Yet, he could not manage it, and so he twisted and turned, allowing the fists to rain upon his face, each blow causing him to wince. Ultimately, through sheer determination, he managed to free himself, spitting out the rag, and immediately began to cry out. There was no choice. The experience was terrifying, and the sensation of nearing death was too overwhelming. Breaking even his spirit, Sean, too, found himself at a loss. If he sought to recruit subordinates through conventional means, it would pose quite a challenge. He was self-aware enough to recognize that he was not skilled in cunning or manipulation. While brute strength could overcome many obstacles, he could not afford to worry about being betrayed by those beneath him. Thus, he resorted to a strategy he had gleaned from watching television in his previous life, a blend of a stick and a sweet treat. It was not that he was desperate to recruit subordinates. He understood his own limitations. He was not foolish, but neither was he astute enough to be considered clever. He felt it a pity that such intelligence was being wasted on a life of piracy. He was aware that once his system upgraded, his strength would shatter the ceiling of this vast ocean. However, he did not naively believe that overthrowing the celestial dragons would equate to a perfect resolution. At times, he found himself admiring the protagonists of novels, who, after a year of traversing worlds, could strike down admirals and kick the 5 elders, thus ushering in an era of peace. Yet, reality was far from fiction. Unless the ideological class structure was dismantled, no matter who governed this world, nothing would change. Even if the world government was rife with corruption, the established order meant nothing to the world's aristocracy. Yet, at the very least, some semblance of order and balance existed. Should the world government be directly toppled and its leaders simply walk away, the ensuing calamity would extend far beyond the seas. It would ignite a struggle for so-called divine authority across the globe, resulting in untold suffering. Currently, the conflict was confined to the seas, with only occasional pirates committing misdeeds on islands, remaining within a controllable scope. What he was doing could merely be seen as a preliminary move, biding his time until the revolutionary army was fully prepared. While he could not offer much assistance, he could still lend a hand in combat. Sean snapped back to reality and regarded Kluo. "Tiske, you freed yourself rather quickly, didn't you?" Kluo, upon hearing this, felt a wave of dread wash over him and quickly replied, "I truly wish to join the Navy. Please, grant me a proper place to belong." Sean waved his hand, instructing the new recruits to return to their duties, leaving only 2 young ladies who were resolutely focused on their training. Sean crouched down, and as he reached out, Kluo flinched in fear. Sean rolled his eyes in exasperation and struck Kluo's head lightly, causing a bump to form. "Am I truly that terrifying? I'll untie you, but beware, I'll be sure to give you another beating." Kluo remained frozen in place, silently musing that this was no longer mere terror, but rather devilish cruelty, who possessed the ability to pull someone back and forth between life and death. Moreover, this man, who appeared so stern and aloof, acted in a manner entirely inconsistent with his demeanor, shattering the faade. Nevertheless, he could only utter, "Not terrifying at all. Please, allow me to join the Navy. I seek a new home." After Sean helped him untie the ropes, he pulled out a cigar and lit it, exhaling plumes of smoke. Kluo knelt beside him, rendered speechless, fearing what this uncouth man might do next. After a while, Sean slowly spoke. "Do you know why I wish to recruit you?" Kluo, inwardly grumbling, thought, "If you don't tell me, how would I know? I detest being asked if I understand. Nevertheless, he shook his head obediently, even if he had his suspicions. He dared not voice them, fearing it would be perceived as pretentiousness and lead to another beating. Sean continued, because I see potential in your intellect. In my eyes, your intelligence ranks just below Ben Beckman. Who is Ben Beckman? Sean took a puff of his cigar and replied, well, his name will surely echo across the seas in the coming years. He is, to my knowledge, the most intelligent person in this ocean. Upon hearing this, Kluo felt a swell of pride. To be recognized by such a formidable figure was validation of his own intelligence. However, Sean dismissed his pride and stated plainly, but you are still far from that level. He has already begun his conquest in the New World, and his vision and ambition are beyond what you can currently comprehend. Without allowing Kluo a chance to retort, he continued, let me put it this way, in the waters where he sails, you would be unable to defeat even the weakest pirate, let alone secure an in-turn position on their ship. At this moment, Sean aimed to make Kluo aware of both his potential and his shortcomings, expending considerable effort to do so. Upon hearing this, Kluo understood the purpose behind Sean's words and thus posed the pivotal question. So, you wish to recruit me to confront him? In truth, Sean harbored no grand ambitions. He merely sought a clever aide to assist him in managing official duties. However, he could not articulate this sentiment, so he shook his head and declared, no, we are the Navy, the custodians of order upon the seas. Our target demographic encompasses all pirates. Soon, I shall be dispatched to the New World, which is currently in its most chaotic phase and demands our steadfast presence on the front lines. Therefore, I aim to cultivate an exceptional lieutenant. Upon hearing this, Kuro's complexion drained of color. While he may lack vision, he was acutely aware of what the New World represented, a realm where the weather is capricious and the fiercest pirates clash. Just moments ago, he had lamented being inferior to an intern, yet now he was being led to such a perilous place. He stammered, but, aren't you merely a colonel? Why would you be sent to such a dangerous location? Sean dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, replying, who said that rank determined strength? It is precisely because I am formidable that I am chosen. Rest assured, I will arrange for you to receive training at headquarters for a time. But, Kuro began, only to be interrupted by Kona, who was resting nearby. If you fear following Sean, then there is no safer place in the world for you, coward. Kuro understood this to mean that Sean was among the elite on the seas. His excitement surged, aligning himself with such a powerhouse seemed promising, and he aspired to one day challenge Beckman himself. Subsequently, Sean assured him of the life he desired, one of tranquility under the Navy's aegis. In essence, Kuro was somewhat peculiar. He felt uncomfortable unless he was gracefully greeting others. Sean informed him that he merely needed to make a brief appearance at the military tribunal at headquarters. As a general had already vouched for him at that moment, Kuro cast aside thoughts of the recent beating he had endured, overcome instead by profound gratitude. A soldier lives for those who understand him. Seeing Kuro's face awash with emotion, Sean chose to ignore him, confident that he would come to understand in due time. Thus, Sean led his new recruits back to Navy headquarters. Upon reaching Marineford, he disbanded his subordinates and, accompanied by Kona, Dashiki, and Kuro, headed to his residence. Before departing headquarters, Sean was assigned a house. Behind the headquarters lay a vast residential area for families. Any Navy personnel of colonel rank or above received housing at no cost, a most generous benefit. Furthermore, there were military schools and a commercial street, where shops were operated by the families of Navy personnel. After all, the Navy stationed here was often at odds with pirates, making this arrangement a prudent measure. Although Kana and Dashiki were still of an age to attend military school, Sean deemed it unnecessary and decided to send them directly to the new recruits training camp, after arranging for the two sisters. He took Kuro aside, for it seemed inappropriate for a grown man to reside with two young women, especially since he was soon to venture into the New World, with a cigar clenched between his teeth and an air of irritation. Sean escorted Kuro to the office of Kizaru Bang. He burst through the door of the Admiral's office, startling Kuro, who could only cautiously follow him inside. Upon entering, they beheld a man clad in a yellow-striped suit and tinted glasses. Reclining on the sofa and trimming his nails, It's you, Sean, Kizaru remarked languidly. I had a nagging feeling I had forgotten something. Have you found your recruit? Sean's forehead twitched with strain as he settled onto the opposite sofa and retorted sarcastically. Indeed, I have that. It was mere luck. Otherwise, I would have been attending your grandson's wedding. Come now, Don't be so concerned with the details, Kizaru replied, turning his gaze to Kuro. Is this the infamous Kuro you mentioned? He appears rather weak. Kuro, caught between nerves and embarrassment, felt compelled to defend himself. He had never considered himself weak. After all, it was they who were exceptionally strong. How could they possess such monstrous abilities? Feeling small, Kuro opted to ignore the comment, burying his head in the sand. As he was still technically a pirate, Sean nodded in agreement with Kizaru. Indeed, he is a bit lacking, but worry not. A few months under Zephyr's tutelage should suffice. He has already devised a trimmed version of Soru, so learning the Navy's 6 styles should be swift. That I merely require his assistance with administrative tasks. I do not expect him to be a formidable fighter. Oh, Kizaru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He developed Soru on his own. Impressive. Would you care to lend him to me? I could use someone to ease my burdens. While the techniques of the 6 styles held little significance for those of their caliber, they were nonetheless surprised that Kuro had managed to create a simplified version of such skills on his own in the East Sea. Sean, however, resolutely declined. No, if you wish to slack off, find someone else. What kind of commander relies on the subordinates of his subordinates? Kizaru feigned disappointment. Oh, what a pity. Sean rolled his eyes. What is there to be sorry about? You flaunt your laziness openly. Every time I enter. I see you trimming your nails. How many nails could you possibly have? You are still young. You wouldn't understand. Kizaru replied cheerfully that I do not merely trim nails. It is a matter of attitude, he added, casting a meaningful glance at Sean. Sean, uninterested in playing games with the laziest of the lazy, stated plainly, then I shall leave him in your capable hands. You can handle the paperwork. I will seek out Zephyr for a couple more arrangements. Ah, what a bother, he lamented. With Kizaru's agreement, Sean patted Kuro on the shoulder and exited the room. Under Kuro's anxious gaze, Kizaru rose, saying, let us hurry and complete this so we can return to relax. Today is supposed to be my day off. Kuro realized then that Sean indeed held a significant position here. Although his rank was not high, he could engage in equal dialogue with such prominent figures. He thought to himself that he had likely aligned himself with the right person this time. Meanwhile, Sean wandered onto the training grounds and, not finding Zephyr, made his way to the logistics office. As expected, upon pushing the door open, he found Zephyr, alongside several others, Tsu, Sengoku, and Garp. Their reaction to Sean's arrival was one of mild surprise. After all, it was common knowledge that Sean and Zephyr shared a close bond. Having once rescued Zephyr and his crew, seeing so many familiar faces, Sean was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. They were all comrades from the same era. Gathering occasionally was only natural. After exchanging greetings, he cut to the chase. Zephyr, I would like to request your assistance. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, sensing the significance of this request. You have become quite polite. Sean. Ha ha ha. Little gravity if you seek assistance. At least bring some donuts, Garp interjected. Enough with the bribery, Garp, Zephyr retorted. Tsuru observed the trio of men, all nearing 200 years of age, with a bemused expression. Yet, she said nothing, as this was simply their way of interacting after decades together. Sean ignored Garp's request for bribes and continued. I would like to ask the old man to train 2 young ladies. Sengoku looked skeptical. Is that all? Can't you train them yourself? They are only 13. Sean shot him a stern look. And yet you wish for me to go to the New World, did you not? Ha ha ha. Sengoku, do you wish to renounce your title as a strategist? You seem to have forgotten your own decisions. Garp chuckled. Sengoku's face flushed with embarrassment, but, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure and turned his gaze to Zephyr. After a moment's reflection, Zephyr stated, why not simply send them to the elite recruits training camp? Sean was acutely aware that the new recruit training camps varied significantly, even though many of the current officers were his disciples. However, there was a distinction to be made. Take the present-day 3 admirals, for instance, who were dubbed monstrous trainees, allowing them to wield Haki right upon graduation. Yet, their success was undeniably rooted in Zephyr's meticulous guidance. Point 1 need only observe Smoker, who still relies on sea prism stone as his weapon even now at headquarters. This exemplifies the difference between assembly line education and finely honed instruction. Consequently, Sean expressed his desire. I hope you will train them as you did the 3 admirals, treating them as monsters, so that in 2 years they can master Haki. Consider it a favor I owe you. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged perplexed glances, for the weight of Sean's words was substantial. In these vast seas, being labeled a monster is a compliment, reserved for those with extraordinary talent and strength. Cap, the first to break the silence, inquired, have they been training their bodies from a young age? Or are they users of devil fruits? At this question, Sean fell silent, as neither Kawina nor Dashki had yet displayed any aptitude. Furthermore, they were swordsmen. He couldn't very well divulge that he had administered genetic enhancement to them. Could he? Nevertheless, he continued, they are swordsmen, pure swordsmen, currently quite weak and lacking in talent. They are my juniors. This revelation left everyone further bewildered. Why would a swordsman seek training from the Black Arm Zephyr? It seemed absurd. Zephyr, equally perplexed, asked, but I don't wield a sword, and according to your account, the training intensity of the recruit camp is sufficient. Not enough, Sean insisted. Believe me, they genuinely possess talent, but my teacher and his wife are reluctant to train them. That is why I brought them here, and your training methods would greatly benefit them. As for swordsmanship, I will personally instruct them after their graduation. What they currently lack is a robust physique. True strength comes from within, a lesson I learned through years of training. This piqued the curiosity of several veteran Navy officers present, prompting them to wonder what kind of qualifications these individuals possessed that would compel Sean to incur a debt of gratitude to send them to Zephyr. After a moment's contemplation, Zephyr acquiesced. Very well, I will agree to your request. However, if they cannot endure, I shall not continue to teach them. Can you take me to meet them? Upon hearing Zephyr's agreement, Sean's face lit up with a radiant smile. Thank you immensely. From now on, anything within my means, just say the word, and I shall go through fire and water for you. Which he added, they are currently at my residence. Shall we go see them now? Zephyr, slightly displeased, retorted, I agreed because you are a good child, not due to some so-called favored at my age. What could I possibly need help with? Sean sheepishly laughed. You are right. You are the light of the Navy. At this, both Karp and Sengoku expressed their dissatisfaction in unison. What about me? Sean, uninterested in engaging with the two elderly men, one a die-haired rogue, the other a violent glutton, saw the two old children about to bicker. When Crane promptly intervened, all right, let us all go meet this talentless monster. Sengoku then suggested, why not go out for a meal instead? No need to trouble Sean. Let him bring them along, and we can meet at the restaurant. Sean, confused, wondered why Sengoku, who was supposed to be the one he asked for favors, was now offering to treat them. Perhaps sensing Sean's puzzlement, Zephyr explained, today, Sengoku's son is returning, so he is in good spirits and was already planning to treat us. Sean nodded in understanding. It was indeed a pleasant occasion, but then he thought, Sengoku has a son. Isn't that just a godson who got killed? With a bewildered expression, he asked, Sengoku actually has a son? Indeed, Sengoku replied with a grin. He's my adopted son. He has been serving as a chief of staff at the West Blue Branch for the past few years, and now he has finally chosen to return to headquarters. Karp, ever the instigator, exclaimed, you ought to give him a proper scolding. Wasting time in the West Blue for a mere child? I suspect he was slacking off. This, Sengoku retorted, do not speak so lightly. Rosinante was preparing to infiltrate the pirate ranks as a spy for the Navy. Crane chimed in, moreover, that child's abilities are not suited for the Navy. He would attract unwanted attention at this point. Sean was utterly baffled. Rosinante should have died long ago, and this unsuitable child who would attract attention, could it be Law? What a mess. Where had things gone awry? After all, he had only recently entered the public eye and had kept a low profile even after joining the Navy 2 years prior, particularly in the East Blue. Most importantly, according to the anime he had watched, Rosinante had perished 13 years ago, in 1509, while he himself had only set sail in 1510. Where was the discrepancy? Seeing Sean lost in thought, Zephyr nudged him. What are you daydreaming about? Nothing, Sean replied, suppressing his curiosity. Discussing the training of spies in front of me seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Shouldn't this be classified Navy information? Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. You don't even know who that child is. Besides, I trust you are on our side. Sean mused to himself. If only you knew how well acquainted I am with him and the reasons he is being coveted. Ultimately, he decided to set aside his doubts, opting instead to confront Rosinante directly when the opportunity arose. Thus, Sean returned home and briefed the two sisters about Zephyr's intentions, ensuring they were mentally prepared. Should they falter, Zephyr would cease his guidance, and his educational methods were undoubtedly unparalleled. Sean had always regarded Kana's family as his own. The seas were fraught with danger, and he did not wish for Ka to meet an untimely end. Unlike Nami and Robin, who seemed to possess a protagonist's aura, Quina lacked such protection and could not escape peril so easily. Besides, Sean was reluctant to see the sisters suffer. It pained him greatly. The sisters, understanding the gravity of the situation, were undeterred, especially since Sean had healing abilities and would take them home for rest each week. They were not afraid of being overworked. They simply yearned to graduate swiftly and sail the seas alongside Sean. As Sean strolled through the residential area with the two young ladies, they encountered Tina and Smoker. Upon seeing Sean, they approached to greet him. "Sean, you're back. A lot of the new recruits are lamenting why you would recruit pirates into the Navy instead of choosing them," Smoker remarked, adopting a streetwise demeanor. The two young ladies gazed at Smoker, unsure of what to say in response to the imposing figure he presented. Wasn't he the Navy supposed to be just? Perhaps sensing their confusion, Tina reassured them, "Little sisters, do not be deceived by his appearance. He is, in fact, a formidable Navy officer," Quina bluntly remarked. "Is the Navy's image really so unkempt?" Tina glanced at Smoker, who wore a jacket unzipped. Momentarily at a loss for words, that Smoker's face flushed with embarrassment at the comment. Observing the discomfort of both parties, Sean interjected to Quina, "Do not judge by appearances. While he may not look like a good person, he truly is one, albeit a bit weak." Quina nodded dismissively. "Got it. Aren't we supposed to be going to eat? Dashki and I are starving." Sean had no choice but to look at them and say, "Let us continue this conversation later. I need to introduce them to Mr. Zephyr and that old man Sengoku. Are you going to the barbecue?" Tina, too, upon hearing this, turned her gaze towards Smoker. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, remarked that a friend of theirs had been away on a mission for several years and suggested they all gather for a meal. Sean interjected, "No need to ponder. It must be Rosinante." He was utterly astonished, realizing that everyone else was aware of Rosinante's continued existence while he had been blissfully ignorant. Was he, the self-proclaimed master of the situation, merely a fool in this grand play? Overwhelmed by this revelation, Sean felt a sense of disarray, having believed himself to be in control only to discover he had been the jester all along. Since their destination aligned, Sean decided to accompany them. Before long, the group arrived at the Navy headquarters' top 10 culinary must-visit list, where the renowned barbecue queue held the coveted first position. It was said that even admirals had to queue for a table. And Sean felt a thrill of anticipation. After all, his appetite had grown alongside his strength. Observing the two young girls with similar physiques to his own, he mused that Sengoku would likely be in for a financial shock. After informing the waiter of their private room number, they were escorted to a spacious suite on the second floor. Just before reaching the door, they were met with a cacophony of anguished cries and the sound of fists meeting flesh. Upon the waiter opening the door, Sean was taken aback by the sight. Chang Wei was engaged in a scuffle with a yellow-haired individual, Sengoku berating him, "Who taught you to smoke?" while also scolding him for tattooing his face. Carp, meanwhile, stood by, laughing heartily as if reveling in the chaos. Sean strode into the room, which was quite large, featuring a grand dining table alongside a lounge area, filled with various sofas and snacks. Sitting beside Carp, he inquired, "Old man Carp, what is going on with them?" Carp chuckled, "Ah, that is Rosinante." Sengoku was furious when he saw him smoking and tattooing his face, and in the midst of it all, the little rascal burned his own clothes. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Sean's expression twitched. It seemed Rosinante truly was rather foolish. Spotting Smoker, Rosinante pointed at him and shouted, "Stop it. It was Smoker who taught me to smoke." Before Smoker could react, Sengoku pulled him over for a beating, leaving him with a bruised visage. Crouching in a corner with Rosinante, both too intimidated to rise, Smoker could only cast a resentful glance at Rosinante, who pretended not to notice, burying his head low. Having dealt with the two, Sengoku felt invigorated, his appetite whetted, and promptly requested the waiter to bring the menu as everyone settled in. Zephyr also noticed the two nearly identical young girls. Sean introduced Guena and Dasiki to the group. Guena remained composed, but Dasiki's face flushed with excitement. After all, she had heard tales of these legendary figures from her father since childhood. To now dine with them was a thrilling prospect. Following a round of introductions, the waiter presented the menu to Sengoku. Observing the polite demeanor of the two young girls, he glanced at Rosinante beside Smoker and nearly erupted into another fit of rage. With a heavy huff, he smiled sweetly and said, "How about you two order whatever you wish? Don't be shy." Guena and Dasiki exchanged a glance with Sean, and upon receiving his nod, began flipping through the menu. Sengoku, irritated by Rosinante's lack of manners, scolded him, Look how polite they are. Rosinante, with his head hung low, pretended not to hear. Before long, Guena indicated several vegetarian dishes to the waiter and returned the menu. Sengoku, witnessing this, couldn't help but think, what a good child. So frugal, he remarked. Aren't you going to order some meat? The water meat here is exquisite. Don't hesitate on my account. Just as Guena was about to suggest something to the waiter, she was momentarily flustered but managed to say, I've ordered for the two of us and Sean. You all can order whatever you want. She then turned to the waiter. Forget what I just ordered. Please bring out 2 of everything else. The young waitress looked perplexed. What do you mean by 2? Desiki raised her small hand and clarified. Everything on the menu except for what we just ordered. We want 2 portions of each. Sean nodded in satisfaction. He had always had a hearty appetite, a fact that had once astonished Guena in their childhood. However, she eventually accepted it, especially after their training increased their nutritional needs, transforming them into little gluttons. Guena had shared many of her habits with Desiki, so her earlier inquiry wasn't merely a polite question, but rather a desire to know if they would order as they used to. At this moment, the others at the table, having understood, looked on in disbelief at the 2 diminutive girls, while it was unsurprising for the likes of Carp and Zephyr to have substantial appetites. The voraciousness of the 2 girls raised eyebrows. Had Sean not mentioned that they were not wielders of any special abilities, everyone might have suspected they had consumed some mysterious fruit. Sengoku's face paled at the thought. The meals here were quite expensive, and to order 2 portions each for just 3 people was quite a financial burden. Carp burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, old man, I want 2 portions as well. Just like them. With no choice but to uphold his position as Navy Admiral, Sengoku begrudgingly ordered 4 additional portions, knowing that the leftovers from such a gathering would barely suffice. Moments later, amid laughter and merriment, the waiter began serving the dishes, and Rosinante finally abandoned his pretense of ignorance. As he lifted his head, he caught sight of the white-haired figure across the table, his expression momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of excitement. Sean, sensing the gaze, also looked up, confirming it was indeed Rosinante. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Gradually, Sean noticed something unsettling in Rosinante's eyes, a mix of admiration, resentment, and an indescribable complexity. Instantly, Sean felt a tightening in his chest, his scalp prickling. What on earth did this fool mean by that gaze? Why was he looking at him in such a manner? Sengoku, mistaking the situation, explained, Sean here is a supernova of our Navy. A formidable force. You should learn from him. Look at you, taking years to reach the rank of captain, while he achieved it in just over 2 years. Rosinante replied, his tone laced with a strange complexity. I know he is strong. Upon hearing this, Sean felt a wave of dread. Was this fellow harboring a secret infatuation with him? He slammed his hand on the table and declared, Sorry, but I only like women. Those who are mature and intellectual. He then pointed at Tina, his eyes lighting up. Someone like Tina would be perfect. I have no interest in men. As his words echoed in the room, a silence enveloped them, with Tina blushing in embarrassment and annoyance at the sudden, outlandish comment. Guena, who had been savoring the water meat, suddenly lost her appetite and playfully bit Sean's hand in protest. However, given Sean's robust physique, it was merely a child's playful gesture, barely registering as anything but mockery. Though he was only 7 years older than her, Guena regarded him like family and thought little of it. Desiki, glancing at Tina's curves and then down at her own feet, felt a fleeting sense of disappointment, quickly replaced by a newfound resolve. After a while, the older gentlemen at the table came to their senses, staring at Rosinante in disbelief. Sengoku, trembling, addressed him, Don't do anything rash. I won't hit you anymore. Smoke if you must, tattoo yourself if you wish. Nearby, Crane added, No wonder he insists on staying in the West Blue to mentor that little brat. He must be trying to raise him. Although Carp was simple-minded, even he felt the weight of the moment and refrained from laughing, noting that Sengoku was on the verge of a meltdown. Under the table, Sengoku's fists clenched, veins bulging. Rosinante, bewildered by Sean's unfriendly gaze, the impending wrath of Sengoku, and Carp's barely contained laughter, felt his sanity slipping. Could it be that someone genuinely believed he was attracted to men? He had merely wished to express a fleeting thought, not to be misconstrued as having romantic inclinations. However, no explanation could be provided, leaving only the option to fabricate a story. Rosinante, nearly driven to the brink of despair, hastily clarified, No, it's not that I favor men. I have someone I admire. I merely wish to express my astonishment that such a formidable individual could be so youthful. Sengoku regarded him with suspicion, Is that so? Who is it? What do they do? When will you bring them back for us to meet? Rossi Nandi, steeling himself, continued to weave his tale. Let us discuss this in a couple of years. We are in a long-distance relationship. I have promised her that once I am promoted to a general and become the commander of the New World base, I will marry her. Rossi Nandi silently pondered that, if necessary, he could always seek out that individual for an introduction. After all, being as exceptional as he was, it shouldn't be too difficult, right, Sean? Observing Rossi Nandi's earnestness, chose not to press further with his doubts and remarked, just refrain from casting those peculiar glances in my direction. Otherwise, I might just have to give you a beating. Rossi Nandi's lips twitched as he muttered under his breath, still as domineering as ever. Rossi Nandi waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, I understand, rest assured, I genuinely prefer women. The older group maintained a skeptical demeanor, with the sisterly duo each harboring their own thoughts. Tina's expression shifted like a peaking opera mask, changing unpredictably. Meanwhile, Smoker and Sean, seemingly oblivious to the strange atmosphere, continued to eat and drink, with Smoker even reaching into his pocket for a cigar, much to his annoyance. After they had feasted, Sean appeared to recall something and said, Upon my arrival in the New World, I plan to return weekly to introduce them to my family. While I am not afraid of being hurt, I believe one should not remain in a state of constant tension. Sengoku, you can gather the injured Navy personnel when the time comes. I shall provide them with unified treatment. Upon hearing this, the quartet of elder officers exchanged glances, fully aware of Sean's two extraordinary abilities, healing and the capacity to vanish at will. After all, Zifa had previously benefited from Sean's healing, even believing that regrowing severed limbs was possible, although he remained uncertain about the cost involved, which led him to stay silent. Though Sengoku had long desired Sean's assistance with healing, he had relinquished that wish after Zifa's comments, not wanting to create any rift between them. Over time, the officers at the headquarters had analyzed Sean's actions and concluded that he was cautious, yielding to gentleness rather than force, thus making it unwise to pressure him. Now that the circumstances had changed, with Sean voluntarily broaching the subject, Sengoku was more than willing to engage in conversation. He inquired, Does your ability have any side effects? What is the cost? Tian added, Most importantly, what is the effectiveness and the number of individuals you can treat at once? Sean smiled in silence, opting instead to demonstrate his ability by raising his hand to release a group prayer. A warm, milky yellow light enveloped everyone except Sean, followed by a scattering of starlight that surrounded them, creating a comforting ambience. As the light gradually faded, Sengoku, upon touching his ribs, exclaimed in astonishment, How can this be? My ribs, which were shattered years ago, have healed. Kapu burst into laughter. Ahahaha, Gravity Kid, splendid work. I can feel the discomfort accumulated over the years has vanished. Sengoku, shall we engage in a spar? Smoker and Tina perceived the effects to be less profound, merely feeling as though they had awoken from a refreshing slumber, invigorated. This was to be expected. Veterans like Sengoku and Kapu had endured countless battles, and despite their outward appearances, the lingering consequences of their injuries could not be overlooked, though these afflictions might not claim one's life immediately. The passage of time would inevitably lead to complications arising from untreated wear and tear. In such dire situations, aside from abilities akin to Sean's, which could fully promote cellular regeneration, other methods would prove futile. Though Tian was somewhat excited, she remained the calmest among them and asked, What burden does this ability impose upon you? How often can it be used, and how many individuals can it treat at once? Tian was astute enough to avoid inquiries regarding the teleportation ability, understanding that it was Sean's trump card. Once exposed, countless individuals would seek to uncover its weaknesses, and Sean was certainly not foolish enough to divulge such information, just as Tian had suspected. While the teleportation ability had no inherent weaknesses and could transport many individuals, it was exhausting, and he had no desire to become a mere errand boy for the Navy. While he could not speak of teleportation, there was nothing preventing him from discussing healing, as it was for the sake of aiding comrades and the unsung heroes who safeguarded the seas. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, I won't hide this from you. There are no side effects for either me or the ones treated, though it does consume my stamina. With my current strength, I can treat several thousand individuals at once without issue. However, I will need to consume a substantial amount of food to replenish my energy afterward. And that cost will be on you, as I am rather impoverished. While he was candid about his healing ability, he deliberately understated the number of individuals he could treat at once, as revealing his full capacity might invite danger if he were to exhaust himself. Thus, despite being capable of treating tens of thousands, he only mentioned a fraction of that number. After all, one must guard against the malicious intentions of others, even as they strive to protect their own. With Sean's definitive answer, the senior Navy officers expressed their satisfaction. After all, the prospect of treating several thousand individuals at once was already remarkable, let alone the ability to regain energy through sustenance. Each week, Sean would return to escort his junior colleagues, allowing for organized treatment in advance. And in emergencies, he could be summoned via the transponder snail. Distance posed no challenge for him, thus enabling the Navy to enhance its strength significantly. After all, those who survived the brutalities of battle, even if forced into retirement due to injuries, were undoubtedly formidable and constituted the backbone of their forces. Thus concluded a private gathering, with Sean taking the two sisters home, showering, and then retiring for the night. Yet, as he drifted into slumber, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if he had forgotten something important, before he finally succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Chloe, escorted by Kizaru to the military tribunal, was brought to a holding cell. Gazing at the cold wooden bed and the faintly illuminated moonlight filtering through a small window, Chloe felt a pang of discomfort. After Kizaru had introduced him to the tribunal, a sudden call from the transponder snail had led to a blinding flash of light, and he vanished without uttering a word to the presiding judge. Consequently, Chloe found himself in a precarious situation, nearly mistaken for a spy infiltrating the Navy. Fortunately, after much effort in explaining himself, he finally clarified that he had come to join the Navy and that his superior was a subordinate of Admiral Kizaru. While Kizaru had informed them of his arrival, there was uncertainty about whether he was indeed the same individual. To err on the side of caution, they proceeded with the necessary protocols. If he were genuine, he could simply be collected upon his superior's arrival. The ensuing interrogation primarily revolved around his past actions, why he had turned to piracy, and his reasons for joining the Navy. Ordinarily, a Navy officer who recruited pirates would face demotion, even if they passed the review. However, due to Sean's considerable reputation, the higher-ups were eager for him to be promoted quickly, aspiring to send him to the New World for deployment. Though the process was swift, Chloe remained without a visitor, leaving his identity in question. He was escorted to the interrogation room, where he was informed that he would be released once his superior arrived. However, as the night wore on without anyone coming for him, Chloe gazed at the moon and shed tears of regret. Why had he been so greedy? Had he not sought to eliminate the pirates, he would not have been mistaken for one himself. Nor would he have encountered Sean, the devil, or found himself confined here. Yet, in this world, there are no remedies for regret. The following morning, a Navy soldier knocked on Sean's door, prompting him to groggily answer. Upon seeing Sean open the door, the soldier promptly saluted and announced, "Colonel Sean, Admiral Sengoku requests your presence in the training ground. He has matters to discuss with you." Sean, still bewildered, wondered why Sengoku sought him so early in the morning. He still went to the playground, but gave it little thought. He had advised the two young girls to rise and, feeling hungry, to go to the cafeteria for breakfast, before donning his justice coat and trailing behind the soldiers. Before long, they arrived at the playground, and with just one glance, Sean was overwhelmed by an indescribable shock, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. His ire was not directed at being summoned so early in the morning to serve as a mere tool, but rather at the sight of the men before him, so grievously harmed. Indeed, upon his arrival, Sean beheld thousands of injured Marines, some standing as rigid as pine trees with severed limbs, while others, confined to wheelchairs, held their spines upright despite lacking legs. The remaining soldiers exhibited varying degrees of strength, with some lying on stretchers, teetering on the brink of life. This scene struck Sean's soul with profound impact, making him acutely aware of the sea's brutal nature. He understood that the Navy could not be sustained solely by a handful of high-ranking officials or elite warriors. These men were the backbone of order. Their deterrent presence outweighed their actual power. Observing the disciplined demeanor of the soldiers, he realized that the colorful and rebellious Navy depicted in anime was but a rare exception. In that moment, Sean's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a deep-seated loathing for pirates burning within him. Yet he quickly compelled himself to regain his composure. He could not allow anger to cloud his judgment. He needed to maintain his original intent. Though there were many wicked individuals, none were born evil. Only when the upper echelons faltered could the sea hope to return to peace. Everywhere he looked, there was justice. He would take action against injustices, intervene in crimes, and oppose any form of malevolence, ensuring that no innocent soul was wronged, nor any villain escaped justice. After a few deep breaths, he unleashed his powers before Sengoku and the thousands of wounded soldiers. The sheer number of those missing limbs was staggering. It took a full 20% of his strength to initiate cellular regeneration, achieving the remarkable feat of limb restoration. though Sean had exhausted himself. He skillfully feigned fatigue, appearing unsteady on his feet. Fortunately, a soldier beside him quickly caught him, preventing him from falling, which elicited a silent commendation from Sean. Witnessing this, Sengoku promptly called out, "Quick, bring food over for Colonel Sean to replenish his strength." At that moment, Sengoku turned to the thousands of soldiers gathered, their eyes shining under the starlight. In no time, the brilliance faded, and the crowd erupted from hushed whispers into a cacophony of unrestrained cheers, expressing their emotions of rebirth. "Ah, my arm has grown back. This time, I will work even harder to capture those bastards. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Every time I see my wife and children tirelessly caring for this disabled body, I contemplate ending it all. Yet, I could never bring myself to do so. Who would have thought I could stand again? Colonel Sean has given us a new lease on life. I heard he will continue to use his powers to assist us in the future." Thus, thousands turned their gazes towards Sean, who was sitting on the ground, heartily devouring his breakfast. In unison, they rendered him a salute, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Colonel Sean." Though these 6 light-hearted words echoed with the weight of 1,000 sentiments, Sean felt their excitement and appreciation. They were straightforward men, incapable of eloquent expressions of gratitude. Sean merely stood to return the salute before resuming his meal, not out of indifference, but rather from a lack of words. Their thanks were warranted. Possessing the ability to assist these unsung heroes was simply his duty. Indeed, in Sean's heart, they were heroes, having witnessed and endured the darkness of this world, yet still embracing life with fervor. Thus, he quietly continued his meal, while to the other Marines, he appeared as a selfless figure, akin to the noble heroes depicted in ongoing naval comics, inspiring them with admiration. After a satisfying meal, Sean accompanied Sengoku back to his office. As soon as he sat down, he began to furiously rub the head of Sengoku's young lamb. The lamb could only glare at Sengoku in silent fury. As Sengoku settled into his seat, he tossed a document to Sean, explaining that the headquarters originally intended for him to join any branch of his choosing and gradually rise through the ranks. After all, if he were to be directly appointed as a base commander, it might breed discontent among the ranks, which would not bode well. Therefore, it was decided to promote him to Rear Admiral, sending him to the New World as the acting base commander, as base commanders in the New World were typically held by vice admirals. However, given Sean's actions today and his future endeavors, there was no doubt he would gain internal recognition. Thus, he was considered a core member of the Navy, albeit operating under unique circumstances. Sean understood this. Reality was not like anime, and the Navy was rife with factions. Though their ultimate goal was peace, rising through the ranks inevitably drew one into factional struggles. Regardless, the concept of benefit remained inescapable, whether it pertained to power, status, wealth, or reputation. With so few branches within the Navy, aside from some exceptional vice admirals, nearly everyone had their own territory. The difference between an airlifted Navy high-ranking official and a core member lay in the fact that while local Navy soldiers might respect your strength, should you ever be absent or require support, how many would recognize your contributions? Conversely, corps members rose through the ranks step by step, earning the recognition of countless sailors and establishing their own networks. Sean gazed at the document. It pertained to the G5 branch, known for its unruly soldiers, who were more akin to pirates than the pirates themselves. Currently, Akainu was there, and the mention of G5 instantly reminded Sean of Virgo, the undercover agent sent by Don Quixote du Flamingo to By now. Virgo was likely at least a lieutenant, considering Smoker had already achieved that rank, and under his influence, Smoker was also advancing his studies. Returning to the present, Sean nodded at Sengoku. "I understand. I suppose there's no need for a promotion ceremony this time. Indeed, I have a feeling that once you venture into the New World, your name will resonate throughout the seas, and you will undoubtedly continue to rise through the ranks," Sengoku remarked, his gaze lingering on Sean. "And what else?" Sean inquired, a hint of curiosity evident. Sengoku shook his head. "Nothing." Sean raised an eyebrow, musing, "How odd. Could it be a midlife crisis?" Sengoku. What Sengoku had intended to convey was that within the world government, there had been proposals to increase the number of admiral factions to maintain a balance of power. Otherwise, should the day come when Akainu and Akiji found themselves at odds, it would inflict severe damage upon the Navy. Although this proposal had not succeeded, it had left a lingering hesitation among the high-ranking officials of the world government. The current state of affairs was already tumultuous. Should the two engage in a life-and-death struggle, with one perishing and the other incapacitated, the balance of the seas would be further disrupted. Sengoku was well aware that those who meddled only sought equilibrium within the seas. and thus would not allow the Navy to possess overwhelming strength against the pirates. Seeing that Sengoku had finished, Sean stated, "I'll head back now to inform Ka and the others. I can depart tomorrow." Sengoku, as if recalling something, suggested, "If possible, you should visit other branches. Aren't you able to go wherever you've been before? It would be beneficial for you to assist your fellow comrades." Sean was taken aback. Pointing upwards, surely they must be aware of my healing and teleportation abilities by now. Have they taken no action? Sengoku chuckled knowingly. Is that even possible? While your abilities have yet to be validated against Sea Prism Stone. As you once mentioned, your powers are resistant to it. If provoked, and you were to hurl a few meteorites daily, no faction could withstand it. I cannot gamble on that, and neither would they. So you are regarded as special and uncontrollable. Thus they can only seek to recruit you. Sean understood. Choosing not to elaborate further, he bid farewell to Sengoku and returned to his quarters. In truth, this outcome was hardly surprising for Sean. He was now free to act as he wished. Yet, he had no desire to engage in actions that would incite the wrath of the world to satisfy his own desires. After all, he is a human, not a beast. The greatest distinction between humanity and animals lies in the moral boundaries that define us. Setting aside all thoughts, upon encountering Guna and Dasky, he informed them that he would be embarking for the new world the following day. Although the two young girls felt a pang of reluctance, they stubbornly pressed their lips together, their eyes brimming with determination. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, within a lavish office, a young man donned in a white headscarf sat upright in his chair. He murmured to himself, "Soon, you shall grace the grand stage of this world. I eagerly anticipate the scene of the twilight of the gods. Ha ha ha." His laughter crescendoed into a fit of manic mirth. Standing opposite him was a young man clad in a black suit. A seagull perched upon his shoulder. As the laughter of the headscarf-clad youth subsided, the young man in black spoke, "Lord Enel, the task has been accomplished without raising their suspicions. If Sean were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this eccentric youth was none other than Enel from Skypiea." Enel snorted disdainfully, "Humph, a bunch of useless layabouts. When our people gain the confidence to imitate them, it will be the end for those fools. How dare they disregard my proposal? Let our people take the lead. Ruchi, you are the most talented spy I have ever encountered. Do not let me down." In response, Ruchi nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, Lord Enel, you have allowed me to retain my humanity. Even in death, I shall fulfill the task you have entrusted to me." Such words were grave. "You are my most trusted subordinate. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, flee for your life. Life is invaluable." Ruchi felt a surge of emotion. Pondering how fortunate he was to have such a commendable leader. Which faction, he wondered, did Lord Enel belong to? After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "Lord Enel, to which faction do you belong? If I encounter your enemies in the future, I must know how to act. Otherwise, I fear a conflict may arise." Enel chuckled again. "Fear not. The faction I align with encompasses not only the parties involved, but also the vast sea and the boundless sky. All ensnared within the grand web of that individual." Ruchi's curiosity deepened. Listening to Enel was akin to indulging in the musings of a whimsical mind, leaving him unsatisfied with his own inquisitiveness. Who, indeed, was that individual? Though he had previously inquired and received a reprimand from Enel, today he could not suppress his curiosity, as he was not a machine. He wished to know for whom he labored. After a moment of hesitation, he directly asked, "Lord Enel, who is that person?" Enel fixed a penetrating gaze upon him until Ruchi felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Before he finally replied, "He shall soon ascend to the stage of this world. When that time comes, the world will be irrevocably transformed, and the swirling vortex of the future shall revolve solely around him. You need only to know one thing. There shall be no rivals before us." Enel reveled in Ruchi's astonished expression, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he finally voiced those words. The following morning, Sean arose early, returning from the cafeteria with breakfast in hand. He then roused the two sisters, for they insisted on bidding him farewell, declaring that otherwise, they would ignore him. Sean was puzzled as to why girls place such importance on rituals. Regardless of their scale, he could return at any time, and he would come to fetch them back to Frost Moon Village weekly. After all, he was merely indulging his junior, since Sean was off to fulfill his duties with the rogue crew of G5. He could not bring along the new recruits he had previously trained. Coincidentally, the headquarters had assigned Guamir to the G2 branch in the New World, and Sean was more than happy to hitch a ride. Before long, he arrived at the port, a sword strapped to his waist, carrying no luggage, accompanied only by the two sisters. Upon arriving at the port, Sean spotted Admiral Guamir, who was also a student of Zephyr. Sean sensed that this hefty dual-wielding figure was quite formidable, certainly not as inept as someone like Maynard, who had been rendered useless by a brainless fan. Sean often found himself exasperated by the stark disparities among the admirals at headquarters. The likes of Carp were titans, while others crumpled with a single punch. The giant Admiral Longs had his weapon and skull shattered by Old White's blow. There were also some admirals lacking in strength, yet brimming with bravado, such as Bastille, who, despite his confidence in the anime, was left in a sorry state by Sabo. Sean had encountered this masked man before, now merely a colonel. He belonged to the Akina faction, and upon seeing him, Sean felt an urge to confront him, unable to comprehend the source of his misplaced confidence. Lost in thought, Sean approached Guimir with a warm greeting, for they were all part of the same idol faction, with their direct superior being Kizaru. Admiral Guimir, I appreciate your assistance this time, the hefty man replied with a guileless smile. Not a bother at all. We are all subordinates of Admiral Kizaru. Should my G2 branch encounter any trouble in the future, I will rely on you. Of course, it is essential for us subordinates to unite, enabling us to uphold justice more effectively in the new world. A glimmer of wisdom flickered in Gymir's eyes. In that case, should my subordinates suffer serious injuries, I shall be counting on you. Sean understood well. It seemed his healing abilities had become well known internally, regardless of the authenticity of Gymir's goodwill as a fellow Marine. Sean would not stand idly by in times of need, and thus he readily agreed. Turning to the two sisters, he noticed that Guena's large, expressive eyes had begun to shimmer with unshed tears. Her expression one of reluctance. Dasky fared a little better, her lips pressed together in a stubborn silence, lost in her thoughts. Sean gently patted both their heads. All right, it's time to head back. We can meet again. It's not as if we won't see each other. Next time I return, I will bring you some sea kings from the new world. Wow. Guena could no longer contain her emotions, leaping into Sean's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, reminiscent of the moment Sean had decided to set sail. Beside her, Dasky seemed fidgety, casting envious glances at Guena. Noticing Dasky's emotions, Sean pulled her into his arms as well, gently patting their backs in a soothing manner. In the journey of growth, the pain of parting is but trivial. With each farewell, those who are missed carry the anticipation of reuniting. So, in that spirit, strive to become even better. All right, once you both grow strong enough, we can execute the justice we envision together and realize our ideals. Guena, still sobbing, and Dasky, with her quiet sniffles, nodded in agreement, murmuring, I understand. Sean allowed the two to wipe their tears on his clothes. Before long, having regained their composure, both girls blushed. Sean, you must come back. I promise you don't. Thus, amidst the sisters' reluctance, Sean ultimately boarded the warship bound for the new world. Even as he stepped onto the vessel, Sean could not shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. He mused that it likely wasn't important and dismissed it from his mind. On the other side, after concluding a meeting with the 5 elders in Mariewa, Kizaru sneezed unexpectedly. How terrifying. Could there be a strong individual keeping tabs on me? Behind him, a stout man clad in a bright red apron inquired curiously, What's wrong, old man? Everything all right? Kizaru pondered for a moment before replying, I have this lingering sensation that I've forgotten something. Yet it eludes me. Is it important? You can tell me, Wansacha boasted, thumping his chest. I am the most tight-lipped man in the world. Kizaru rested his chin on his hand, pouting slightly with a raised brow. Well, it probably isn't important, or else I wouldn't have forgotten. Wansachu, hearing no secrets, wore a face of disappointment. Kizaru clapped Wansachu on the shoulder. Little Peach, you were the most reliable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made you doctor. Vegapunk's bodyguard. You are far more dependable than Sean. It took him so long to agree to venture into the new world. When he takes my place to intimidate the new world, Akainu will return to headquarters. Then, I shall be left with nothing but meetings in Mariewa. What a headache that shall be, ha. With that, Kizaru wore a lecherous grin, leaving Wansachu confused. Is it really that enjoyable to stay in one place every day? However, the confident Wanshangmura grasped the crucial point and said with a smug expression, Of course, for I am the tightest-lipped man around. Thus, Huang Yuan did not remember what he had forgotten. As Sean journeyed to the new world, he left his mark on the familiar islands of the storyline he passed by. This mark was intangible and colorless, visible only to Sean himself. He also discovered a bug. It was not limited to buildings. With a bit more effort, he could apply the mark directly to the entire island. Yes, at that moment, he would be able to appear anywhere on the island at will. There was, however, a slight regret. While the convenience of teleportation was undeniable, it could not be wielded like an instantaneous movement. Otherwise, in island battles, With his formidable physique and unparalleled offensive strength, he would undoubtedly be invincible from the outset. Half a month later, Sean finally arrived in the New World, having returned twice to escort his sisters back to Shuangyue village. Gung Shilang felt he might have underestimated Guina, as significant progress was evident after just a month. And he expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Sean. The weather in the New World was even more capricious, alternating between sudden downpours of thunder and hailstones the size of a head, appearing without any scientific rationale. After some time, Sean adapted to the various calamity-level weather conditions. It was no wonder that the pirates here were so much stronger than those in the earlier segments, not to mention the enemies. Even the weather could send weak pirates to the depths of the sea in an instant. Before long, Sean arrived at the G2 branch and marked it accordingly. He also gathered the injured for treatment before setting off to the G5 branch aboard a patrol ship. During this journey, Sean familiarized himself with the geographical locations of several branches in the New World, akin to guarding the gates. This demonstrated the Navy's resolve. After all, the pirates in the New World were far from the paradise of the first 8 segments of the Grand Line. If powerful pirates were inadvertently allowed in, the consequences would be dire. The islands housing these branches were devoid of civilians, completely transformed into colossal military fortresses. Regular supplies were handled by specialized logistics personnel, either procuring from islands within their jurisdiction or independently producing what they needed. The territory where the base commander resided was capable of self-taxation, akin to a form of autonomy in nations not under the Navy's higher command. Taxation was of no concern to the Navy, which perhaps explained the multitude of factional disputes. Each position had its own occupant. While the Navy may have its share of scoundrels, they were certainly in the minority. Generally, those who joined the Navy, regardless of their eventual nature, began with a sense of justice. Thus, even if they became base commanders with solid power, they would not lack funding. The taxes collected were utilized for procuring food and other necessities. After understanding this, Sean was filled with emotion, realizing just how deep the waters were here. Fortunately, he was powerful. Otherwise, it would be truly unmanageable. A day later, Sean finally arrived at the notorious Violent Branch, infamous for its entirely villainous crew. As he approached the port, he saw a group of sailors strolling about, keenly observing the commotion. Some were shouting boisterously, aware that a new acting base commander was imminent. They were utterly terrified of the iron-fisted Akainu, who would not hesitate to discipline any who dared break the rules. Akainu had even warned that those who continued to misbehave would be sent to a military tribunal, sending shivers down the spines of the crew, who were all too familiar with the terror of such a place. Having been exiled from military courts to this very location in a bid for a more pleasant future, the officers conspired to make a decision that would haunt them in the days to come, to give Sean a taste of their authority. Thus, as soon as Sean disembarked, he was met with inquiries about his identity, to which he truthfully responded that he was the newly appointed brigadier. However, the rowdy sailors scoffed at his title, having never heard of him, and assumed he was merely an airlifted newcomer. Consequently, they began to assert their dominance over him. "Hey, little guy, are you really sent from the headquarters?" "Ha ha ha. I bet I could become a vice admiral too," one jeered. Sean was initially taken aback. This was not right. Even if they were wayward, they were still aligned with the Navy. No matter how unruly, they would not dare lay hands on an officer, for even in this chaotic Navy concentration camp, their inherent discipline would still hold. The highest authority here was Akainu, and he would certainly not permit these ruffians to make things difficult for him. This left only one possibility, and at this thought, Sean narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of anger. He turned directly to the burly man who had called him little guy and asked, "Where is your commanding officer, specifically the one who is not an admiral?" The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, followed by uproarious laughter. "Haha, indeed, the headquarters has sent a waste," they mocked. "You dare come here without even knowing the situation? Little guy, only admirals rotate through here. We've never had a true commanding officer," one of them added. "Did you get sent here for making a mistake?" Sean ignored their taunts and cut straight to the point, inquiring, "What about Virgo?" He was convinced that Virgo was behind this, attempting to assert himself as the kingpin, likely feeling that his achievements were insufficient to become the base commander. After all, Sean knew very well that Virgo was a well-liked figure in G5, a veritable model of good conduct. Once again, Sean's question left everyone perplexed. The towering man, nearly 3 meters tall, was the quickest to respond. "We don't have Virgo here." "Impossible," Sean asserted firmly. "Do you have any officers of lieutenant rank or higher?" The same large man replied, "There are just 4 of us at the G5 branch. My brother and I are both lieutenant colonels, and the other 2 are majors." "What? Do you think you can look down on us just because you're a brigadier? Sean disregarded him, continuing to ponder. Something felt amiss, very amiss. If Rosanani was a mere coincidence, then Virgo was certainly not. Could it be that Rosanani had reported him? That didn't seem right either. The crux of the issue was that Rosanani was somehow able to remain leisurely in the West Sea with the child. The Don Quixote family would never tolerate a traitor. Sean had inquired about Rosanani with Smoker back at headquarters. It was evident that Rosanani had once undertaken a mission, undoubtedly one of infiltration, and the child he was caring for was certainly Law, who must have consumed a devil fruit. Yet the strangest thing was that when Sean saw Doflamingo's bounty notice, everything seemed perfectly fine. If the Don Quixote family was doing well, how could Rosanani be in the West Sea? It was important to note that the warlord system had yet to be established, and Doflamingo was still expanding his influence. After mulling over this for some time without a clue, he decided to temporarily set it aside. Because, in front of him, this group of hooligans had begun to get handsy again. It seemed they had not been properly reined in. Aside from Akaino's iron-fisted methods, the other two admirals likely let them run wild. The rotating admirals stationed here had evidently not kept a close watch on them. Even Akainu only required them to put on an act in front of him. Having come to this realization, Sean understood that this was indeed a show of authority, revealing that he was merely a brigadier, yet had become the acting base commander, typically a role filled by a vice admiral. Given that there had been admirals stationed here for an extended period, the base commander position had remained vacant. They likely wanted him to manage them less in the future. Fearing Akainu's strict methods, with a plan forming in his mind, Sean resolved to let them know who was truly in charge. Regaining his composure, Sean cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon the assembly before him. Gradually, an aura of authority emanated from him, though subtle. It was potent enough to render the four school officials and the cadre of junior officers behind them paralyzed. As if ensnared in an icy abyss. After all, Sean merely intended to intimidate them, refraining from rendering them unconscious, lest his display of superiority go unobserved. Their cacophonous chatter abruptly ceased, each face flushed as if gripped by an unseen hand around their throats, producing only strangled gasps. Further back, the onlooking Marines stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a devil fruit whole. As Sean intensified his presence, pressing down upon them with an invisible weight. The initial attempts to resist this force crumbled within seconds, resulting in a series of resounding thuds as they knelt, the floor beneath them shattering. From his elevated stance, Sean surveyed them, tauntingly remarking, "Were you not fond of calling me short? Why, then, do you find yourselves gazing up at me now?" Upon hearing this, the lieutenant colonel who had previously mocked Sean's height turned crimson, the veins on his neck bulging ominously as if he might explode with rage at any moment. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he found himself utterly powerless to escape. The distant onlookers from the Navy contemplated intervening but were stymied by fear, left merely to witness the unfolding scene. Unperturbed, Sean paced back and forth, murmuring to himself, "Let me share a tale with you. Once, there was a commander tasked with leading a battalion. However, the vice commanders, filled with disdain, deemed him too diminutive to possess any capabilities, and soon their mockery knew no bounds. Do you know what the outcome was? Ah, you cannot speak, so allow me to enlighten you." The diminutive commander drew his sword and severed the head of the vice commander who had jeered at him, declaring, "I despise speaking while looking up. If you mock my stature, I shall shorten the distance between us by removing your head." He then proceeded to conduct a meeting as if nothing had transpired. Tell me, does this story resonate with you? As his words echoed in the terrified expressions of those present, Sean scrutinized them, as if calculating the precise measure of their impending downfall. In that moment, panic ensued. They realized they were in the presence of a madman, far more terrifying than their own insubordination, for the seriousness in his gaze was unmistakable. He genuinely sought to diminish the distance between them. Yet they were rendered utterly impotent, unable even to utter a word, left to endure the mental torment of their regrets. Was it so difficult to simply be law-abiding members of the Navy? As time trickled by, the only sounds remaining were the rhythmic echoes of footsteps and their own labored breathing. After what felt like an eternity, Sean nodded with satisfaction and stepped aside to grasp a length of hose. Cloaking it in hardened armament, he approached them, and the thugs, sensing his seriousness, emitted desperate sounds in hopes of pleading for the ability to speak. Without a glance, Sean swung the hose, striking the nearest thug's leg, which twisted grotesquely before collapsing with a resounding crash onto the ground. The onlooking sailors, who had not participated in this operation, were horrified. The brutality was undeniable, and it seemed unlikely the injured leg could ever be repaired. Even more terrifying was the realization that, Despite their desire to scream in agony, they were voiceless, reduced to the low growls of a wounded beast. But this was merely the beginning. Sean continued to shatter the legs of those before him. Standing aside as if admiring the artistry of his handiwork, the onlookers gasped in unison, contributing to the rising global temperature with their shock. Just as they believed Sean might be satisfied and were preparing to summon the medic, he clicked his tongue in disapproval. This won't do. Though you are now shorter than I, your arms still exceed mine in length. Before they could comprehend his intent, Sean darted through the fallen thugs. And when they regained their senses, they discovered that all the officers' limbs had been rendered useless. Those on the verge of gasping in horror quickly stifled their cries. Their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon the silver-haired youth who stood less than 2 meters tall, a figure of unrelenting ferocity. As Sean critiqued his work, he sighed, still lacking, it seems. Let us try again. The steel pipe lacks the aesthetic appeal I desire. He raised his hand, and before anyone could grasp his intentions, a soft, shimmering, yellowish glow enveloped the incapacitated figures. Once the light dissipated, the onlookers were once again taken aback to see that the previously disabled officers had miraculously regained their original condition. They marveled inwardly, thinking perhaps this new commander was not so fearsome after all. Yet, the sudden sound of cracking bones snapped their attention back to the scene, instilling a fresh wave of terror. Sean was now directly engaged in breaking the hands and feet of these men, arranging them into various shapes and patterns. When he had sufficiently played with them, he restored their limbs once more, only to resume striking them with the hose. Those thugs, oppressed by the weight of gravity in Sean's fierce presence, found themselves unable to speak or move, their desires to end their own suffering thwarted. They could only endure the relentless pain of having their bones shattered, consumed by an overwhelming longing to scream and release their anguish. But they were powerless to do so that moment. They lamented their choices, realizing they had unwittingly dealt with a devil in human guise. They silently cried out, questioning the nature of the fruit of the devil. As the hottest fruit had fallen into the hands of the coldest heart, and the most healing ability had been bestowed upon the most ruthless individual. If only heaven would grant them another chance. They vowed never to act so foolishly again. Surely, being a law-abiding Navy officer would have been far more appealing. Thus, Sean continued his cycle of breaking and healing, a total of 10 times. In the end, the assembly of men lay on the ground, their eyes devoid of life, as if they had descended into darkness. Even the spectators could hardly bear to witness such a harrowing display. The methods employed were terrifying, rendering them incapable of death. Once the final healing concluded, Sean withdrew the oppressive gravity and his formidable presence. Yet, the figures on the ground remained utterly motionless, and Sean, observing their broken spirits, marveled at the myriad applications of this wish. With an expression of cold indifference, he regarded the fallen individuals, declaring, "This time, I shall forgive you. But should there be a next time, I will blindfold you and sever your arteries, forcing you to listen to the sound of your own blood flowing away. I assure you, that will be far more agonizing." As he witnessed the flicker of life return to their eyes, Sean bellowed with fury, "In 5 minutes, I want to see all of you on the training field. Whether you're in the kitchen, logistics, or on guard duty, no exceptions, even if you're processing paperwork. I want every last one of you present." As the still-dazed individuals absorbed his words, he added, "For minutes and 50 seconds remain." Upon hearing this, they sprang into action, racing away with fervor, as if their very lives depended on it. The onlookers hastened to gather on the training field as well. Observing the thugs' compliance, Sean nodded in satisfaction. Despite their myriad flaws, they were undeniably capable individuals. Otherwise, they would have faced execution at their first military tribunal. Yet, commanding their obedience proved challenging, but it was a necessity. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Only by thoroughly shattering their pride and dragging them into darkness would they come to understand the true value of light. In that moment, he knew that by restoring their light, they would learn to cherish it. Though his methods were somewhat violent, rooted in forceful compliance, it mattered not. There remained ample time for interaction. When they returned, wounded and in need of healing, they would come to recognize which commander was truly the best. In less than 5 minutes, the assembly was completed. The tall individuals, named Ming and Ming Tua, both lieutenants colonel, took on the responsibility of reporting to Sean. He nodded with approval, assessing the ranks of sailors gathered on the training field, reflecting that even if they were ruffians, their execution of orders rivaled that of elite forces. Just as he prepared to speak, a furious roar erupted from the office building. "You little brat, do you truly think you can disregard me without consequence?" With a thunderous crash, a large man clad in a red suit leaped from the window, landing heavily on the training field cement surface, fracturing it upon impact. Who but Akina could it be? The Ming brothers' hearts sank. They knew trouble was imminent. Just moments ago, two individuals, utterly terrified by Sean's methods, rushed into the office building, seizing every Marine they encountered, fearing they might overlook even one. Naturally, the soldiers stationed at the entrance, under Akainu's command, were also dragged in. Akainu was diligently attending to his duties, having coordinated a series of plans with other branches to eradicate pirates. He intended to issue orders for the execution of these plans, yet was met with a disconcerting silence. With his observation Haki, he sensed that the entire building was desolate, leaving him as the sole commander, a reality that proved intolerable for an extremist like Akainu. In his eyes, failing to stand guard properly was tantamount to defying military orders, a transgression deserving punishment. Although Montan and Monio appeared to be of similar height and build as Akainu, they found themselves trembling before him. Montan stammered nervously. General Sean was just too anxious and inadvertently brought the soldiers outside Admiral Sakazuki's door. Monio, summoning his courage, stepped forward to explain, "Admiral Sakazuki, we did not intend for this. Please grant us another chance." However, Akainu paid no heed to the two, convinced that Sean was utterly despicable, displaying none of the qualities of a soldier. A soldier should obey orders. Sean, this aberration, was insufferable and clearly targeting him. Akainu's face flushed with molten rage, the rising heat causing the nearby soldiers to sweat profusely. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Sean, declaring, "I am not Sengoku, and I will not be threatened by you. Should you dare to betray the Navy, I will personally hunt you down, no matter where you may hide." Sean narrowed his eyes. Acutely aware that Akainu had more to say, he wouldn't simply come to engage in idle threats. Indeed, the temperature escalated once more as Akainu turned to the two soldiers stationed at his door. "You two have abandoned your posts without the commander's consent. Although no severe consequences have arisen, you must still face a military tribunal. Await your judgment." Sean recognized this as a direct attack against him. No matter how iron-fisted Akainu might be, he would not go to such lengths to trouble two low-ranking soldiers. This was clearly a personal grievance against him. Do not proceed, Sean asserted in an irrefutable tone. "The headquarters orders have been issued. I am now the acting commander of the G5 branch, and I will handle matters within my jurisdiction. This is none of your concern." "Humph, I am an admiral. Do not think that your mere position as acting base commander grants you authority over me. I have the power to mobilize any branch in the New World, let alone two soldiers who have abandoned their posts. Are you certain you wish to confront me? This is for the Navy. Not to mention, I am still your superior." In the midst of their escalating confrontation, thousands of soldiers nearby trembled in fear at the charged atmosphere. They were astonished by the new commander's audacity, standing firm against Admiral Akainu without yielding. Sean understood that Akainu sought to intimidate him, yet he had no intention of conceding. While he held a certain respect for Akainu as a genuine soldier, he found Akainu's extreme nature troubling. Sean reflected on his earlier arrogance, which had been intended to make his stance clear, but in Akainu's eyes, he had become a rebellious Navy officer with a frosty expression. Sean stated, "Let us lay our cards on the table. Initially, I did not wish to involve myself in your factional disputes. However, if you continue to press me, I too shall become irate." Akainu's face darkened. "Humph, but you must not threaten the Navy. The Navy will not tolerate any provocation. While the Fleet Admiral Sengoku may tolerate you, do not presume that I will." Sean, furious, burst into laughter. "Were you not the ones who incessantly probed me? Would I be so irritable if not for your relentless testing? You despise threats, do you not? What if I were to threaten those above you, either demoting you or visiting them daily? What do you think your chances of remaining equal to me would be?" At this, Akainu's muscles tensed, fully aware of the implications of Sean's words, a threat to the world government, leveraging the lives of the celestial dragons. The success of such a threat loomed high, as they sought only balance. The conflicts at sea meant little to them. This, of course, hinged on Sean's ability to leave at will, unaffected by sea prism stone, and Inu's fists began to drip with molten lava, creating holes in the floor beneath him. "You little brat, you're courting death." Sean chuckled coldly. "The entire G5 branch is on alert. Return to your quarters. Akainu, I have tolerated you for far too long." With that, Sean utilized the technique of shave, augmented by repulsion and zero gravity, moving so swiftly that Akainu barely had time to react before Sean appeared before him, his right leg enveloped in a cherry blossom-colored Haki, delivering a powerful kick. Though taken aback by Sean's audacity to attack first, Akainu, seasoned by countless battles, swiftly wrapped his armament Haki around his arm to block the strike. However, the hastily executed defense, coupled with Sean's overwhelming strength, sent him hurtling into the dense forest behind the fortress, the distance unknown. The Marines, initially uncertain whether to retreat, were suddenly swept up in a panic, desperate to escape the scene. Akaino's flight had shattered countless trees, ultimately embedding him within a massive boulder resembling a small mountain. The deafening crash echoed through the G5 branch, instilling terror in the soldiers. They had witnessed disobedience and insubordination before, but never had they seen, nor heard of, a subordinate striking an admiral without provocation. They could only silently marvel at their new commander, realizing that if anyone deserved exile from G5, it would be someone else. In that moment, they recognized Sean as their leader. Yet, an overwhelming sense of dread soon followed. Although Sean's earlier actions had left them psychologically scarred, they cared little about the physical pain. Every Navy soldier was familiar with the toll of their perilous lives. Moreover, Sean had ultimately healed their accumulated injuries. They stood atop the building, gazing into the distance at the ongoing battle, though the deep forest continued to erupt with sounds of conflict, obscured by clouds of dust. It was clear that neither commander was employing their full strength. However, as the two leaders clashed with unwavering resolve, it was only a matter of time before genuine conflict erupted. Should they unleash large-scale attacks, G5 could very well be disbanded. The thought sent shivers down their spines. In a moment of clarity, Montier urged, "We must notify headquarters immediately. Otherwise, if they unleash their true power, we are doomed." His words jolted everyone from their stupor. Indeed, they needed to report the situation to the Fleet Admiral. But who would deliver the message? What if the higher-ups ordered them to intervene? If we had the capability to do that, would we be dispatched to G5? One remarked. But General Sean was reassigned here, wasn't he? As their conversation veered off track, Monio interjected, commanding silence. "All right, I will contact headquarters now. Do not even think of sneaking off to watch. If you perish, do not blame anyone for failing to rescue you." With that, Montier leaped from the rooftop to the opposite building's terrace. Montan, the highest-ranking officer present, began organizing the evacuation of essential documents and supplies to the port. If headquarters had not yet arrived, and the two titans were locked in battle, perhaps they could flee to the sea. Meanwhile, in the office, Mania spotted Akainu's transponder snail and dialed Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Sakazuki, are you returning?" Upon hearing this, Mania cautiously inquired, "May I speak with Fleet Admiral Sengoku?" On the other end, Sengoku furrowed his brow. "Who are you? And why do you have Sakazuki's transponder snail?" The sudden reprimand made Montier tense up. "Admiral Sakazuki. He is engaged in a fight with General Sean. Can you please assist in contacting Fleet Admiral Sengoku?" Listening to the trembling voice on the other end, Sengoku fell silent for a moment before erupting in fury. "I am Sengoku. You better relay everything that has transpired in detail." Having spoken, Sengoku retrieved another den mushi to contact Kizaru, summoning him to his office. Meanwhile, Monta relayed the events that had transpired since Sean's arrival on the island, detailing everything up to the confrontation with Akainu without omitting a single detail. He even recounted how they had attempted to intimidate Sean together, only to be soundly defeated. As he concluded, his voice trembled with fear. "Marshal Sengoku, their battle is escalating. What should we do?" Listening to the occasional thunderous sounds emanating from the den mushi, Sengoku felt a surge of frustration. Did these two fools not fear a mutual destruction that would invite a pirate ambush? However, after regaining his composure, he said, "Ensure your safety. Kizaru will be there shortly." Upon hearing this, Monta nearly leaped for joy, for his emotions had been a tumultuous roller coaster. Sengoku added, "Be vigilant of the surrounding waters. Their clash must not reach the outside world, lest those pirates seize the opportunity." With that, he ended the call, and Monta dutifully relayed the orders. Before long, Kizaru arrived at Sengoku's office. Without preamble, Sengoku stated, "Kizaru, depart immediately to halt the conflict between Sean and Akainu, and do so with utmost haste." Kizaru, bewildered, scratched his head, wondering if their transition was not proceeding smoothly. Sengoku then solemnly recounted the situation Monta had described. He further emphasized, "The new world is in utter chaos. If news of their battle leaks out, formidable pirates will undoubtedly come to intervene, so you must act quickly." How reckless those two monsters are, unafraid of attracting other threats, Kizaru mused, yet he recognized the gravity of the situation. Rising from his seat, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the two combatants remained oblivious to the consequences their battle would unleash. No, perhaps they were aware, but Sean did not care. Nor did Akainu. Should pirates dare to approach, they would send them to the depths of the sea. Sean executed a whip kick towards Akainu, who blocked it with his arm. The two forces were at an impasse. And Sean mockingly remarked, "Surely, the Admiral's strength is not so meager." With a sudden burst of energy, Akainu forcefully pushed Sean away and charged forward, swinging his fist down upon him. Sean matched Akainu's assault with a punch of his own. causing the ground beneath them to shatter violently. In mere moments, a crater over 100 meters in diameter formed around them, and the two continued to exchange blows within its confines. The rumbling of the collapsing earth startled the nearby Navy personnel, who feared the island might crumble. After a brief moment, both combatants leaped from the enormous pit, and Akainu, with a grave expression, regarded Sean. "Kid, I truly underestimated you." Sean tilted his head. "So, is this your full strength without your devil fruit? You cannot even force me to draw my blade." Their duel was marked by a mutual understanding to refrain from using their abilities, for if they unleashed their powers recklessly, the defensive lines situated in the New World would be obliterated. Therefore, despite their fierce combat, neither wished for the fortress to be destroyed. After all, they were essentially on the same side. Akainu aimed to suppress Sean's arrogance, while Sean simply detested being targeted. With a cold smirk, Akainu retorted, "Umph, I wielded a blade long before you were born to Oh, you think your martial prowess is exceptional. You can't even tear my clothes. If your strength is insufficient, then keep your tail tucked between your legs." Just as Akainu and Sean resumed their fierce exchange, deep within the waters where the G5 branch was situated, some pirates passing by were drawn to the billowing smoke emanating from the G5 fortress. They soon heard the sounds of various collisions, capturing their full attention. Upon observing a multitude of Navy personnel stationed at the harbor, all gazing towards the direction of the smoke, their curiosity ignited a fervent desire for gossip. Fortunately, they did not act recklessly. Instead, they dispatched a skilled swimmer to stealthily approach and gather intelligence. After all, the Navy's demeanor suggested they were on high alert, not to mention the warships that had already begun to arrive. Thus, the pirates aboard the vessel, unaware of the circumstances, dared not act impulsively and chose to remain at a distance, awaiting the return of their informant. Before long, the swimmer returned, excitement etched on his face as he reported to his captain. "Boss, I overheard some thrilling news and nearly got caught." The captain, anxious, urged, "What is it? Speak plainly, without any delay." "All right, but you must remember to credit my contribution. I found out that there are individuals battling Akainu inside." The swimmer exclaimed, adding, "It seems like they are waiting for reinforcements from the headquarters. It appears to be an internal conflict." Upon hearing this, the captain's excitement surged. He was a member of Kaido's crew and held a modest reputation. Yet, he craved more. He yearned for a devil fruit, specifically of the Zoan type. If he could achieve a notable accomplishment, he might earn a reward. By disseminating this information, he could attract the monstrous figures vying for supremacy on the seas. Kaido would undoubtedly be thrilled, for this chaos would be a grand feast, unique to the New World. He recalled overhearing from a drunken Jack that Kaido had been planning a monumental event, aiming to instigate the most significant war. With this in mind, he hastily commanded, "We must vacate these waters immediately. I will report the situation to Captain Jack." The small captain then made his way to the captain's quarters, retrieving a Den Mushi and dialing Drought Jack. Shortly after, an irritable voice emerged from the Den Mushi. "I'm nursing a hangover, so you better have a compelling reason for calling me at this hour." The small captain, trembling with trepidation, replied, "Captain Jack, there's truly something happening." He promptly relayed everything he had witnessed, though perhaps due to a lack of clarity, he embellished some details. For instance, he mentioned that individuals at the G5 branch were fighting Akainu, and the soldiers there were awaiting reinforcements from headquarters, which he mistakenly transformed into Akainu battling the headquarters personnel while G5 soldiers were attempting to mediate. After listening to his subordinate's report, Jack simply remarked, "We'll see what transpires," before abruptly hanging up. He then surveyed the scene of drunkenness around him. As their captain, Kaido's right-hand man, lay utterly inebriated, Jack approached and shook his captain vigorously, yet received no response. He resorted to bellowing, "Kaido, the top-tier battlefield you desire is about to materialize." With a slight twitch of his eyelids, Kaido groggily opened his eyes, bleary and unfocused, and inquired, "What did you just say?" Jack pondered for a moment before artfully framing the details according to his subordinate's account. "My subordinate informed me that at the G5 branch, Akainu is dueling with someone from headquarters. It is rumored to be Kizaru, and it seems many soldiers from the G5 branch have already perished in the crossfire. Captain Kaido, this is an opportunity to eliminate the Navy's top combatants and elevate our prestige." Nearby, Flame Calamity Jin chimed in at an opportune moment. "If the situation unfolds as described, they may very well suffer mutual destruction. If we capture those two top-tier fighters, the headquarters will undoubtedly dispatch a significant naval force to the New World, and the other monsters here will not allow them to succeed." Kaido, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, finally murmured, "This is indeed intriguing. Prepare yourselves. We must not allow this ocean to remain in equilibrium. Fantastic. The crew cheered, long live the captain, as one of the most formidable forces in the New World. The Beast Pirates' preparations naturally sparked reactions from various factions. On an unnamed island, the red-haired pirates were in the midst of their own respite when, at that moment, Ben Beckman received a call via Den Mushy. Shortly thereafter, he returned to Shanks and reported, Shanks, Kaido is making significant moves. He is gathering his subordinates. Shanks, perplexed, replied, what does he intend to do? At present, uncertainty looms, yet indications suggest that the scheme is undoubtedly grand. The 3 principal boards and the formidable 6 of the sky have been summoned in their entirety. Lakiru, feasting upon a substantial bone, remarked while chewing, Captain, could it be that he intends to seize this tranquil moment for one last reckless endeavor? Beside him, Jisusbu, in a state of silent exasperation, retorted, do you truly believe that someone of Kaido's caliber is a fool? Listening intently to the crew's discourse, Shanks pondered momentarily before declaring, very well. Summon everyone. Let us investigate. Regardless of his intentions, we cannot allow him to succeed. As he concluded, Shanks narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, I hope he refrains from foolish actions. Even fleeting equilibrium is essential for all parties at present. Meanwhile, in the stronghold of the Big Mon pirates, Charlotte Linlin was reveling in a feast with her progeny. Suddenly, urgent shouts erupted from outside. This is bad. Something significant is about to happen. Charlotte Linlin detested being interrupted while indulging in dessert. And an oppressive aura enveloped her, thick as molasses. Parasparrow, you had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or your fate will not be a pleasant one. Feeling the weight of her ire, Parasparrow braced himself and replied, Kaido and Red-Haired have taken action. They have summoned their officers. Linlin, taken aback by this revelation, knew that collaboration between those two was inconceivable. She squinted and inquired, so what do they intend to do? Under immense pressure, Parasparrow struggled to respond. Luckily, it was Katakuri who stepped forward at a critical moment. Mother, regardless of their intentions, we cannot remain passive. Red-Haired's influence has grown exponentially over the past 2 years. Gather the officers. Let us set sail. We must convey our stance and ensure that our pirate crew is not underestimated. Simultaneously, at Navy headquarters, Sengoku received news of the stirring ambitions among various pirate factions that he quickly surmised that the battle between Akainu and Shan had likely reached the outside world. Particularly, the currently uneasy pirate crews were synchronously making their way to the G5 branch. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned Kizaru to confer. Ultimately, he perceived this as a potential opportunity. Provided that the Navy's elite forces were present, they could decisively dismantle their foes. Thus, he called upon Akiji and Garp to strategize for this unforeseen conflict. However, the primary objective remained, to prevent these individuals from infiltrating the land of pleasure. After some deliberation, it was decided that Sengoku would lead Garp and Akiji aboard the Navy's most advanced power vessel, making haste towards the G5 branch. Even in departing from headquarters, there was no cause for concern, as numerous formidable forces remained at their disposal, including Zephyr and the Vice Admirals, not to mention Shan's capacity to provide support at any moment. His young apprentice was stationed at headquarters, thus alleviating their anxiety. Orders were dispatched for all officers of at least Vice Admiral rank in the New World to proceed to the G5 branch for reinforcement. Kizaru would remain at headquarters to confer with the other Vice Admirals. Should the situation spiral out of control, it would be necessary to mobilize personnel from various branches. However, as they set forth, Sengoku's countenance was marked by fury. Those 2 scoundrels. Do they even comprehend the magnitude of the mess they have stirred? Ha ha, it matters not. It has been quite some time since I last clashed with the pirates of the New World. Akiji, with a hint of melancholy, gazed at Sengoku. Garp, indulging in a donut, chimed in. Akiji, my lad, have some compassion for Sengoku. He has no holidays. Ha! With a chuckle, Garp mused that if the position of Fleet Admiral was so taxing, one could only imagine the burden of higher ranks. You rascal, Garp. The Navy's actions only served to invigorate the various pirate factions. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was savoring a drink while listening to his sons relay the latest tidings from the first half of the Grand Line. Kohahaha, even Sengoku and Garp have made an appearance. Have they truly become so brazen as to abandon their headquarters? Beside him, Marco shrugged nonchalantly. What can we do? There aren't many significant pirates in the first half. At that moment, Bista inquired, Father, shall we take action? Whitebeard rose, grasped his nearby Naginata, and slammed it heavily against the deck, sending waves crashing. With a raucous laugh, he declared, "Kohahaha. Initially, I had no desire to involve myself in the affairs of the New World, preferring to remain free. However, I cannot allow the Navy to roam unchallenged in our territory. I am Whitebeard." As his words resonated, a chorus of cheers erupted. "Oh, are we to engage in a grand battle? Splendid. This time, we must ensure the world recognizes Father S' might. Let us not be absurd. Father S' strength requires no validation. Kuaha, my children, set sail." At the G5 branch, the individuals present could scarcely fathom how their seemingly trivial sentiments would unleash a tempest akin to a butterfly effect. Montier and Munin wore worried expressions as they gazed toward the jungle. The two combatants had been locked in battle for an entire day and night, yet no news had reached the headquarters. Munin queried his younger brother, "Why do you suppose their stamina is so boundless? They have been fighting for so long." Montier rolled his eyes. "How would I know? But have you truly reported to headquarters? Why has no one arrived yet?" "I have reported, yet they have not arrived. There is naught I can do." At that moment, a group of soldiers, resembling obedient children, sat before them. Suddenly, a blinding yellow light erupted, accompanied by a voice from within. "How frightening. It seems a true battle has commenced." As the light dissipated, they discovered a figure clad in a yellow striped suit and draped in a coat of justice, none other than Admiral Kizaru. What? Admiral Kizaru has arrived. Splendid. He will surely put a stop to Admiral Akainu and Commander Sean. At this juncture, Kizaru's observation Haki enveloped the area, allowing him to sense the ongoing battle. His expression darkened. They could not possibly be engaging seriously, could they? It appeared they were merely exchanging blows to vent their frustrations. Were Kizaru to learn that they were, in fact, the catalyst for this confrontation, inciting chaos in the outside world, he would likely employ his own set of Haki to subdue them. Disregarding the onlookers, Kizaru transformed into a flurry of light particles, vanishing from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, deep within the jungle, the battle raged on. Both fighters, having detected Kizaru's arrival through their Haki, continued without interruption, yet they simultaneously exhaled in relief. Given their current fighting style, they could keep this up indefinitely without determining a victor. They were merely representatives of differing ideologies, not enemies. Their conflict stemmed from mutual irritation. With neither willing to concede, what was to be done? They would continue fighting until someone intervened. Kizaru, observing from above, took his time before descending to halt the melee. Intrigued by the spectacle of their martial arts clash, seeing Kizaru's nonchalant demeanor, Akainu was immediately incensed. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Sean seized the opportunity, channeling kinetic force into his leg and delivering a swift kick towards Akainu. Caught off guard, Akainu could only hastily reinforce his body with armament. It was not that he lacked the desire to utilize elemental transformation through foresight. Rather, Sean's Haki was simply too advanced. Thus, he had no choice but to endure the impact. Whoosh! Akainu was propelled backward by Sean's powerful kick, crashing through numerous trees and boulders before finally coming to a halt, observing the trickle of blood at the corner of Akainu's mouth. Sean smirked, his expression laced with mockery. "Oh dear, isn't that the Admiral? How is it that you find yourself spitting blood?" In response, Akainu erupted in fury. "Had you not ambushed me, I would not have sustained such injury." He prepared to unleash his magma against Sean in retaliation. However, just then, Kizaru's voice resonated. "You best refrain from fighting. The sea has already begun to boil." Akainu pondered to himself. Why did this little brat only show up now when he failed to make an appearance during the ambush? Before Akainu could voice his thoughts, Kizaru promptly divulged all the information he possessed. For instance, during their life and death battle, various notorious pirates from the New World had already caught wind of the situation. They likely sought to seize the opportunity to eliminate two of the Navy's top combatants, thereby enhancing their own prestige. Upon hearing this, both Akainu and Sean were momentarily taken aback. They were acutely aware that, despite their differing ideologies, they were still comrades. A simple scuffle would suffice. But why were they hearing from Kizaru that they were fighting for their lives? They had never considered using their abilities against one another. They were merely content with outmaneuvering their opponent. So, who was spreading these rumors? After listening to Kizaru's words, Sean and Akainu astonishingly echoed each other in unison. "Who is spreading these rumors?" Kizaru chuckled and replied, "I don't know, but judging by the timing, all the pirates in the New World are already aware." Sean was momentarily speechless. However, Akainu pressed on with the crucial question. "So you mean those pirates are heading towards the G5 base?" Kizaru nodded. "And they cannot be halted. For this time, many prominent figures from the New World are involved. Those who retreat will be ridiculed. Even if you two cease fighting, they will still come." Akainu's increasingly grim face reflected a surge of crimson light. If they dare to come, I shall ensure they find their graves at the bottom of the sea. Sean, uninterested in Akainu's bluster, directly inquired, how long until they arrive at the seas? What are the headquarters plans? Kizaru pursed his lips. It should be less than a day. As for headquarters, I received a call from a snail while I was on my way, stating that Akiji, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Mr. Garp are also on their way. This, Sean gasped in astonishment. Do we really need such a luxurious lineup? So which factions are making their move? Kizaru scratched his head. It seems like everyone is coming. All the overlords will be present. This is becoming quite troublesome. Can we maintain control of the situation? What about those vice admirals? If you're afraid, just consider yourself a coward. As long as I am here, I will not allow a single pirate to step foot in the paradise. Upon hearing this, Sean was displeased. You were the one who I knocked out. That was an ambush. But I still got hit. If you're scared, you might as well scram. I can teleport anytime. Do you believe I could just drag them back to headquarters, leaving you here alone? Kizaru hurriedly interrupted the two. The high-ranking officers from the New World are already on their way here. They should arrive the fastest. Hearing this, Akainu lost interest in continuing the verbal sparring with Sean and turned to walk towards the dormitory. He needed to tidy himself up, as he represented the Navy and could not appear disheveled. Sean raised his hand to cast a wish towards a kill. Akainu paused momentarily, but said nothing and continued on his way. Kizaru, curious, asked, Aren't you supposed to dislike him? Why would you help him heal? Sean replied, Let's head to the cafeteria. I'm quite hungry. As they walked, he continued, though I find him unpleasant. It's only because his ideology is too extreme. Nevertheless, we are comrades, and there is an impending great battle ahead. Undoubtedly, he is an excellent Navy officer, but he is certainly not a good commander. He treats his colleagues with the same extremism. He holds a grudge against me merely for not wanting to get involved in his rivalry with Akiji. How can he be expected to lead? He never comprehends that any group is composed of layers, from the bottom to the top. Kizaru was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Sean to be so perceptive. However, he overlooked one crucial factor. In this vast ocean, strength speaks louder than words. He then asked, So do you think more highly of Akiji? Sean shook his head, a look of contemplation crossing his face. I do not hold him in high regard either. Setting aside his strength, he and Akainu are polar opposites. Akainu sacrifices everything for the sake of rules, while Akiji can disregard rules for the sake of everything. Undoubtedly, he possesses more humanity and could be a good leader, but he is by no means a competent enforcer. This was the first time Kizaru learned of Sean's thoughts, and his interest was piqued, since you don't think highly of either. Considering Fleet Admiral Sengoku is aging and will eventually step down, do you intend to compete with them? Kizaru believed that, although Sean's current standing was insufficient, he was the most formidable contender, given time. His prestige within the Navy would undoubtedly surpass that of the other two, solely due to his healing abilities. The world government would be even more hesitant to offend him, given the nature of those in power. They sought balance and would disregard anything that did not threaten their rule, because if they attempted to take action against Sean and failed to subdue him in one go, they would find themselves in a situation where they had to keep one eye open while sleeping. Sean was far too enigmatic, so much so that even the world government's intelligence agencies and analysts could not discern his true capabilities. He was so mysterious that even the acknowledgement of him being an uncontrollable factor made them hesitant to act rashly. If a position of Fleet Admiral could secure him, the world government would surely be willing. Sean, unaware of Kizaru's ulterior motives, candidly stated, Forget it. I have a clear understanding of myself. I am not suited for leadership. I am merely an ordinary person yearning for peace. Upon hearing the term ordinary person, Kizaru's mouth twitched. If Sean was an ordinary person, then what would that make true ordinary people? So, according to your reasoning, is there no suitable candidate for leadership within the Navy? The Navy personnel at the G5 base had all returned to the fortress since their battle had ceased. The cafeteria was once again bustling with chefs preparing meals. Sean did not respond to Kizaru, leaving a remark to wait, and hurried to place his order. Before long, Sean returned to a private room on the second floor, laden with a significant amount of food, and began to feast heartily. Kizaru observed him leisurely, possessing the fastest fruit abilities, but behaving quite slowly. After a while, a content Sean finally spoke up. Actually, I do have a candidate in mind. It is you. Admiral Borsalino. Though surprised by Sean's answer, Kizaru did not react too strongly. This is quite troublesome. Like you, I have little desire for power. Have you considered the implications? Setting aside myself, think about Akiji and Akainu. After years of their open and covert struggles, how will the losing side cope? Regardless of who wins or loses, the defeated will never accept the other's ideology. Have you contemplated the outcome? Kizaru was well aware that in this ocean, the beliefs of the strong were as vital as life itself, both ethereal and undeniably present. Not to mention, this was merely a matter of factional disputes. Sean continued, you might find this troublesome, but your adeptness in dealing with those above you, your attitude towards your subordinates, and your moral judgment undoubtedly make you the most suitable person for that position. However, the constraints of that position are something I cannot endure. As his words fell, Sean noticed a rare serious expression on Kizaru's face. Though he still appeared somewhat lecherous, there was a noticeable difference. Sean shrugged nonchalantly. Then why should the Navy merely serve as the military arm of the world government? Why can't we simply be the Navy? Seeing Kizaru's expression of wanting to speak, but hesitating, Sean interrupted, the times are about to erupt. There are no gods in this world, nor do we need them. 10 years from now, this ocean will be in complete turmoil. Do not refute me. Perhaps you understand those above better, but I have a deeper understanding of those below. We are the righteous Navy. Have you thought about how we, the minions, will cope once divine authority fades? I do not believe you are entirely indifferent towards the Navy. The Navy's prestige has never relied on outsiders. It is forged by our soldiers through blood and valor. You understand better than Akiji or Akaina how to engage with those above, and only you can ensure the Navy remains as independent as possible without being hindered. In the twilight of the gods, no one can remain uninvolved, including you and me. Regardless of how playful you may appear, when they fall from grace, all our efforts for justice will be rendered worthless due to our stances. This includes all within the Navy. You know better than I how severe the issues above are. Once exposed, we Navy will become a laughingstock. Sean felt parched and was acutely aware that persuading Kizaru would not be an easy task. However, all he needed was to plant a seed of thought in Kizaru's mind. Should Kizaru decide to run for the position of marshal, it would be a monumental event. In the anime, this admiral's actions are notoriously unpredictable, and he has never shown the full extent of his power. No one truly knows how strong he is. Kizaru's expression grew unusually solemn as he raised his head and asked earnestly, so, by what standard do you judge the next 10 years? This is something even the world government cannot accomplish. Sean shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, it's all just my wild conjecture. Do you believe me? Just wait and see. Once the new generation rises, the old era will fade into the past. This is but a signal. The elegy before dawn will linger in the darkness, awaiting the break of day. Yet, the sky before dawn is the darkest. Is it not? I hope you can make a decision before that time arrives. As long as you carry the flag of the Navy, I will be the first to support you. With that, he excused himself, fatigue overwhelming him as he left for rest. Kizaru watched Sean's departing figure, a profound unease settling within him. He pondered Sean's words, though lacking in evidence, an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. Sean was not deceiving him. Indeed, the gods would fall. Meanwhile, while Sean and Akaina were dining and resting, the commanders of the New World gathered at the G5 branch to prepare for battle. No one dared to disturb the two, as their spirits must be maintained at peak performance for this grand confrontation between the rulers of the New World and the highest combatants of the headquarters. A single misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Among those present, Kizaru held the highest rank, and the various vice-admirals, regardless of their factions, respected him sincerely, knowing he would not vie for dominance over their superior. On another front, the pirates of the New World were rapidly approaching, and they had become aware of Kaido's movements. The reason was simple. Kaido sought to seize an opportunity, igniting a fierce battle, a judgment shared by those familiar with him. Pirates unfamiliar with Kaido viewed this as a prime opportunity to strike at the Navy. If they could shine brightly, they would establish a foothold in the New World, no longer mere ordinary pirates. Thus, both big and small pirates flocked to the scene, regardless of whether a fight would ensue. Human curiosity drew them to observe firsthand. Kaido was equally bewildered. How could news that he believed was known only to him suddenly be common knowledge worldwide? He did not believe that all pirates had come merely to support him. Since Roger ushered in the era of great voyages, the New World had been in a state of chaos. Now that the situation was gradually clarifying, he anticipated that someone would rise to counterbalance him. He promptly contacted Charlotte Lin Lin, forming a temporary alliance. Although he had once sailed alongside Whitebeard, their paths had diverged, and he had no intention of reaching out to him. The following morning, after Sean had completed his morning routine, he strolled to the mess hall. The G5 soldiers he encountered greeted him with a mix of reverence and awe. After breakfast, Monjin approached him. Brigadier General Sean, Admiral Kizaru has requested your presence for a meeting. Hearing this, Monjin felt a wave of unease wash over him. It was likely that only his superior had the audacity to refer to Akainu in such a derogatory manner. He quickly added, Admiral Akainu and the other vice admirals are already present, awaiting your arrival. Very well, Sean replied, rising to head towards the conference room. Upon his arrival, the guards promptly opened the door for him. To his surprise, aside from Kizaru, Akainu, and Gumi, there was even Vice Admiral Bastille, who, despite his diminished fighting ability, had somehow attained the rank of Vice Admiral, a remarkable feat. Other Vice Admirals present included the likes of Toma, Weasel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Fire Mountain, and Stallerberry, each of varying strengths. As the door swung open, all eyes turned toward Sean. The man who had boldly challenged Admiral Akainu upon entering the New World piqued everyone's curiosity. Their initial impression was that he exuded an aura of strength, his aloof demeanor reflecting the confidence unique to formidable individuals. Sean raised his hand in greeting. Hello, everyone. Early start today, I see. Just as the rumors suggested. He is indeed youthful, someone remarked. Please, take a seat. We are about to discuss how to handle the impending pirate threat. We have been waiting for you. As everyone greeted him warmly, Sean quickly composed himself. Realizing the importance of maintaining a serious demeanor in the presence of these high-ranking officers dedicated to upholding justice. Just as he settled in, however, a voice broke the atmosphere. You, a mere brigadier general, have kept so many vice admirals and 2 admirals waiting? How dare you sit there so casually? The moment those words were spoken, the room fell silent, and Sean narrowed his eyes at the speaker. Wasn't this the same Vice Admiral Bastille who had been knocked out by Sabo within a minute? While the Vice Admirals present had their own allegiances, whether to Akainu or Akiji, they all possessed a sense of pride in their own principles. After all, allegiance did not equate to servility. Yet, Bastille's insolence was perplexing. Akainu would never stoop so low as to instigate such conflict. This must have been Bastille's own doing, taking advantage of Sean's politeness. Sean smiled, pushed back his chair, and stood, causing the other vice admirals to tense. They were well aware of Sean's reputation as a man who responded poorly to disrespect. Kizaru interjected, It's quite all right. We just arrived ourselves. Sean remained silent, walking over to Akainu and extracting a cigar from his pocket. Akainu said nothing, simply observing him like the others. The only sound in the conference room was the flick of a lighter. The flame danced, casting shadows on Sean's increasingly grim visage as the smoke curled around him. Bastille, unable to contain himself, erupted, You, a mere brigadier general, show such blatant disrespect to your superiors. What are you trying to do? Undermine the Navy, and what of it? Sean retorted, his voice echoing with fury. In an instant, a crimson light flickered in his eyes, and an overwhelming presence surged forth from him, filling the room. The air thickened, making it difficult to breathe, as his coat billowed without wind. The entire meeting room creaked ominously, as if it might collapse under the weight of his aura. This was the first time Sean unleashed his conqueror's Haki so recklessly. Though it was contained within the confines of the meeting room, aside from the 2 admirals, who remained unfazed, the remaining vice admirals felt as though their throats were constricted, gasping for air. They were witnessing Sean's formidable power for the first time. Beads of sweat forming on their brows. Internally, they cursed Bastille for provoking someone known to respond to weakness with ferocity. Bastille trembled, rendered speechless, unable to utter another boastful remark. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Sean approached Bastille directly. Who granted you the authority to play the bureaucratic game? Where is the pride of a vice admiral? Your superior has spoken. So why are you posturing as though you are the epitome of loyalty? You? I despise those who lack the ability to rise on their own merits and rely on flattery to ascend the ranks. We are the Navy, not your personal playground for exercising authority. With such ferocity, why don't you go cleanse the seas of pirates instead of posturing here? Look around you. Who among us is as foolish as you to prattle on like that? The yellow monkey hastily stepped forward to mediate, exclaiming how terrifying such an imposing presence could be. Please, temper your fervor. You have set my heart racing with unease. Upon hearing this, Sean also reigned in his own intimidating aura. At that moment, Akainu turned his gaze towards Sean, saying, Kid, do not let your youthful exuberance overwhelm you, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. Is it even possible for the young not to be fervent? Sean replied, narrowing his eyes as he pointedly addressed Bastille. I trust this will be the final occurrence. Do not mistake me for a pushover. My enlistment in the Navy was not to witness your bureaucratic posturing. Your pretentiousness has no place with me. Tell me, how many times has this happened? And yet, you still dare to send me away from the Navy. If you do, I will be the first to take you down. Do you think your superiors can prevent me? With that, he turned to face Kizaru, stating, We may adorn ourselves in a facade of dazzling brilliance and engage in insincere pleasantries, but that does not conceal the rotting darkness and insatiable desires lurking beneath our skins. When those pirates arrive, I shall take action. As for the remainder of your meeting, you may deliberate at your leisure. With that, Sean exited the office, knowing full well that these individuals might indeed hold a genuine inclination towards justice. Yet, their actions had led to an increasing distrust of the Navy. He sighed inwardly, recognizing the significance of status. Whatever happened to a world where strength spoke volumes? Perhaps his fists were simply not formidable enough. After Sean had departed the office for a while, the others resumed their discussions. Who would have thought he truly has such a volatile temperament? Indeed, what was Bastille thinking, provoking him like that? Humph, that's Sakazuki. He is unworthy of being a Navy admiral. How dare he intimidate his superiors? Bastille grumbled indignantly. Upon hearing this, Akainu's expression darkened. If he dares to strike even me, what makes you think you are anything of significance? Will you be the one to apprehend him after he leaves the Navy? If you are bold enough to make a military pledge, I shall submit a proposal. Truly, you are utterly clueless. It seems the young lad speaks truth. It is time to rectify the internal conduct of the Navy. As noon approached in the waters surrounding the G5 branch, despite the often capricious weather, the sky was now ablaze with lightning and thunder. Heavy clouds flashing with electricity. This only intensified the oppressive atmosphere surrounding the already foreboding Navy fortress, prompting many sailors to quietly begin pinning their last wills. Before long, the soldiers stationed at the lookout spotted distant shadowy figures. They took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength to roar. Pirates are approaching. The announcement sent ripples of alarm through the ranks, causing officers in the administrative building to dash toward the port with astonishing speed. Sean was among them, squinting into the distance until he gradually discerned the shapes of the pirate vessels. The Moby Dick, the Queen of Whitebeard, the Big Mom, and the Red Force were all present. Sean even spotted a ship with a strange beast figurehead adorned with 6 horns. Undoubtedly, that was Kaido's vessel. Furthermore, there were numerous pirate crews yet to appear in the original narrative. How fortuitous. These pirate scum shall meet their doom at sea today. Akainu remarked, flexing his wrists. Sean found himself at a loss for words. Akainu was indeed audacious, declaring the fate of their adversaries without even assessing their lineup. Sean felt a headache coming on, while he was unafraid of battle. He dreaded the prospect of reducing the G5 fortress to ruins. If that were to happen, he would surely become the base commander with the shortest tenure in history. He considered heading directly to headquarters to fetch Akiji. But Akiji was still with Sengoku and the others. Sean had yet to leave a mark on the new power ship. Sighing, he lamented the challenges of life, just as a sudden exclamation from a nearby soldier stirred them from their unease. Look, it's our headquarters ship. Reinforcements are here. At the bow stood Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. Admiral Akiji has come as well. Sean turned to look, and indeed, all 3 had arrived at last. The battlefield would not necessitate the destruction of their own base. Elated, Sean nearly leapt for joy, yet he managed to restrain his emotions. After all, he could not allow his persona to crumble. Upon reflection, Akiji's abilities were far more useful than Akainu's destructive tendencies. Creation is often more challenging than destruction. Is it not? Moments later, Garp and his team reached the port. As soon as they disembarked, Garp let out a hearty laugh. Puahaha. Lava Kid, Gravity Kid, you've really outdone yourselves. Hearing this, Sean's lips twitched. Even the stoic Akainu wore a slight frown. Who would have guessed that a simple punch could attract so many nefarious characters? Yet Sean was the first to react, quickly instructing Akiji, hurry, use your powers to create a battlefield. Akiji was taken aback by this request. To which Sean added, do not allow those pirates to approach. I do not wish to lose my base so soon after taking command. Akiji regarded him with a peculiar expression. Garp, meanwhile, burst into laughter. Puahaha. No worries. If worst comes to worst, you can stay with me. It will just be a bit busy. Sean chose not to engage with the old man, who was quite the schemer. He was already seeking a tool to do his bidding. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled Kuro. I wonder how he is faring in the Navy. I hope he soon comes to assist me under Zephyr's guidance. Meanwhile, in the detention center, a certain individual was cursing someone with a face full of resentment. Sengoku surveyed the distant formations before addressing Akiji. Kazan, try to expand the area of ice as much as possible. After a moment, he added, leave a path for them to escape. Today's outcome is uncertain. However, the world government is not yet prepared for a full-scale war. Akiji yawned languidly before leaping into the air. In the Ice Age, Akiji conjured irregular ice spikes that connected to the nearby sea surface. Instantly, the freezing power radiated outward from the points of impact, with a series of chilling cracks. The entire expanse of sea was transformed into glacial ice. Sengoku then demonstrated his leadership abilities by retrieving the Den Mushi to contact Tsuru, who remained at headquarters. This is Sengoku. Summon all available high-ranking officers at headquarters. including those at the Vice Admiral level and above. He glanced at Sean. Young man, can you bring reinforcements? Sean understood that he was being asked to serve as a transport, but he nodded nonetheless. Bringing over 100 troops was manageable. Once again, Sean held back his true capabilities, only providing a fraction of his potential. It was not that he was unwilling to summon reinforcements. If the Navy could muster 100 high-ranking officers, these pirates would find it impossible to escape today. Ordinary soldiers would be of little use. In fact, it might even lead to Sean becoming a mere pawn. After receiving Sean's affirmation, Sengoku proceeded to issue several directives as a precaution. In the distance, the pirate factions gradually made their intentions clear, anchoring their ships not far from the icy surface. Kaido, seeing so many factions converging, felt a surge of excitement. Upon spotting Whitebeard, he raised his kanabo, pointing it at him. Newgate, why are you still alive? Are you planning to join the fray? Whitebeard, unperturbed, halted his sons from speaking out. Kahahaha, Kaido, do you think you can act without my consent? At that moment, Charlotte Lean's piercing voice rang out. Well, Newgate's presence remains as commanding as ever. By the way, Kaido, aren't you supposed to make a move? Having grasped the situation, Shanks stood at the bow, surveying these monsters from the new world. What a lively gathering. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he turned to Kaido. I hear you wish to instigate a war, Jack. Displeased at Shanks questioning his captain, immediately barked. Who do you think you are to challenge our captain? In response, Shanks' expression hardened, his crimson gaze flashing briefly as a palpable aura burst forth from him, accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity surrounding him. Kaido, though surprised, unleashed his own conqueror's Haki, and their forces collided, creating a tangible energy barrier. The standoff generated pressure that affected many nearby. Referencing Barrett, it is fortunate that only the cadre have arrived this time. Even the other pirates are predominantly formidable in strength. After all, we have yet to enter the era of the Four Emperors, and the current state remains one of chaos, with numerous factions vying for dominance. That young man with the red hair over there, is he not a former intern aboard Roger's ship? Whitebeard gazes with keen interest at the two, engaged in a contest of wills. As it stands, Shanks appears to hold the upper hand in this regard. Well, Kaido, you are not merely here to indulge in childish antics, are you? Upon hearing this, both Shanks and Kaido instinctively tempered their auras. Kaido tossed aside his kanabo and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Then allow me to usher in an even more chaotic era. Shanks, would you care to join us? The red-haired pirate remained silent, his expression grave as he regarded Whitebeard, concerned that he too might become embroiled in the fray. Such a development would greatly disrupt his plans. As if sensing Shanks' thoughts, Whitebeard spoke up. I have merely come to observe, but I will not permit anyone to infringe upon my territory. This statement made it clear that Whitebeard was merely a spectator. However, should the Navy make any moves, he would not stand idly by. After all, the New World is their home as pirates. Before Shanks could respond, a deafening roar shattered the air. Roar. Kaido had transformed into his dragon form, standing atop flame clouds, energy swirling in his maw. Moments later, he exhaled a scorching breath, aimed directly at the G5 base's stronghold. This served as his greeting. On the Navy's side, Sengoku had accurately assessed that pirates are proud and possess individual beliefs, making them unlikely to cooperate readily. Thus, he felt secure leaving everyone on guard. However, it was unexpected that Kaido, the monster, would strike first, though it seemed somewhat predictable, as he had partly instigated today's situation. The most effective counter to fire is, of course, ice. Akiji leaped into action, his body enveloped in cold. He unleashed 5 ice pillars to meet Kaido's fiery breath. Ice ball. The ice pillars clashed with the flames, producing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air, sending plumes of smoke spiraling upward. Sean observed Kaido from a distance, feeling the fierce vitality emanating from within him, and could not help but click his tongue. He glanced at the renowned pirates like Charlotte Lean. Quietly assessing the gap between their strengths. He ultimately concluded that it wasn't a significant issue. He could hold his own. The sole concern was the overwhelming number of cadres they had brought along. His side had 6 top-tier combatants: Garp, Sengoku, the 3 admirals, and himself. In contrast, the opposing side, apart from the future 4 emperors, also included Ben Beckman, the Ember Calamity Gene, the Phoenix Marco, and Katakuri. Furthermore, there were pirates Sean was unfamiliar with. And when he looked at his own side, the disparity in strength among the rear admirals was stark. This only solidified Sean's resolve to recruit allies. Wait, weren't there just Akainu and Kizaru? No. Look, Garp and Sengoku are here too. Ha ha ha. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Could it be a trap set by the Navy? What are you thinking? We came here alongside Kaido. There is no trap to speak of. Besides, do you think they can handle so many of us? The pirates whispered excitedly among themselves, for such a scene was exceedingly rare. The Navy's top combatants were all present, heralding a potential upheaval. Sean gazed at Kaido, then turned his head to Sengoku. So, was it Kaido's crew that orchestrated today's spectacle? Ah, yes, though I'm not quite sure how your battle became public knowledge. Sengoku pondered for a moment before adding, it was mentioned that it was a life-and-death struggle between Sakazuki and Borsalino. Indeed, the names of Akainu and Kizaru. Sean was taken aback. Did this mean he was unworthy of a title? So, Kaido had somehow learned that the Navy was at a stalemate and sought to take advantage of the situation. Yet, every action he took drew the attention of countless onlookers, resulting in the scene before them today. Standing idly like a lackey only fueled his frustration, prompting him to declare to Sengoku, then let me, as the new recruit, deal with him. Sengoku reflected for a moment. The impending war was ultimately instigated by Kaido. Given the cunning nature of the pirates, genuine alliances would be few, which still left opportunities for individual takedowns. Even if not many pirates remained, there were still several well-known figures present. He nodded. Just be cautious. Kaido possesses unparalleled defense and vitality. Sean nodded, stretching his neck to prepare himself, then ascended into the air. After extensive training, Sean could now fully utilize the air to fly. While his agility might not match that of the float fruit, which granted innate flight, he adeptly manipulated air density to achieve flight. Air, despite being imperceptible to the human body, possesses mass, with a density of 1.293 gl. Against Kaido, who stood upon flame clouds, his maneuverability was more than sufficient. Once Sean mastered the concepts of gravity, weightlessness, anti-gravity, repulsion, and attraction, his mobility surged to frightening levels. Upon seeing a silver-haired youth soar into the sky, Kaido expressed his displeasure. Sengoku, is there no one else in your navy? You send out a little brat to face me? Hearing this, Sean felt as if he had been stepped on the tail, realizing that despite being nearly 2 meters tall, he appeared diminutive before these giants. Even Shanks, among others, was not taller than him. Why, then, was he labeled as a little brat? Sean regretted his earlier decision to train under gravity. Perhaps it had stunted his growth. Feeling disheartened, he found Kaido's taunts utterly unendearing. Enraged by Kaido's disdain, he retaliated, Kaido, this is of your own making. As his words fell, Sean propelled himself with an astonishing speed, utilizing the forces of weightlessness, anti-gravity, attraction, and repulsion, generating a sonic boom as he hurtled toward Kaido. This was made possible by his formidable physique, which could withstand such velocity. With the technique Iato, a line in the sky, as Sean approached Kaido, he drew his sword and unleashed a precise, slender slash aimed at the massive dragon. Although Kaido was caught off guard by the sudden attack, his renowned reflexes kicked in as he raised his claw to counter. The dragon's claw was met with a shallow cut, blood oozing forth, but the wound was not deep. Sean looked at his blade. Somewhat surprised, he had not held back in that strike. Yet, it left only a faint mark on the colossal dragon, which seemed trivial in comparison. Kaido, more astonished than Sean, began to descend, reverting to his human form. Observing the wound on his arm heal at an observable rate, he took Sean more seriously. Even a superficial injury was not something just anyone could inflict. Interesting, but your strength is still woefully inadequate. As he spoke, Kaido's body began to undergo a transformation, scales sprouting across his skin, and he lifted his kanabo once more. Sean understood that ordinary slashes would not be enough to harm him. He would need to employ Haki to inflict internal damage. Sean unleashed his own aura to confront Kaido. Why not revert to your little worm form? You little brat. You are far too arrogant. With that, Kaido lost interest in verbal sparring with Sean. He leapt into the air, spinning his iron club, enveloping it in Conqueror's Haki, and swung it forcefully towards Sean, descending to the underworld, guiding the abyss. Gravity blade, pitch black lantern. Sean exhibited no fear of Kaido, enveloped in a tempest of black lightning akin to his opponent. A thunderous explosion erupted as their weapons clashed with ferocious intensity. The ice beneath them began to fracture, spreading intricate, spiderweb-like fissures in all directions. The convergence of their attacks. A pulsating crimson ball of Conqueror's Haki flickered ominously. Under the strain, the energy orb unleashed a chaotic discharge of energy, reminiscent of lightning, with an erratic rhythm. From a distance, soldiers of the G5 branch gasped, urging one another to look skyward, where the thick cloud cover was rent asunder, swirling ominously around a gaping chasm. The scene left all but the most formidable pirate crews deeply shaken. Observing the two figures entwined in combat at the heart of the battlefield, Bimon let out a sharp cackle. Hiki. This kid possesses remarkable genes. Whitebeard also voiced his admiration, proclaiming the current generation of Marines to be truly exceptional. Red-haired Shanks squinted, fixated on Sean. Feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the man, he murmured, "It is truly terrifying that the Marines boast such a figure." The Marines stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of the clash of Conqueror's Haki. While they had heard tales of Sean's strength, this was their first visceral encounter with his formidable prowess. The battle raged on, yet both factions refrained from intervening, for the Marines had no opportunities to exploit, their ranks bolstered by their finest warriors. Among the pirate faction, each captain, save for the lesser crews, harbored their own pride, unwilling to form a genuine alliance. Kaido and Sean had been locked in battle for an entire 10 days and nights, the ice of the sea melting and shattering repeatedly beneath their onslaught. Akiji, akin to a mechanic, provided support for the two, wearing a face of vexation. Despite both men being capable of flight, their combat was brutally raw, lacking the elegance typical of natural abilities. Their monstrous physiques rendered their skirmish devoid of finesse. Relying solely on sheer might to determine the victor point, one would strike and send the other flying, only for the latter to retaliate with equal ferocity, splintering the thick ice beneath them. What astonished the pirates even further was Sean's healing ability, which surpassed even Kaido's. While Kaido could heal himself, Sean possessed the power to heal anyone. This revelation extinguished any thoughts of a surprise attack among the pirates. As news of their battle spread like wildfire, more and more pirates flocked to the scene, prompting the Navy to dispatch additional forces to confront them. Truth be told, had it not been for the world government's stringent oversight, permitting no disruption of the balance, Sengoku rallied his troops, confident that with Sean's healing prowess, they could fight without fear of death. However, the unfortunate reality was that the world government had also sent CP0 agents to observe, leaving Sengoku feeling utterly powerless. As the Fleet Admiral, he was acutely aware of the depths of the world government's machinations. The Navy was merely one of their many arms, and he would not naively believe that their dominion rested solely on public opinion. In the eyes of those in power, as long as their rule and reputation remained unscathed, nothing else mattered. Thus, the impending conflict, which could have escalated into a worldwide upheaval, was distilled into a confrontation between the Navy's supernovas and the New Age's tyrants. Both sides awaited the outcome with bated breath. A Navy victory would significantly curb the pirates' audacity, while a pirate triumph would incite an unprecedented wave of chaos, leading to an explosive surge in piracy. As time marched on to the 11th day, red-haired Shanks conferred with Ben Beckman before stepping onto Whitebeard's ship, drawing the attention of all. Amidst the commotion, the nature of their discussion remained shrouded in mystery. Subsequently, Shanks and Whitebeard leapt from the ship, striding across the ice towards the Marine ranks. The Navy braced itself, recognizing Whitebeard, the undisputed sovereign of the seas. Sengoku and Garp approached as well, with Sengoku's keen intellect piecing together the situation. Garp regarded Shanks with a complex expression, pondering the implications of this man leading Luffy into the pirate life. He couldn't help but reflect on how different things might have been had he also taken a more decisive stand in the past. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. Sengoku turned to Whitebeard, inquiring, "So what do you pirates intend to do?" Whitebeard, with a knowing smile, replied, "The passage of time is an inevitability that none can thwart. We too are growing old, are we not? This young lad has reached remarkable heights." Shanks added, "There is no need to wager on an uncertain present. The future holds far greater promise. Wouldn't you agree?" He paused, then continued, "The consequences of prolonging this conflict, regardless of who emerges victorious, would be a failure for us all." Sengoku grasped their intent. They sought to halt hostilities. Even if Sean were to vanquish Kaido here, it would bear little consequence for the higher echelons, and while it might suppress the pirates' hubris, the tumultuous nature of the sea could not be quelled. Moreover, Sean's victory was not guaranteed, should he falter. The Navy's prestige would plummet, and the world government would likely revel in the disappearance of an uncontrollable navy. Sengoku recognized the stakes and was unwilling to sacrifice Sean unnecessarily. Besides, given Sean's character, he would undoubtedly retreat to safety when the tides turned. The thought sent shivers down Sengoku's spine, yet after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement, stipulating, "However, if your surrounding pirates do not withdraw, I will have no choice." "Leave that to us," Shanks assured. Disregarding Garp's fiery glare, he promptly dashed towards the heart of the battle, followed closely by the elder generation. Shanks confronted Kaido, parrying his kanabo with a blade, while Whitebeard cleaved a massive chasm into the ice below. The arena erupted in chaos. Sengoku and Garp reached Sean's side, each grasping one of his arms. Sean frowned. "What are you doing? That behemoth is far too arrogant. I am determined to be the dragon-slaying hero today." Sengoku shot him a significant glance towards the rear. "Enough. If this continues, those who lose sleep over you will be elated." Upon hearing this, Sean's spirits lifted. Indeed, He had been so engrossed in battling Kaido that he had lost sight of his surroundings. A sudden attack could prove disastrous, especially after 11 grueling days of combat. Although he bore no injuries, his mental state was waning. Nonetheless, he remained defiantly focused on his opponent. Meanwhile, as Whitebeard and Shanks made their move, Charlotte Linlin charged forward, demanding, "What do you intend to do? The outcome has yet to be determined." Whitebeard, undeterred, boisterously declared, "Kahahaha, my sons, it's time to return. This spectacle has grown tiresome. Father." With that, Whitebeard made his way back to the Moby Dick. Shanks, too, moved toward his own ship, brushing past Kaido with a parting remark, "Our era is on the horizon. Do not engage in actions that defy the times." Though Kaido was brash, he was no fool. The attitudes of both the pirates and the Marines suggested something significant had transpired. Surrounding pirates exchanged glances, bewildered, yet they understood one thing: the battle was over, resulting in a stalemate. Despite the cessation of hostilities, Kaido cast a penetrating gaze at Sean and inquired, "Little squirt, what is your name?" Sean was immediately filled with rage, wanting to charge at Kaido and fight to the death, but he managed to restrain himself. As his mind wandered, he thought of a name that could infuriate Kaido, akin to those of the admirals and the admiral candidates, namely a combination of color and animal. Thus, he blurted out, "Too Long." "My name is Too Long," Sean mused. Isn't slaying dragons quite thrilling? Moreover, what he truly yearned to slay was not the slippery creature before him, but a higher dragon, the celestial dragons. Indeed, as soon as the words left his mouth, Carp and Sengoku exchanged glances filled with incredulity. Kaido's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, casting a shadow over the surroundings. The pirates nearby were hearing the name of this young naval officer for the first time. Gritting his teeth, Kaido seethed, "Very well, Shorty, I've remembered you, you bastard." Sean cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Kaido, retorting, "I'm stationed at G5, come anytime and see if I won't take you down." Humph. With that, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin exchanged some whispered words before striding away. As these four formidable beings departed, numerous relics of the bygone era of pirates also sensed a whiff of conspiracy and hastily left. Once all the pirate ships had vanished, Carp sighed. It seems that the pirates surviving in the New World are certainly not fools. At that moment, Sean felt slightly unsteady, yet he dared not succumb to unconsciousness here, for from the direction Sengoku had been looking, he sensed an aura that did not belong to their navy. Therefore, he addressed Sengoku, "I need to return for some rest. Please handle things here, and I'll come back once I've recharged." Sengoku understood and was about to suggest sending Sean's companions back to headquarters when Sean vanished in an instant, leaving behind a faint blue silhouette that dissipated. Sengoku was left fuming, wishing to pummel that insufferable little brat. Although Sean was not afraid, he still feared the unknown. Furthermore, while it was manageable to fight Kaido, the moment his taut nerves relaxed, fatigue swiftly engulfed him. Sean was determined not to reveal his vulnerable side in the New World. Hence, he returned to his home in this world, Shuangyue Village, to the One Heart Dojo. Upon appearing in the living room, the couple, Jingsalang and Lyman, who were chatting and sipping tea, immediately noticed Sean. Seeing him, tattered and worn yet showcasing his muscular physique beneath, Lyman rushed over to support him, asking, "How are you?" "Are you all right?" Sean, though somewhat weak, replied, "I'm fine, Shiji. I just want to have a good rest after the battle." "All right, you should go rest. We've tidied your room," they assured him. Exhausted, Sean merely greeted them before heading to his room. He slept for a full 30 hours, only waking when the tantalizing aroma of food stirred his appetite. Groggy, he stepped out of his room and spotted several people in the dining hall. Jingsalang said, "Go wash up. Your Shiji has bought plenty of meat to prepare a grand feast for you." Sean felt warmth in his heart and nodded before washing up and changing out of his tattered training clothes and Haori. As he savored the changes within himself, he realized he had gained much from the battle, truly understanding his current limits. Although he could now hold his own against a weapon of mass destruction like Kaido, it was still insufficient. He required more time to solidify his talent before awaiting a system upgrade. After washing up, Sean entered the living room, feeling as though something was amiss. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, and with a flash, he vanished, arriving at his quarters and headquarters. His sisters must have been home for quite some time. If he didn't fetch them soon, they would likely grow upset. In an instant, he appeared before them, one in each hand, and returned to Shuangyue Village. Without uttering a word, he dove straight into the dining table, devouring the food voraciously. Thankfully, Jingsalang reminded him that Lyman had prepared a multitude of dishes. And soon Lyman and Lei's daughter returned as mothers. They were delighted and rushed to the kitchen to prepare even more dishes for them. They missed their daughters dearly but understood Sean's special circumstances, which delayed their return. The sisters longed for their mother's cooking, and all grievances were cast aside as they joined the feast. After a long while, the satisfied family sat in the living room, sipping tea and chatting. It was only then that Guena realized and quickly checked Sean for injuries. Sean, puzzled, asked, "What's the matter?" "I was checking to see if you were hurt," she replied. "Don't joke. How could I be injured?" "Wait, why would you think I was hurt?" Dasky chimed in. "Haven't you been fighting with others for over 10 days? Sean's mind felt a bit foggy. He had initially planned to think of reasons to comfort his sisters for not fulfilling his weekly promise to bring them home. Yet, they somehow seemed to know everything. Noticing Sean's confusion, Lay stood up and returned shortly with a stack of newspapers. "We all knew from the first day you fought against the pirates." Sean quickly grabbed the newspapers and began to read. "The tides of the sea are shifting. The dynamics of the Grand Line may be disrupted once more. Full-scale war. What lies ahead for the New World? Intense battles. The Navy's supernova clashes with the dominant pirate Kaido of the Beasts. A grand assembly. The headquarters' highest combat strength is mobilized. The pirate factions are gradually joining the fray. 11 days of fierce combat has concluded. The Navy's super rookie, Too Long, has suppressed Kaido by half, leaving the pirates to depart in bitterness. In this unpredictable new world, the struggle for supremacy among pirates intensifies. What sort of order will the world face?" Gazing at these articles, a mix of truth and embellishment, Sean felt a surge of exasperation. Observing Sean's sigh, Lyman inquired, "What's wrong?" Sean shook his head, feeling it was somewhat ridiculous. "If I had truly suppressed Kaido, I wouldn't have come back to crash sleep." Jangsalang, curious, asked, "So what was the final outcome?" Sean shrugged. It was merely the world government concerned about its own image. It was Shanks and Whitebeard who proposed the ceasefire that day. Now, they're blowing up our Navy's achievements. It's utterly shameless. Guena pouted. "How could they do that? They are deceiving the entire world. Didn't the pirates present know? There's nothing to be done. After all, public opinion is still largely in our favor. Moreover, the situation in the New World has yet to stabilize completely." Reflecting for a moment, Sean continued, "Do not lose faith in the Navy. Often, we are also bound by circumstances. We must focus on doing our part." Guena nodded, wrapping her arms around Sean's, playfully asserting, "I will strive to improve and be sure to help you in the future." Sean affectionately patted Guena's little head, saying, "Then you must work hard. I will be waiting for you in the New World." Meanwhile, the quiet Dasky flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, glancing at Guena with envy. Thus, Sean, known as Too Long in the center of global discussions, enjoyed a few days of respite in Shuangyue village. He had even brought his sisters along, without formally requesting leave. After a few days of rest, Sean reluctantly sent his sisters back to the Navy headquarters. Upon his return, he inevitably faced a furious reprimand from Zephyr, who scolded him for sneaking people away instead of being forthright. Sean understood Zephyr's anger was rooted in concern over potential infiltrators within the Navy, which would lead to unimaginable disasters, especially since Zephyr had suffered such a loss with his own family. After bidding farewell to everyone, Sean promptly returned to the G5 branch. In the office, Kizaru was leisurely sipping tea and trimming his nails. When he noticed Sean's sudden return, he merely raised his head to greet him before continuing with his grooming. Sean was left speechless, wondering how Kizaru had accumulated so many nails to trim. Just as he pondered what to say, Kizaru spoke first. "You've been promoted since you left." Sean was slightly bewildered. After all, he had nearly instigated a full-scale war, yet somehow this was considered a merit for promotion. "Huh, just how did I get promoted? To what position?" The yellow ape set down the nail clippers and remarked, "Well, it's merely the rank of a major general. After all, your new title has already echoed across these waters. And as a base commander bearing the insignia of a brigadier general, it's rather unseemly." Sean was at a loss for words. Once again confronted with the issue of face, the yellow ape added, "It was that Sakazuki fellow who brought it up. They have no idea when you'll return, so they decided to leave first. Could that fellow possibly be so benevolent? Surely, he must be harboring some ulterior motive. I have known him for decades. Though his temperament can be extreme at times, he is undoubtedly the most loyal admiral I have ever encountered." Upon hearing this, Sean was well aware that Akainu was the epitome of discipline within the Navy. However, this did not deter him from making a mental note in his mind. He then sought to change the subject, and after some contemplation, decided to inquire about Kuro, especially since he had recently assumed his post. "By the way, old man, how is Kuro? I almost forgot to ask Zephyr." The yellow ape's expression turned somewhat perplexed, and upon noticing this, Sean felt an ominous premonition. Who is Kuro? Indeed. The yellow ape's response left Sean utterly bewildered. The former pirate I sent to headquarters, the one I recruited to join the Navy, how could you forget? Where is the dignity befitting your rank? How do you expect to become the commander-in-chief in the future? Sean chastised the yellow ape with a look of exasperation, completely neglecting to consider his own frequent lapses regarding Kuro. The yellow ape felt somewhat offended, wondering when he had ever mentioned competing for the position of commander-in-chief. Nevertheless, he replied, I had to leave him at the military tribunal due to an unexpected matter. He should be fine. Should be? Sean sighed. You were destined to become the commander-in-chief. Can you really utter such uncertain words? A commander's incompetence can jeopardize the entire army. Your actions cause great distress to me, your supporter. The yellow ape was at a loss for words. So, where did you hear that I was competing for the position of commander-in-chief? Upon hearing this, Sean retorted, Did you not hear it? Hear what? Sean gazed at the yellow ape with a heavy heart. It is your silent cry from within, your desire for the Navy to have a bright future. And your heart brims with discontent towards those in power. Enough. Do not treat me like a child of 3. With that, the yellow ape stood up and made for the door, leaving behind a parting remark. What you say, I shall consider, but it is not something I can decide at this moment. As for your discontent, do not reveal it to anyone lightly. The yellow ape believed this farewell would appear quite dashing. Yet so, where has Kuro gone? The yellow ape abruptly halted, turning stiffly to face Sean, both gazing at each other in silence. After a prolonged pause, the yellow ape finally spoke. I will inquire about him when I return. I shall certainly remember this time. Immediately, Sean broke into a smile. Thus, Sean commenced his arduous daily grind within the confines of his demanding profession. At that moment, he was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of Kuro, the tool he desperately needed. The entire G5 was filled with ruffians, with even the subordinates of the staff department being of similar ilk. The difference lay in that ordinary street thugs would directly confront pirates, while those in the staff department would merely fire a cannon before engaging. This was the extent of the strategy devised by the wisest individuals in G5, aside from Sean. Infuriated, Sean nearly resorted to reforming them entirely. How could such individuals possibly hold positions in the staff? It was nothing short of a farce. As Sean awaited a response from the yellow ape, that wait extended to 6 months. Meanwhile, what was Kuro up to? We must rewind time to 1 month prior. Kuro, confined within the detention center, faced no severe punishment. Occasionally even having access to newspapers. It was only when he witnessed Sean clashing with those monstrous pirates in the New World that his blood surged with excitement. And the thought of escaping intensified. He was determined to break free and seek out Sean. However, the warden of the detention center was unable to contact any high-ranking officers, being required to follow a chain of command. Moreover, in these extraordinary times, no one would heed the pleas of a mere inconsequential figure like him. A few days later, having grown somewhat familiar with Kuro, the warden, out of boredom, came to chat with him. Seizing the opportunity while the warden was distracted, Kuro pilfered the keys and, under the cover of the moonlit night, stealthily made his escape. He then flitted about like a headless fly, but alas, the number of Navy soldiers was overwhelming. Without a Navy uniform, capture would spell disaster for him, yet he dared not assault the Navy, as Sean would not be able to protect him. He could only tread cautiously, attempting to locate officers who might be able to contact Sean. Unfortunately, the heavens conspired against him, unleashing a torrential downpour that startled the warden awake. Upon discovering Kuro's absence, he promptly alerted the other sailors and raised the alarm. Thus began a dramatic pursuit. Not far away, sailors spotted him, and without a moment's hesitation, opened fire, shouting, "Halt! Surrender at once!" Terrified, Kuro nearly lost his wits. How could they expect him to surrender while shooting at him? Were the Navy headquarters so barbaric? In his panic, Kuro shouted, "Don't shoot! I was invited to join the Navy." Then stop right there. Kuro, disinclined to engage with such an uncouth and brutish sailor, embarked on a fervent escape. However, mere hours later, he was apprehended. In the face of overwhelming numbers, Kuro's cunning was rendered futile, and he was swiftly incarcerated in the headquarters prison. At that moment, regret washed over him. How could he have been so foolish? Was the detention center a comfortable enough place? Now, he found himself in a prison teeming with formidable foes. Upon entering the prison, Kuro felt that what he once deemed ruthless paled in comparison to the atmosphere here. He felt like a husky amidst a pack of wolves, utterly out of place. He, a refined gentleman, found himself surrounded by individuals brimming with violent tendencies. The cell in which Kuro was held was a large one, housing spies and reckless young pirates who frequently appeared near headquarters. Undoubtedly, Kuro was categorized among the spies. Although he was unaware of the affiliations of these spies, it was clear that they were far fewer in number than the pirates. As the newcomers arrived, the pirates' fists began to twitch with anticipation. Thus ensued a tumultuous spectacle within the prison. At this juncture, Kuro harbored deep resentment towards the pirates and that unreliable admiral. As for Sean, he, of course, bore no ill will, for he was stirring up chaos and maintaining order in the New World. As for why he had not contacted Kuro for so long, it was likely because he assumed Kuro was diligently training in the camp. Surely, Sean would not forget him after making a special trip from headquarters to the East Sea. Such a notion was laughable. Kuro, confident in his own intellect, concluded that Sean believed he was undergoing special training. Yet, it was the yellow ape who had forgotten him, allowing him to suffer needlessly. Thus, Kuro embarked on a career of enduring hardship, vowing that in the future, he would capture countless pirates. He had no choice. As the weakest among them, he was constantly bullied. He resolved that upon his release, he would ascend step by step to a position of authority beneath Sean, determined to become the most formidable Kuro. In the blink of an eye, 2 years sped by. In the year 1504 of the Sea Circle, within the office of the G5 branch base commander in the New World, sat a man with slick-back hair. Wearing glasses and clad in a black suit. He was gazing at a newspaper with a smirk. The Mamba Snake pirate crew, once a dominant force in the era of Roger, is nothing but a shadow of its former self. Vanquished just like that. Indeed, this man was Kuro. Rising to his feet, tears brimming in his eyes, he tightly grasped the newspaper and approached the window, gazing out at the vast, cerulean sea. 2 years had passed. Do you know how I endured these 2 years? At long last, I have eradicated those who bullied me. Just as Kuro could no longer contain his excitement and was reflecting on his inner sentiments, a sudden voice plunged him into icy dread. Who gave you the audacity to disturb my afternoon rest? Kuro's heart sank. He inwardly cursed his misfortune. Suddenly, he was weighed down by an overwhelming force of gravity, nearly stealing his breath away. Just as he attempted to speak, he heard that haunting voice from earlier drift through the air. Hurry up and finish your official duties, then join them for special training. Klo let out a sigh inwardly, realizing he had been negligent. From the sofa in the office, a man with flowing silver hair, clad in a black training outfit and a white haori, slowly rose. His gaze was haughty, and his demeanor was cold. Yet Klo understood that this was merely a fade. More crucially, he was rather petty. Just as Klo was lost in thought, Sean's inquiry jolted him back to reality. What on earth is the headquarters thinking? I am so busy, and now they expect me to escort those kings to the World Conference. Klo silently grumbled. It's all the official business I've been handling for you. No one dares to cause trouble in the G5 waters because of your infamous reputation. What exactly are you busy with? Nevertheless, he replied, perhaps this year's World Conference will be different from the past, and your reputation should be sufficient to intimidate some unruly individuals. Sean was, of course, well aware of the primary focus of this conference. It was about the Revolutionary Army. However, he thought it wouldn't hurt to take a stroll and see if he could bump into Robin while in Alabasta. All right, you can accompany me this time. I'll leave things here to Monin and Monier for the moment. I'll catch a few more winks, so don't disturb me again. Fine, I'll be mindful. Klo replied, stealthily returning to his desk. Sean closed his eyes to rest but opened the system panel. Host, Sean gender, male age, 22 combat power, 19,999 10 regular soldiers, 1149 below lieutenant elite soldiers, 500, 4000 elite colonels, 40017000 major generals, 700199999 general candidates, 10,000 and above emperors of the sea, unlimited. This is based on a comprehensive evaluation of both combat power and ability, resulting in a lower overall value than pure combat power. Abilities: Gravity Fruit Modification, Armament Haki Max, Observation Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max Skills, Wish, Swordsmanship, Teleportation Modification Storage, Mikazuki Munikika, Pure Gold Upgrade version 9, Change of Clothes, Several Photographs, Union Fruit. Plot Points, 299301. Indeed, Sean had accumulated quite a number of plot points over the past 2 years. Using Mini for training. He finally elevated his combat power to 19999, but the system indicated that an upgrade would require 300,000 plot points. This nearly drove Sean to exasperation, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, his strength was the foundation for his existence in this world. He never relied on the system, merely using it as a tool. In these 2 years, Sean had also risen to the rank of Rear Admiral, and his title of Tulung instilled fear in the pirates around him. 2 years ago, Klo had endured daily beatings in prison, but after several months, he awakened his armament Haki. Thus began his turnaround. As he skillfully extracted information from spies to prepare for his future vengeance, ensuring he dealt with every pirate who had wronged him in turn. Once his thoughts became clear, he reported his situation to the guards, claiming he had pried open the spies' words. Consequently, layers of reports ensued, And utilizing the intelligence he had gathered, Klo finally met Kizaru. The first words from Kizaru upon their meeting were, "Who are you?" This infuriated Klo. But under the circumstances, he had no choice but to recount his experiences. In the end, Kizaru summoned Sean to take him away, granting him the rank of second lieutenant for his accomplishments. These spies were sent by the formidable figures vying for power in the New World. Who could fathom Sean's excitement upon seeing Klo? Without a moment's hesitation, he expressed how indispensable Klo was to him, moving Klo to tears for half an hour before he took him back to the G5 branch to handle official matters. As for Kuina and Dashki, they had grown a little older and were beginning to reveal their unique talents. Their abilities were dubbed the new generation of monsters, unmatched by anyone, had it not been for their young age. Sean would have directly brought them back to G5 for training himself. Just as Sean was on the verge of falling asleep, a phone bug abruptly interrupted his rest. "Hello? Can't you see it's the middle of the day? I am trying to take a nap," a lewd voice immediately responded from the other end. "What a hassle. Have you decided on the kings of the countries you'll be escorting? We need to confirm the list now." Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Sean replied, "Then I shall head to Alabasta. I have yet to meet the 7 warlords." "Very well, I will submit the list shortly. You should set off soon, or you may miss the opportunity." "All right, I shall depart tomorrow." In the holy land of Mary Geos, 5 elderly figures of varied appearances stood or sat around a conference table. Seated at the table were high-ranking officials of the world government whose positions were not inferior to that of an admiral in the Navy, such as the highest commander of Judiciary Island. The 3 military commanders, the head of the CP organization, the minister of the science force, and the chief of the world government's advisory headquarters. These individuals held even higher status than Sengoku. Leaders from various departments, including the heads of CP0 to CP9 and commanders of the royal armies, were relegated to lower seats. They deliberated on the topics regarding the Revolutionary Army to be raised at this world conference. After their discussions, just as the 5 elders were about to dismiss everyone, the head of the Cypherpole organization called for a halt, and no one dared to disregard this newly appointed CP chief. And even the 5 elders relied heavily on his opinions. At just 31 years of age, he was the youngest high-ranking official in history, having joined the world government at 17. Through his 14 years of diligence, he had unified the CP departments, which previously operated independently, including the CP0 organization directly under the Celestial Dragons, due to his assistance to many Celestial Dragons. He held considerable esteem among them, and even they dared not treat him with disdain. He had cultivated a remarkable political acumen, enabling his steady rise, and only he could handle the position of chief. Throughout his tenure, he had achieved numerous feats, aside from being somewhat eccentric. He was undoubtedly an exceptional politician. The protagonist's allies do not engage in indiscriminate killings for promotion, nor do they curry favor with the Celestial Dragons. This will be elaborated later, so please refrain from hurling accusations. The story will shift to Enel's chapter after the World Conference, so please bear with me. As Enel noticed he had captured everyone's attention, he nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to the current chief of CP9, Rob Lucci. Lucci, understanding the situation, picked up a document and remarked, "Since a few months ago, the landscape of the New World has become clear. The 4 great pirates, akin to emperors ruling the Grand Line, have each claimed their dominions. The world now refers to them as the 4 emperors." And it was from this moment on that, although it appeared that the Navy, the 7 warlords, and the 4 emperors maintained a triangular balance, the reality was quite different. In the months that followed, our department's personnel conducted statistics, and as of yesterday, the pirate forces had surged explosively. In just a few months, the number of emerging pirates had already surpassed the total for the entire previous year. The swordsman among the 5 elders frowned and turned to Enel. "So what are you trying to convey?" Enel rose, casting a meaningful glance at the military commander, Steelbone Kong, before stating, regarding the Navy, "I propose that we establish an additional admiral." As his words fell, the room plunged into silence, for they could scarcely fathom the implications of Enel's proposal. An additional admiral meant far more than just a new position. It signified a substantial augmentation of naval power. Each admiral requires a base, and with that, new appointments for vice admirals and sailors would follow. This would lead to an increase in naval strength by over 30%, thus creating a scenario where naval ranks were tightly contested. The upper echelons of the world government would never permit any naval institution to overshadow others. They required mutual checks and balances. While they were puzzled as to why Enel would propose something that could diminish his own jurisdiction's influence, the assembly voiced their vehement opposition. Impossible. Adding an admiral would not only disrupt the balance, but where would the new admiral's jurisdiction be delineated? Indeed, What of the new bases, Commander, and the fresh recruits? Are these expenditures funded by your CP? I oppose. The 5 elders remained silent, quietly observing the heated debate among the others. To them, no proposal mattered as long as no single entity dominated, maintaining a balance of power among themselves. Only the supreme commander of the 3 armies refrained from speaking, for Enelu's proposal was advantageous to him. Enelu surveyed the assembly, sneering. What is the matter? As the CP executive, I fear not. What are you all so afraid of? Despite your full bellies, you wish to contend. This competition is between me and General Kong. Why the urgency from you all? He cast a glance at Steelbone Kong and continued, as for the issues you raised, we in CP can delineate the jurisdiction for the new admiral, and regarding the recruits, well, why not initiate global conscription? If that fails, I could simply assign my personnel to serve under the new admiral. What of it? This proclamation sent ripples of astonishment through the room. Even the 5 elders were taken aback by Enelu's audacity, revealing his insatiable ambition to encroach upon the Navy's domain. However, the 5 elders remained taciturn. They feared not ambition, but rather the lack thereof, for it is the unambitious who often harbor the grandest schemes. The assembly erupted in chaos, struggling to comprehend Enelu's audacity. General Kong narrowed his eyes, fixating on Enelu, and it was evident to all that he was incensed. He queried, so, does this mean the new admiral will also pursue global conscription? Enel realized he had overstepped, leading Kong to believe he intended to parachute an admiral into position. Thus, he replied, there is no need for that. Does the Navy not have a fellow named Sean? I find him rather impressive. At the mention of Sean, the 5 elders nearly erupted in expletives, recalling the troubles his infamous moniker had caused them. The Dragon of Tofu, a name that left them vexed. Did celestial dragons also lay claim to the word dragon? Had it not been for Sean's notorious clash with Kaido and his aversion to being mocked for his stature, they might have already sent Enelu to recruit him. Presently, Sean was undoubtedly among the most loathed admirals among the celestial dragons, perhaps even surpassing Garp in disdain. Yet, the question remained, what were Enelu's true intentions? The assembly fell into contemplation. Was he truly seeking to infiltrate the Navy? He had not laid any plans. To assert he lacked selfish motives would be folly. None present were saints, nor would they be gullible enough to believe such a claim. Perhaps Enelu was confident in his ability to recruit Sean. But was that even feasible? Everyone was aware of Sean's pedigree, a loyal member of the Navy and a subordinate of Kizaru, a figure known for his audacity even in his youth. If Enel truly possessed the prowess to enlist Sean, the 5 elders would have swiftly endorsed his proposal without hesitation. But could such a thing truly happen? The sword-wielding elder cut to the chase and asked Enelu directly, do you have the means to fully control Sean? Taken aback by the inquiry, Enelu quickly regained his composure. Scanning the room to discern their thoughts, they likely believed he could sway the troublesome Sean. Acknowledging this would mean conceding that Sean could carve out his own faction. However, how could he fabricate a narrative? Unable to conjure a believable tale, he finally stated, not at the moment, but I am willing to try. Indeed, Enelu was merely seeking an opportunity to meet Sean. Yet time was of the essence. And impatience gnawed at him. Nevertheless, it was bound to come soon, wasn't it? Humph, Enelu thought. Regardless of your intentions, I shall not acquiesce. Furthermore, you fear not harboring a wolf in sheep's clothing? The current circumstances are satisfactory. It would be unreasonable to promote a new admiral based on your unfounded reasoning. Such uncontrollable variables would merely lead him to clash with pirates below. After all, he was already a vice admiral. Was he not? The distinction between admiral and vice admiral was, in truth, trivial. Seconded, as Enel listened to the chorus of opposition, his eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the countenances of these power brokers. Silently, he labeled them as dead men walking, and thus resolved, let it be the minister of the scientific division. He would be the one to face the axe. Enelu understood that he could not act immediately, but that was inconsequential. He merely needed to plant a seed in their minds, the notion of Sean as an admiral. When he finally encountered Sean, they could concoct a fabricated scandal. The plan was sound. Enel arose, casting a lofty gaze upon the individuals before him. While his CP department heads followed suit, you will come to agree. Leaving behind only a cold remark, Enel turned and exited the conference room, his subordinates trailing closely behind. The attendees, however, did not dismiss Enelu's words as mere bravado. They grew increasingly cautious. The 5 elders observed the unfolding situation, nodding in satisfaction. This was the dynamic they desired. No matter how fiercely the others contended, they could not escape the influence of the 5 of them. Upon returning to his office, Enel found only his confidant, Lucci, present. He shed his pretense and began to vent his frustrations. Those bastards, do they truly believe I am oblivious to their intentions? Humph, what a narrow-minded bunch of fools. Thinking everyone cares only for trivial power. At this juncture, Enelu's fervor ignited. What I seek is far beyond mere authority. I long for the day of the god's demise to arrive swiftly, for then. Lucci, I shall lead you to the true infinite land. Meanwhile, Lucci busied himself inspecting the office for more than 100 listening devices. Such was the price of having a boss as formidable as Enel. Had he not been there to clean up the mess, it was likely Enel would have been branded a defier of authority long ago. Life is arduous, Lucci sighed. Upon hearing Enelu's words, his curiosity piqued. So, what exactly is this infinite land? I know not. Only that there are clues to be found upon landing on that moon outside. Then why not venture there yourself? Enelu, exasperated, retorted. It's not merely a clue. Even if it were the infinite land itself, what could we accomplish with our limited numbers? Moreover, and what of it? According to what I have heard, even if we were to arrive now, we would only grasp a fraction of the truth. The crucial element lies in the blank century recorded in historical texts. There may be data concerning my homeland there. As he spoke, a malevolent glint flickered in Enelu's eyes. Most importantly, the Void Throne, which symbolized peace in Panga City, was an utter sham, mocking all who sailed these seas, including you and me. Gulping, Lucci swallowed hard. He was acutely aware of the Void Throne, said to have been constructed by the original celestial dragons, symbolizing ideals of peace, equality, and the absence of tyranny. While he was curious as to why Enel shared these thoughts, his thirst for knowledge was a fundamental human trait. Thus, he promptly inquired, So, what is the situation? Enel scoffed. What situation? Who constructed that throne remains unknown. However, one thing is certain, there are others above the 5 elders, and one of them sits behind the throne. Upon hearing this, Lucci felt a thunderous ringing in his ears, as if struck by a silent thunderclap. After a moment, he stammered in disbelief. No, that cannot be. The 5 elders are the pinnacle of worldly power, are they not? Enel derisively replied, The pinnacle? Have you ever witnessed a peak that kneels? Before that individual, the 5 elders lack even the right to stand. Lucci remained incredulous. Is this what that person told you? Indeed. Enel lit a cigar, took a couple of puffs, and continued, If the figure behind the 5 elders is shrouded in mystery, then the one behind me is even more enigmatic. Nevertheless, one thing is certain, divine authority will wane. Stay close to me, and when that person calls out, you will realize that this sea has already been ensnared by a vast web of their making. The master of that throne possesses the power to manipulate this world. One can only imagine the strength it wields. Enel chuckled derisively, The master of the throne? Spare me the jest. Have you not pondered why no one dares to occupy that throne? While it remains in the shadows, undoubtedly it is an unparalleled force, possessing the power to dominate. Yet, it also reflects an existence to be wary of. No one has ever stood atop the heavens from the very beginning. Whether it be you, or I, even the divine are not exempt. However, the intolerable hiatus of the throne of heaven is soon to conclude. With that said, Enel gazed fervently out at the sky, his expression akin to that of an ardent fan. Lucci, too, found himself stirred by Enel's fervent demeanor. Although he shared a strong camaraderie with Enel, the moment that individual was mentioned, Enel would erupt in anger. At this moment, having overheard such secrets, Lucci's curiosity about that individual intensified, and he found himself eager to glimpse the strange person Enel spoke of. What manner of hero could so utterly captivate the prideful Enel? As he pondered, an image involuntarily formed in his mind, a tall silhouette radiating boundless brilliance. Ah, Chio! Sean awoke with a grumble, cursing the scoundrel who dared speak ill of him. Kilo, are you the one slandering me behind my back? Alabasta, the port. After a long and arduous journey, Sean and his companions finally arrived in this arid land. Although Sean possessed coordinates here, the presence of a naval fleet was still requisite. Upon docking, Sean's eyes were immediately drawn to a fascinating creature. The Kung Fu manatee. Wasn't that the disciple Luffy would eventually recruit? In the future, they would even learn Haki and form the Sea Beast pirate crew, a delightful yet earnest group of beings. Thus, Sean turned to Kilo and commanded, Go, engage them in battle. What? Kilo was momentarily flummoxed. After all, he was a major, having undergone 2 years of grueling training, and even a rear admiral might not be his match. Was he really being asked to bully a group of adorable creatures? No need for chatter, just go. Upon seeing Kilo, the Kung Fu manatees assumed a stance of challenge. Kilo quickly understood. These little fellows were fervent about martial arts. 5 minutes later, having navigated the new world, he found it quite effortless to deal with them. However, a dilemma soon arose. Surrounded by the eager kung fu manatees, their eyes sparkling with excitement, Kilo felt a slight headache and sought Sean's assistance. Yet, he found Sean lost in thought, leaving him no choice but to exclaim, "Sean, what is going on here?" "Huh?" Sean snapped back to reality and explained, "They are a group of martial arts enthusiasts. They challenge anyone they encounter. And if they lose, they will take their opponent as their master. You can wait here for King Cobra while imparting some knowledge to your newly acquired disciples. I shall wander into the rain." With that, without waiting for Kilo's response, Sean vanished, leaving Kilo amidst the chaos of his disciples. Sean had been lost in thought because the system had reached the criteria for an upgrade. Before him appeared a progress bar, indicating that the upgrade would be complete in approximately 1 hour. Not in a rush, Sean took in the local customs as he made his way to the rain-soaked area. At this time, Robin should have just joined Baroque Works, and he was keen to witness her charm. An hour later, the system upgrade was complete, and he sought a shaded area to rest. Upon checking the system, he discovered several notifications. System 2.0 upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, you have received an upgrade gift pack. The updates include strengthening pool, item store update, map function, system. What are the conditions for the next upgrade? Trigger conditions unknown. Please explore on your own. Seeing this, Sean had no choice but to click on the newly updated system panel. Aside from the character attributes occupying a third of the entire panel, the right side was divided into several sections: training camp, map navigation, item store, and lottery. Sean felt somewhat bewildered. Where was the strengthening pool? Such a grandiose name. He first clicked on the item store, where the items and prices had undergone a complete transformation. Previously, the items were prohibitively expensive, but now they were a tenth of the original price. The first item that appeared was an A-grade gene potion, once costing 1 million, now only requiring 100,000, not to mention various skills that were of little consequence to him. Initially, Sean was exhilarated, having discovered many abilities he coveted. However, he soon realized that it was still merely a supermarket-style store. Pots, pans, spicy strips, cola, cigarettes, and beer were all available, while the prices for these items were low. The prices for those that would benefit him were exorbitantly high. For instance, an S-grade potion demanded 50 million plot points. He couldn't even dream of affording that. Even the ability of the Time Guardian was listed, with time reversal costing a staggering 100 million. Clearly, it was impossible to purchase. The disparity was glaring. Affordable items were unnecessary, while the valuable ones were prohibitively expensive. Laid bare before him to toy with his emotions. Just as he was about to exit, he discovered the strengthening pool feature within the item store. Upon entering, he found a furnace with several empty slots below, each corresponding to various icons representing his abilities. Along with the devil fruit, Sean attempted to drag the gravity fruit to the furnace, discovering that upgrading would require 1 million, while placing the cloud fruit would reduce the cost to 100,000. Albeit with a success rate of merely 0.1. Removing the gravity fruit revealed that it only required 50,000, and after upgrading, it would eliminate side effects, still not a direct enhancement of strength. Akin to the difference between a level 4 ultimate move and a max level ultimate move in a game. Subsequently, Sean tried dragging Haki into the furnace, but the system indicated his physical constitution was inadequate. Sean quickly understood. Haki was fundamentally a form of bodily energy. If it could be upgraded, it would not be labeled an auxiliary system. Rubbing his chin, he pondered how to upgrade his abilities, suddenly struck with inspiration. He dragged 2 bottles of cola together, and the system displayed a requirement of 1 plot point. He had that much. To his astonishment, the success rate was 100. Sean decisively clicked to strengthen. A series of forging sounds echoed, and he soon synthesized an item. Sean was left dumbfounded. The 2 small bottles of cola had combined to form a barrel of cola. Indeed, a barrel of cola, akin to those once found atop water dispensers. Sean realized that this was an issue of attributes. Wouldn't his gravity fruit require the float fruit to merge? Setting aside the fact that the golden lion was still alive, even if he were deceased. Where could one find the float fruit? It was entirely an uncertain function. System, is there a way for me to track the fruits? The updated map function provides tracking capabilities for any person or object. Excellent. Soon, he would be able to enhance his abilities. The thought filled him with anticipation. Next, Sean opened the system upgrade package. Having never held high hopes for such items, it was akin to receiving 60 runes after a game maintenance, flavorless and yet too wasteful to discard. Congratulations, host, you have received an S-grade gene potion, the Dreamwalker pillow, and a skill random upgrade card. S-grade gene potion breaks the genetic lock of the body, enhancing the upper limit of human potential. Reminder, you may become stronger. But not without reason. Skill Random Upgrade card can randomly upgrade an existing skill once. Currently only applicable to teleportation and purification. Dreamwalker Pillow, a legendary item that allows for 3 time-space traversals, with effects that will not be corrected by the force of reality. Usage: simply rest your head upon it and sleep. Note: once utilized, it will leap consecutively 3 times, with each stay lasting a month. After 3 traversals, one will return to reality, where only a fleeting moment will have passed. Upon reviewing this, Sean was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost jumping in delight. Marvelous! This Dreamwalker Fairy Pillow is undoubtedly a divine artifact for accumulating plot points. Sean promptly retrieved an S-grade gene serum. Like the A-grade, it was contained in a test tube, but the sole distinction lay in the liquid within. The crimson liquid bubbled violently, resembling boiling water, yet felt refreshingly cool in his hand. Without hesitation, Sean tilted his head back and consumed it. Unlike the A-grade, which had no discernible effect, this S-grade was indeed extraordinary, exhibiting a special effect. A faint sound resonated within his body, followed by an eerie silence. A gene serum worth 50 million had emitted a sound, quite impressive. Subsequently, Sean utilized a random skill upgrade card, which ultimately enhanced his teleportation ability, Flying Thunder God Teleportation. It allows one to mark any object using stamina. When marked with mental energy, it remains colorless and intangible, with the speed of marking depending on proficiency. Upon seeing this, Sean could only exclaim in amazement. This compels him to become a white flash. With mental energy marking, if executed swiftly, one could mark at will, anywhere, anytime. It appeared to be another divine skill requiring immense plot point cultivation. Filled with fervor, Sean gazed at the Dreamwalker Fairy Pillow once more. After a moment's hesitation, he activated his observation Haki and searched for a secluded spot. He produced what resembled an ancient jade pillow, appearing rather unremarkable. Sean was eager to harvest plot points, as he craved the combination of Flying Thunder God and teleportation skills. Capable of both offense and evasion, it was undoubtedly a divine ability. Moreover, lying down and waking would merely take a moment, posing no significant issue. This would certainly bolster his confidence for the upcoming journey to Marioa. Without further ado, he laid down directly, resting his head upon it. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt a whirlwind, and upon opening them, he found himself in a state of confusion. Instantly, he sensed a chill. He couldn't help but rub his arms, muttering, "What on earth is this place? Host may access the map system." The system unexpectedly interjected, startling Sean, as it was the first time it had spoken. Cautiously, he inquired, "Have you become more intelligent?" However, the system offered no further response, and Sean paid it little mind, promptly opening the map. The map displayed the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, Minion Island. This island felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, he noticed flickering flames in the distance, pulling him into a distant memory. A light bulb went off in his head. Wasn't this the place where Rosanani would meet his demise? In other words, the burning location was the ghost town, and Rosanani was likely nearing death. Without further hesitation, he purchased a set of anti-inflammatory medicine and donned a cloak akin to that of the Umbu from the Konoha village. He then enveloped the entire island with his observation Haki. Indeed, the island was in utter chaos. It seemed that Crane had not managed to arrive in time. It appeared that Virgo had already joined G5. Shortly thereafter, Sean spotted an individual cradling a child. He swiftly flew toward that direction. It seemed Rosananti had succeeded and was about to feed Law the surgical fruit. Originally, this fruit was intended for a trade between D. Barrels and Don Quixote da Flamingo. D. Barrels was the father of Red Flag X Drake, a former naval officer who had fallen into piracy. Valued at 5 billion berries, Rosananti had been searching for a doctor to treat Law's lead poisoning. However, 6 months had passed without success, until he received intel about the surgical fruit. Thus, he decided to take the risk to seize the surgical fruit for the sake of the child's survival. Although he managed to do so, he ended up gravely injured, ultimately entrusting the information to Law for the Navy. According to the original narrative, Law would mistakenly pass the information to Virgo, who would then severely beat Rosananti. Subsequently, both would seize an opportunity to escape, deceiving the Don Quixote family into believing that Law had already escaped the confines of the birdcage. In the end, this man died with a smile, solely to ensure that Law would remember him as he was. Smiling until his last breath, Sean resolved to save both individuals, not for any other reason, but because he had just conceived a bold idea. He desired the surgical fruit, not for the sake of immortality, but for its ability to facilitate a mind exchange effect, separating one's mind from their body for random reassignment. This was undoubtedly a spy's divine skill, embedding one's consciousness into an adversary's body, thereby manipulating their faction. Furthermore, he could find some despicable individuals and swap their heads. As long as they maintained composure, the owner's true identity could be concealed. The only prerequisite was that the other party remained unaware of his abilities, something Sean was confident he could manage. Indeed, he mused that since plot points were in endless supply, why not commence from now? He could recruit a few pawns to aid in his transformation, eliminating the need for personal involvement. The only hassle lay in selecting candidates. As the CP organization's intelligence network was no laughing matter, currently, the priority was to ensure their treatment. Moments later, Sean descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Rosinante, who was holding law. With a resounding crash, snowflakes erupted. Startling Rosinante, he immediately adopted a wary stance, eyeing the figure before him clad in a dark green cloak, hooded, and wearing a peculiar mask that it was as though he faced a formidable foe. He instinctively knew that the individual before him was not one of his brother's subordinates. Concealed behind the mask and cloak, the answer was evident. "Were you from CP0?" Before Sean could utter a word, he was taken aback by Rosinante's line of thought. "I am not affiliated with the world government. You and this child have sustained severe injuries," Rosinante stated firmly. "Are you also here for the surgical fruit?" "Indeed," Sean began, but was abruptly interrupted. "Impossible," Rosinante declared with resolute finality. "This is the only method to save this child. I will not hand him over to you, even at the cost of my life." With that, he gently placed Law behind him, adopting a defensive posture. "What a hassle," Sean muttered in frustration, scratching his head beneath the hood. Without further explanation, he decided that action would speak louder than words. Instantly, he activated his observation Haki, sensing Law's injuries, and raised his hand to unleash a gravitational force. He extracted the bullets lodged within Rosinante's body, and before he could react, he raised his hand again and cast a wish. Suddenly, a soft yellow light adorned with twinkling stars enveloped Rosinante, who felt an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to soaking in a hot spring. His injuries and fatigue vanished without a trace. Reality set in. Rosinante gazed at Sean in astonishment, for this ability was truly miraculous. He had once told Law that devil fruit powers were not magic, yet he found himself in the presence of someone whose abilities resembled magic itself. Overjoyed, he pondered whether the surgical fruit could indeed cure Law's ailment. However, he felt compelled to take the gamble of having the Navy confront the Don Quixote family while he attempted to steal the surgical fruit. Yet now, before him stood a man who had instantaneously healed his injuries. "Can your ability cure lead poisoning?" Rosinante inquired, cradling Law, and gently lifting the blanket covering him to reveal his face, marred by patches of white. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "If you can assure me that you can heal him, I will hand over the surgical fruit to you." Sean was taken aback by his forthrightness. Did he really mean it? As if sensing Sean's thoughts, Rosinante continued, "This fruit requires extensive knowledge to unleash its healing potential, and I cannot guarantee that this child will recover. Therefore, I implore you." As the words fell, he immediately cradled Luo and bowed deeply to Sean. This unexpected gesture left Sean momentarily speechless, his prepared words lost to him. However, once he regained his composure, he replied, "It should be fine." Subsequently, Luo Sinan witnessed Sean raise his hand once more, a creamy yellow light, sprinkled with twinkling starlight, cascading down upon Luo's slender form. Luo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the figure embracing him. "Luo Sinan D." With a look of delight, Luo Sinan D exclaimed, "Luo, are you all right?" Yet, before Luo could utter a word, the joy on Luo Sinan D's face stiffened abruptly. The radiant glow faded, revealing that the white patches upon Luo's face had shown no sign of abating. What's happening? Even with injuries like mine healed in an instant, how could Luo's ailment remain unaddressed? At that moment, Luo, appearing frail, inquired, "What has happened?" Nevertheless, Luo Sinan D rallied his spirits and seated Luo upon the ground. He retrieved a red, heart-shaped fruit, exclaiming with excitement, "Luo, look at this. It's the surgical fruit that can save your life. Rejoice." Luo stared blankly at him, a despondent tone escaping his lips as he murmured, "But even if I consume this, it might not cure my illness." With fervor, Luo Sinan D retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? This will definitely heal you." Saying this, he raised the surgical fruit, poised to force it into Luo's mouth. Sean, exasperated, grasped the elevated hand. Upon realizing he was caught, Luo Sinan D struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Sean's firm grip. He then pleaded, Please, this is the last hope for this child. Without it, he will truly perish. What are you thinking? Sean replied irritably. When have I ever said I couldn't cure him? Why are you so agitated? With that, he released Luo Sanandi's hand and turned to Luo, asking, Little one, do you wish to live? If you truly do not desire life and want to maintain this nihilistic facade, I will simply take the surgical fruit and leave it, and no, this isn't what we agreed upon, Luo Sanandi said anxiously. Looking at Sean. Silence. Sean feigned a tone of compassion, saying, You are far too kind. In the end, it is you who will unwittingly send your father away. Do you realize that? After a pause, Sean's tone shifted dramatically as he bellowed. Sengoku, the warlord of Buddhas, the leader of the Navy, reduced to desolation in his later years due to your blunder. Do you understand? Luo Sanandi was taken aback. This person knew that Sengoku was his father. Before he could respond, Sean approached and pulled aside his fur coat that he addressed Luo, stating, And you, the disillusioned little boy, take a look at the tattered clothing of this traitor who abandoned the Navy yet seeks to cure you. Just moments ago, I saved him from death. If he had perished, the ensuing chaos would have plunged the seas into turmoil. Do you truly wish for him to die before you comprehend? Luo stared vacantly at the shirt of Luo Sanandi, which bore bullet holes, bloodstains, and scratches, while he held him tightly in his embrace. Contemplating the words spoken, the thought of Luo Sanandi's demise pierced his heart like a needle. The child's eyes brimmed with tears, his lips quivering. I want to live. I know, I truly do, that this clumsy fellow, Luo Sanandi, has always cared for me. I just don't want to burden him any further. Observing Luo's demeanor, Luo Sanandi felt a surge of helplessness but crouched down, saying, A smile is all it takes. See, I'm perfectly fine. With that, Luo Sanandi began his signature goofy antics, forming a silly peace sign with his fingers, accompanied by a broad grin that showcased his tattoos. Luo, you must smile, do you understand? Just like me. Sean urged Luo to recognize Luo Sanandi's kindness because he feared that should Luo Sanandi survive, it would impact Luo's fate. It seemed the outcome was favorable. Just as Luo Sanandi turned to speak, Sean raised his hand and waved gently. Instantly, a blue light flickered around Luo, more fleeting than the previous creamy yellow glow. Approximately 2 seconds later, the blue light receded entirely into Luo's being. Then, they beheld the white patches on Luo's face shrinking visibly, until, at last, they vanished completely, restoring a healthy flush to his cheeks. Witnessing this transformation, Luo Sanandi joyfully tossed the surgical fruit aside and lifted Luo high into the air. Wonderful. Luo, you must be well now, right? Please answer me. Just as Luo regained his health, he was hoisted by Luo Sanandi and tossed about, leaving him slightly dizzy. Idiot. Put me down. Sean, standing nearby, took hold of the surgical fruit, muttering to himself about Luo Sanandi's clumsiness. However, witnessing the harmonious scene brought a smile to his face. Yet, he was also reminded of certain circumstances. If he were to leave directly, these two would likely face dire consequences. Contemplating, he resolved to see this through to the end, ensuring that the Buddha was escorted properly. Moreover, he had yet to unveil the narrative he had crafted regarding Sengoku's demise. Regardless of whether he could eliminate Doflamingo, he intended to consume the surgical fruit in front of them. Otherwise, it would not bode well for anyone involved, though Sean believed Luo Sanandi would refrain from killing Doflamingo. After all, in the original story, even until his death, Luo Sanandi never pulled the trigger. What extreme brothers they were. As they shared this tender moment, Sean suddenly conceived an even more brilliant idea. One that could form a complementary loop with his undercover scheme. However, all of this would have to wait until Doflamingo arrived. Turning to Luo Sanandi, he suggested, Let us find a place to talk. With that, he led the way, with Luo Sanandi and Luo following closely behind. Sean headed toward the port where the Don Quixote family's ship was docked. Yes, he had sensed that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Navy would soon pursue them. Under the current situation, it was best to avoid any encounters with the Navy. As Sean walked, he mentally marked a few locations along the way. Before long, Luo Sanandi spotted the pirate ship moored at the harbor, and his expression shifted, casting an anxious glance at Sean. What are you bringing us here for? Relax. Sean waved his hand dismissively. You probably don't want to kill Doflamingo, yet you lack the means to imprison him. Coincidentally, I have business with him as well. This inherently evil individual must either be eliminated or transformed into a useful tool. What do you think? What exactly do you intend to do? Let us discuss it later. That arrogant fellow is approaching. Just then, on the edge of the harbor, a group of individuals stood, their gazes directed toward Luo Sinandi. Sean was somewhat surprised. It seemed Doflamingo, despite his arrogance, still maintained a commanding presence at this moment. Clad in a dark red suit and his signature pink fur coat, he exuded an imposing aura to be honest. His tall stature and commanding presence left Sean feeling a twinge of envy. At this stage, Doflamingo still embodied the image of a tall, wealthy, and handsome man. Far from the later portrayal of a hunchbacked, stylish youth, Sean resolved to stoop him over later. While his youthful appearance may be brash, he at least ought to have some humility. Meanwhile, the members of the Don Quixote family were engaged in a discussion about the three figures in the distance. Doflamingo, it seems your brother has found allies. He has truly betrayed you, Toripol, sniffling, remarked with a pained expression. Doflamingo, already in a foul mood, felt the veins on his forehead throb with anger. From this day forth, my family consists only of you. Rest assured, we will never betray you. Doflamingo, you are our king. Your potential will surely elevate you to greatness. Young master, Don Quixote. Doflamingo's lips curled into a faint smile, yet the members of the Don Quixote family felt no joy emanating from him. This was entirely due to the fact that the one who betrayed them was the sole kin of their young master. I am eager to witness what supports him, daring to betray me. His elder brother, move. The subordinates followed closely behind, while Sean observed from a distance, unable to suppress his admiration for this uniquely charismatic villain. His demeanor was the epitome of a classic antagonist, with his followers mirroring his every step, amplifying his imposing aura. Alas, this was reality. Such a person was undeserving of his appreciation. Simultaneously, he recalled his only trusted subordinate, CLO. That utterly useless fellow. It was uncertain whether taking him in was a blessing or a curse. CLO's intellect rivaled that of Ben Beckman, yet his vision was pitifully narrow, either detained or imprisoned. Upon release, instead of contemplating the intricacies of factional strife, he fixated on the pirate group that had once bested him. Employing underhanded tactics to incite conflict, having him in tow did not enhance Sean's own formidable presence. Rather, it diminished his stature, rendering him somewhat foolish. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Upon returning, he vowed to administer a thorough reprimand to that faux gentleman. Soon, Doflamingo approached the group, drawing a handgun and aiming it directly at Rosinante, entirely disregarding Sean's presence. Crosso, why do you seek to impede me? You betray me. Rosinante shielded law behind him, lighting a cigarette as he replied slowly, because you are in the wrong, and I cannot bear to see you continue down this path. These words. Doflamingo's fury intensified. Do you truly believe I would refrain from killing you? Do you presume to act with impunity, relying on your brother's identity? I merely believe you should not persist. Continuing this way will lead you to utter ruin. Sean, listening to their exchange, couldn't help but reflect on how perspective shapes attitude. During the anime, when Rosinante was an undercover agent, he was merely a decorative figure, yet he was the commander of the Red Heart Pirates under the codename Crosso. Despite Doflamingo's heinous nature, he had never inflicted harm upon Rosinante. The story of Rosinante and Law had touched many hearts. If Ace was the gentle older brother, then Rosinante was hailed as the kindest soul. Yet, experiencing the situation firsthand, there was an undeniable air of self-righteousness about him. Upon hearing Rosinante's words, Doflamingo's anger morphed into sardonic laughter as he retorted, what constitutes right and wrong? Did we not err in our youth? Have you forgotten our shared experiences? Then why did you kill father? Are you jesting? It was not that foolish, man. Why should we endure such suffering? Our mother perished because of it. Was his death unwarranted? Must we allow those insignificant ants to humiliate us? It forced me to ascend step by step anew. Do you comprehend what Don Quixote signifies? One of the 20 creators' surnames. Yet now, I must tread carefully in plotting even for Dressrosa, a land that has belonged to us for 800 years. Whose fault is it? I ask you. In concluding his tirade, Doflamingo bore a grim visage, an almost palpable intent to kill that made Rosinante acutely aware. His brother wished to end his life. Father has already been slain by you. You cannot proceed further, or you will find it impossible to turn back. Rosinante spoke with a complex expression. Sean, sensing the charged atmosphere between the two, perceived that Rosinante was indeed kind yet somewhat naive. Thankfully, he was an orphan. Otherwise, with a brother like that, he would likely attract lightning upon himself, and should it cascade onto him, it would be most unfortunate. Of course, while he thought this, Sean himself was a hypocrite. Such a Rosinante belonged to his camp. With Rosinante's excessively benevolent nature, as long as he could sway him, he would never betray his own. How delightful. Let little Doflamingo and little Rosanani engage in their love-hate rivalry for a while. Not wishing to intrude, he drew Law closer to his side. Seeing Sean pull Law away, Rosanani felt a twinge of confusion, yet he had no time to ponder, regardless of the cloaked man's intentions in bringing him forth. He had no choice. He understood that Doflamingo sought his demise, and Law being by Sean's side was undoubtedly safer. Thus, he resolved, turning to the cloaked Sean with a smile, "I leave Law in your hands." At this, Law gasped, hastily tugging at Sean's hem, his face etched with urgency. "You must help Rosanani. You promised you would." Sean crouched down, whispering, "It will be fine. He will only receive a lesson at most. I will assist him." Indeed, Sean had never contemplated any harm befalling Rosanani. The forthcoming plan necessitated involvement with the Don Quixote family. Being betrayed by one's own kin is unbearable. It would be better to allow Doflamingo to vent his frustrations. As long as Doflamingo did not sever the final bond binding the demon, all would be well. Once he had vented his anger, there would be no issues. After all, one must either eliminate Doflamingo directly or else Sean could not remain as Rosananti's protector indefinitely. Hence, it was imperative that Rosanani endure a thrashing before collaborating with Doflamingo, for, in a sense, Doflamingo's ambitions aligned with his own. Moreover, what Sean cared for most was a particular memory of Doflamingo that lingered in his mind. Doflamingo had once claimed knowledge of a significant treasure within Mariehua. He even asserted that if Law performed the immortality procedure for him, he could further exploit that treasure to wield dominion over the world. Furthermore, in the original work, Doflamingo had spoken of the reigns he held over the world's monsters. Regrettably, he could not fathom such matters now, for he had yet to claim the throne of Dressrosa. While Sean was lost in thought, his and Law's commotion drew the attention of others. A man clad in a crimson cloak, wearing a fringed head adorned with 2 red facial markings, unsheathed his soft, pliable western sword and charged at the dazed Sean with alarming speed, leaving Rosanani unable to assist in time. He could only shout, "Watch out." The assailant was Diamante, a user of the flare fruit, capable of transforming anything into a light, fabric-like state. However, the material would not change, and he could even fashion clothing from steel to enhance his defenses. At that moment, Diamante stood before Sean and Law, determined to eliminate his target, dismissing the notion of a sneak attack as inconsequential. He had an instinctive feeling that this cloaked figure was formidable, thus he struck first. Blade of the Serpent, Diamante unleashed his power, transforming the western sword into a light, flowing form, launching it at Sean while restoring the blade's original hardness. The sword moved with unpredictable, serpentine strikes aimed at him. The sound of steel grinding against steel rang out, startling everyone. Upon closer inspection, they realized Sean had raised a finger to block the sword aimed at his throat. His finger, armored in black Haki, was encircled by a swirl of cherry blossom-colored energy. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Sean's cold voice pierced the silence. "Who granted you the right to swing a sword at me?" With that, he forcefully snapped the blade's tip. The sharp sound resonated, heightening the alertness of the Don Quixote family members. The nonchalance of Sean's response indicated an utter lack of regard for Diamante. After all, Diamante was one of the 4 highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. The remaining officers exchanged glances, requiring no directive from Doflamingo. In an instant, they surged forward in perfect harmony, charging towards Sean's direction. All that remained was Baby 5, a young girl in a maid's outfit, holding a communication device, looking somewhat bewildered. A flash of crimson light flickered at the eye sockets of Sean's mask, and an unparalleled aura erupted from within him, sending forth a tangible pressure that stirred the snowflakes around him, bearing down upon the officers of the Don Quixote family. At once, those who had just taken a few steps stumbled, almost losing their footing, as they stood trembling, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat, their faces etched with horror as they gazed at the cloaked figure. The closest to Sean, Diamante, was not affected by the force but still found himself quaking and suddenly collapsing to the ground. Sean's mastery of Conqueror's Haki did not impact the 2 brothers, Doflamingo and Baby 5, or the diminutive Law. Even years later, these officers would be unable to withstand Sean's presence, let alone in the present moment, just as Doflamingo contemplated unleashing his own Conqueror's Haki to counter Sean. The latter gently swung the broken blade in his hand, unleashing a colossal black-red slash that soared towards the area where the Don Quixote officers stood. Doflamingo's eyes widened in fury. Should this strike land, he would lose all his pawns. The slash, swift as lightning, swept past without harming anyone, leaving behind a 2-meter-wide chasm that they would never forget, the moment when death brushed so closely against them. At that moment, a voice resonated, chilling Doflamingo to the core. Dare to take a step forward, and your family will face cataclysm. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's expression darkened as he gazed into the endless abyss of the chasm. Quickly realizing that this individual was beyond their capacity to confront, the level of conqueror's Haki he wielded surpassed his own. Perhaps the birdcage could prove useful, but he dared not gamble. If it failed, they would all perish. Sean turned to Doflamingo, remarking, "It appears you are quite astute. The reason I have spared you is that you still hold value. Otherwise, do you truly believe that your detritus of the seas is worthy of speaking with me?" As Doflamingo gazed into the small openings of Sean's mask corresponding to his eyes, he perceived the disdainful glint, piercing deeply into his pride. In that moment, his resentment towards Rosanani intensified. Doflamingo's chest heaved with barely contained rage. "My lord, what do you intend? You are no navy. The navy has no place for someone of your caliber. We shall discuss our matters later. For now, I must deal with the little rodent of your family. But do not act recklessly, for I am not beholden to your wretched kind," Sean replied with a tone laced with mockery. Before they could react, Sean slowly brought down the broken blade towards Diamante. A swift, almost imperceptible slash whizzed through the air, accompanied by a sound of tearing through the void, striking Diamante's arm. As the others stood frozen in shock, Diamante let out a piercing scream. His sword-wielding arm fell limply, revealing a smooth wound at his shoulder from which blood began to seep. As he grimaced in pain, pressing his other arm against the severed limb, the members of the Don Quixote family were momentarily stunned. Wasn't this meant to be a mere exchange of words before action? Why did he strike without warning? Did they not see the two young masters still engaging in verbal sparring? "This is your punishment for raising a hand against me. From now on, you shall not wield a sword, for you are unworthy. Should I ever learn that you have taken up arms again, the existence of your family shall be rendered unnecessary," Sean proclaimed. Doflamingo, already teetering on the brink of explosion, could no longer contain himself as he witnessed Sean severing his subordinate's arm before his very eyes. Coupled with the almost humiliating disregard in Sean's words, that he stepped towards Sean, laughing maniacally. "My lord, you truly are audacious. From your words, it seems you harbor intentions of collaboration with us. Yet, what gives you the right to act against my family?" Sean dismissed him casually. It is not collaboration. It is exploitation. As for the right to act against your family, not only did he strike at me first, but I shall say this. I do so willingly. What can you do about it? Do not flatter yourself. In my eyes, you currently hold no value. What I require is your future worth. Presently, you are utterly valueless. Do you understand? And do not attempt to test my tolerance with your insignificant strength, for that will lead to your demise. It may even cause you to regret your existence as the detritus of the seas. Your family holds no secrets from me, including the Virgo you dispatched to G5. Or is the birdcage your source of confidence? As Sean spoke, the members of the Don Quixote family, including Doflamingo, struggled to contain their fury. However, the final sentence sent a chill down Doflamingo's spine. His adversary was aware of both Virgo and the birdcage. Doflamingo halted, glaring with a dark expression at the eyes behind the mask, which dripped with disdain, scorn, and apathy, gazing upon him as one would upon an ant. Each look pierced his pride profoundly. "So, my lord, what exactly do you wish to accomplish?" Sean shook his head, a light-hearted tone escaping his lips. "There is no urgency on my part. You should first tend to your family matters. You must harbor a great hatred for your brother." "Yes, go on, teach him a lesson." Sean had not forgotten to ensure that Rosanani faced punishment. Doflamingo, now devoid of an outlet for his anger, would ultimately seek revenge on Rosanani even if they were to collaborate. Even with leverage that could deter him from betrayal, he would still find a way to eliminate Rosanani. Yet Sean understood that as long as Rosanani survived this encounter, Doflamingo would be shackled by a chain named humanity. Sean mused silently. "Rosanani, do not blame me. Your betrayal denies Doflamingo his outlet for venting. He will seek to kill you in his rage. That I hope you do not hold it against me. I shall mend you shortly." Realizing this, Sean suddenly panicked, realizing he had forgotten to conceal his healing abilities. How careless of him. He would need to carefully brainwash Rosanani later. In response, Doflamingo seethed with rage, casting a glare at Rosanani. The malice in his eyes, unmistakable. Fueled by anger, he charged at Rosanani without a second thought, determined to teach him a severe lesson before ultimately ending his life. Doflamingo began to understand. The bond between the two was likely not particularly close. Or else Rosanani would not have been entrusted to him. Witnessing the torment inflicted on Rosanani, Law turned away in distress. Seeing this, Sean crouched down, murmuring, I will ensure he is healed, but you must not reveal my abilities, or I shall eliminate him without hesitation. Initially, Law's face had brightened at Sean's promise, but upon hearing the latter half, his expression stiffened. He stammered, I understand. I won't say a word. Satisfied. Sean nodded and then turned his gaze to Diamante, giving him a swift kick to send him back. At that moment, Sean noticed the bewildered young girl, Baby 5. He recalled that apart from Law, there were 100 children adopted by the Don Quixote family. Although most had been bullied into leaving within 2 days, 2 remained. He distinctly remembered Baby 5, while the other was a chubby boy with the ability of the spin fruit. Then, his gaze sharpened as he spotted the boy Buffalo, standing tall and bewildered. Weren't they all children? Why is he so tall? He must be at least 4.5 meters. Sean then turned to Law. How old are you now? And what about that little girl? Oh, and what's the age of that big boy over there? Law looked momentarily confused but replied, I'm 13 now. The little girl is named Baby 5, and she is 11. The big boy is called Buffalo, and he is 17. Upon hearing this, Sean's composure shattered. What? You mean to tell me, with that tiny frame, I would believe you are merely 5 or 6. Are you truly a teenager? Baby 5 was notably shorter, and when she approached, she even lifted the phone bug, allowing Doflamingo to stand upright without bending down, as she barely reached his knees in height. Sean observed the 2 diminutive figures and then glanced at the imposing Buffalo, finding it hard to comprehend how long it would take for them to grow normally. However, a thought sparked in Sean's mind about Baby 5. Her unwavering loyalty was truly remarkable. It would be a waste for her to remain in the Don Quixote family. He should persuade her to join his own ranks. Not only was she fiercely loyal, but it appeared she had yet to consume a devil fruit, allowing him to nurture her without reservation. The plan was foolproof. The only challenge lay in the fact that this girl was exceedingly easy to manipulate, which was tied to her abandonment in childhood, having been deserted by her mother. She harbored a deep-seated need for love. As long as someone required her, she would go to any lengths to assist them. This led her to being easily deceived as an adult, often lending money, accepting proposals, or being coerced into selling, all under the belief that she was needed. Sean's mind raced with possibilities, and he turned his gaze toward Baby 5, who was squatting on the ground in her little maid outfit, bored and picking at her fingers. Ro, bring her over here. I have something to discuss with her. Huh. That person is quite bothersome. Go now. Although Ro was reluctant, he dared not refuse, especially with his superior, Mr. Clayson, still in peril and needing assistance from this cloaked figure. Ro, weighing his own thoughts, approached Baby 5, pointing at Sean with an expression of displeasure. Hey, someone over there is looking for you. Baby 5, looking confused, followed Ro's finger and her eyes lit up. Am I needed? Ro, growing impatient, replied, just go, but be careful not to offend him. Otherwise, you've seen what happened to Diamante. Baby 5, unfazed, focused solely on the concept of need. Consequently, in front of the Don Quixote family cadre, she cheerfully hopped over to Sean. Even though they wished to intervene, they lacked the courage to do so, believing that such a strong individual would not harm a little girl. Once by Sean's side, Baby 5 looked up at him with eager anticipation. Mr. Cloak, is it you who needs me? Seeing the mixture of anxiety and hope on her small face, Sean sighed softly. Her personality may have been rare, but her experiences were all too common. Yet, despite his empathy, he knew he had to exploit this opportunity. Otherwise, it would be a pity if someone else snatched away the individual he painstakingly nurtured. After a moment's contemplation, Sean crouched down to meet the little girl's gaze. I truly need you, and I need you very much. However, I am uncertain if you can fulfill that need. Baby 5's eyes brightened, and she hastily responded, I can do it. I will definitely manage it. Please trust me. I need you to be needed only by me, without longing for anyone else's regard. Can you do that? Can you only seek my response? Now and in the future, I will always need you. Baby 5's expression stiffened. She had never encountered such a request and found herself at a loss for words. She turned to glance at the family members and then at Doflamingo, who was still venting his frustration nearby. Her face a mask of conflict. If she agreed, she would no longer be so needed. But if she declined, she would be unable to respond to his need. Rose stared in disbelief at this man, questioning if the hearts of strong individuals were truly so tainted. Was it acceptable to manipulate a young girl in such a manner? But upon seeing Baby 5's conflicted expression as she looked at him, Ro adopted a serious demeanor, feeling the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Ro. Baby 5 suddenly burst into tears, clinging to Sean. After having tried to bully Ro, she had been met with retaliation, and each time Ro scolded her, she would cry. Sean, witnessing this, delivered a gentle yet firm reprimand to Ro. Ro, for heaven's sake, you're already 13. Can't you be more mature? If you bully her again, I'll make you regret it. Ro's behavior reminded Sean of his childhood, recalling how peers would ridicule him for spending time with girls. As Baby 5 smiled, Sean spoke earnestly, people's joys and sorrows are not uniform. Have you considered that the Don Quixote family's need for you is merely convenience? He extended his hand, lightly pinching Baby 5's soft cheek. Finding her endearing. I am aware of your childhood experiences. It was not your fault. Merely a case of not encountering someone who truly needed you. Your loyalty and need for love have turned you into a tool for these scoundrel pirates. A tool of convenience. I will find a way to nurture you. In fact, I will provide you with something far rarer than any devil fruit, simply because I need you. But more importantly, I want you to protect yourself. Ro, standing by, was taken aback. Why was this cloaked figure treating him so differently? With him, it was either punishment or scolding, while Baby 5 received warmth. Baby 5, observing Ro's complex expression, felt a tinge of envy, which made her smile brightly. Hey, will you really always need me? Will you abandon me? The little girl nervously picked at her fingers. This fragile girl, yearning for love, was deemed convenient by the Don Quixote family. How could one not feel sympathy for her? Sean resolved that upon returning to the New World, he would capture the old Kai from the 8 Treasure Water Army. No, it was merely out of disdain for that brutish man who had deceived Baby 5 in the original story. Gently placing his hand on her small shoulder, Sean spoke earnestly. Unless I am dead, I will always, always need you. Leaning closer, he whispered, let me share a secret with you. In this world, no one can kill me. I am very strong. The little girl understood, though she could not fathom why this was a secret. Nonetheless, she recognized that this cloaked figure was making her a promise, a vow of unwavering support. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and her large, glistening eyes filled with tears as she nodded vigorously. Yes, then please take care of me. I will belong only to adults from now on. Please take care of me. Baby 5 felt, at last, that she was needed, and not as a mere tool. It was a wonderful feeling. Sean did not interrupt her address, understanding that such a change in her mindset would not happen overnight. Baby 5's psychological fragility kept her in a constant state of humility. He would discuss his plans with Ro and Sabo later. After all, they had a month's time. No, it wasn't manipulation, it was salvation. At that moment, Ro, witnessing Baby 5 receive compassion from the cloaked figure, approached Sean and tugged at his clothing. Gazing up with tear-filled eyes, Sean, slightly irritated, asked, what is it? Boys shouldn't be crying. Be careful, or I might hit you. Ro's expression stiffened as he glanced at Baby 5 and then mustered the courage to say, please help Clayson. He is about to be killed. Upon hearing this, Sean's expression shifted, and he quickly turned to look at Doflamingo. There, Ro's Sabo lay bloodied and half collapsed on the ground. Doflamingo, cursing profusely, was kicking Sabo. Why do you force me to kill my kin for a second time? Your betrayal chills my heart. You can go die. Sabo, just as Doflamingo raised his gun, poised to end Sabo's life, Sean appeared behind him, gripping his wrist firmly. Enough? I am here to teach him a lesson, not to eliminate him. Or do you wish to defy me? As Sean spoke these words, his tone was frigid, and he tightened his grip on Doflamingo's hand ever so slightly. The combat power of 19,999 was no trifling matter. Even Carp might prove powerless against it. It was only upon reaching this figure that Sean could truly grasp the ceiling of strength within these vast seas. It transcended mere ability and technique. The most crucial aspect was raw power, unadulterated strength. Just like Whitebeard, who, even while injured during the Marineford War, effortlessly subdued the Moby Dick with a single hand. Faced with Sean's monstrous might, beads of cold sweat began to form on Doflamingo's forehead. For he realized that he was utterly unable to extricate himself from this simple brute force. This stark reality made Doflamingo acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. Although reluctant, he had no choice but to muster the courage to say, You jest, my lord. We still have a partnership, do we not? Since you wish to spare his life, so be it. Observing Doflamingo's desperate attempt to salvage his dignity, Sean chose not to expose him. Sensing a familiar aura on the other side of the island, he addressed Doflamingo, Let us proceed to your ship. The Navy is approaching from the other side. Doflamingo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he could so casually perceive the happenings on the far side of such a vast minion island. Nevertheless, he replied, Very well. Let us set sail and discuss matters further. Sean nodded slightly, instructing, You may board and depart first. I shall join you shortly, though. And by the way, Baby 5 is now under my command. Do not harbor any designs on her. What? Doflamingo exclaimed, his gaze shifting to the approaching Baby 5, his fury rising to a boiling point. He thundered at her. Our family rescued you and took you in. Are you truly prepared to betray me as well? Faced with Doflamingo's menacing demeanor, Baby 5 felt a twinge of fear. Yet, summoning her courage, she stammered, young master, I'm sorry, but it seems he needs me more. Just as Doflamingo was about to press her further, Sean's voice resonated ominously. No one aside from me is permitted to berate her. Oh, you truly wish for your demise? This is your final opportunity. Leave with your family. With that, Sean delivered a swift kick that sent Doflamingo hurtling through the air, landing precisely on his ship. Members of the Don Quixote family gasped in shock and quickly rushed to follow. Sean had already marked their vessel, serving as a deterrent against them. For a pirate of Doflamingo's caliber, a gentle approach would not suffice. He needed to instill fear. Much like how he feared Kado. It was imperative that Doflamingo understood that crossing him would lead to an inescapable fate. Once the Don Quixote members had departed, Sean waved his hand, casting a healing spell upon Rosinante. The grievous wounds adorning Rosinante's body began to mend beneath a gentle, warm yellow light. As the glow dissipated, Rosinante rose to his feet, his expression a complex blend of emotions as he regarded Sean. The two younger ones were left dumbfounded, astonished by the potency of his healing abilities. Subsequently, Sean addressed Rosinante. It is time we discuss our affairs. Please activate your soundproof barrier. Upon receiving the command, Rosinante conjured a translucent, bowl-shaped energy that enveloped the group. Sean then spoke with grave seriousness. What I am about to reveal must remain confidential. The calamity that might ensue from any breach of this trust would be beyond your imagination. Baby 5, naturally, had no reservations. In her mind, she was already a coveted individual, wholly reliant on Sean. Rosinante, with his inherent altruism, was equally compliant. Although Law might display a touch of cunning as he matured, with Rosinante present, he remained steadfastly under his father's influence. The trio recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Sean then settled cross-legged on the ground, feigning a search through his pockets while discreetly retrieving a cigar from his spatial storage. After lighting the cigar and exhaling a plume of smoke, he finally lowered his hood and removed his mask, revealing a countenance marked by an icy demeanor. His silvery hair accentuated the lofty aura of the young man, creating an immediate impression of his formidable nature. Noticing their awestruck expressions, Sean turned to Baby 5, attempting to display a semblance of warmth. Baby 5, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Sean. Caught off guard by this unexpected gentleness, Baby 5 replied timidly. Master Sean. There's no need for master, simply call me Sean. Can you honor our agreement? At this, the little girl nodded earnestly, declaring, from now on, I will only be needed by Master Sean and will heed his every command. Please refrain from calling me master. Just Sean will suffice, Sean said, feeling a little overwhelmed. If she were older, such a dress might be gratifying, but directed at someone so young, it only filled him with guilt. Yes, Master Sean, Baby 5 replied with a serious expression. Sean preferred not to delve further into this topic with the sensitive little girl and decided to reserve such discussions for when she matured. He then shifted his attention to Law and Rosinante. Law felt a chill as Sean's gaze fell upon him. Why was Sean so gentle with Baby 5, who was merely 2 years younger than him? Baby 5 had undergone assassin training. He was the one who was still a child. Despite these thoughts, Law knelt obediently on the ground, feigning compliance. Rosinante, what I am about to say may be shocking, but I implore you to trust me. Even if you find it hard to believe, I wish for you to verify it yourself with caution. Upon hearing this, Rosinante understood the gravity of the moment and solemnly promised. Regardless of what you say, whether I believe it or not, I will keep it secret. Even if it costs me my life, I will not speak a word. Sean nodded, satisfied. Law exhibited remarkable resolve. In truth, I am a member of the Navy, just like you. What? That's impossible. With your strength, you should not be in obscurity within the Navy, Rosinante exclaimed in shock. Calm down. Sean gestured for Rosinante to take a seat. For I am not a Navy officer of this era. I am the Fleet Admiral of the future. What? The Fleet Admiral? The trio exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Sean reveled in their reaction. Rosinante was the most taken aback, asking, what future do you mean? What about Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Indeed, I am the Fleet Admiral from 5 years hence. I returned here by chance. As for Sengoku, Sean's expression darkened. his bright eyes visibly dimming. At this moment, the others sensed something was amiss. Why would someone so powerful wear a look of despondency? What of Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Baby 5 clung to Sean's arm. Master Sean, you still have me. To be fair. Baby 5 had a keen sense of emotional undertones and instinctively feared that something significant had transpired in Sean's life. Sean mentally applauded the little girl for her perceptiveness, as it helped him collect his thoughts. With a forced smile, Sean replied, I'm fine. It's just that I can only remain here for a month. After that, we may have to part ways temporarily due to certain circumstances, and it may be around 7 years before we meet again. Will you wait for me? Little Baby 5 appeared bewildered. So, does that mean I have to return to my family? Seeing her confusion, Rosanandi quickly reassured her, come join us in the Navy. If he truly returns from the future, it will be easier for you to reunite with Sean, won't it? Having long sought to separate Baby 5 from the Don Quixote family, Rosanandi seized this opportunity with fervor, determined to prevent her return. Baby 5 soon found her resolve, mentally affirming, I am needed. Master Sean requires me to wait for 7 years, and wait I shall. Master Sean, I will wait for you. Whatever you ask of me, I will comply. As long as you need me. Sean gently ruffled Baby 5's hair. We will discuss your future arrangements later. I have my plans and will ensure you are not merely used as a tool. Beside them, Rosanandi was eagerly awaiting Sean to elaborate on the events of the Warring States period. Though he could not ascertain the truth, his curiosity was piqued. Taking a deep breath, Sean began, in simple terms. The future will unleash a tempest that envelopes the entire world, with its eyes centered on Law and Don Quixote da Flamingo. Law appeared bewildered, questioning, what does this have to do with me? Sean turned to Rosanandi, his expression grave, and said, to put it plainly, according to the original history, you will perish in pursuit of revenge. Law will barter away his life to the devil. Doflamingo never intended for Law to be his successor in will. Rather, he sought Law's surgical fruit to perform a procedure known as the immortality surgery. After your death, Law would transform into a second Doflamingo, albeit lacking the requisite power. Your brother, upon discovering a national treasure, would increasingly desire Law's assistance in executing that final surgery. Yet the practitioner would also meet their demise. Doflamingo conspired with an ambitious individual against Law, with the latter promising to eliminate Doflamingo in exchange for the immortality surgery. It is easy to surmise that the one eliminated was his clone. At that moment, Rosanandi rudely interrupted Sean, fixing an intense gaze on Law. Will you truly seek vengeance for me? Didn't you despise me the most? Law tilted his head, insincerely retorting, who would seek revenge for you? Your fate is of no concern to me. Rosanandi, perceiving the insincerity in Law's words, burst into tears, exclaiming, Law, I never thought you cared for me so much. I am deeply moved. He then seized Law, playfully tormenting him, leaving Law gasping, you bastard. Rosanandi, let me go. Sean found himself at a loss for words regarding Rosanandi's thought process, wondering if their focus was not meant to be on the ambitious individual he had fabricated. He cleared his throat, attempting to redirect their attention. Rosanandi, still clutching Law, wiped his nose and tears on him, disregarding Law's protests and apologies. I'm just overly excited. Please, continue, he said, releasing the now disheveled Law. Sean resumed, the subsequent events are rather straightforward. After they pilfered that national treasure, they established a new world government. Initially, everyone believed they were saviors. Yet, they turned out to be an even more terrifying demon. The mid-tier combat power of both the old and new world governments was roughly equivalent. 3 years later, the Navy clashed with their new navy in a decisive battle. Due to their existence, the struggles of pirates became inconsequential, as they too were drawn into this era vortex. The current 3 admirals, Garp, Vice Admiral Kizaru, and countless lower-ranking soldiers suffered devastating losses, while Sengoku was on the brink of death, only to be saved by Kizaru. Having joined the Navy that year, found myself amidst the chaos. Due to the Navy's lack of elite forces, Sengoku was barely alive. My exceptional talent allowed me to swiftly ascend to the rank of Admiral. I formed a deep bond with Admiral Sengoku, who treated me as his successor, sharing numerous stories about the two of you. Sengoku often spoke of you, and half a year later, he ultimately sacrificed himself while defending the headquarters. However, the foundations of the world government are not to be trifled with. Doflamingo and that ambitious individual were powerless against it. We too faced reckoning, as the upper echelons of the world government initiated a plan known as Phase 2. At this juncture, Sean paused, the arrogance that once adorned his visage fading. leaving behind a profound sorrow that resonated with the three listeners. Finally, they witnessed the powerful admiral covering his face, tears streaming through his fingers. The soft sobs reverberated, leaving them profoundly shaken. Although their acquaintance was brief, they recognized Sean as an exceedingly proud individual. Yet, in this moment of vulnerability, he sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. They could only silently observe this resilient man, awaiting the release of his long-suppressed emotions. The young girl beside him gently stroked Sean's back in a gesture of comfort. After a considerable time, Sean shyly lifted his head, saying, "I apologize for my outburst." From his emotional display, they comprehended that he was not jesting and realized that the forthcoming revelations might shatter their worldview, prompting them to muster their spirits and await the continuation. Drawing a deep breath, Sean continued, "The reason I am the Admiral is that I am the last remaining member of the Navy." Upon hearing this astonishing declaration, the group fell silent, unable to fathom how such a colossal entity could collapse. Moreover, wasn't the world government supposed to have resolved the issues with the new government? Indeed, Sean's next words instilled both fear and a sense of their own insignificance within them. The Blank Phase 2 plan aimed to reboot the entire world. This so-called reboot involved erasing all individuals connected to the past. Just like the blank century 800 years prior, there would be no exceptions, including the pirates, who would find themselves powerless against their overwhelming reckoning. This would mark the beginning of a prolonged period of reckoning. The Navy was utterly insignificant, merely a tool under their dominion. At this point, Sean chuckled self-deprecatingly, adding, "However, I cannot divulge the secrets of the ambitious individual and the world government. Fortunately, fate has granted me an opportunity, a chance to return to the past." Pausing, a fierce glint filled Sean's eyes, causing his companions to feel a sense of suffocation as he spoke deliberately, "I need your assistance. Otherwise, one day in the future, they will undoubtedly activate this plan again." During my flight, I encountered a prophecy consisting of only 8 characters and a time. 1522, the fall of divine authority, the twilight of the gods. Rosinandi's expression shifted. Were the celestial dragons not the gods? Would 1522 mark the year they were toppled from their pedestals? Yet, on what grounds? According to Sean's assertions, they were only fit to be cannon fodder. Thus, as a former world noble, Rosinandi remained somewhat skeptical. Aware of certain realities, how could a small number of celestial dragons maintain dominion over the world? It was undoubtedly due to their unparalleled foundation and strength. Sean, recognizing the skepticism etched on Rosinandi's face, understood that trust would not come easily. No matter. He had just read the manga, so everything would be fine. Indeed, after organizing his thoughts, Rosinandi inquired with a serious demeanor, "While the matters you speak of are astonishing, I have a few questions. First, you mentioned the surgical fruit pertains to crucial matters. Are you seeking to benefit from the immortality surgery, hence your desire to obtain it from me?" Rosinandi's gaze fixated on Sean. As if attempting to discern something from his expression, Sean shook his head and replied, "I do not require it. There are more means to extend life on this vast ocean, and I abhor solitude. Otherwise, I would not have returned to this moment in time, attempting to rewrite history." After a moment's contemplation, Rosinandi continued, "For my second question, on what basis do you believe we can assist you? What do you desire from us?" 2 youngsters and a half-hearted individual like myself? Sean was taken aback by Rosinandi's self-deprecation. He hesitated before stating, "Actually, I have certain plans for these 2 youngsters that I ask for you. I would like you to temporarily serve as their behavioral observer and advanced specialist in energy material processing." "Oh," Rosinandi raised an eyebrow, bewildered. "What exactly do you want me to do?" Though he asked, there was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The title of advanced specialist sounded impressive. Before Rosinandi could indulge in self-satisfaction, Sean's lips moved, softly uttering 2 words, "Nanny." Rosinandi, Law stifled a laugh at the side, though he dared not express it, his small shoulders shaking subtly. Meanwhile, Baby 5, having suffered numerous lessons from Rosinandi previously, could not contain her amusement and burst into laughter. "Aha! Nannies aren't supposed to hit." Rosinandi's expression darkened, displeased that the little girl dared to mock him. However, he refrained from retaliation, knowing she had powerful backing. After a brief pause, Rosinandi directly posed his final 2 questions. "What gives you the confidence to confront the upper echelons? And can you prove the veracity of your claims?" Sean responded earnestly, "I am confident, and this is also one of the reasons you can trust me. Because you once spoke with Luo, stating that the D family is the natural enemy of the gods. I must confess that my understanding of the D family surpasses yours. Though I cannot divulge that information at present. At this juncture, Sean narrowed his eyes and directed his gaze towards June. You heard him, didn't you? When you inflicted a wound upon Luo Sanandi. He cried out to you, insisting that he felt no pain. The one truly suffering was you, correct? As soon as he finished speaking, De Luo and Xiao Luo exchanged glances, for during those two instances, Luo Sanandi had employed a soundproof barrier. Sean continued, adding, that was Luo speaking to Zhang Guo, sharing tidbits about you all, and at that time, Commander Zhang Guo had a very amicable relationship with me, often confiding in me. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that you are merely one of my candidates. You are not indispensable. Ponder over that. Having said this, he ceased to concern himself with the two of them, allowing them to deliberate, while he turned to engage in conversation with the little girl, casually checking his personal panel. Host, Sean Gender, male age, 22 combat power. 1,999,910 ordinary soldiers, 11, for 99 elite soldiers below the rank of lieutenant colonel. 500,400 elite colonels, at least 4,000 major generals, 7,000 lieutenant generals, 19,999 candidates for general, 10,000 or above for the 4 emperors. No upper limit. This is a composite derived from Dao power and abilities, which, when combined, is lower than the pure Dao value. Abilities, modification of the heavy fruit, armament Haki max, observation Haki max, conqueror's Haki max skills, wish, swordsmanship, flying thunder god teleportation warehouse, Mikazuki Munikika, modified dreaming immortal pillow 5. Pure gold upgrade 9. Change of clothes, several photographs, and various fruits. Plot points. 178,341 upon noticing the sudden increase in plot points. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Sean's mouth that he mused to himself. It seems that my assumptions were correct. Simply ensuring Luo Sanandi's survival and acquiring the surgical fruit directly yields 3 years' worth of plot points. If I can return to an even earlier time in the subsequent 2 instances, I might truly prosper. At that point, I could freely utilize the training camp. Moments later, Luo Sanandi addressed Sean. I agree to your terms and will become their caretaker, but what do you intend to do? Why collaborate with Don Quixote da Flamingo? Sean chuckled. If I could cultivate Luo further, it would undoubtedly yield even more plot points. After a brief contemplation, he replied, setting aside da Flamingo for now. Concerning Luo, I will provide you with a potion to enhance your physique, significantly elevating your innate gifts. With mere physical prowess, you could rival a general. I hope Luo can align himself with the Don Quixote family, gather intelligence on them, and perhaps even usurp his position. Most importantly, their family's underworld talents are exceptionally high. They will become an underground intermediary, and I require their influence for other ventures. Indeed, Sean envisioned the intelligence that Da Flamingo could provide, intending to modify the surgical fruit to eliminate side effects and find an infiltrator of a different physique within the world government. Without discussing the Revolutionary Army's plans, merely leveraging the mind-altering capabilities of the surgical fruit could facilitate one's rise in the ranks. Imagine controlling the incompetent members of the world government in the early stages, eliminating them via underworld operatives. My arranged undercover agents could then rise through the ranks via the major incidents orchestrated by Da Flamingo. However, I still need to secure a formidable force to suppress Da Flamingo and devise a way to connect with the Revolutionary Army. Recruit an absolute powerhouse to join the Revolutionary Army and collaborate with the undercover agents utilizing the surgical fruit to rescue more individuals from the slave trade. Additionally, I could scour the world government for talent records, supplying the Revolutionary Army's undercover agents with personnel and aiding some officials in faking their deaths. I estimate that by the time Sabo arrives, I could become the second in command, striving to achieve greater prestige than Monkey D. Dragon. In simple terms, the world government's undercover agents would utilize the surgical fruit to eliminate rival political factions, rescuing talents targeted for erasure by the world government. After all, they are enemies of the state. Subsequently, I would promote Da Flamingo as the underground spokesperson, ostensibly engaging in the underworld, while actually collaborating with the Revolutionary Army to eradicate malign influences and recruit talents. The ideology conveyed by the Revolutionary Army would then not be that of Dragon, but rather my own, which is an exhilarating prospect. However, these remain mere aspirations. Implementation is key. Meanwhile, Luo and Luo Sanandi appeared somewhat pensive. Sean discerned their thoughts and reassured them. Rest assured, there will be no danger. I will find a creature capable of restraining him, as ambition that does not align with one's strength is ultimately a fleeting dream. Da Flamingo, he is merely that Sean then explained to the group that upon returning to the future, the historical changes they enacted would not affect him. At the moment of return, he would awaken the memories of this place and agree upon a future meeting time. Once they consented, Sean glanced at the plot points, marveling at their proximity to 500,000 now. Even if he were to expend 200,000 to cultivate them, it would not be a burden. However, Sean still needed to refine the undercover plan. The surgical fruit would be publicly attributed to Luo, and then consumed in front of Doflamingo. He would wait for Doflamingo to dig a pit for the world government, as long as the undercover candidates he selected differed from him. They would never guess who was behind it. He proceeded to communicate the necessity for Luo to acknowledge that he had consumed the fruit. Before Luo Sanandi could counter, Sean asserted, "Acknowledgement is merely your acceptance on the Navy's side. You can position Luo as an undercover agent beside the pirates. Moreover, the potion I provide Luo, if his talent is exceptional, would be sufficient for him to rival the admirals of the headquarters. Remember, the ultimate capability of this fruit is not widely known. Do not forget, Luo can swim. Should circumstances demand, he could simply plunge into the sea. Who would suspect him, even if the world government sought him? As long as Luo does not reveal his medical talents, no one would care about him." Luo observed Xiao Luo, seeking a decision from him. Luo hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced, for he understood that although the fruit appeared perilous, it was indeed as Sean described. Few were privy to the ultimate surgery of the surgical fruit, and those who knew would not dare allow an untrained child to wield it. Thus, Sean produced 2 vials containing a green liquid, instructing Baby 5 and Luo, "Remember, this substance merely enhances your potential. Transforming that potential into strength requires your own development. I hope to see you both at a higher elevation 7 years hence." He then handed the 2 vials to the children. Upon consuming the liquid, the glass vials suddenly shattered in their hands. Before the shards could scatter to the ground, they disintegrated into fine dust and vanished. The sight caused a stir among the onlookers. Sean casually explained, "This is a potion I painstakingly acquired from the future. It has no side effects." At this moment, Luo Sanandi inquired, "Have you used it?" Luo and Baby 5 looked at Luo Sanandi as if he were a fool. Luo Sanandi soon realized that the matter of whether or not others used their strength was evident. Nonetheless, Sean earnestly cautioned, "You must remember, none of this can be disclosed to anyone." The 3 promptly replied, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Suddenly recalling something, Sean turned to Baby 5, "Especially you. Do not be misled. I will provide you with a code shortly, as someone will come to seek you out as your mentor in the future." Baby 5, somewhat pouting, retorted, "I want tea, as long as Lord Sean needs me. I will not respond to anyone else's demands." Sean nodded in satisfaction, donning his mask and hood anew, instructing to Luo and Xiao Luo, "Join hands." He then took Baby 5's small hand in one and placed the other on Luo Sanandi's shoulder. And with a flash of light, they vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, the Don Quixote family was sailing across the ocean. At that moment, a palpable tension permeated the ship, as Doflamingo glared at Diamante, who was missing an arm. His expression dark enough to draw water that he struggled to contain his inner fury. Where on earth did this fellow emerge from? Should I find the opportunity, he will pay dearly. At that moment, a resounding crash erupted from the deck outside. Sean instructed them to find a room with soundproofing and await his arrival. Then he slowly made his way into the chamber where the officers were gathered. Indeed, Sean did not teleport directly into the room due to the high recognition of his teleportation ability. Instead, he opted to create the appearance of flying in from outside. Although Rosanandi had recovered from his injuries, his tattered appearance was still quite pitiful, which posed no significant issue. Upon entering, Sean mimicked the tone of Admiral Kizaru. "Oh, who do you wish to make pay the price?" The members of the Don Quixote family wore grim expressions as they helplessly witnessed the audacious actions of their adversary. As if returning home, Sean instructed Baby 5 to find a suitable conversation room. Don Quixote Doflamingo, clutching his mildly aching kidney, wondered if Sean intended to engage in a mutual destruction. Mutual destruction, the fish may perish, but the net will certainly remain intact. As he spoke, Sean approached Diamante, seized his collar, and flung him out. With a loud crash, Diamante smashed through the wall, creating a gaping hole that led straight to the deck. Ignoring their predatory glares, Sean waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I've won. You all go wait outside. I have matters to discuss with your master." The crowd cast inquiring glances towards Doflamingo, who was equally curious about Sean's intentions. He nodded slightly, signaling everyone to exit. However, Sean remained silent and directly produced the surgery fruit, lifting his mask just enough before inserting it into his mouth in plain sight of Doflamingo. As Doflamingo stood there, momentarily bewildered, Sean spoke up. You needn't wear that expression. I merely wish to inform you that I have consumed this fruit, so do not entertain any further ideas. He continued. Let us proceed to the adjacent room for our discussion. Your brother has already crafted a perfect setting for our conversation. Watching Sean stride ahead, Doflamingo felt a surge of frustration. Had such a grand display been orchestrated merely to eat a fruit before him? What was the meaning of tossing Diamante aside? Was this intended to humiliate him? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Doflamingo reluctantly followed in Sean's wake. He realized he could not afford to provoke him and quietly resolved to seek an opportunity for revenge later. Upon entering the next room, Doflamingo was struck by a shocking sight. Having not noticed before, he now saw that the white patches on Law's face had vanished, though Roz and Andy still appeared somewhat disheveled. It was evident that his injuries had healed, but was this cloaked figure consuming the surgery fruit before him? How had they achieved such recovery? Sensing Doflamingo's confusion, Sean directly addressed him. Do not dwell on it. This is merely a medicinal remedy employed by our organization. Organization? Doflamingo inquired. Indeed, I am a representative dispatched by the organization to execute a mission, and you are my target. Doflamingo furrowed his brow. Pondering which organization could possibly send someone of such strength, he was acutely aware that he should recognize all the formidable powers of the sea, yet he found himself at a loss regarding Sean. The three individuals beside him shared a similar sense of bewilderment. Were they not to understand that he was to become the future Fleet Admiral? How had he transformed into an agent of an organization? However, they merely contemplated this in silence, not daring to voice their thoughts aloud, given the presence of outsiders. Through the small openings in his mask, Sean gazed intently at Doflamingo. Our organization differs fundamentally from any power you might conceive. Our ambitions reach for the highest peak. Doflamingo was taken aback by the implication that such a powerful entity had been dispatched to him. Although he was uncertain of Sean's true strength, he could ascertain one thing. He was stronger, overwhelmingly so. What might the capabilities of those who stood behind him entail? At present, only the Navy possessed such elite combatants on the seas. The rest, if they wielded such power, were undoubtedly sovereign rulers of their domains. Coupled with Sean's earlier assertion of aiming for the highest, it became clear that their ambitions extended beyond merely seeking the title of Pirate King. They aspired for something far greater. Doflamingo, the cunning schemer, began to conjure an image in his mind of a mysterious, vast, and profoundly rooted organization, an ambitious individual. He never hesitated to assume the worst of others. Indeed, he speculated that this organization aimed to displace the foolish leaders above and take their place. With this thought, Doflamingo's expression shifted from dark to bright, as he chuckled. Interesting, truly fascinating. Why would your organization seek me? I hardly believe my influence holds any significance for you. Sean chuckled lightly, replying, indeed, you are currently not quite worthy. However, we have taken note of your ruthless nature. Doflamingo, already inclined towards humility, felt belittled and his countenance darkened once more. You needn't wear that expression, Sean said as he settled onto a chair. What we require is a representative who can master the entire underground order of the world. Your meager arms and slave business are far beneath us. Indeed, Sean felt a profound rage when discussing slavery, as the world government had explicitly outlawed human trafficking. Yet, this was merely a hollow decree, for within Mary Geos lay a plethora of slaves. In the world where Sean once resided, slavers were universally reviled. This world was even harsher, with individuals of all ages being sold into bondage, resulting in countless shattered families. This was precisely why Sean sought to manipulate Doflamingo. He understood that eradicating the aristocracy's slave trade was currently unattainable. But he could find ways to protect the common folk. Do you desire slaves? Very well, for a bounty of 5 million, or perhaps 10 million. This one is a war criminal from a certain nation, and that one is a member of a corrupt royal lineage. Most importantly, Sean sought to obtain intelligence regarding the vast human trafficking syndicates, which would provide ample means to dismantle them. Upon hearing Sean's dismissal of his business as insignificant, Doflamingo's ire dissipated, leading him to inquire, what exactly do you mean by insignificant? What sort of collaboration do you envision? Our organization can elevate you as a true representative of the underground order. To achieve that, you must gain complete control over all information pertaining to the underworld. Everything. Doflamingo's mind was thrown into chaos. The notion of mastering the underground world felt utterly ludicrous. This encompassed warfare, human trafficking, organized crime, piracy, and various illicit trades. In essence, should one possess the means, they could effectively seize control of an entire nation. The underground world was filled with powerful figures, and there were no easy adversaries. Even pirate overlords were incapable of such feats. Doflamingo pondered silently, questioning whether Sean was ignorant or genuinely possessed of strength. Had Sean been privy to Doflamingo's thoughts, he would have asserted that he was indeed determined to dismantle them. Once Sean secured a reliable asset within the Revolutionary Army, he would enlist them to lead a coup in a war-torn nation, spreading revolutionary ideals while liberating those oppressed by slavery, simultaneously bolstering his allies' power. The asset must be an individual of significant strength. Otherwise, they would be unable to maintain order. With the Revolutionary Army backing him, he could focus solely on dismantling the powerful figures. After a moment of contemplation, Doflamingo asked, "So why have you sought me out? You must be aware of my past affiliations." "Indeed, we are well aware, and we understand that you harbor a deep-seated resentment towards those above you for denying you privileges, correct?" Doflamingo's anger flared anew. Sean had pierced through his innermost thoughts. He had once attempted to return to Mary Geos with his father's severed head, and now he harbored a profound disdain for those foolish leaders above. Doflamingo then inquired, "What specifically do you want me to do?" Sean did not directly answer him. Instead, he gestured towards Rosinante, asking, "Do you still wish to kill him?" Before Doflamingo could respond, Sean continued, "I hope you can muster a shred of humanity for your friend in our organization's presence. I expect you to at least pretend. We will support you in seizing real power, acting as intermediaries to control all intelligence. We require your information and some groundwork to facilitate our objectives, and in the future, someone will come to connect with you. This. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, asking, "Who will be my contact?" As the conversation progressed, Doflamingo had already acquiesced. Setting aside the grander objectives, everyone was on the same page. The subsequent promise of making him an information broker in the underworld presented ample advantages. Thus, when Sean heard Doflamingo's words, he couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration, thinking Doflamingo was superior to Crocodile. Sean shrugged, expressing his confidence. "I can't say for sure, but rest assured, his strength is formidable. Just compare him to the combat prowess of the admirals." Doflamingo began to ponder, realizing the organization was indeed formidable. Could it be that by demonstrating his worth, he might ascend the ranks? Revenge would then be within reach. He was confident in his ability to navigate among the various factions, believing he could forge connections. However, his calculations were destined to fail, for this organization had but a single leader. Calmly, Doflamingo inquired, "Could you enlighten me about the organization?" "No misunderstandings intended. I merely wish to understand the faction to which I belong." If one were unaware of his ambitions, Sean might have regarded him as a competent subordinate. Wasn't it just idle chatter? "I truly can." With that, Sean rose and began to pace, then sighed, "Well, you will find out sooner or later. Our organization is called Fallen, the character for fall." Doflamingo nodded inwardly, pleased with the name's profound implications. It had a rich historical legacy, shrouded in mystery even beyond that of the world government. He continued to nod. Recognizing the caliber of individuals within, they were many and strong, united in their relentless pursuit of their goals. Sean fell silent thereafter, leaving Doflamingo to wait in vain for further information. Finally, he turned to Sean. "Is there more?" Sean, equally perplexed, replied, "More of what?" Doflamingo nearly lost his temper, his frustration evident as the veins in his forehead throbbed. After all this time, had only trivialities been exchanged? Yet, he felt too aggrieved to voice his queries. Sean smirked inwardly, thinking, "I don't believe you can uncover this organization." He then shared some details with Doflamingo, but emphasized that they would need to wait for the individual responsible for liaising with him to arrive. This made it clear to Doflamingo that Law was merely a smokescreen orchestrated by Sean. As he observed Baby 5 affectionately addressing Sean as Master Sean, Doflamingo felt a surge of irritation. He had tried to manipulate Baby 5, but the young girl was impervious to his charms. She uttered a heartfelt statement that struck a chord with Doflamingo. "Master Sean's needs will occupy my entire life." It was then that Doflamingo grasped the depth of Baby 5's unwavering devotion, and his resentment towards Sean deepened. Clearly, he was exploiting a child's naivety. Upon learning that Sean and his companions required a safe haven, Doflamingo disclosed the location of a hideout. Sean, accompanied by the others, set off on a small procurement vessel, determined to conceal his capabilities from Doflamingo. With nearly a month ahead of him and no significant events on the timeline of the manga, he opted to refrain from wandering aimlessly. The most recent notable occurrence was Chopper's birth 2 years prior. Moreover, having already broken the genetic lock, Sean was acutely aware of the system's tendencies. it would never directly confer strength. He resolved to utilize his time to practice the Flying Thunder God technique, aiming to achieve instantaneous marking, which would enable true teleportation, though he acknowledged the improbability of that feat. Thus, Sean found himself without any pressing thoughts regarding imminent plot points, preferring instead to invest in additional tools. Particularly when thinking of returning to the past, the larger the impact they made, the greater the potential rewards upon returning to the future. Advanced skills would inevitably manifest in this manner. As the group departed from Doflamingo's site, Sean promptly accelerated their journey with his abilities. During the ensuing days, he trained the two youngsters while also honing his own speed and marking for the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, he felt something was amiss. The synergy between spiritual energy and Haki mirrored a similar essence. However, it lacked fluidity, as if something was missing, a certain lubrication. It's worth noting that Law and Baby 5 were both resilient. Having endured the harsh realities of pirate life, they understood the significance of strength, and each day they could feel their progress. Since consuming the potion, they had been exhausted yet invigorated by their daily advancements. Rosanani dutifully fulfilled his role as a caretaker. During this time, Sean instructed Rosanani to create a life card, intending for his tools to utilize it to locate him and subsequently report back to headquarters. After all, this time he was leveraging the Navy. And even with Sengoku's presence, it was necessary to return and explain Law's situation in person, alongside obtaining Sengoku's personal approval for Law's documentation as a pirate. The narrative to the Navy would be that Doflamingo had allied with a substantial ship, destined to become a titan of darkness. Time flew by, and soon a month had passed. One day, the system alerted Sean that he would be forcibly teleported in 5 minutes. The others exchanged complex glances at the Admiral with whom they had spent the past month. Despite his sternness, they could not deny the abundance of knowledge they had gained, particularly Rosananti, who had learned the proper application of the silence fruit from Sean. He understood that sound is an essence created by the vibrations of objects, transmitted through mediums like air, solids, and liquids, and thus sought to develop his abilities along those lines. Baby 5, clinging to Sean's leg, remained silent, though she knew they would meet again. A sense of sorrow enveloped her. Pouting, tears glimmered in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Sean knelt to stroke Baby 5's head, smiling as he said, "I will be leaving in a few minutes. We shall meet again in 7 years. Before I go, repeat to me what you promised." Baby 5 bit her lip, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I must not be needed by others, avoid peculiar devil fruits, and be more ladylike, wearing less revealing clothing. I must cultivate good habits and only serve as Master Sean's little maid." As tears welled in her large eyes, she could no longer hold back, and the droplets cascaded down her cheeks. With a quivering voice, she added, "And I must eat well and train hard to become strong." As the blue light began to envelop Sean, the little girl leaped into his arms, bursting into tears. "I look forward to seeing you again. I await your greatness. And what about the other promises? You can't leave." "Wah." Before Sean could respond, she suddenly plopped down onto the ground. She gazed at the spot where Sean had stood, now empty and void of his presence. The little girl cried heart-wrenchingly, while the larger Law was at a loss for how to console her. Yet, deep down, Baby 5 was not foolish. Her survival after being abandoned by her mother and subsequently adopted by the Don Quixote family testified to her resilience. She understood that her nature could be exploited, yet she craved love and security. Sean's arrival, akin to a partner who needed her, filled her with joy, even if it meant being molded into a tool. The promises Sean made were monumental for a girl of 11, one who had already endured so much hardship. "Unless I die, I will always, always need you. Let me share a secret. In this world, no one can kill me. I am strong." Sean's words lingered in her heart, embodying a genuine need. She did not believe she possessed anything worthy of the other's envy, nor did she think she merited the extravagant investment of a potion to cultivate her, merely for a verbal promise. This self-effacing yet endearing young girl remained unaware that her greatest trait was her unwavering loyalty. In that moment, as the weeping little girl curled up and sobbed, her cries gradually softened into quiet whimpers, eventually ceasing altogether. Just as her companion, Luo, began to feel concerned, Baby 5 slowly rose to her feet, the shadow of her bangs obscuring her face, rendering it difficult for the two to discern each other's features. Baby 5 gently lifted her small visage, took a deep breath with her eyes closed, and upon opening her captivating eyes, she mimicked Sean's cool demeanor, gazing at Luo and declaring, "Let us practice together." Luo was momentarily taken aback. Could this truly be the same mischievous girl who would cry at her own stern expression? Something felt distinctly different. Yet he could not pinpoint the change. Razanandi, however, observed more keenly than Luo, and although unsure whether the transformation was for better or worse, he recognized it was undoubtedly influenced by the man from earlier. He pondered how one could transform a mere tool into something so exclusive. If Sean were privy to Razanandi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly assert that it was sincerity. After all, bullying Baby 5 into opening up was hardly a strategy that would yield genuine affection. Women, regardless of their age, possess a heightened sensitivity towards emotions compared to men. Is it not evident that women are more adept at sensing infidelity? Some men, after decades, remain oblivious to the fact that their son is not truly theirs. Conversely, some women can detect a partner's betrayal through a mere photograph, a single phrase, or even a shift in demeanor. For Baby 5, this day marked a pivotal turning point in her character and a day of growth. Let us not dwell on the subtle changes in the little girl, for Sean was equally unaware. At that moment, he was whisked away by the system to yet another temporal juncture. Surrounded by towering, lush green trees, Sean promptly activated his observation Haki to assess his surroundings. He discovered that he was on a small island, devoid of human presence, save for a small lake at its center. After some contemplation, he resolved to catch some freshwater fish, as his recent meals had been rather lackluster, with 2 children to nourish. Sean had been resorting to catching sea creatures as sustenance. Their appetites were considerable, and Razanandi was far from being a skilled chef. They typically consumed whatever was grilled and seasoned. After some time, Sean arrived at the shimmering lakeside, where the weather was splendid. Just as he was about to catch fish, his peripheral vision caught sight of an orange object in the distance. He turned his head, mouth slightly agape, and muttered, "What the?" With hurried steps, he approached the orange item, picking it up to reveal it was covered in dirt, obscuring its true form, yet it was evidently a fruit. After rinsing it in the lake, the fruit's true appearance was finally unveiled. The orange fruit bore flame-like patterns, resembling a fireball, and it dawned on Sean that this was the Mera Nomi, bewildered by a stroke of luck. He marveled at the serendipity of discovering such a coveted fruit. Even if the Magu Nomi, one of the 3 calamity fruits, was said to burn everything, Sean held no disdain for the Mera Nomi. In this world, he understood that the concept of burning everything was merely theoretical. Just as his own gravity fruit did not grant him the ability to create black holes, he had fought against Akainu and found that while the magma was potent, it was not unbearable. The highest temperature of magma was merely 1,400 degrees, fundamentally a liquefied crystalline mineral. Yet, flames knew no limits, and this notion fell within the realm of ability development. With a heart ablaze with excitement, Sean felt as though he was finally destined to become a true champion. His exhilaration surged, and with trembling hands, he opened the map function to check the time. The year was 1503 in the sea circle calendar, and he was on an unnamed island. However, his excitement faltered as he perused recent events, noting that in recent years, there had been no significant occurrences, save for the birthdays of a few Straw Hat members. The only notable incident was Boa Hancock being abducted by human traffickers, though the exact timing eluded him, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless as for the absurd idea of brazenly confronting a 12-year-old Hancock on Amazon Lily and advising her against venturing out to sea. Such a notion was ludicrous. That island championed martial prowess and was populated solely by women. He would be fortunate to avoid being labeled a rogue. Moreover, he could not engage in anything so sycophantic. With no romantic attachments in mind, he would draw his sword when necessary. At best, he might casually remind someone during his travels, leaving the rest to fate. The unfolding plot was of little consequence to him. Should they believe him, that would be ideal, but if not, he could do little, as he was well aware of the prideful nature of the women on this island. Expecting fortune, he found the fruit to be merely a consolation prize. Sighing at the fruit, he mused how splendid it would have been had it been the Pika Pika Nomi. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Why not seek out the Golden Lion, after some recent endeavors? Aside from purchasing 2 vials of genetic potion, he still had over 200,000 to spare. The map search function operated on a scale of mystery, requiring plot points commensurate with the desired information. A minimum of 50,000 was required to find someone, while seeking a devil fruit demanded 100,000. Historical texts were even pricier, starting at 500,000 for mere information. Without hesitation, Sean resolved to confront the Golden Lion, aiming to locate him for 50,000, and ultimately seek out the devil fruit for another 100,000. A plan was set in motion. He carefully stored the fruit within the system's marketplace. Unwilling to allow Ace to indulge in this troublesome item, Ace relied solely on elemental attacks. while Sabo adeptly combined physical prowess with fruit abilities, proving to be formidable. For Ace's growth, it was best to follow his father's legacy. Ace should focus on honing his iron fists, and when the time came, Sean would procure a genetic potion for him. The system deducted 50,000 plot points. Sean swiftly pinpointed the location of the island of Vermal. Without further ado, he settled onto a stone slab, levitating into the air. After soaring for a considerable duration, hunger began to gnaw at him, prompting him to descend in search of a town to satiate his appetite. Donning his mask and cloak once more, Sean lowered his altitude. However, apart from the endless expanse of the ocean, no islands were in sight. Just as disappointment began to settle in, he spotted distant black dots on the horizon. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be a large merchant vessel. Sean promptly retrieved some berries, intending to board the ship for a delightful meal. Typically, merchant ships at sea welcomed strong individuals like him aboard, especially if he was willing to pay. Yet, before he could land, a surge of fury welled within him. This was a human trafficker's ship, even flying the flag of the world government. Through his observation Haki, he sensed the ship's hold filled with frightened and despondent souls, their emotions palpable, ensnared by chains and confinement. Undoubtedly, this was a vessel of the celestial dragon's henchmen. With a thunderous crash, Sean landed on the deck, producing a resounding noise. The commotion drew a group of burly men in black suits, who quickly encircled him. Among them, a menacing figure clad in a gray suit stepped forward, his bald head gleaming, and inquired, "Do you have business here?" Sean cut to the chase, stating, "You are traffickers, aren't you?" The bald man chuckled lightly, refraining from a direct answer as he gestured towards the ship's flag, saying, "What are you attempting to accomplish? Perhaps you should consider what these flags represent." The bald man was no fool. A sudden descent from the sky indicated strength, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he intended to intimidate Sean into leaving. In these waters, no one could stand against the celestial dragons. Listening to the bald man's veiled threat, Sean, filled with rage, retorted with a sardonic smile, "The flag of the world government. What does that signify?" Believing this cloaked figure to be a mere fool, the bald man explained, "The world government forbids the trafficking of humans. Consider why we are able to display this flag." Upon hearing this, Sean found an unexpected tranquility within himself. For in his mind, they were already dead. With a hint of amusement, he remarked, "Oh, then I must listen intently. Why don't you enlighten me?" The bald man, encountering such a dullard for the first time, noted that despite the mask, the voice suggested a youthfulness. He retorted, "That is simply because the cargo aboard this ship is destined for the esteemed gentleman above, the world's aristocracy. Do you understand? So, after all this talk, you are merely a lackey for the celestial dragons, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, the flesh on the bald man's face seemed to ripple in agreement. "Kid, don't think that your disguise grants you the liberty to speak freely. Even as their dog, do you truly believe you possess the right?" Sean was incredulous, laughter mingling with his anger. What kind of twisted mindset had imparted such absurdity? Before Sean could respond, the bald man waved his hand, ordering, "Seize him. I intend to savor his torment." Sean, uninterested in further dialogue, ascended into the air, unleashing his power. With 5 fingers directed towards the deck, he softly intoned, "Chaos, send forth the harbinger of doom." Suddenly, everyone on the deck, including the bald man, was crushed to the ground by an overwhelming force. Subsequently, that section of the deck became a maelstrom of strange winds. They struck like blunt instruments or sliced through the air with razor-like precision, accompanied by inexplicable sounds of ruptured air, each followed by the emergence of grievous wounds. It was as though they were being propelled into the scythe of death winds from behind, creating utter chaos. As blood gradually stained the deck crimson, the wooden planks of the deck, too, succumbed to the disturbance, splintering into fine particles that mingled with the air, producing a peculiar texture. In the fray of conflicting forces, the deck vanished entirely, transforming into clouds of dust that assaulted the suited men, sending them tumbling to the lower level. Remarkably, this wind showed no intention of expanding outward, but rather circled relentlessly around these men. From his elevated vantage point, Sean contemplated the total obliteration of the vessel. Yet he knew he needed to rescue those trapped within. Destroying the ship would complicate matters. Thus, Sean relaxed his fingers, allowing the remnants of the force field to dissipate, as splinters and remnants fell with a soft patter within the storage room of the second level. Aside from the planks, there lay only wood shavings mingled with a viscous red liquid. Indeed, under the strain of the force field, The filth left behind by these scoundrels was but a pool of crimson mixed with debris. Sean descended smoothly to the other side, exhaling deeply. Were it not for his fury, he would not have resorted to such excessive measures. Although his powers were contained within a limited sphere, the potential for devastation was immense. Unlike other calamity-grade fruits, which could alter weather and terrain, his abilities could reduce the very essence of his surroundings to dust, erasing all existence. Next, Sean strolled through the merchant vessel, aware of a few remaining vermin aboard. As he descended into the hold, he casually picked up some small wooden pieces, nonchalantly tossing them aside, each accompanied by a whistling sound followed by a brief whimper. Before long, he arrived at the warehouse imprisoning the cargo. Rather than a mere storage area, it resembled a series of cages, reeking of various foul odors. One could easily imagine the psychological torment these individuals endured, treated like livestock in captivity. If they were to die here, their fate as commodities would be sealed. When it was time for them to be refurbished, they would be all too ready to accept their identities as slaves. Furthermore, all those confined within were young girls. In that moment, Sean felt that he had been far too lenient with the scum earlier. They should not have been granted such a swift demise. Within the warehouse, numerous cages contained around 40 to 50 young girls, who cowered in fear at the sight of this mysterious cloaked figure. Void of hope in their eyes, it seemed they could not fathom anyone daring to rescue them from this ship. They had known their destination since being abducted, and as children, they had no choice but to endure that moment. Beside one of the cages, a short man adorned in gold and silver, clad in a fur coat, exuding an air of nouveau riche, trembled as he raised a gun, pointing it at Sean. Why you stop right there, or I will shoot. Sean, however, did not halt his advance. Curiosity piqued at what made this man believe he could pose a threat. The man then pressed the gun against one of the girls inside the cage, bellowing, "I swear I'll pull the trigger. You want to save her, right? If you come any closer, you won't be able to save her." This short man was not foolish. He understood that such a powerful being would not be easily subdued. Yet, he was unperturbed, for he had hostages. He had heard tales of the so-called heroes of the sea and their valiant deeds. In his eyes, those with true strength often fell victim to trivial matters, leading them to their ruin, which he deemed utterly foolish. Indeed, upon witnessing Sean pause, he smirked slightly, saying, "If you let me go, I will release her." Sean tilted his head, pointing at himself. "So, you are threatening me?" "Precisely. These individuals should not perish. Should even one die because of you, the others will harbor a lifelong grudge against you. Think wisely, O great hero." Sean chuckled softly, realizing the man considered him a saint, attempting to critique him from a moral high ground. Perhaps another might be swayed by such threats, but Sean's strength allowed him to rescue the girl before a shot could be fired. Moreover, he never feared the trivial pressure of public opinion, nor did he hold any illusions about the integrity of these scoundrels. They were a vile lot. Once they succeeded, their demands would only escalate. Most importantly, Sean had never considered himself a hero. He merely acted within his capabilities, branding himself an ordinary person. Thus, he softly declared, "Today, you shall find neither means to live nor to die." Before the short man could react, Sean vanished, reappearing directly in front of him. Extending his fingers, he pressed against the man's face and forcefully slammed him into the ground. The simultaneous sounds of impact echoed. One was the noise of the man being driven into the floor. The other, the sound of a gunshot. The short man, upon seeing Sean materialize before him, instinctively fired his weapon. Sean rose, looking down upon the lifeless figure beneath him. Indeed, when the gun fired, Sean had subconsciously exerted more force, causing the man's skull to shatter. His current combat prowess was truly unmatched. Sean murmured, "You must understand, to tread upon an ant without crushing it, such control over force is a rare feat." Meanwhile, the girl, still in disbelief from her role as a hostage, witnessed a scene that would forever haunt her. A mere instant, and the one in charge of her fate had ceased to breathe. Listening to the enigmatic murmurs of this figure, she fell into a daze. Were the traffickers merely akin to stepping on ants? In that moment, Sean's domineering presence left a profound impact on the girl. She raised her head, yearning to glimpse the face behind the mask. Yet, as she did, she was struck by a revelation that left her trembling. Could this person truly be invulnerable to bullets? In the midst of the scene, a bullet, dark and glossy, was embedded in the center of the mask, with cracks radiating outward from its cord. In the next instant, a faint crack echoed as the mask shattered completely, cascading slowly to the ground. This moment, the young girl caught a clear glimpse of the face before her, one that contrasted starkly with her preconceived notions. She had anticipated an elderly or unattractive visage, the reason for the mask, yet the reality was a face so youthful and strikingly handsome that he turned to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked, and she felt a sudden surge of guilt, her delicate frame trembling as she hastily lowered her head, unable to maintain the stare. Sean, on the other hand, found the girl somewhat familiar. Yet he opted to don a new mask. Having been recognized was indeed an inconvenience, for his sole intention was to alter the fates of certain individuals and accumulate plot points. Nonetheless, the situation was manageable. The dim lighting offered some cover, and he could simply escort the girl home afterward. With his new mask in place, Sean began to unlock the cages of the bewildered and frightened young girls. Observing their disoriented expressions, he sighed softly and spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. "Please, everyone, proceed to the deck. You are safe now, and I shall escort you to the nearest naval base." Sean was acutely aware that while the world government treated the issue of human trafficking with indifference, the Navy adhered to its own set of protocols. Once slaves were sold, there was little that could be done to rescue them from the clutches of the world's elite. Regarded as private property, however, when a child went missing, families would invariably seek the Navy's assistance, hoping against hope for their return as long as he could transport these girls to a naval base. Any decent officer would ensure their safe passage home. The corrupt officers, like the rats among the Navy, were few and far between, for most recruits were young idealists driven by a passion for justice. The girls, huddled together, looked up at the cloaked figure in disbelief. Is it true? We can really go home? The very notion of home struck heavily in their hearts, upon realizing the true nature of the ship they were on. Thoughts of death had begun to surface, yet the innocence of youth kept them from taking such drastic measures. Initially, they dared to dream of rescue, then settled for merely finding an opportunity to escape, ultimately resigning themselves to the possibility of being sold. In that moment, their will to fight was extinguished, crushed beneath the weight of their captor's experience. They were left to lower their own standards step by step. And as reality set in, thoughts of death faded. Such were the tactics of human traffickers. Eventually, they could only await their fates, marked with a price tag, in a state of resigned despair. Yet now, hearing the promise of returning home, the girls, who had previously lost all hope, felt a spark of excitement. This was akin to a second chance at life. Gradually, the once cowering figures began to shine with newfound hope, their sobs mingling with the air. Observing this, Sean chose not to elaborate further and stepped outside, granting them space to express their emotions. As he reached the doorway, he turned and said, "Oh, and while you're on the ship, feel free to search for fresh clothes and take a bath. I will wait for you on the deck. Rest assured, there are no more villains aboard." With that, Sean ascended to the deck, where he gathered an abundance of supplies from the kitchen and moved them to the untouched section of the deck. In the meantime, he ventured into the treasure room, clearing it of its riches, storing them within his system space. He had no intention of sharing or relinquishing any of it to the girls. Saving them was enough, and he would merely offer each a sum of 10,000 berries upon their return. Acts of meaningless kindness were not his style, and these spoils were rightfully his, after all. He needed to save for his future. It was a pity, however, that all he found were mundane items. He had hoped for something more extraordinary. Before long, as Sean grilled a multitude of ingredients on the deck, he heard footsteps approaching. Assuming the girls had finished preparing, he turned to greet them, only to find himself momentarily stunned. There were only 3 girls, one with green hair, another with orange, and the last with black. His astonishment stemmed from the recognition of these 3 sisters, Boa Hancock, Boa Marigold, and Boa Sanderson. At this moment, the 2 younger sisters had yet to mature into their striking appearances, particularly Marigold, who appeared as an adorable orange-haired girl. While Sandersonia's head remained disproportionately large, initially, Sean felt fortunate to have encountered the ship, but he was taken aback as Hancock approached, clutching a fruit in one hand and a knife tucked under her arm. The 2 fruits, one gray and the other red, could only be described as devil fruits, while the knife measured about 1 meter in length, comparable to his own. Meanwhile, Marigold's eyes were fixated on the fruits with evident desire. Sean could sense her yearning merely stemmed from her appetite, as expected. Upon spotting Sean's array of grilled meats and various ingredients, her attention diverted entirely from the fruits. Sean couldn't help but reflect on the reasons for her future growth. Just then, the youngest sister, Hancock, stepped forward hesitantly, stuttering, "We found these 2 fruits in a room. They were in a beautiful little box along with this knife." She extended her hand toward Sean, but he only inquired, "Do you know what these are?" The three sisters shook their heads in unison. This is a devil fruit, but I'm not sure about the knife, he continued. Instantly, the sisters were bewildered. They undoubtedly knew what a devil fruit was. Yet this was their first encounter with one in its physical form. Sean pressed on, "Are you certain you wish to give them to me? These fruits have the potential to grant immense power." Hancock, the small version of the elder sister, replied bashfully, "Why would we not? It is because of you that we are safe." Marigold and Sander Sonia nodded in agreement, with Marigold, visibly shaken, exclaiming, "I almost ate one of those devil fruits." Sean, peering through the mask, noticed the confusion on their faces. As they pondered why he remained silent, a subtle smile crept upon his lips beneath the mask. It seemed he had indeed struck fortune. Without further ado, he accepted the 2 devil fruits and mentally prompted his system, "Please identify these fruits for me. Cat fruit, mythical zoan-type, another form. Dog fruit, mythical zoan-type, weasel form." Sean was taken aback by the results. Had the mythical zoan-type lost its value? Moreover, why was there yet another dog fruit? Pondering over the fruits, he found himself in deep contemplation. Undoubtedly, he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. But as he held firm to his principles, he refused to exploit others, nor would he allow himself to be taken advantage of. Indeed, he had saved them, but had someone with less restraint consumed the fruits, they would have been lost forever. It was vital to remember that these young girls had endured mental torment while confined in the hold, with barely enough sustenance to survive. Yet, they had persevered. Presenting him with these invaluable fruits of the mythical zoan type that he had not discovered, Sean was resolute. He would not indulge in any justification for ignorance. However, he would not take advantage of the naive. This was his unwavering principle. Even if he accepted the fruits, they would merely serve as tools for his future endeavors. Narrowing his eyes at the 3 sisters, a plan began to form in his mind. One that would allow him to maintain balance and acquire useful allies. Sean cleared his throat and said, "These 2 types of devil fruits are quite rare, but as a trade, I shall first present this to you. It possesses formidable abilities." With that, Sean produced the Mera no Mi and handed it over. Indeed, Sean had never intended for Ace, that simpleton, to consume the Mera no Mi. His aim was to lead him down the path of Garp. As for the 2 mythical zoan fruits, Sean had plans as well. He intended to give one to Crocodile, whose weapon was the San fruit and who excelled in speed, that if all went as expected, the weasel fruit would suit him perfectly. What? Why not give him another fruit? The 10 blades are claws? Nonsense. Just imagine Crocodile as a beast-eared girl. As for the other fruit, it was undoubtedly reserved for the adorable baby 5, complete with a maid outfit and ears, upon returning. He would exchange a few vials of genetic potions for them. At this point, Sean was no longer concerned about the hundreds of thousands of plot points. As for why he was giving Hancock the Mera no Mi, it was simply because her nation revered strength and would not mind her lacking in physical skills. Yes, Sean intended to guide Hancock to join their ranks. After all, she possessed an entire nation under her command. Let her infiltrate the 7 warlords. As for Doflamingo, apologies, but he had never considered him one of his own. Hancock stared at the fruit before her, momentarily perplexed, and upon regaining her senses, she hurriedly exclaimed, "No, you don't have to. That was originally yours." Sean replied, "Consume it. This grants the power of flames. You wouldn't want a repeat of such an incident in the future, would you?" At his words, Hancock fell silent. The time spent trapped in the warehouse had been her darkest hour. Indeed, had it not been for this handsome man before her rescuing her, the darkness would have only deepened. Had she possessed sufficient strength, none of this would have transpired. Yes, the girl who had stolen a glance at Sean's true face was indeed her. Noticing Hancock's hesitation, Sean promptly placed the Mera no Mi into her hand. "Eat it. You deserve to be treated with kindness now." The current Hancock was not the arrogant woman she would later become. She was a good child who valued integrity. Hancock nodded and began to eat quietly, only to find it quite unpalatable and nearly vomit. Seeing this, Sean quickly urged her, "Don't spit it out. Just swallow it down. Bear with it." Hancock forced herself to finish the Mera no Mi despite her nausea. Sean nodded in satisfaction, while Sander Sonia chimed in, "Sister, hurry and try out your new abilities." At this, Hancock felt as if she were innately endowed with certain powers and attempted to harness them. Soon, a flame ignited in her hand with a sizzling sound. Although she had been prepared, the little girl was still startled and panicked, exclaiming, "Hot, hot, it's too hot. I don't want it." Observing her reaction, Sean's expression behind the mask stiffened. What absurd words were these? He quickly said, "Focus, it's not hot. That's just her psychological response. Upon hearing this, Hancock calmed down and realized it truly wasn't hot at all. She cautiously attempted to control the flames and soon found herself thoroughly enjoying it. Her two younger sisters watched in awe, repeatedly exclaiming about their sister's prowess. Before long, sensing that others were approaching, Sean instructed them, "Let us not play for now. Your abilities must remain a secret for the time being. I will escort you back shortly, and we can discuss this in detail then. I'll take you directly to the nearby naval base at that point. I'll find a way to discreetly take you away. For now, do not display any peculiarities." Although the three sisters were uncertain about what Sean wished to discuss or why they were heading to the naval base, they agreed out of trust. After all, Sean had many more considerations, given that they were in possession of two mythical Zoan fruits. Regardless of whether they understood the significance of these fruits, he could not afford to ignore the implications. If anyone discovered that the three sisters had left with him, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of CP organizations. Even ordinary devil fruits would not go unnoticed, let alone the rarer mythical Zoan types. Thus, he could only wait until they were safely within the Navy before discreetly taking them away. Even if they were investigated later, there was no need for them to fear, as Hancock was the only one who had seen his face and could recognize him. Even if Hancock later displayed the abilities of the Marimara Nomi, it would not raise any alarms. After all, it was not a fruit from their ship. Therefore, there were no significant issues. Plans were in place. As for the blade, Sean still held it. Having yet to test it, the girls gathered around, and upon seeing the food on the deck, tears of hunger streamed down their faces. Slurp, Sean noticed their longing gazes. Yet none spoke, so he urged, "Eat up. In a few hours, we'll be able to send you to the Navy. In the following hours, Sean feasted alongside them, savoring the delightful cuisine, with Sean's assistance. The large merchant ship sped toward the naval base at remarkable speed. As they neared the shore, Sean ascended into the sky, silently observing below. This was a naval base fortress, so the sight of a merchant ship with half its deck destroyed was quite conspicuous. The eldest girl stepped forward to represent the group of abducted girls. Although Sean's sudden disappearance had caused them some unease, they followed his instructions and recounted their ordeal truthfully at the naval base. This soon attracted the attention of a base commander with the rank of Rear Admiral. Under the Rear Admiral's direction, they promptly contacted the naval division in the area where the girls had been found. It was impractical to return every girl individually. If any of them had homes within his jurisdiction, they would be sent directly there. The more distant ones would be taken to the next naval base for transfer to another naval division. By this means, they would all be returned home. While it would take some time, it was manageable. Just as a naval soldier was helping them arrange accommodations, the Hancock sisters quietly slipped out of sight. Once they reached a blind spot, Sean landed gracefully before them on a wooden plank. Without waiting for their reactions, he seized their collars and lifted them up, then soared into the sky, headed toward Amazon Lily Island. The three of them were flying for the first time, feeling a delightful sense of novelty, but before long, they grew bored. Hancock asked, "Can we know your name?" "Just call me Sean," he replied. The astute Sonia queried, "What was it you mentioned wanting to discuss with us?" Sean contemplated for a moment, deciding it was best to explain here. After all, he was now quite adept at developing various devil fruits. Yet, he still struggled to attain that innate feel that others possessed while manipulating objects in the AI was merely a touch less smooth. However, conversing while controlling the wooden plank was certainly feasible. Sean gathered his thoughts and said, "Hancock, you are the next candidate for the throne, correct?" The sisters were momentarily taken aback, wondering how he knew this. The most rational-minded Sonia concocted a scenario in which Sean had orchestrated their rescue all along. And the more she thought about it, the more her scalp tingled. Observing her expression, Sean's face darkened beneath the mask. Fearing he had inadvertently created a creepy uncle persona for himself, that he quickly interrupted her thoughts. "If I told you that I returned here for certain reasons in the future, would you believe me?" In truth, Sean envisioned that the location of Amazon Lily was quite advantageous. It was both a legitimate nation and a secluded one, ensuring a high degree of privacy in the future. When holding meetings with his subordinates, he could utilize the nearby Yonka Harbor, which offered exceptional confidentiality. Yonka Harbor was the place where Rayleigh swam ashore. Aside from the Navy's newly invented seastone technology, nothing else could access it. The surrounding area was either a windless zone or filled with the nests of enormous sea kings. For the Navy, he was one of them. Upon hearing Sean's astonishing words, Hancock nodded and declared, "I believe you." The imaginative Sonia and the foodie marigold typically regarded their older sister as their guiding star. Upon hearing her response, they fell silent, awaiting further elaboration. This time, it was Sean who found himself perplexed. His prepared discourse remained unspoken, yet she seemed to believe him. This left him feeling quite unsettled. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Why do you trust me?" Hancock replied, "Because you saved us. To be honest, I cannot even fathom what our future would look like without you. Aren't you afraid I might have ulterior motives?" He asked. "Not at all that I in fact. I sense that you harbor no ill intentions," Hancock resolutely stated. She felt empowered by him, grateful for the rescue, and recognized that he could have withheld the fruit from her if he had wished. Thus, she was convinced he meant her no harm. The young girl viewed the world through such a beautiful lens, even though she had narrowly escaped being dragged into the abyss not long ago. After a moment of reflection, Sean broke into a smile. Realizing he had been trapped in dogmatic thinking, he had always believed that deception was necessary, forgetting that, to children, trust is often founded purely on instinct. If you treat them well, they are inclined to believe in you and wish to befriend you in return, and the same holds true the other way around. Suddenly, Sean felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Upon closer examination, it seemed that apart from Kuro, who had succumbed to his might, everyone else he had encountered, those he thought he had deceived, had only been sincerely misled. There was no trickery involved in turning them into mere pawns. Ace had been liberated from his emotional turmoil because of Sean. Nami had been saved from Belmir's peril and had witnessed him confront the Marine Admiral Sengoku. Baby 5 had felt his genuine concern for her well-being and had received his promise that he would always need her. Allowing her to know that someone cared for her. As for Law, he too had been healed by Sean and saved from his father, receiving an extraordinarily rare potion to enhance his abilities. Now, Hancock was no different. She could have kept the fruit for herself, yet she chose to share it with her friends rather than bullying the young girls. Sean felt disheartened. He recognized that he was not particularly astute. But he had not anticipated that he would only be able to deceive children. Adults would not easily acquiesce to his sincerity, as evidenced by Kizaru. However, there was one adult, Razanandi, who had placed his trust in Sean. So perhaps he hadn't left empty-handed after all. This thought lightened Sean's spirits considerably. Even though his inner musings swirled like a tempest, fleetingly as Sean revealed a joyful smile, the young girls were momentarily entranced. Hancock simply perceived this smile as effervescent with pink bubbles. The other two sisters were astonished to realize that this formidable figure was, in fact, so youthful. Sean gently remarked, "You are quite astute. I harbor no ill intentions towards you and genuinely wish to assist you." "Assist us?" they echoed in unison. "Indeed, this tale must begin 4 years hence." Sean continued with the same rhetoric he had used with Razanandi, addressing Hancock and her companions. They had narrowly escaped being seized for trafficking. Thus their innate aversion to the world government was palpable. He elaborated on how the nation of Amazon Lily would be affected, leaving the young girls in a state of astonishment. Sincerity was essential. But in order to convince Razanandi, Sean was entirely earnest that he would not permit the day to come when Razanandi questioned whether he had deceived him. This was his final bastion of obstinance. Soon, amid the gasps of the young girls, they arrived at their destination. The rocky harbor was situated at the island's periphery, with dense jungle looming behind. Sean wished to remain inconspicuous, instructing them to keep his existence a secret. They solemnly promised to do so. With the aim of locating the Golden Lion, Sean promptly produced the genetic serum for Hancock, advising her not to become overly reliant on the fruit's abilities, but rather to integrate them with her martial arts skills, or at the very least, to complement them with weaponry. Young Hancock inquired if Sean was adept in the way of the sword. Coincidentally, the blade that the little girl had retrieved remained unused, and Sean casually swung it toward the sea. This seemingly casual strike, empowered by gravity, cleaved through the ocean, creating a chasm reminiscent of an abyss. They even discovered various marine creatures in the shallows. The sight stirred the heart of Hancock, who had already been moved by Sean's strength, and she became filled with aspirations for her future. Though she could no longer be a pure swordsman, she could still be a swordsman, one imbued with flames, nonetheless. Thus, she beseeched Sean to teach her swordsmanship, and after a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. However, they needed to search for the Golden Lion. So Sean entrusted the precious genetic serum to Hancock, explaining its rarity and effects, which deepened their faith in his words. They agreed to reconvene in 5 days and bid her farewell, while Sean hastened towards Vermal, the floating island of the Golden Lion. Following his successful escape from prison, the Golden Lion had arrived at the island known as Vermal, where he encountered numerous animals that had become feral after consuming plants containing IQ components. He transformed Vermal into his floating fortress, collaborating with his subordinate, Dr. Indigo, to study IQ, while plotting his grand scheme of revenge to unleash these beasts upon the East Sea as a demonstration of his wrath against the world government. However, the protagonists, still unversed in Haki, were determined to thwart his plans. Approximately a day later, Sean finally reached the island. Using his observation Haki, he sensed the emotions of the animals around him, only aggression and hostility. From a distance, he beheld a cluster of islands floating amidst the clouds, their beauty enhanced by the falling snow, creating an enchanting sight. Yet, Sean recognized that beneath this alluring facade lay a venomous serpent poised to strike. This island was a weapon for the Golden Lion's vengeance. Sean had devised a plan and saw no need for further discussion. He made his way directly to the stronghold AS for the fate of the subsequent islands. Did he truly believe his gravity fruit was a mere illusion? He fixed his gaze upon the highest island. Unsheathing the sword Hancock had given him. In an instant, his arm was enveloped in the hardened coating of Busashoka Haki, gradually spreading over the hilt until the blade itself was shrouded in darkness. Then, a sakura-hued aura began to coil from his wrist, enveloping the entire blade before he sheathed it, softly murmuring, "Iato, one line of heaven." As soon as the words left his lips, Sean unleashed a strike at an imperceptible speed, sending forth a slender, red-black slash crackling with electricity. With a sharp whoosh, the slash sliced through the highest island, emerging from the opposite side as if nothing had occurred, until, moments later, the island erupted with a thunderous roar. "Who dares to attack me?" The ensuing chaos was the result of the island being cleaved in two by Sean's blow. In an instant, a golden figure soared into the air, gazing in the direction from which the strike had come. The Golden Lion beheld a cloaked figure wearing a mask, brandishing a sword and staring him down. The provocation was unmistakable, and just as he prepared to act, Sean, moving with even greater speed, charged toward him. Sean had no desire to damage the other islands. He would leave that for the Navy to handle. Without further ado, Sean swung his blade, now imbued with gravity and Haki, aimed directly at the Golden Lion's head. The Golden Lion, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, was unfazed by this unexpected turn of events. He fortified his fist with Haki, successfully blocking Sean's strike, and one of the blades strapped to his leg was unleashed in a whip-like motion, attempting to cleave Sean in two. Sean parried with his other arm, and both combatants recoiled, standing at a distance, exchanging glances. Internally, Sean marveled at the Golden Lion's strength. He was indeed formidable, a legendary pirate. It was hard to fathom how Luffy, without mastering Haki, managed to defeat the Golden Lion. Was it merely a contrived plot twist? Unbeknownst to him, the Golden Lion on the other side was even more astonished. Although this man's strength had yet to be fully revealed, his composure alone hinted at an extraordinary power. "Who are you?" "Exactly, and why have you come to assault my island?" the Golden Lion inquired first. Sean pondered for a moment before replying, "I require your fruit. Ha ha ha. I thought you were someone of note. But it turns out you're merely a young brat," laughed the Golden Lion, tilting his head back in mirth. "Young one, I shall offer you the chance to join me. Together we shall rule this world." Starting from the East Blue, Sean couldn't help but wonder if this man had lost his mind due to the helm lodged in his forehead. How could he still not comprehend? "I have made myself quite clear. I have come to take your life. Furthermore, your so-called revenge plan stands no chance of success. Ha ha ha. Truly a fearsome yet ignorant little brat. But do you know who I am? I am the Golden Lion." With that declaration, the Golden Lion unleashed his powers, lifting the very ground of half the island, transforming it into multiple lion-head-shaped mounds of earth that surged toward Sean. Unfazed, Sean stood proudly in the air, extending his fingers toward the advancing earthen lions and gently grasping the air. Hell's Journey. With a thunderous roar under Sean's gravitational force, the rushing lion heads were successively crushed into pits, leaving behind a series of craters that plunged deep into the earth, descending toward the ocean below. "Oh, how intriguing, young one. Where do you hail from?" Despite having his abilities dismissed with such ease, the Golden Lion remained unperturbed, his tone relaxed. After a brief hesitation, Sean replied, "The East Blue." The Golden Lion's expression shifted abruptly from joviality to a grim countenance. Muttering to himself, "The East Blue? That feeble sea once more? Ha ha ha. Today, I shall hunt you down." The roles have reversed. Sean gazed at the suddenly agitated golden lion and felt a twinge of pity. He was a tragic figure who had suffered misfortune to an extreme degree. Who was the golden lion Shiki? Once a cadre of rocks, akin to a graduate of the world's most prestigious academy. Following the era of rocks, he formed the flying pirate crew, vying for supremacy alongside Roger and Whitebeard, one of the three great pirate forces of the sea, at times even surpassing the others in fleet strength. His ambition to dominate the seas from the skies was indeed formidable, yet this legendary pirate had repeatedly been relegated to the role of a mere background character, never winning a significant battle. Roger resembled a player who transformed a low-tier character into a max-level one, only to retire. Conversely, the Golden Lion Shiki was akin to a max-level character who had become a low-tier one, ultimately suffering a ban. However, it was not entirely fair to blame him for his lack of strength. After all, he was simply a victim of misfortune, timing, and circumstances. In summary, his fate was fraught with adversity and ill luck. Having always regarded Roger as both a friend and rival, he once invited Roger to join forces and rule the world together, only to be rejected. Enraged by this rejection, the Golden Lion clashed with Roger in a fierce battle known as the Battle of Eitwall. The affluent Golden Lion Shiki cornered Roger's crew, and the advantage was clear. Yet, regardless of the outcome, the fierce dedication of both titans was commendable. Little did they anticipate that a storm would arrive at a most inopportune moment. Saving Roger from his dire straits, the majority of the flying pirate crew sank to the ocean floor, and due to an unfortunate accident, the helm lodged itself in Shiki's forehead, given the low accuracy of cannon fire. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune that the helm struck him. One could only imagine that if the helm possessed a soul, it would boast of having single-handedly thwarted the Golden Lion's ascension. At that moment, the Golden Lion became subdued, while Roger, the Pirate King, succumbed to a terminal illness and chose to surrender. Roger's cheerful resignation displeased the Golden Lion, who, not fully grasping the situation, brazenly stormed the Marine headquarters alone. He was indeed one of the few true heroes of the sea, standing amidst a mountain of corpses, confronting Sengoku and Garp. The Golden Lion boldly declared, "Roger is a man I acknowledge. How could he be captured by you worthless fools?" However, in a twist of fate, it was the Golden Lion who was captured instead. While Roger surrendered willingly, Sengoku and Garp, caught off guard, emerged as the clear victors. After spending enough time in prison, the once great leader resolved to sever his own legs to escape. Becoming the first person to break out of impelled down, with his renowned swords, Sakura, Tin, and Makugo, bound to his legs, he stood defiantly, ready to reclaim his status. He prepared for a grand endeavor, plotting a revenge scheme against the world government for 2 decades. While it is often said that darkness strengthens one, it was astonishing that the Golden Lion suffered yet again. This time, he was not vanquished by the 4 emperors or the 3 admirals, but rather by the burgeoning power of Monkey D. Luffy. To be fair, at that time, Luffy was not yet a match for the Golden Lion, rendering it one of the most humiliating defeats for a superpower. The final words echoed, defeated by a man from the East Blue again. It was both laughable and poignant, as all 3, Roger, Garp, and Luffy, were from the East Blue. One could say the Golden Lion had continually faced defeat in a most frustrating and unfortunate manner. Contemplating this, Sean felt a flicker of sympathy for the arrogant Golden Lion, for today, his end was nigh. The Golden Lion, catching a glimpse of Sean's eyes through a small opening in his mask, erupted in fury. "You dare look down upon me, brat? Prepare to die." With that, he summoned his powers to control the blizzard, forming colossal lions that charged towards Sean, accompanied by an icy gale, before the lions could fully materialize. Sean summoned a gravitational force to pull down a meteorite, hurling it toward the Golden Lion. As the lion, sharp as a blade, approached Sean, the flaming meteorite, a kilometer in diameter, descended upon the Golden Lion. Super gravity field. With a powerful swing of his renowned blade, the Golden Lion cleaved the meteorite in 2, causing the halves to cascade to either side. Meanwhile, under the weight of Sean's gravity, the upper half of the island collapsed entirely, compressed into a remarkably dense, smooth surface, counteracting the Golden Lion's powers. As for the Golden Lion's subordinates, he remarked indifferently that he did not care for their fate. If they were weak and perished, it was their own doing. After all these years, the Golden Lion finally felt the thrill of contending with a formidable opponent. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. The East Blue is indeed a fascinating place. Despite its overall weakness, it has produced so many powerful individuals." "You are mistaken. The East Blue is not weak. It symbolizes peace, albeit relatively speaking, Sean replied calmly, shaking his head. The Golden Lion paused, then asked, "By the way, Brat, which faction do you belong to?" After a moment's hesitation, Sean softly uttered two words, "The Navy." Though the Golden Lion was puzzled by Sean's masked visage, he acknowledged the Navy's impressive development over the years. He continued, "Since our abilities seem to neutralize each other, and you are a swordsman, let us engage in battle upon this arena you have created. Let us see if you can thwart me, or if I shall hunt you down." In that moment, Sean felt a long-forgotten surge of fervor. Even though his opponent was a pirate, even though his life was at stake, he drew his sword with a boldness that pointed directly at the Golden Lion. "Very well. Allow me to witness the prowess and might of the once legendary pirate. Ha ha ha. Little brat, you are mistaken. That was not the past. I am the legend itself. I am the hero. I am none other than the Golden Lion." The Golden Lion laughed heartily, allowing Sean a glimpse into the grandeur of a bygone era. Alas, even without the allure of the float fruit, Sean would not let him escape that a thief is a thief. Their positions dictate that they can only share a spiritual connection, but not a deep one, lest they be tainted by such a character. "What manner of person are you? I shall judge for myself. So be cautious not to annihilate me in an instant." With those words, Sean charged at the Golden Lion. Unfazed, the Golden Lion advanced toward Sean, declaring, "Do not underestimate others, little brat, regardless of how the times change. I remain the Golden Lion, still reigning over the skies." With a clang, Sean's blade swung toward the Golden Lion, who raised his right foot to block the incoming strike. Then, pivoting his lower body, he thrust the blade from his other leg directly at Sean's face. Sean, refusing to retreat, raised his leg in defiance, unleashing a sakura-colored aura as he kicked at the Golden Lion that in terms of sheer power, the Golden Lion was certainly no match for Sean. However, as a legendary pirate, his experience was formidable. Sensing the threat of the kick, he decisively pushed off and leaped back. During his retreat, he unleashed a wave of slashes, while Sean, enveloped in armament Haki, effortlessly severed the Golden Lion's attack with his bare hands. Sean turned his neck and remarked, "All right, the warm-up is over. It's time for the real deal, Golden Lion." As he spoke, a crimson light flashed through the small holes in his mask, and a palpable aura erupted from his being. Arcane sparks danced around him, and the air grew thick under the weight of his presence. The ground, compressed into an extraordinarily dense mass, could no longer withstand the pressure, fracturing spiderweb-like fissures that spread from Sean's center. In addition to the sakura-colored aura, Sean's blade emanated a faint red glow. This marked the first time in years that he had unleashed his full Conqueror's Haki. He was no longer the same person he once was. The Golden Lion, observing the transformed Sean, momentarily lost his focus. Yet, it must be said, he was indeed a former cadre of the Rocks Pirates, a rival of Roger and Whitebeard. After regaining his composure, excitement surged within him. "Little brat, the Navy must find a person like you quite troublesome. Your Haki truly astonishes me. My captain once possessed a similar aura. Your ambitions are not to be underestimated. Ha ha ha. I shall make my move." Before Sean could respond, the Golden Lion initiated his assault. Lion's thousand cuts. The air was filled with a cacophony of slicing sounds as countless golden slashes erupted from the famed swords strapped to the Golden Lion's legs. The relentless onslaught of golden strikes surged toward Sean, who stood his ground as he raised his blade and, with a gentle sweep, unleashed an enormous slash aimed at the Golden Lion. The golden attacks dissipated before they could reach him. Consumed by the red-black strike imbued with electric arcs, the Golden Lion removed the sakura and the withered wood from his legs, wielding both swords in his hands, and unleashed an even larger, sharper and faster barrage of attacks. However, this time, the slashes were cloaked in an outer layer of darkness. The resulting shockwave from their clashes reverberated outward, gouging the ground in intricate patterns of varying lengths and depths. Intertwining scars left in their wake, the once compressed earth was now riddled with a multitude of narrow ravines. Sean, somewhat taken aback, noted the Golden Lion's remarkable increase in strength, truly befitting a legendary pirate. At that moment, Sean contemplated how to incorporate Emu into Luffy's cinematic adventures. Just as Sean's mind wandered, the Golden Lion, mistaking Sean's distraction for disdain, roared, "Little brat, you are far from my equal. Do not underestimate me." He charged at Sean once more. Thus began a protracted battle between Sean and the Golden Lion, lasting throughout the day. During this exchange, Sean acutely felt the disparity between himself and the likes of Whitebeard and Roger. He found himself on par with those legendary pirates, yet his prowess surpassed theirs in terms of strength and the magnitude of Haki. Now, even without the enhancement of the heavy fruit, the Golden Lion found himself in a pitiful state. Covered in countless sword wounds, blood streaming from his ghastly injuries. As Sean prepared to unleash a decisive blow, the Golden Lion suddenly went mad with fervor. "Little brat, if you wish to witness a legend, then I shall oblige." With that, he extracted the helm from his head, blood gushing forth in a mix of crimson and yellow-white. In that moment, the Golden Lion's aura erupted, his eyes flashing with the same crimson glow. While tiny golden arcs of electricity swirled around him, the oppressive force he emanated once again plowed through the already battered ground. Sean's conqueror's Haki clashed fiercely with the Golden Lion's, creating a colossal, bowl-shaped energy dome that enveloped the two. This was merely a manifestation of their collision, with the majority being sakura-colored and a smaller portion glimmering gold. The clouds above, torn asunder by their clash, resembled an impending apocalypse, swirling violently in a chasm that seemed to hang like an abyss in the sky. The intensity of their confrontation was undeniable. At first, Sean was taken aback. Was this not Conqueror's Haki? Hadn't Oda denied this character such an ability? It seems Oda is indeed unreliable. He is merely an artist, lacking true understanding of pirates. However, regaining his composure, Sean unleashed his full power of Conqueror's Haki, colliding with the Golden Lion's force. The Golden Lion gazed at Sean and asked, "Little brat, can you show me who you truly are? Regardless of victory or defeat, I cannot survive this. I wish to know who it is that stands against me in this final battle." After a brief hesitation, Sean resolved to remove his mask, for he could no longer sense a third life force on this island. Furthermore, the Golden Lion's demise was imminent. Even if he wished to flee, it would be futile. His life may only be measured in minutes. Lastly, it was a sign of respect for a powerful adversary. Although their positions differed, the Golden Lion had, throughout his life, chosen to confront challenges head-on. Embodying the essence of a noble villain. As Sean removed his mask, the Golden Lion appeared momentarily stunned, muttering to himself, "Is this the third man from the East Blue who seeks to thwart me?" Sean did not catch the Golden Lion's words but declared, "Our stances dictate that today we must determine a victor." Upon regaining his senses, the Golden Lion laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I acknowledge you. State your name." Sean understood that the Golden Lion was inviting him to conclude their duel with one final strike. Emulating the Golden Lion's boisterous laughter, he replied, "Ha, I am Sean, and I shall erect a unique tombstone for you, commemorating your legacy as a legendary pirate." Sean spoke with utmost seriousness. "Ha ha ha, truly an insufferable little brat. Come forth, Sean. I shall show you what a true legend is. This is what I have longed for." With those words, the Golden Lion raised his twin swords, enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, unleashing an unfathomable number of slashes at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. True line thousand cuts. This attack bore significant differences from the earlier one, with each slash now accompanied by tendrils of golden electricity. The golden strikes shrouded in an outer layer of black energy. Every single strike was imbued with the power of the previous 1,000 cuts that Sean had deflected. The distinction lay in the sheer volume of the Golden Lion's onslaught, a torrential wave of slashes that blotted out the sun, descending upon Sean in a relentless storm. In this moment, Sean faced the legendary pirate with utmost seriousness. Gripping the hilt of his blade with both hands, he positioned it before him, legs slightly bent, as the veins in his arms bulged with effort. Surrounded by a swirling aura of red, he intoned, "Every entity is a number, and each number forms a Ganges. A grain of sand in the Ganges, a single grain, a realm. Within a realm, every speck of dust represents a trial. Within each trial, the accumulated dust transforms into a calamity." Dizong. As the words fell, an aura of dominance encircled Sean, gradually coalescing into an indistinct phantom. He then leaped forth to meet the slashing strike of the Golden Lion. Yet, before the colossal blow could make contact with Sean, it dissipated like ice melting under the sun. Sean's crimson figure resembled a solitary boat upon the vast ocean, swaying gracefully beneath the golden wave of the attack, yet remarkably steadied in the blink of an eye. Sean appeared behind the Golden Lion, the golden and red energies of battle vanishing in that instant. With his back turned to Sean, the Golden Lion gasped, "Sean, do you still consider yourself a legend?" Sean replied softly, "Indeed, you are one of the few pirates I am willing to converse with. Ha 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 ha. You are a person I acknowledge. Go forth and stir this world into chaos." The Golden Lion's voice echoed as a tremendous chasm split the sky above them, eclipsing the sun. deeper than any previous clash of conquerors' Haki. The ground beneath them, compressed to an extraordinary density, erupted with a deafening roar. The entire island began to fracture into a web of cracks, ultimately shattering into fist-sized fragments. Golden Lion Shiki, I too acknowledge your strength. You are the only one who can compel me to unleash my full power. Sean muttered to himself, Is that so? Splendid, the Golden Lion replied. Plummeting vertically towards the fragmented island like a cascade of stones, a satisfied smile graced his lips, had it not been for the massive scar across his chest. He might have appeared as a man who had peacefully passed away. Observing that faint smile of contentment, Sean sensed the underlying solitude of this formidable figure, this grand pirate, in the era of rocks. He was unrecognized, his crew scattered, in the era of Roger. He was dismissed, his crew annihilated, the Navy headquarters, searching for friends. He was defeated and cast into impel down. Now he sacrificed his very life for the sake of that legend status. Little did he know, Sean was capable of pursuing him to the ends of the earth. Aside from Sean, few could capture him upon these vast seas. He was a pirate who spent his life in the pursuit of conquest. A true pirate, not one bound by peculiar ideals. Thus, Sean acknowledged his power, and that alone sufficed. Gazing at the precariously swaying floating islands, Sean sighed, sheathing his sword and extending his fingers towards the multitude of aerial islands. Gripping them in his mind, the islands, which were about to plummet at great speed, suddenly halted, descending slowly instead. Moreover, the island they had shattered was also compressed by Sean's gravity, reforming into a massive square-shaped isle. A pit was reserved in the center, into which he placed the Golden Lion and his two swords that he then sealed it, rendering it akin to a colossal stone tablet. Upon its surface, Sean inscribed the words legendary Golden Lion. Subsequently, he applied gravity, causing this island to plummet swiftly into the depths of the sea. Until it reached the ocean floor, he had fulfilled his promise to the Golden Lion. After exhaling a deep breath, Sean hastily utilized the system's map function. System, locate the float fruit. Instantly, a map materialized, displaying 2 points. One black, that representing himself, and a red, indicating the location of the float fruit. Upon seeing the position, Sean was momentarily taken aback. So close. Indeed, the float fruit lay nearby, nestled within one of those floating islands. Without further hesitation, Sean raced towards the island harboring the coveted fruit. After retrieving the golden float fruit, he ensured all the islands were properly placed before departing directly to the rendezvous with Amazon Lily and Hancock. He arrived 2 days ahead of schedule, but that was inconsequential. He would handle the float fruit first. Opening the system's enhancement pool, he first upgraded his heavy fruit abilities that IT still required 10 million for the upgrade. Then he pulled the float fruit from his system backpack, that in an instant. The required amount soared to 50,000, with a success rate of 100%. Thus, he decisively initiated the enhancement, and a series of hammering sounds resonated in his ears. After a brief moment, the purple icon representing the heavy fruit transformed into a swirling white pattern. Then Sean felt an unmistakable shift. The former difficulty in drawing down a falling meteorite was replaced by a clear perception of it. Though small, he could distinctly sense its presence. The most significant change was his newfound ability to exert force without the need for a preparatory stance or gestures. He could now control it directly out of thin air. A feat previously unattainable. The same applied to his flying ability. No longer did he require surfaces like air, stone, or wood to stand on. It now felt as if it were an innate skill. Despite his strength remaining unchanged, his mastery over his abilities had evolved from mere proficiency to instinct, a qualitative transformation. Using the Flying Thunder God technique was no longer just a means of transportation. It had become a tactical weapon in battle. Previously, he always fell just short of a seamless execution, but now, he could effortlessly mark his targets with a mere thought. Sean even contemplated more flexible applications. But practice was essential. He promptly accessed the system panel. Host, Sean Gender, male age, 22 combat power, 2,010 ordinary soldiers, 11,499 below lieutenant colonel elite soldiers, 500,400 elite colonel at least, 400, 170 major general, 700,199 candidate for admiral, 10,000 and above emperors, no limit. This is a comprehensive calculation based on combat power and abilities, resulting in a lower value than pure combat power. Abilities, telekinesis. Armament Haki Max, Observation Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max skills. Wish, Swordsmanship, Flying Thunder God storage. Mikazuki Munikika, Dreaming Immortal Pillow Used, Pure Gold Upgrade version 9, Change of Clothes, Various Photos, Float Float Fruit, Plot Points, 677,218 after reviewing. Sean wore a satisfied expression. Not only had his combat power broken through the ceiling due to that battle, but he also upgraded to a new ability called telekinesis. The distinction from before lay in the transition from manual to automatic control. Previously, he needed to release his powers to achieve desired effects. Now, he could accomplish them with mere intention. In other words, as long as his reflexes were swift enough, no one could escape or hinder him. Suddenly, Sean recalled something and directly inquired of the system. System, can telekinesis be further upgraded? What are the conditions? Knowledge knows no bounds. It can be upgraded. But this system can only provide assistance. In other words, aside from directly enhancing power, anything else is achievable. The triggering condition is to attain the pinnacle of training. The strength of this system depends on your own strength. Right now, you are too weak. Strive harder. Sean felt 6 black dots forming on his forehead. He was indeed strong, yet he sensed a peculiar emotion rising within him. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, muttering to himself, "Golden Lion, it seems that no one will compel me to unleash my full power again." Indeed, Sean sought out the Golden Lion precisely because he understood the limits of the latter's strength. But to confront Emu now, that would be a jest. Who knows how formidable that hidden boss truly is? Furthermore, even if he could defeat him now, what would follow? Where is the Navy positioned? Currently, the Navy lacks a true leader capable of guiding all away from the grasp of the world government. In the absence of adequate preparations, the consequences of the world government's downfall could be dire. We need not speculate on the shifting allegiances of the Navy and the pirates. It is the civilians who would undoubtedly suffer the most. Remaining under the yoke of slavery, in an instant. If they were told that their rulers have vanished, they might rejoice momentarily. Yet, one must not overestimate the inherent goodness of humanity. Once certain individuals seize an opportunity, they too may yearn for that supreme power. With so many nations, civilians might initially rise against their oppressors, but they could just as easily transform into tyrants themselves. Thus, the mindset of the common folk remains unchanged, rendering any reform a mere illusion. Ultimately, this could devolve into a struggle for power among every nation, escalating conflicts from the seas to the lands. A truly terrifying prospect. It seems that Oda understands this well. He recognizes the necessity of a revolutionary army to disseminate their ideologies from the grassroots level. Otherwise, can one truly expect to topple an entrenched aristocracy merely by confronting a few bosses and appointing a handful of subordinates to high positions? Such notions are utterly absurd. A system that has been ingrained for 8 centuries cannot simply be dismantled overnight. If there were even a modicum of courage among the populace, they would have risen against the enslavement by the celestial dragons. And they would not be so utterly reckless. But look at the present situation. People have become so subservient that the spirit of rebellion has all but vanished from their very genes. This is not Blue Planet, where one can traverse any distance in a day. Yet, even so, there exist local customs that are beyond regulation. Moreover, in a world brimming with countless islands and continents, the primary mode of transportation remains by ship. This is not a realm that can be transformed solely through brute force. Might is merely the key to reform. To reiterate, order may be chaotic, but it must not be entirely absent. I fear some readers might say, if you're so formidable, why not confront the bosses yourself? Recollecting the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Sean gazed at the knife in his hand, a spark igniting within him that he suddenly recalled an elderly figure from an anime in his past life. Yamamoto Jinrosai Shigekuni. The captain commander who wielded fire and bleach. That if Hancock were to develop in that direction, how splendid it would be. Though the alluring queen may be gone, the Fire Queen could very well be born. In the future, it may not be impossible to incite her to engage in a thrilling battle against formidable foes. However, much depends on her innate talents and the level of her dedication. Even if her inherent conditions are supplemented, without effort, it would be futile. In the ensuing days, Sean continued to familiarize himself with the power of psychokinesis. Presently, he no longer required to physically touch objects like the Golden Lion to make them levitate. In fact, he could even lift people into the air. 2 days later, the Boa sisters arrived at the agreed-upon location. Sean solemnly reiterated to Hancock the primary functions of the genetic serum he had provided her. Therefore, you must diligently focus on developing your physical capabilities and refrain from overly relying on your devil fruit powers. Those should serve merely as supplementary means. Understand? Sean stated. The petite Hancock, upon hearing this, moved her fingers slightly, causing a small flame to rise from the cigar Sean held. Noticing Sean's momentary perplexity, Hancock flashed a sweet smile and said, "From now on, I shall only ignite Lord Sean's cigars." Sean's mouth twitched, sensing something amiss in her words, yet he replied, "That's fine, but I merely hope you do not become overly reliant on your devil fruit abilities. This knife is one you found. Since you wish to learn swordsmanship, you should keep it." With that, Sean handed over the knife. When Hancock attempted to refuse, Sean interrupted her. "I have my own knife. As you know, I have returned from the future, which makes it inconvenient for me to retrieve it." Hancock obediently nodded. "So, will Lord Sean begin to impart his teachings to me?" For some reason, Sean felt a peculiar undertone in Hancock's words. Nevertheless, he dismissed it as overthinking. After all, she was merely 12 years old, and likely unaware of anything strange. It seemed he was guilty of harboring undue suspicions. Returning to the matter at hand, he began to instruct Hancock in swordsmanship, ultimately explaining to her the techniques of the old Yamamoto. After a moment's hesitation, Hancock inquired, "But I once heard from Granny knew that some people at sea can cut through flames." Sean smiled faintly. "I can extinguish flames as well, but if the fire is raging, could I still blow it out? Indeed, some individuals can slice through flames, but if your fire burns hot enough, they won't even reach you before it is vaporized." Sean elaborated, "While this is a theoretical perspective and you may not be able to achieve it, you are not merely a flame. With robust martial arts and swordsmanship, who could ever slice through your flames?" Besides Hancock, her two sisters also gazed at her with a sense of admiration, a hint of envy for their elder sister. Sean continued to guide Hancock in her training, while her sisters diligently practiced alongside them. Thus, after 2 weeks, Sean finally grasped the true potential of this empress. Her innate talent was undoubtedly superior to his own. He had to toil until the age of 17 to reach the pinnacle of a great swordsman, a feat achieved only through relentless training since arriving in this world. In contrast, Hancock's extraordinary talent was remarkable. She did not complain of fatigue or pain and consistently exceeded the tasks Sean assigned her. It was likely that in just a few years, she would attain a royal level of prowess, which was something to look forward to. On this particular day, after a day of training, Sean and the sisters sat by the campfire enjoying their dinner. Marie Gaudreau was savoring her meal heartily when Sandersonia nudged her. Puzzled, Marie asked, "What's wrong?" "The grilled meat is delicious today." Sandersonia leaned closer and whispered, "Don't you think sister seems a bit distracted today?" "Does she?" Marie replied. Sandersonia, exasperated, scolded her softly. "All you care about is eating. Look at her," as she subtly pointed toward Hancock. Turning her gaze, Marie observed Hancock idly drawing on a bone with a small knife. She then asked, "What is sister doing?" "I don't know. I asked her earlier, and she seemed unaware of what was going on. It's definitely not a good sign. That I plan to consult Granny New tomorrow to see what's wrong." Sandersonia replied quietly. With Sean's keen hearing, he found their conversation entirely normal, so he directed his attention to Hancock. Noticing a gaze upon her, Hancock lifted her head and, upon seeing Sean, broke into a sweet smile. "What is it, Lord Sean?" Yet, Sean sensed nothing amiss. She appeared as endearingly charming as ever. However, he casually asked, "Do you have any worries? And please, don't call me Lord or I might get upset." Hancock's little face stiffened, caught off guard, and she could only repeatedly assure, "I understand, Sean, Sean." After speaking, her previously stiff expression flushed slightly, but soon, her bright eyes dimmed. Sean couldn't help but think, what a remarkable talent for changing expressions this girl has. In just a minute, she had transformed her emotions multiple times. Certainly a good actress. He then inquired, "What troubles you?" Meanwhile, the two sisters, engrossed in their meals, silently perked up their ears, eager to learn of their sister's concerns. Hancock stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Sean gently brushed her hair with his hand and spoke in the gentlest tone possible. "If you trust me, you can share what's bothering you. Your sisters are worried about you as well." Hancock glanced at her sisters, who, despite eating, couldn't help but sneak glances in her direction. The young Hancock hesitantly asked, "Sean, are you leaving soon?" Sean suddenly understood. It was evident that this little creature was reluctant to part with him. With a gentle smile, he softly remarked, "It is indeed an unavoidable circumstance. However, as long as you strive to become stronger, we may yet reunite upon the vast ocean in the future, shall we not? Besides, at this moment, I am still a year younger than you and do not possess your current remarkable talent. Therefore, you must exert yourself diligently, for the sake of our beautiful reunion ahead." Hancock hesitated. Her words caught in her throat, prompting Sean to continue comforting her. That I promise you, I shall not forget you. Shall we agree to meet again on this very day 11 years hence? Fearing that she might incite Sean's disdain, Hancock could only force a smile, and it seemed as if everything returned to a state of tranquility. Yet Sandersonia understood her sister all too well. There remained a burden in Hancock's heart, one that was merely suppressed. She resolved to inquire with Granny Nine upon their return home tonight. Hancock herself could not articulate why she felt such sorrow. The thought of Sean's departure caused her heart to ache painfully. Even knowing they would meet again in the future, the sadness lingered. She simply longed to rely on Sean, and being praised for her progress by him would bring her immense joy. She adored hearing Sean recount his fascinating adventures and idolized him. Feeling deep gratitude for the man who had rescued her and her sisters from the brink of despair, do not rush to judge. At such a tender age, love is a concept beyond their grasp. The meal concluded rather abruptly, with the sisters holding hands as usual, while Sean directly took Hancock's hand and, in a flash, transported them back to Amazon Lily. Indeed, Sean had marked a coordinate there for seamless travel, choosing to stay in a tent to avoid detection. After escorting the Boa sisters home, Sean slipped into the tent and soon fell into a deep slumber. In Amazon Lily, the three sisters returned to the palace, exchanged goodnights, and retreated to their respective chambers. Shortly afterward, Sandersonia quietly slipped out of her room, heading towards a certain destination. The sisters had been training under Sean's guidance, and Granny Nine was well aware of this, as they had requested her assistance in concealing the existence of men on Daughter Island from the current emperor. Had they returned without such precautions, they would surely face severe consequences, making it impossible for them to venture out again. They had informed Granny Nine that they were learning from a powerful individual. Granny Nine, recognizing this person as the benefactor who had saved the three sisters, had once contemplated visiting him but was deftly deterred by their various excuses. She dared not impose herself nor permit the current emperor to expel this man, especially after hearing their exaggerated accounts of his capabilities, which filled her with trepidation. Not to mention, Hancock had consumed a rare natural-type devil fruit. One could only imagine the man's strength if he could disregard such a precious item. Naturally, they had not disclosed the matter of the genetic serum to Granny Nyan, but they had received her approval upon revealing Sean's existence. Having once left this nation, she was acutely aware of the cataclysmic power some strong individuals possessed. And thus, she refrained from provoking Sean, lest they incur his wrath and bring devastation upon their homeland. After all, he would only remain for a month, and time was swiftly passing. Before long, Sandersonia arrived at Gloria's room and, without hesitation, pushed the door open. With an urgent tone, she exclaimed, "Granny Nine, there is trouble. Something serious has happened to sister." Upon hearing this, Gloria's expression shifted dramatically. What has happened to her? Where is she? Did that man pose any danger to Hancock? Sandersonia quickly reassured her. No, Granny Nyan, it is not related to that esteemed gentleman. I have noticed something amiss with sister.